Qin Mu has been reborn into a world of interstellar martial arts. Yet he finds himself helplessly born into a lineage of 3 generations of ordinary individuals. In the absence of access to a martial arts university, he resolves to take a loan of 300,000 star coins to support his cousin's martial pursuits, thereby activating the family honor system. The greater the strength of his family, the more rewards he shall receive. The proficiency of martial arts techniques shall be unlocked, enabling him to reap the rewards of diligent effort and overpower all rivals. The rewards multiply infinitely, assisting him in enhancing his bloodline strength and transforming into a pure-blooded behemoth of the cosmos. From an apprentice at the Martial Arts Academy to an esteemed coach of glory, from a commoner in a resettlement area to a transcendent family traversing star systems, Qin Mu treads each step with determination, ultimately forging the path of an immortal war god in the starry expanse. Chapter 1. The Family Honor System. Qin Mu, your bloodline origin report has been generated. Dragon Bloodline, Star Level 0.01 activated. No other bloodlines present. Your comprehensive evaluation result for the college entrance examination is as follows. Genetic potential 5.8, physical fitness 58, mental acuity 57, overall assessment, failing. Conclusion, does not meet the admission standards for Sagittarius Public Martial Arts University in the 1204-star system. According to the Galactic Graduation Treaty, you have the following options. First, apply to a private university with expenses borne by yourself. Second, accept government graduation placement, effective immediately. Third, engage in autonomous social work with monthly contributions to Social Security taxes. Qin Mu gazed at the report displayed on his personal terminal, letting out a deep sigh, his eyes brimming with a sense of discontent. Reflecting on his recent rebirth into this world, despite coming from an ordinary family, Qin Mu had once held firm confidence, aspiring to become a martial artist through diligent labor and to alter his mundane fate. Now, the outcome dealt him a heavy blow. Ultimately, hard work could not bridge the chasm between wealth and poverty. Being an ordinary person was an inescapable fate. Failing to enter the public martial arts university meant losing access to free educational resources, and relying solely on his own efforts seemed as futile as chasing the wind. As for the private university, the costs were exorbitant. The registration fee alone was a staggering 100,000 star coins, not to mention the annual expenses that followed. Qin Mu had no money, and his family could not bear such a financial burden. Observing his mother preparing dinner, he closed the terminal and took his seat at the dining table. Qin Mu's mother could not help but remark, "Not getting it might be a blessing. You won't have to toil so hard every day. Being an ordinary person isn't so bad. Just marry a wife and live a stable life." Qin Mu's father interjected, "Enough with the chatter. Let's eat." Qin Mu remained silent, his head bowed as he consumed his meal. After dinner, the father and son sat on the sofa in the living room, accompanied by his visiting uncle and cousin Qin Rongtong. "Have you decided what choice to make?" Qin Mu's father asked gravely, accepting the tea handed to him by his brother. Qin Mu looked up at his father, noticing no strands of white hair nor any wrinkles. His father's complexion appeared even healthier than his own. In this age, life was not particularly harsh. The government provided job placements, childbirth subsidies, and free education, leaving parents with few worries. Yet, it is human nature to desire for one's child to achieve greatness. Qin Mu's father deeply wished for him to become a martial artist, to bring honor to their family name. Yet now that he had failed to gain admission to the public martial arts university, his meager salary could not sustain the costs of a private institution. Internally conflicted, Qin Mu's father grappled with the hope that his son would not give up, while simultaneously fearing the possibility of Qin Mu opting for private university, causing tea to spill onto his clothing unnoticed. Having lived 2 lives, Qin Mu could discern many things at a glance. Attending a private university was not an option, rendering the first choice moot. The second choice, accepting government graduation placement, was the choice most ordinary people made. The government not only arranged job placements and housing, but also provided partners. However, all of this came with a prerequisite: participation in the government's childbirth program, requiring readiness for parenthood within a year of marriage. Having children signified responsibility, yet it also entangled one in a cycle of ordinariness. His grandfather's generation were ordinary people, as was his father's. He did not wish for his child to be condemned to a life of mediocrity from birth. "Dad, I made my decision. I choose option 3. Qin Mu clenched his fists, as if summoning all his strength to speak. "I still want to give it another try." After a brief silence fell over the hall, Qin Mu's father slowly sighed. "Very well, very well." His uncle seemed poised to voice something, yet the words caught in his throat, ultimately dissolving into a long sigh. Engaging in autonomous social work necessitated monthly contributions of 50% of one's income in Social Security taxes, a staggering sum, yet the advantage lay in the absence of reproductive pressure, allowing for the allocation of time for cultivation. Each year, a significant number of resolute individuals opted for this path. With his choice confirmed, Qin Mu activated his personal terminal to fill out the report. At that moment, his cousin Qin Rongtong, who had remained silent, quietly expressed, "I want to attend martial arts university." His uncle swiftly reprimanded, "You little brat, what nonsense are you speaking? You didn't even pass." "Dad, my genetic potential is 5.9. I'm merely zero point 0.1 short of qualifying for the public martial arts university. If I could consume the bloodline elixir to activate my bloodline power, I believe my genetic potential would surely reach 6. Are you unaware of the circumstances at home? How could we possibly afford such a thing?" Qin's father interjected, astonished. Rongtang's genetic potential is at 5.9. It was surprising for him, as Qin Mu had always outshone Qin Rongtang in talent since childhood. Yet now Rongtang's genetic potential had surpassed that of Mu. At this moment, the second uncle clarified, "A few months ago, I enrolled this lad in a martial arts class, but regrettably, he displays no ambition. His genetic potential has only improved slightly." Upon hearing this, Qin's father's expression was one of shock. Although Qin Mu maintained a calm demeanor, he was internally shaken by his uncle's willingness to invest. The cost of each session of the martial arts class amounted to a staggering 100,000 star coins. Both Qin's father and the second uncle were farm administrators, earning an average monthly income of 3,000 star coins. After deducting various expenses, they could save a maximum of 1,000 star coins each month. To amass 100,000 star coins, an individual would require a decade. Qin's father had previously discussed the possibility of attending a martial arts class with Qin Mu, but the latter had declined. The expense was exorbitant, and he believed that last-minute efforts would yield little benefit, especially with a younger sister in middle school who also required financial support. Although schooling was free, there were times when one needed to purchase energy potions to replenish their physical strength. Elder brother, the second uncle, suddenly knelt down, pulling his cousin with him, prompting Qin's father to hastily assist them both to their feet. "Elder brother, I have never asked for your help, but this child, Rongtang, only has this one opportunity. The bloodline potion is our only hope, and I do not wish to relinquish it." "Sai, how much more do you need?" 100,000. "I have mortgaged 10,000, and alongside some family savings have gathered a total of 200,000. If only elder brother could lend me another 100,000, it would suffice." The bloodline potion is extracted from the bodies of colossal beasts of the cosmos and is exorbitantly priced, with the cheapest E-grade bloodline potion costing 300,000 star coins. Though expensive, its advantages are significant. Activating the bloodline power not only enhances genetic potential, but also holds the possibility of being inherited by the next generation. Qin Mu's previous endeavors in bloodline tracing aimed to activate the bloodline power within his hereditary genes. However, it was unfortunate that his ancestors were all ordinary individuals, yielding no trace of any bloodline power. As for the dragon bloodline, it is said to have originated from an ancient era, and now every human possesses it, albeit in a lamentably low purity that renders it entirely ineffective. While Qin's father conversed with the second uncle, a mechanical voice resonated within Qin Mu's mind. "Ding! Family glory system, binding successful. Build a prosperous family, forge family glory. The stronger the family, the more rewards the host receives." Qin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a forceful slap on his thigh. "Damn, I almost forgot. The system is a standard feature for time travelers." Chapter 2. The loan is insufficient. At this moment, Uncle's family had just received a transfer of 100,000 star coins from Father Qin and was in high spirits, when they were suddenly startled by Qin Mu's unexpected action. Qin Rongtong placed his hand on Qin Mu's shoulder, grinning with confidence. "Little Mu, rest assured. Once I become a martial artist, I'll certainly treat you to all the delicacies and delights of life." Hearing this, Qin Mu was at a loss for words and swiftly executed a sweeping kick, toppling Qin Rongtong to the ground. "Show some respect and call me brother," he retorted. "No way. You were merely born a few hours before me. Even if it were just a second, I would still be your elder brother." Qin Mu punctuated his statement with a playful flick to Qin Rongtong's face, eliciting an exaggerated yelp of pain from him. Fearing that the two might truly come to blows, Father Qin hurriedly intervened, pulling them apart. "Mu'er, are you upset with me for lending money to your uncle instead of saving it to support your martial pursuits?" "Not at all. I simply believe the loan is too meager." Upon hearing this, the three present exchanged bewildered glances, utterly incomprehensible of his words. Uncle chuckled. "That's quite enough." Qin Mu raised a finger, gesturing in no, and continued, "Uncle, the lowest grade E-level bloodline potion costs 300,000 star coins, yet the success rate for absorption is below 50%. Do you honestly believe Rongtong's innate talent and intelligence provide a substantial chance of success?" Uncle scratched his head, fully aware of his son's circumstances. Despite consuming various energy potions over the years and attending martial classes, he still failed to meet the standards for public university admission. It seemed increasingly unlikely that he would ever become a martial artist. 300,000 was a staggering sum. Repaying that amount would undoubtedly lead to decades of hardship. Yet, what choice did they have? Having come this far, they felt compelled to grasp at the last glimmer of hope. Who says I can't? I will succeed. Qin Rongtong defended himself, though his voice faltered slightly. Observing this, Qin Mu shook his head. Ordinary people may be impoverished, but they must possess a spirit of gambling. However, they cannot afford to lose even once. If they decide to take a risk, it should be at the very limits of their capabilities. If 300,000 is insufficient, then let it be 600,000. Qin Mu turned to Uncle earnestly. Uncle, I believe we should purchase the E-level perfect bloodline potion. I am willing to contribute 30,000 star coins personally. Little Mu, the official price for the E-level perfect bloodline potion is 600,000 star coins. We simply cannot afford it. And where would you even procure 30,000? Wait a moment, Little Mu, you're not suggesting? Uncle's expression shifted to one of shock as he realized what Qin Mu was implying. Precisely, Qin Mu nodded affirmatively. Though he lacked funds, he could secure a loan. Every citizen of the empire, upon reaching adulthood, is entitled to a 30,000 credit loan with a 5-year grace period, provided they choose to engage in independent social work. This is madness. Father Qin erupted in fury, vehemently opposing the idea, while Mother Qin joined in to educate Qin Mu on the consequences. Qin Mu understood his parents' concerns. Acknowledging that the empire's government was not naive, a 30,000 credit loan was not simply given away. According to social surveys, among those who opted for independent work, the usage rate of credit loans soared to 97%, yet the probability of becoming a martial artist was less than 1 in 10,000. Most failures, burdened by the dual pressures of repayment and taxation, ultimately succumbed to government resettlement, settling into lives of mediocrity, marrying, and raising children. Though Qin Mu's stubborn defiance made him a likely candidate for failure, things were different now. He had a system. Dad, Mom, Uncle. This is a decision I have pondered deeply. Our entire family, from my great-grandfather onward, has been ordinary, living at the very bottom of this society. By my generation, and likely my children they too will remain unremarkable, perpetuating this cycle. Now that Rongtong has brought a glimmer of hope, I wish for my children to have an uncle who is a martial artist. Upon hearing these words, the three stood in stunned silence, scarcely able to believe that such resolute and soul-stirring proclamations emanated from Qin Mu. Brother, from now on, you're truly my brother. Qin Rongtong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he clutched Qin Mu's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, Qin Mu's image in his heart soared to unprecedented heights. Qin Mu, with a look of disdain, pushed Qin Rongtong away and activated his personal terminal. Citizen Qin Mu, ID, you have chosen to engage in independent social work. Starting this month, you are required to pay social security taxes and are entitled to a 30,000 credit loan. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Following the prompts, the 30,000 star coins were soon confirmed as deposited, and Qin Mu transferred the amount directly to Uncle. Seeing the irreversible decision made, the two elders sighed deeply. Noticing that it was still early, and to avoid any lengthy delays, Qin Mu urged Uncle to purchase the bloodline potion immediately. Within 20 minutes of placing the order, the potion was delivered to their doorstep. Holding the bloodline potion cautiously, Uncle felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. In less than half an hour, they had expended a staggering sum of 600,000 star coins. He felt a tremor in his legs and gently placed the potion on the table before kicking Qin Rongtong. You little rascal. Don't you dare forget to bow to Little Mu. Qin Mu quickly insisted he was unworthy of such reverence, as he eagerly awaited the system's feedback, urging his cousin to use the potion without delay. As Qin Rongtong grasped the bloodline potion, all present held their breath. The faint sound of breathing echoed in the hushed hall, amplifying the already tense atmosphere. I heard the success rate for the perfect potion is only 99. 99. I want to be the 1 in 10,000, will I? Ugh. Qin Mu was rendered speechless, staring incredulously at Qin Rongtong's foolishness. He felt an urge to deliver a couple of punches. To fear a 99 success rate. Was he even human? Had he not missed his chance at the martial arts university, he would have seized the potion for himself long ago. After a period of hesitation, Qin Rongtong finally consumed the bloodline potion. It must succeed. Qin Mu clenched his fists, silently praying. As time ticked by, no visible change occurred in Qin Rongtong, and the others grew increasingly anxious, recalling his earlier ominous words, fearful of a potential failure. Just then, a notification appeared in Qin Mu's mind. Ding! Family member Qin Rongtong has acquired the E-level bloodline power, Xuanjia Spirit Turtle. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the E-level bloodline power, Xuanjia Spirit Turtle. Before Qin Mu could revel in his joy, another information panel emerged. Host, Qin Mu. Genetic potential, 68. Physical ability, 68. Mental strength, 67. Spiritual energy, 10. Bloodline power, S-Dragon Bloodline 001. E-level Xuanjia Spirit Turtle Bloodline 1. Cultivation method, 10th set of broadcast calisthenics. Family level, no level. Is this what it means to have an advantage? To acquire bloodline power for free, while my genetic potential has surged by 1. It took me 3 years in high school to barely raise my genetic potential by less than 2, and the higher I climbed, the harder it became to improve. However, the bloodline potion is exorbitantly priced. While the 600,000 star coins were not all spent on him, he had indeed contributed 30,000 star coins, which he had borrowed, with no indication of when his cousin might repay him. Although the enhancement was significant, funds were still lacking. As Qin Mu reflected on this, another system prompt appeared. Ding! Chapter 3. A significant enhancement. You have a new player gift package available for collection. Would you like to claim it now? Claim. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 proficiency unlock opportunity and 1 stacking opportunity. Proficiency unlock? Stacking? Detected that the host is practicing the 10th set of broadcast calisthenics. Consuming 1 unlock opportunity has completed the unlock. As the words faded, Qin Mu glanced back at the information panel, noting that the cultivation method section had changed to cultivation method, 10th set of broadcast calisthenics, 1-10. Having perused countless novels in his previous life, Qin Mu was well acquainted with proficiency panels. With diligence and effort, he could engage in deep blue skill points allocation, all without any adverse effects. With such capabilities at his disposal, Qin Mu envisioned a path to greatness unfolding before him. At this moment, the principle of hard work yielding rewards became tangible. As long as he persevered, he would undoubtedly achieve martial mastery and elevate his family's standing. In his elation, Qin Mu opened the new information prompt. Detected that the host possesses 2 types of bloodline powers. The option for bloodline enhancement is available. Would you like to proceed with the bloodline augmentation? Bloodline augmentation? By the heavens, this is nothing short of miraculous. Qin Mu found himself momentarily stunned, as if his mind had short-circuited. The implications of bloodline augmentation were profound. It signified that his bloodline purity would face no limitations. Provided the conditions were met, he could elevate the purity of his bloodline to a staggering 100. While Qin Mu was uncertain of the capabilities that a bloodline purity of 100 would entail, he could not overlook the fact that a bloodline elixir, valued at 600,000 star coins, only provided a meager increment of 1 in bloodline purity. Its worth was evident. The benefits derived solely from bloodline power were substantial. But most importantly, he possessed an S-class bloodline power. Indeed, please confirm the direction of enhancement. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu declared, enhance to the dragon bloodline. Ding! Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. S-class dragon bloodline has increased by 1. Congratulations, host. Genetic potential has increased by 1. Simultaneously, the information panel underwent a transformation. Host, Qin Mu. Genetic potential, 78. Physical ability, 78. Mental strength, 77. Spiritual energy, 20. Bloodline power, S-class, dragon bloodline 101. Technique, 10th set of radio calisthenics, 1-10. Family level, no level. A surge of elation coursed through Qin Mu's heart. In a matter of moments, his genetic potential had soared to 78. It was worth noting that a genetic potential of 10 marked the threshold for martial artists, and he was now merely 22 points away if he were to acquire another bloodline elixir. However, Qin Mu quickly dismissed the thought. He was painfully aware of his financial constraints, burdened by a debt of 300,000 star coins, and he had to consider how to pay this month's social security tax. After contacting the merchant to confirm the successful absorption of the bloodline power, the collective tension among everyone present began to dissipate, though they would have to await tomorrow's testing facility to ascertain specifics. After bidding farewell to his uncle's family, Qin Mu retreated to his room to commence his training. He was eager to experiment with the effects of his newly acquired enhancements. After a brief meditation on the moves of the 10th set of radio calisthenics, Qin Mu swiftly entered the zone, his limbs moving with practiced grace as he executed each maneuver. By the time he reached the final movement, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth, panting heavily as he persevered until the end. Once completed, Qin Mu collapsed on his bed, gasping for air. He was utterly exhausted, Although the 10th set of radio calisthenics featured simple moves, they were remarkably taxing on physical stamina. Previously, completing the entire set had taken him more than half an hour. Qin Mu glanced at the time. 20 minutes. He had finished 10 minutes faster than before. Upon checking the system panel, he noted a change in the technique section. Technique, 10th set of radio calisthenics, 2-10. It was done. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with delight as he reveled in his accomplishment. Truly, diligence is rewarded. If he continued on this path, becoming a martial artist was merely a matter of time. With a sigh of relief, Qin Mu straightened his back, feeling the aches and fatigue in his body wash over him. A wave of drowsiness began to cloud his mind, and he felt increasingly groggy. Recovery from such an intense workout typically took a considerable amount of time. Ordinarily, he would indulge in a shower and rest. However, his enthusiasm was palpable, and he had no intention of resting just yet. Qin Mu opened the bedside cabinet and retrieved a stash of bottles and jars. Energy potions, stamina-restoring elixirs, priced at 100 star coins each. He had previously hesitated to use them, but tonight, he felt inclined to treat himself. After consuming one vial, he quickly felt revitalized, brimming with renewed energy, and immediately resumed his training. 20 minutes later, the effects remained consistent. Without a second thought, Qin Mu downed yet another energy potion. Let us go again. The atmosphere in the room was filled with fervor, while outside, Qin's father and mother watched with reddened eyes, their hearts heavy with concern for their son. Qin's mother sobbed, "Oh, how unfair the heavens are. My poor Mu'er, working so hard, yet unable to enter the martial arts university. You always talk about saving money. Perhaps we should enroll Mu'er in a martial arts class early on. Who knows, he might have a chance at a public martial arts university like Rongtang." Sighing, Qin's father shook his head helplessly. A new wrinkle appeared on his previously vibrant face. While the two elders lamented, they remained oblivious to the joy that Qin Mu was experiencing within his room. With the assistance of the energy potions, Qin Mu transitioned from a state of fatigue to one of vigor in quick succession, cycling through the 10th set of radio calisthenics until he had completed it 10 times. Congratulations, host! The 10th set of radio calisthenics has upgraded to level 2-0-20. Genetic potential 0-2. Qin Mu gazed at the changes on the panel, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Although the increase was modest this time, it promised stability and sustainability for the future. He pondered how many levels the 10th set of radio calisthenics could potentially reach if it were to have 100 levels. It would be a monumental breakthrough. With these lofty thoughts and beautiful aspirations for the future, Qin Mu closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. He dreamt of becoming a martial artist, earning a fortune, buying a large house for his family, and helping them all become martial artists as well. As his strength grew, countless noble ladies sought to wed him, and eventually, he ventured into the starry expanse, encountering colossal celestial beasts. The dream was sweet, filled with all he could desire. But inevitably, he had to awaken. The next day, Qin Mu was roused by the unpleasant odor of his own sweat, and he promptly rushed to the bathroom to freshen up. 10 minutes later, feeling refreshed, he returned to his room, where the odorous blanket met his gaze. His first instinct was to dispose of it, but then he remembered his dire financial situation, still burdened by a debt of 300,000 star coins. And he quickly dismissed that dreadful thought. Qin Mu placed the duvet cover and sheets into the washing machine, just in time for his mother to emerge from the kitchen. Qin's mother regarded him with a peculiar expression, muttering softly, "Mu'er has grown up. It's time he found a wife." Qin Mu settled onto the sofa, eating breakfast while browsing information on his personal terminal when a call came in. I did it, brother." The holographic projection displayed Qin Rongtang, who was exuberantly dancing with excitement, his speech slightly disjointed. 69 genetic potential. "Yes, I did it. In one corner of the screen, his uncle could be seen laughing heartily, tears of joy glistening in his eyes. Qin Mu felt genuine happiness for his cousin. At long last, their family would have a martial arts university student. Though elated, he reminded him, "Stay calm. My genetic potential is already at 8, while you're just at 69. You must practice diligently. Otherwise, you'll be letting Uncle down for the 60,000 star coins he spent on you." Qin Rongtang chose to overlook Qin Mu's preceding remarks, thinking to himself, "Brother is just envious and jealous. Never mind, since brother has helped me so much. As a good younger brother, I should consider his feelings about not being able to attend martial arts university." With sincerity, he replied, "All right, brother." Chapter 4, Employment Plan. After ending the call, Qin Mu opened the unread messages in the bottom right corner of his terminal. The first was a recommendation for potential partners. Glancing at it briefly, Qin Mu dismissed it outright. Any suitable marriage candidate could not be easily relinquished. The imperial government's emphasis on reproduction was evident. However, martial arts was the true path, and he had no intentions of marrying at present. Continuing to scroll, he encountered a plethora of diverse messages, ranging from recommendations for energy potions to credit services and invitations to participate in the Human Life Gene Project. Qin Mu found himself bemused, reflecting on the transparency of personal information in the era of big data, with various businesses and institutions eager to capitalize on it. Amidst the unreliable information, Qin Mu discovered a relatively credible message. The employment guide was a specialized employment plan recommended by the imperial government for those choosing to engage in voluntary social work. The content detailed job salaries, pros and cons, employment prospects, and promotion pathways, making it exceptionally thorough. He clicked to view it, and the information unfolded before his eyes. Farm administrator, responsible for managing crops, with a monthly salary of 2,000, 3,000 star coins. Advantages: easy work, fixed working hours. Disadvantages: low salary, unequal pay for equal work. Stagnant guadis, no promotion opportunities. Recommendation index, 5 stars. After perusing the first job recommendation, Qin Mu exited the screen with a peculiar expression, repeatedly verifying whether this information was indeed sent by the imperial government. The style of the introduction was rather too blunt. Qin Mu had a certain understanding of the role of a farm administrator, as his father was one. Although referred to as an administrator, it was essentially akin to being a laborer. However, with today's advanced technology, most tasks have become semi-automated, requiring minimal physical labor. The job entailed a fixed 8-hour workday, with weekends off. Despite the relatively low salary, overall, it represented a commendable choice for the average individual. Nonetheless, the concept of unequal pay for equal work was indeed disconcerting. One could liken it to the disparity between permanent and temporary employees, where government assignments differed from self-initiated applications, resulting in varying benefits and treatments. Yet, for someone like Qin Mu, who harbored martial arts aspirations, the ability to work while still having ample time for training was indeed a rare opportunity. Hence, it was reasonable for the imperial government to assign a 5-star recommendation. Qin Mu continued to browse further. The majority of job positions available were at farms, all boasting high recommendation indexes, either 5 or 4 stars. Yet the salary offerings fell drastically short of his expectations. A monthly salary of 2,000 star coins, with half deducted for social security tax, left him with only 1,000 star coins. Expenses for food, housing, travel, and training all required financial outlay. This was hardly sufficient. Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words, as he realized for the first time just how hard money was to come by. While he could manage food and lodging at home, he would still need transportation costs for outings, and training necessitated energy potions. Not to mention, he had consumed 8 cans of energy potions the previous night. Presently, his skill training in broadcasting calisthenics, 0-20, required him to practice 20 more times to level up, with each session taking 20 minutes and requiring over half an hour to recover afterward. If he were to engage in work without the assistance of energy potions, he could only train twice a day. Extrapolating from this, the next advancement would take 10 days. And what about the subsequent one? 20 days, a month, half a year? No, that was far too long. Qin Mu shook his head, decisively dismissing the notion of working on a farm, and continued to scroll down. Shandong Courier, responsible for order delivery, earn more by working harder. Average monthly salary over 10,000. Advantages: high salary. Disadvantages: certain risks involved, must provide your own delivery vehicle, no upward mobility, purely physical labor. Recommendation index: 3 stars. Qin Mu felt a flicker of interest, but quickly abandoned the thought after some reflection. The most basic delivery vehicle cost 20,000 star coins, which he could not afford, and he lacked a driver's license. The inherent risks suggested potential injuries that could impede his training, and medical expenses were exorbitant. He certainly did not wish to lose several months' salary without gaining anything in return. As he continued to browse, Qin Mu's spirits sank further. It was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to rise above their circumstances. Each job seemed like a ravenous beast, waiting to exploit a group of young, naive individuals, unwilling to submit to their fate. The imperial government blatantly advised against such paths, urging compliance with their arrangements. But what could be done? One could only forge ahead, with no retreat in sight. Qin Mu felt fortunate to possess the system as his golden ticket. I can do this. He silently encouraged himself as he continued to peruse the listings. Soon, the final job opportunity captured his attention. Martial Arts Hall, intern apprentice. Assistant teaching at the Martial Arts Hall, no salary. Advantages: free training space, potential commissions and prizes, open pathways for advancement. Disadvantages: standard unpaid labor, high competition pressure. Recommendation index: 3 stars. The description was succinct, yet the advantages and disadvantages appeared somewhat contradictory. If there was no salary, why was there such competitive pressure? Qin Mu was not well acquainted with martial arts halls, only knowing they were establishments that offered martial arts instruction at steep prices, making them inaccessible to the average person. He frowned in contemplation, reasoning that a place charging such exorbitant fees would not lack financial resources. Thus, the absence of a salary for interns likely indicated the presence of other, more lucrative benefits. Having found nothing suitable thus far, he resolved to investigate further. With that thought in mind, Qin Mu returned home to change into casual attire. Just as his father was preparing to leave for work, the two departed together. As they rode the high-speed hover train, Qin Mu gazed out the window, watching dozens of towering hover trains crisscrossing, occasionally catching sight of luxurious passenger spacecraft soaring by, eliciting gasps of wonder from the children on board. As time passed, the train arrived at the bustling city center, where vibrant skyscrapers and aerial structures dazzled Qin Mu, leaving him momentarily awestruck. At that moment, Qin Mu's father encountered an acquaintance. "Oh, Lao Qin, what a coincidence!" boomed a burly man with a thick beard, greeting Qin Mu's father. After glancing at Qin Mu, he continued, "Are you taking your child to the farm for orientation? What a coincidence! I'm taking my kid to check it out as well. The government's efficiency is remarkable. The choices made yesterday at noon led to job placements by evening. And this morning, they arranged for a farm data clerk position, which is far better than our farm administrator role." The man spoke rapidly, his good mood evident. His son, however, appeared much more reserved, standing to the side, clutching the hem of his shirt, his ears flushed red, and he cast a shy glance at Qin Mu. "Congratulations!" Qin Mu waved in greeting, to which the boy nodded in response. The two had crossed paths in high school, having attended neighboring classes and exchanged a few words. Yet Qin Mu could not recall the boy's name. The farm data clerk position offered a pathway for advancement, potentially leading to a leadership role within the farm, a highly regarded position in job placement. While Qin Mu's father engaged in casual conversation, Qin Mu's stop arrived. "Dad, I'll get off here," he announced, stepping out of the train. The burly man looked puzzled. "Lao Qin, isn't your child going to work at the farm?" Qin Mu's father shook his head. "No, Muer has his own plans. He has chosen to pursue work independently in society." "Lao Qin, you're making a mistake." The man insisted earnestly. The boy, that bashful lad, watched Qin Mu depart with a complex expression in his eyes, his lips trembling slightly as he uttered 2 words: "Good luck." Chapter 5. Xingyang Martial Arts Hall. As the sun rose, the morning breeze wafted gently. With the onset of working hours, the streets bustled with a throng of people. Unfamiliar with the route, Qin Mu found himself perspiring lightly within 10 minutes of walking. He purchased a cold beverage nearby and settled onto a bench for a brief respite. At that moment, a message from his father arrived. "Muya, I've transferred some money to you. Don't be frugal. Don't burden yourself too much. Be sure to buy some supplements to nourish your body. And if it's insufficient, just let us know." Upon seeing the transfer amount of 5,000 star coins, Qin Mu hesitated momentarily before confirming the transaction. Having lent his uncle 100,000 star coins, the family's savings were dwindling, and now his father was parting with such a substantial sum for him. In the past, Qin Mu would have never accepted such a considerable amount, but circumstances had changed. With the system at his disposal, he firmly believed that every effort would eventually yield rewards, and today's expenditures would be returned manifold in the future. "Thank you, Dad." After replying, Qin Mu closed the chat window and opened the navigation app, following the directions provided. Perhaps buoyed by the financial support, he felt a sense of ease wash over him. And after walking for another 10 minutes, he found himself at his destination. Before him stood a towering skyscraper. While it was not the tallest, it was certainly the largest among its peers. After a considerable walk along the perimeter, he finally located the main entrance. Above the grand entrance, a plaque boldly inscribed with the 5 prominent characters Xingyang Martial Arts Hall gleamed resplendently beneath the sun's rays. As Qin Mu stepped into the hall, he approached the reception desk to convey his purpose. The receptionist, a young lady clad in a uniform, exhibited a courteous demeanor. Under her guidance, Qin Mu swiftly completed the job application form. "Well then, Mr. Qin, your application has been submitted to the higher authorities. A unified interview will be conducted in 3 days, and specific details will be dispatched to your personal terminal 1 day in advance," she informed him. 3 days? Qin Mu exclaimed in astonishment, having anticipated an immediate interview, only to realize he would need to wait a few more days. "May I inquire, are there many applicants seeking employment?" To his surprise, The receptionist pointed towards a distant area, saying, "Over there, you can see them for yourself." Such a crowd. Qin Mu gasped, taken aback. On the other side of the hall, separated by transparent glass, stood a densely packed throng, easily numbering in the thousands. Observing Qin Mu's astonishment, the receptionist, accustomed to such reactions, continued with an air of pride, "And that's just the applicants for today. You must also consider those from yesterday and the day before. It seems a group just left, so how many does that make altogether?" She began to count on her fingers, as if earnestly calculating. "By the way, there is information about our Zhenyang Martial Arts Hall over there. If you wish to learn more, feel free to take a look." Before the receptionist could finalize her count, Qin Mu eagerly made his way to the designated area. Upon entering, the cacophony of voices enveloped him, but he soon found a terminal to sit at. After donning a sound cancellation device, the noise faded into tranquility, and a series of holographic screens materialized before him. Half an hour later, as Qin Mu removed the device, the astonishment in his eyes had only intensified. He had uncovered a wealth of information that was not available on the external networks. The Zhenyang Martial Arts Hall was the first of its kind in the Sagittarius constellation, situated in the 1204 star system, founded by the legendary warrior Zhu Zhengyang, one of the pioneers of the galaxy. Over time, the hall had evolved into a colossal conglomerate, with its influence sprawling across the entire star system. Even in Jiang City, a third-tier city, there were 3 branches, each attracting nearly 1 million applicants during the annual graduation season. This million, predominantly comprised of freshly graduated high school students, stemmed from an annual public high school graduation rate of approximately 10 million, with a dismal college enrollment rate of only 20%. Excluding those who stubbornly pursued private martial universities, as well as those opting for marriage and family, around 3 million were left seeking social employment, with Zhenyang Martial Arts Hall successfully luring a third of them. The reason for this influx was simple. The rewards were substantial. Although apprentices received no salary, they were compensated with material rewards, either energy potions or martial techniques, each of significant value. Most importantly, exceptional performers were rewarded with bloodline potions. Bloodline potions. Even the lowest grade was valued at 300,000 star coins. For an ordinary person, acquiring one presented a rare opportunity to alter their fate. Who wouldn't want to give it a try? Taking a deep breath, Qin Mu sought to calm his racing heart. Just then, a somewhat familiar figure caught his eye. A slightly plump individual, lounging with crossed legs beside a terminal, was animatedly conversing with a companion. "Chong," Qin Mu ventured, calling out tentatively. The stocky youth turned abruptly, and upon recognizing Qin Mu, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Qin Mu? What a surprise! What are you doing here?" Ruffling his hair, Qin Mu replied with a smile. "What a coincidence! I'm here to apply for an apprenticeship. Are you also here for the same?" Lin Chong, a classmate from high school, nodded and jokingly said, "I thought you had chosen the path of marriage and family after graduation. So, you still wish to take a gamble?" In this era, the results of the college entrance examination were not the final verdict. The imperial government allowed a buffer period until July 1st, the date for final admissions to public martial universities, provided one's genetic potential exceeded 6. However, those who made a choice were disqualified from applying. Thus, even with the genetic potential surpassing 6, Qin Mu no longer held the eligibility to enroll in either public or private martial universities. Before Qin Mu could respond, Lin Chong wore an expression of understanding and patted his shoulder. "Don't be shy. We're all here chasing after bloodline potions." Quite a few familiar faces have shown up here. Hearing this, Qin Mu noticed that several individuals beside Lin Chong were also from their class, and upon glancing around, he recognized several familiar faces from adjacent classes. It was no wonder Qin Mu had struggled to identify them. They were all clad in uniforms during school, and their current attire made it challenging to recognize them without careful observation. Lin Chong's distinctive physique, however, made him easily identifiable. The group exchanged greetings before engaging in lighthearted chatter and gossip. Qin Mu quietly listened, gathering that most of the individuals here possessed genetic potentials around 5. With his current potential of 8, he was indeed in a commanding position. A smile crept onto his face as he thought to himself, "I've got this in the bag." Chapter 6, Shocked. As noon approached, the group exited the martial arts hall and decided to indulge in a meal at a nearby restaurant. After satiating their appetites, someone suggested a visit to the neighboring training grounds. With no intention of returning home just yet, Qin Mu joined them. Before long, they arrived at the training facility. After swiping their cards for entry, some began to grumble. "It's ridiculous. It costs 10 star coins for just 1 hour. Ugh, students getting free." "But we're no longer students," a voice lamented. "It's only been a few days since graduation, and they're already charging us. It feels a bit jarring. Once I'm in Martial University, I'll come here every day to make up for today's expenses. Coming from ordinary families, the sudden expense of 10-star coins did sting a little, but the dazzling array of training equipment and facilities quickly captured their attention. One by one, they eagerly dashed towards their preferred gear. Qin Mu, however, sought solitude in a private training room. The soundproofing was exceptional, allowing him to focus intensely, and he found his mental and physical state to be significantly better than at home. Within 20 minutes, he completed a training session. Ding! Level 2 of the 10th set of broadcast calisthenics, 120. Not bad. Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Since advancing to level 2, his training had become markedly smoother, consuming less stamina and time than the previous evening. After stretching his arms, he felt only a slight soreness in his muscles, with no other discomfort. His overall energy remained robust, prompting him to continue training. After 2 more sessions, he found himself breathless and half lying on the ground, clearly nearing his physical limit. Meanwhile, his personal terminal emitted a notification indicating that his time at the training facility was nearly up. Exiting the training room, he passed by a vending machine and, in a moment of extravagance, purchased an energy potion. Sipping it as he scanned for Lin Chong and the others, he walked slowly, stopping intermittently. Near the exit, he finally spotted Lin Chong and his group, who were gathered around a strength testing machine. Wow, 590 kage. Incredible, someone exclaimed. With that strength, your genetic potential must be nearly 59. Lin Chong, have you been taking some sort of elixir? Seeing the astonished and envious gazes directed at him, Lin Chong's vanity swelled. He shrugged, spreading his hands with a hint of pride. Oh please, it's not some elixir. It's all the result of my hard work and dedication to training. As he spoke, he caught sight of Qin Mu approaching. Qin Mu, come over. You are the only one left to test. Lin Chong pointed at the testing machine. Qin Mu shook his head. I think I'll pass. Oh, come on, let us all share our insights. Lin Chong urgently persuaded, harboring no ill intentions, but simply wishing to fulfill a long-held regret. During high school, they were evenly matched, and now that an opportunity had arisen to best his friend, he certainly did not wish to let it slip by. Others were also eager to gauge the extent of Qin Mu's current strength, and they joined in the persuasion. Unable to resist their enthusiastic urging, Qin Mu finally conceded, inwardly reflecting. This is what you all requested. Don't be taken aback later. He stepped back, raised his right hand, and delivered a straight punch to the testing area. Bang! In an instant, the testing device illuminated with a reading, 798 kilograms. A collective gasp escaped from the crowd, many suspecting they had misread the results, rubbing their eyes to take another look. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. How could this be? The tall, lean student queried, is the testing device malfunctioning? Yes, that is quite possible. No, it's definitely malfunctioning. Lin Chong immediately chimed in, and others nodded in agreement. The value was simply too staggering. They had all been evenly matched. Now, his result had suddenly surged beyond by a factor of 2. And who would believe it? This reading can't be accurate. You all saw it. Qin Mu didn't even perform the proper testing movements. And he was holding a drink in his left hand, his clothes still damp. As Lin Chong spoke, he suddenly realized something amiss and scrutinized Qin Mu closely. The energy potion, the drenched clothing, indicated he had just engaged in vigorous exercise. Coupled with the irregular testing movements, it was evident that the reading was significantly underestimated. Meanwhile, the tall student retested, and the display showed 520 kilograms. Upon seeing this, Lin Chong's heart dropped. He distinctly remembered that this was the result the student had just achieved. Thus, the testing device was indeed functioning properly. The group exchanged glances, ultimately turning their collective gaze to Qin Mu. Lin Chong couldn't help but ask, Qin Mu, did you consume some kind of potent tonic? Qin Mu shook his head. You know my family's circumstances. We can't afford such luxuries. As for why I possess such strength, it's likely the result of diligently practicing with the energy potion. The others remained skeptical, but Lin Chong was particularly unconvinced. Thinking to himself, if hard work alone could lead to strength, then people wouldn't fall into ranks of superiority, and besides, I've taken potions too. Your concoction must be far more potent than mine. He intended to inquire further, but just then, a staff member approached, reminding them that their time was up. To avoid incurring extra charges, the group hurriedly exited the training facility. Qin Mu had no intention of returning home. The private room had proven to be an excellent environment for training, and he resolutely decided to extend his session for the entire afternoon. Watching him stride further inside, Lin Chong and the others immediately began to gossip. Wow, Qin Mu is truly affluent. He dares to consume energy potions and extend his training time for an entire afternoon without a second thought. No, I saw him blink. Get lost. He probably just struck it lucky like winning the lottery. Do you really believe in that nonsense? At 6 in the evening, Qin Mu emerged from the private room, looking weary and swaying as he walked. Continuous consumption of energy potions and high-intensity training had taken a toll on his body, depleting his mental energy to the brink. However, the rewards were substantial. His martial arts technique had elevated to level 40, and his genetic potential had surged to 84. Leaning against a chair in the corridor to rest, he began scrolling through short videos on his personal terminal. As it was the graduation season, various videos flaunting academic achievements flooded the platform. One video featured a top scholar being admitted directly to the Royal Martial University, accompanied by extravagant rewards. For instance, a student named Ji Qinghe was awarded 10 million star coins upon admission to the Royal Martial University, while another named Chu Shijian received an A-grade bloodline potion upon acceptance to the Galaxy Martial University. Qin Mu felt a pang of envy. Not being able to attend the Royal University was a regret, yet he believed that he would one day possess both the 10 million star coins and the A-grade bloodline potion, and that day would not be far off. As for the Royal University, he thought to himself, once he reached the pinnacle of success, he would establish his own institution for the thrill of it. Scrolling through the comments, Qin Mu stumbled upon some intriguing revelations. The Royal Martial University was a public institution, currently in its admission period, whereas the Galaxy Martial University was private and typically held admissions after July 1st. Thus, the Empire had introduced a term known as early admission, which was exempt from time constraints, specifically designed to enroll exceptionally gifted individuals. Qin Mu had never heard his teachers mention this, perhaps believing that ordinary people could never be selected, rendering the information futile to share. It seemed he couldn't solely focus on training. He needed to broaden his understanding of the outside world. With a sigh, Qin Mu rose and made his way toward the exit. Passing by the strength testing device, he instinctively punched it once more. 850 kage. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased with the result. After settling his bill at the front desk, he was called back by the receptionist. Sir, our establishment is currently offering a membership card promotion. By signing up, you will receive an additional 20 hours of complimentary usage, and future visits will enjoy a 10% discount. Qin Mu pondered for a moment before happily agreeing. He scanned the code, filled in his information in one go, thanked her, and leisurely departed. Ligia, I don't recall our store having any promotional offers. A younger cashier queried. Xiaomeng, you still have much to learn about our store. Particularly, you need to be more observant, the older cashier gently advised. That gentleman just now looked like a recent high school graduate, with a strength test of 850 kilograms. He is bound to be accepted into a prestigious martial university. Recommending a future martial artist as a store member? Don't you think the commission from above would be substantial? The young cashier nodded earnestly, taking note of Qin Mu's image displayed on the monitor. Chapter 7, Blind Date. Upon returning home, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Qin Mu gazed at the table laden with dishes, unable to suppress a gulp as his stomach audibly rumbled in protest. He was ravenous, his appetite soaring, and he wished he could scoop up a piece of tender meat and devour whole. You're back, Qin Mu's mother called from the kitchen. Spotting him in a state of dishevelment, she frowned. Quickly go wash up. I'll finish the last dish and we can eat dinner. All right. Qin Mu dared not disobey, rushing to his room to grab a change of clothes before heading straight to the bathroom. Within 10 minutes, he had finished his ablutions, just as his mother completed the meal and his father returned home. At the dinner table, Qin Mu devoured his food with gusto, polishing off 5 large bowls of rice in quick succession. His mother watched in astonishment as the rice pot neared emptiness. Usually, there was hardly any consumption, yet tonight, it was completely finished. Could it be that my culinary skills have improved? It seems I should cook more in the future. Slow down, if you run out. I can make more, she said. That's enough. Qin Mu let out a satisfied burp. While tidying up the dining table, his mother inquired, Did you find a suitable job today? If not, I can ask around at school tomorrow. She worked in the elementary school cafeteria, essentially a cook, preparing lunches for students. It was an easy job with short hours, albeit with a salary lower than Qin Mu's father's. I tried out as an intern apprentice at Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall today. I'm still waiting for the results, but I think it should be fine, he replied. The recruitment criteria for Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall had yet to be released, so Qin Mu did not want to speak too confidently. But with his current genetic potential of 84, barring any inside connections, he felt quite assured. Qin Mu's father and mother exchanged glances. They were aware of Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall, where most ordinary people could never gain entry. Where did their son find such confidence? His father said, Mu, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Although we can't provide a large sum, supporting you with a few thousand or even 10,000 is certainly within our means. Son, Why not consider becoming a teaching assistant at your mother's school? A few young and attractive female assistants have recently joined, and you could engage in discussions about martial arts, fostering a deeper connection while balancing work and training. Father, mother, I assure you, I'm doing just fine. I truly feel no pressure, and last night I experienced a moment of enlightenment that significantly enhanced my genetic potential. Had I not already committed to social work, I could have easily enrolled in the prestigious Wuhan University. Upon hearing this, the parents grew increasingly concerned about Qin Mu's well-being. I understand. Our Mu has grown up. Observing his mother's enigmatic expression, Qin Mu felt a wave of despair. He wished she could comprehend him better. The more he attempted to clarify, the more his parents misinterpreted his words, so he resigned himself to reclining on the sofa and browsing videos instead. After tidying up the table, Qin Mu's mother initiated a video call. A holographic screen illuminated, revealing a chubby-faced girl with pigtails, dressed in school uniform. Qin Hongdo, Qin Mu's younger sister, was 15 and currently in her third year of junior high. As a boarder, she spent most of her time at school, with summer vacation just around the corner. The mother and daughter engaged in lively conversation, one venting her grievances while the other offered comfort, with Qin Mu's father interjecting occasionally. Initially, Qin Mu listened attentively, but as he became increasingly drowsy, he eventually retreated to his room for rest. As soon as he left, Qin Mu's mother whispered, "Dodo, your brother's been under a lot of stress lately and seems to be experiencing some delusions. Please make an effort to chat with him when you have the time." Realizing it was getting late and Dodo had evening study sessions, she offered a few more words of advice before reluctantly ending the call. On the other end, Dodo's friend, a girl with similar pigtails, looked puzzled and asked, "Dodo, what did your mom just say?" After a moment's thought, Dodo replied, "My mom said my brother has gone crazy." "Ah, didn't your brother just finish his college entrance exams? How could he have gone mad?" "I have no idea. Maybe the blow was too much." Both girls wore bewildered expressions. "By the way, Dodo, why didn't you tell your mom about the school's plan to establish a martial arts class?" "Forget it. I don't think I have what it takes to get into Wuhan University anyway, and it would just be a waste of money. I might as well spend it on snacks, especially since my brother is going through a tough time and we don't have much extra cash at home." "That's true. I won't go either." After a peaceful night of sleep, Qin Mu woke up to find it was already 9 in the morning, a rarity for him. He stretched, feeling every joint crack and pop, a sense of relaxation washing over him, invigorating him with a rosy complexion. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he raised an eyebrow, noticing a marked improvement in his appearance. His parents had already left for work, and after having breakfast, he prepared to step out when he noticed a message from his mother. "Muir, Aunt Lou's daughter expressed interest in meeting you. Since you seem stressed, I thought it would be a good idea to let her take you out for a meal. Be sure to check the time and don't be late. Also, dress nicely." Qin Mu opened the location link. Two-person time restaurant, 11 a.m., table 5. The name alone suggested a romantic setting. This was not just a meal. It was clearly a blind date. At this moment, Qin Mu was solely focused on earning money and honing his martial arts skills, with no thoughts of marriage whatsoever. He quickly typed a reply. "Dear mother, could you be a bit more reliable? At least send a photo beforehand. You have so many friends named Lou. How am I supposed to know which one is Aunt Lou?" After waiting a considerable time without a response, Qin Mu realized he could not embarrass his mother and that attending this blind date was inevitable. With nearly 3 hours until the meeting, he decided to utilize the time wisely to practice in his room. At 10:30, he concluded his training, freshened up, and set out. The restaurant was not far from home, and within 10 minutes, he arrived at his destination. With 10 minutes to spare, he chose to wait until 3 minutes before 11 a.m. to enter the restaurant. Upon being guided to table 5 by a server, he found it empty. Just as he was about to glance around, a voice called from behind, "You're here." A pleasant fragrance wafted over as he turned to see a woman waving at him. She was tall, with her hair styled in a bun, clad in form-fitting athletic attire that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her muscle tone perfectly outlined beneath the fabric. Her bright eyes, paired with a gentle smile, created a striking visual impact. "Lu Qian?" Qin Mu ventured to inquire. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten your classmate just days after graduation?" The girl smiled, her gaze fixed intently on him. Qin Mu rubbed the back of his head, attempting to mask his embarrassment. He was certain this girl was indeed his classmate, but why? Lu Qian was among the top 10 students in their class, having achieved a genetic potential of 65 even before the college entrance exams, ensuring her place at the public Wuhan University. Why would someone so exceptional come to a blind date with a student who had failed the exams? Chapter 8. Why choose me? As noon approached, the restaurant began to fill with patrons, couples entwined in one another's arms, their interactions decidedly intimate, creating an atmosphere that felt entirely oblivious to their surroundings. In stark contrast, the air around Qin Mu's table was thick with awkwardness, setting them apart from the other diners. He took a long sip of his cold drink, the chill coursing through him providing a slight reprieve from his anxiety. He looked up at Lu Qian and slowly began. "Classmate Lu, please share your thoughts." Lu Qian chuckled, shaking her drink with a serious demeanor. "Qin classmate, you like me, don't you?" At her words, Qin Mu furrowed his brow and couldn't help but scrutinize her. Lu Qian was undeniably one of the top 3 beauties in their class, hailing from a well-off family, with fair skin and striking looks, in addition to her impressive martial arts talent. She was the object of many boys' affections, though he was not among them. Throughout school, he had been focused solely on improving his martial arts, with little interest in romantic pursuits, especially in a world where relationships were often fleeting. With couples meeting in the morning and obtaining marriage certificates by evening, dating had become a relic of the past. Compatibility was now the ultimate goal for ordinary individuals. Moreover, the imperial government encouraged marriage and procreation, making it nearly impossible to remain single if one didn't have unreasonable demands. If Lu Qian were genuinely interested in a relationship, he would not reject her based on her qualifications. However, he sensed that her intentions were not sincere from the outset. He shook his head. "Classmate Lu, I believe you might be mistaken." The moment his words left his mouth, Lu Qian's smile faltered, a blush creeping up to her ears. Qin Mu's unexpected response caught her off guard, but her strong mental fortitude allowed her to quickly regain her composure. "What if I like you, Qin classmate?" "Classmate Lu, you are quite remarkable. If you genuinely wish to become my partner, I would consider it earnestly." Qin Mu glanced at the time, not wanting to waste any more of their time, and candidly stated, "I still need to head to the training grounds later, so if you have something to say, please feel free to speak directly." Lu Qian bit her lip, her cheeks reddening. "Then I'll be straightforward. I indeed wish to enter a partnership with you. But I have one condition." Qin Mu raised an eyebrow. "What condition?" Lu Qian took a sip from her drink and continued, "My current genetic potential is 7, which guarantees my acceptance into a regular martial arts university, but gaining admission to a prestigious one is entirely out of reach. Although my family is somewhat affluent, there are many siblings, and they can no longer afford to support me. I do not wish to attend an ordinary university. So do you understand?" Qin Mu rubbed his temples, trying to untangle the thread of her logic. "You are seeking me out due to a lack of funds? What kind of reasoning is that? I'm not wealthy either. What are you trying to say?" Lu Qian's lips quivered, her face nearly crimson. "I want to purchase a bloodline potion." Her voice was barely a whisper, but Qin Mu understood her clearly. "I understand that you have chosen to pursue self-employment. As long as you are willing to lend me 300,000 star coins, I will become your partner. Once I attain the status of a martial artist, I shall assist you in furthering your martial arts training." Lu Qian spoke in one breath, her gaze averted from Qin Mu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Qin Mu stroked his chin, taken aback by Lu Qian's resolute offer of 300,000 star coins in exchange for companionship. Had this been a previous circumstance, with a fair-skinned, beautiful potential partner who might become a martial artist, he would have had no reason to refuse. However, he found himself unable to do so now, for the 300,000 star coins had already been lent to his uncle. "Why choose me?" he inquired. "Because you're more mature, composed, sincere in your dealings with others, and possess a kind heart." As Lu Qian extolled his virtues, Qin Mu felt a sense of incredulity. Was he not merely the epitome of an honest man? No wonder she sought him out. The most significant point that Lu Qian omitted was that he was, after all, quite pleasing to the eye. Naturally, one would wish to find a partner who is aesthetically appealing. "Regrettably, I must inform you that you have been disappointed." Qin Mu explained to Lu Qian that the loan funds had already been disbursed, and to alleviate her doubts, he showcased the transaction records. At this revelation, Lu Qian's hope was utterly extinguished. She slumped over the table, tears streaming down her cheeks. Qin Mu refrained from offering any words of comfort, merely observing in silence. Life can be surreal at times. Had he not possessed the system, he would not have lent money to his uncle, and thus he might have been able to fulfill Lu Qian's request. Quietly, he rose and instructed the waiter to deliver paper towels to table 5, then proceeded to settle the bill at the cash register before exiting the restaurant. After sending a message to his mother, Qin Mu boarded the hover train en route to the training facility. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Mu returned home punctually. Since he had brought a change of clothes and had already showered at the training facility, he could proceed directly to dinner upon arriving home. After the meal, Qin Mu recounted the events of his blind date to his parents, urging them not to arrange any more such meetings in the future. Qin Mu's mother lamented the loss of Lu Qian, a promising daughter-in-law, and paid little heed to her son's request. In the days that followed, Qin Mu maintained a routine of commuting between the training facility and home, spending his days training and retiring early each night. Before long, 2 days had passed, and it was time for the interview at the Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy. According to the instructions provided in the academy's correspondence, Qin Mu arrived punctually at the entrance of the academy. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a sea of people, the crowd appearing dense and overwhelming. Initially unperturbed, his heart began to race upon witnessing the throngs of individuals. Silence, commanded a staff member, and the assembly fell into an immediate hush. The graduates, freshly emerged from their studies, lined up in an orderly fashion, and before long, the once crowded exterior was emptied as everyone entered the academy. Qin Mu was the last to enter, and as he stepped onto the second floor, he was struck by the sheer magnitude of the space. The vast area accommodated tens of thousands of individuals without feeling overcrowded. Instead, ample space separated them. Before the crowd stood rows of training equipment, while a large platform, estimated to be 3 meters high, dominated the center of the floor. From Qin Mu's vantage point, he could not discern what lay atop the platform. "Qin Mu, Long Qi," shouted his classmate Lin Chong, who had somehow found his way to Qin Mu's side in the queue. "There are so many people here. It rivals the assembly during the college entrance exams." Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Their high school boasted a student body of 1 million. With 40,000 in their graduating class alone, meaning at least 30,000 were present at this event. "Silence," a staff member shouted once more, quelling the murmurs that had begun to emerge. Meanwhile, a group of individuals clad in identical uniforms approached, headed by a woman. Although Qin Mu was the last to ascend to the second floor, his position in the queue was relatively forward, allowing him a clear view of the woman's features. She appeared to be in her 30s, her gaze sharp and her demeanor resolute, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she walked. Qin Mu noticed that the woman's uniform differed from the others, adorned with a golden badge. A memory of the materials he had reviewed days prior flashed in his mind, and his pupils contracted in realization. A gold medal coach. The gold medal coaches at Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy were the academy's living advertisements. Renowned for their formidable expertise, with lesson fees exceeding 10,000 star coins per hour, a staggering amount. For the average person, merely encountering a gold medal coach was a luxury. Now, she had come to preside over the apprentice interview, which was truly beyond imagination. A murmur of recognition rippled through the crowd as others also identified the woman. Upon reaching the front of the line, she activated a holographic projection and, without any preamble, declared, "I am gold medal coach Lu Hanmei, and I hereby announce the commencement of the apprentice interview assessment." Chapter 9, Power Conversion Rate. After her announcement, she exchanged a glance with those behind her and turned, striding away. At this, Qin Mu felt a twinge of disappointment. He had expected the gold medal coach to personally evaluate them, yet appeared he had overestimated the situation. The staff members in uniform were the official coaches of Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy, and under their direction, the applicants were divided into several small groups. Once grouped, the assessment officially began. The first test was straightforward, a strength evaluation. The sole distinction was that the strength measuring device was unlike the typical model seen elsewhere. It featured multiple sensing zones and numerical displays. Qin Mu was puzzled as to why such a grand spectacle was made of measuring strength rather than directly assessing genetic potential values. Most present shared this confusion, but they would soon understand the reasoning behind it. Li Erfeng, strength value, 530 kilograms. "Regrettably, you have been eliminated." The mechanical voice of the strength tester echoed, and the test subject's face flushed with embarrassment. With no time to mourn his loss, the coach signaled for the next candidate to step forward. Zhang Yuan, strength value, 590 kilograms. "Regrettably, you have been eliminated." The second tester, who had previously exuded confidence, was left bewildered upon hearing the verdict, initially questioning if he had misheard, only to be met with disbelief and outrage. "This testing device must be faulty. How could I possibly be eliminated with such a high strength value?" Others nodded in agreement, and Qin Mu shared their sentiments. A strength of 590 kilograms should surpass the vast majority of those present, if such a value is grounds for elimination. The number of recruits for the Martial Arts Academy would be exceedingly low. Simultaneously, the adjacent testing device chimed in. "Xieshirgue, strength value, 580 kilograms. Congratulations. You have qualified with a rating of C." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in uproar. This is a sham. 590 kilograms is disqualified, while 580 kilograms passes? If this isn't a cover-up, what is? I demand the coach provide a reasonable explanation, or I refuse to accept this. The man named Zhang Yuan sat down in protest. Others who had also been disqualified followed suit, sitting on the ground in protest. At this moment, the supervising coach stepped forward, reassuring the crowd. "Rest assured, Our martial arts academy conducts recruitment in a transparent manner, ensuring absolute fairness and justice. As for why some individuals have been eliminated, consider this value. As the coach pointed, the crowd's gaze fell upon a unique yellow display, which bore the caption, Power Conversion Rate. Power conversion rate, as the name implies, represents the proportion of strength exerted based on one's genetic potential. To illustrate, if a genetic potential of 6 corresponds to a standard strength value of 600 kilograms, then the power conversion rate would be 100. A conversion rate exceeding 100 is deemed qualified, while anything lower results in disqualification. Upon hearing the coach's explanation, the crowd finally comprehended the criteria for the first assessment. However, they soon realized the conditions were excessively stringent, with numerous external factors influencing the results. According to reason, a person's genetic potential should correspond to their power output. However, individuals may experience anomalies, such as illness or fatigue due to exercise, or improper testing posture, that can lead to diminished results. If Liurfeng was eliminated for having a power conversion rate below 100, how could Zhang Fan, with a conversion rate exceeding that threshold, also face disqualification? This conundrum perplexed many. Sensing the audience's confusion, the coach elaborated, regardless of the reasons. A low result is still a low result, and one can only blame oneself for insufficient preparation. Moreover, our data on genetic potential is derived from your college entrance examination scores. We have already afforded a generous 10-day grace period. A lack of improvement in power merely indicates a lack of effort on your part. As for Zhang Fan, he will be permanently blacklisted from recruitment at the Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy for using prohibited substances during the assessment. This coach solemnly informs you that our academy seeks individuals capable of fulfilling their roles, not those who resort to underhanded tactics in a futile attempt to deceive. Of course, do not feel pressured. We do not judge heroes solely by genetic potential. Whether high or low, the opportunities remain equal. The coach's admonitions and encouragement resonated deeply with the crowd, igniting a flame of determination within those who had initially approached the assessment with mere curiosity. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, having drawn the ire of onlookers, found himself weakened by the side effects of his illicit substances, leaving the scene in a pitiful state. With that episode concluded, the assessment resumed. As the line of candidates dwindled, Qin Mu felt a surge of anxiety, grappling internally with whether to unleash his full strength during the upcoming test. His genetic potential was assessed at 58, yet he now possessed a staggering potential of 84. Should he exert maximum effort, his conversion rate could exceed 145, a figure that would undoubtedly raise suspicions of drug use. Having witnessed Zhang Fan's downfall, he found it difficult to quell his worries. If he deliberately underperformed, he feared misjudging the exertion required, leading to outright disqualification, a fate he would have no avenue to lament. What to do? Qin Mu's mind raced, but time was slipping away. Next, with the coach's prompt, Qin Mu inhaled deeply and stepped onto the power testing apparatus. He resolved to give it his all, positioning his feet and raising his right hand high behind him, channeling strength through his core, allowing it to cascade along his meridians to his arm, where it converged in a powerful punch aimed at the center of the sensing area. Bang! A resonant sound reverberated through the air. The display instantly registered a figure, 860 kilograms. Qin Mu cast a glance at the result and exhaled in relief. Having exerted his full strength, he was satisfied with the outcome. Compared to his previous testing result of 850 kilograms in the training grounds, the increase of 10 kilograms fell within his expectations. However, those nearby could not maintain their composure. A power output of 860 kilograms, with a conversion rate of 148, was utterly outrageous. Cheating, it had to be cheating. The audacity to engage in such underhanded tactics was astounding. Yet, the potency of the strength-enhancing drug raised questions. Where had he procured such a remarkable substance? In contrast to the applicants, the coaches remained notably composed. After a brief moment of skepticism, they swiftly dismissed the possibility of cheating. They were familiar with several types of enhancement drugs that could yield such significant increases in strength. Yet all were priced at 10,000 star coins or more. Spending such an amount merely to secure an in-turn position was clearly unwarranted. Upon retrieving Qin Mu's profile, the coach quickly pinpointed the reason behind his exceptional performance. You took out a 300,000 star coin self-employment credit loan? Qin Mu nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, those around him regarded Qin Mu as if he were a madman. A loan of 300,000 star coins easily conjured associations with bloodline enhancement drugs. But why? The use of such drugs inherently carried risks of failure. Nonetheless, each year, A considerable number of graduates, having little hope of acceptance, would gamble on success. Success would propel them further, while failure was simply a bitter pill to swallow. Yet Qin Mu had opted for self-employment. Even if successful, he would still be barred from entering the martial university. What was the point? Merely to secure an internship? That seemed utterly nonsensical. Chapter 10. Rating S-Class. The coach concluded that Qin Mu had indeed used a bloodline enhancement drug. Yet to ensure fairness, he instructed Qin Mu to undergo an internal composition analysis alongside other personnel. In a swift exchange of under 3 minutes, the results emerged. No abnormalities were detected within his system. This unequivocally confirmed that Qin Mu had not consumed any prohibited substances. The coach promptly announced the results. Qin Mu had passed the first assessment with a rating of S-Class. The grading system comprised 4 tiers: S, A, B, and C, with S being the highest and the only S-Class rating present at the venue. No one around Qin Mu could suppress their envy. Their gazes shimmered with complex emotions as they stared at him. Realizing that Qin Mu had incurred a debt of 300,000 star coins, they collectively sighed in relief, finding a sense of balance in their hearts. Qin Mu mused to himself that had they known he had not taken the bloodline enhancement drug, their envy would have surely intensified. He shook his head and turned to leave the second floor. The morning assessments had concluded, with the second assessment scheduled for 2 p.m., granting him 3 hours of free time. As he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his routine exercises, he decided to take advantage of the opportunity to train at a nearby facility. Upon reaching the lobby, he encountered Lin Chong, and the two made their way to a nearby restaurant together. Just as they settled in, Lin Chong could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Qin Mu, did you really take out a loan of 300,000 star coins?" "Yes," Qin Mu replied with a nod. "And what is your current genetic potential?" 84. Qin Mu answered truthfully. Lin Chong slammed his hand on the table in disbelief. What a pity. A genetic potential of 84 is more than sufficient to apply to prestigious martial universities. Why did you choose self-employment? In contrast to Lin Chong's excitement and regret, Qin Mu remained calm, offering a faint smile. If I hadn't chosen self-employment, I wouldn't have been able to take out a loan of 300,000 star coins. Would you believe me if I said I achieved this without using a bloodline enhancement drug, but rather through a sudden epiphany? Lin Chong paused for a moment, taken aback. Epiphany? That is not a very amusing joke. Qin Mu had no expectation that Lin Chong would believe him. It was merely a preemptive measure, given that he could not withstand scrutiny regarding the absence of drug use. While your reasoning is sound, I truly feel for you, Lin Chong lamented. Have you kept up with the class news lately? Not at all. Qin Mu shook his head, having been too preoccupied with training to pay attention to any updates. Recently, there has been wonderful news in our group. That stunning beauty Lu Qian has seen a significant increase in her genetic potential after taking a bloodline enhancement drug and has been accepted into Beihua Martial University in the provincial city. At Lin Chong's words, Qin Mu felt as if an electric current coursed through him, rendering his entire body rigid. His heartbeat seemed to pause for an instant, an inexplicable sensation washing over him before dissipating. It had been less than 3 days since their last meeting, and she had already found a suitable partner. Indeed, beauty was an undeniable advantage. Qin Mu was certain he harbored no feelings for Lu Qian, yet in that moment, he felt an acute sense of loss, as if something precious had slipped through his fingers, ineffable and elusive. Wow, Beihua Martial University is one of the top 10 martial universities in the empire. I can't believe someone from our class managed to get in. What a shame. I wonder which lucky scion from the provincial city will benefit from Lu De Mei Nu He. Are you even listening to me? Lin Chong waved his hand in front of Qin Mu's face, snapping him back to reality. Just a bit tired. I probably exerted too much effort during the test. Qin Mu offered as an excuse, then redirected the conversation. By the way, do you know what the scoring for this project signifies? Lin Chong smiled. You've come to the right person for that. My second uncle's grandson, who is my cousin, works at Zhengyang Martial Academy. I just obtained this year's reward information from him. I'll send it to you. He opened a file on his personal terminal. 10 minutes later, Qin Mu shut down the terminal, swiftly finished his meal, and dashed out, leaving behind a brief remark. I'm heading to the training ground. Lin Chong, unhurried, shook his head as he watched Qin Mu depart. What improvement can be made in such a short time before the afternoon assessment? It turned out that the document contained not only details of the rewards, but also information regarding the afternoon's evaluation. The urgency in Qin Mu's actions stemmed from the second assessment, focusing on martial arts techniques. Lin Chong could never have anticipated that Qin Mu possessed such a remarkable advantage as a system. Otherwise, he would not have made such a comment. Lin Chong activated the terminal for a call. Yes, cousin, I have sent him the information just as you instructed. Well done, Xiao Chong. I will transfer the tuition fees for the private university to you immediately. Thank you, brother. On the other end of the line, a young man clad in a coach's uniform sat beside a terminal, which displayed Qin Mu's profile, notably indicating that he had never utilized any bloodline potions. What a flawless gem, he couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Yuan, serving as a coach at the Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy, excelled at discovering promising talents. Upon noting Qin Mu's power test, reaching an impressive 860 kilograms, he discreetly made a note and initiated inquiries through his connections. The results left him unsettled. The only explanation for such a significant power increase without external assistance was a sudden epiphany. There exists a rare breed of genius who initially appears ordinary, but, upon a moment of enlightenment, exhibits extraordinary comprehension and ascends rapidly. Clearly, Qin Mu embodied this kind of prodigy in Lin Yuan's eyes. Therefore, he instructed Lin Chong to intentionally share the information with Qin Mu, facilitating future efforts to recruit him into his team. He muttered to himself, Qin Mu, my promotion and salary increase hinge on you. Please do not disappoint me. Unbeknownst to Qin Mu, who had yet to become an apprentice, a coach had already set his sights on him. At that moment, he was in a private training room, sweating profusely, his limbs moving with vigor, creating a powerful aura that resonated through the air with a delicate sound. This sound echoed within the enclosed space, reminiscent of a melodious and endless flute tune. As he reached the culmination of his practice, the barriers between levels of martial arts technique shattered. Ding! Level 5 of the 10th set of radio calisthenics, 050. Congratulations. Host, Gene Potential 02. Exhaling heavily, Qin Mu glanced at the time. There was still an hour until the afternoon evaluation. Having already broken through in his technique, he decided against further practice, opting instead to cleanse himself in the bathroom and gather his belongings before departing the room. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you again. Qin Mu nodded politely, sensing that the cashier seemed unusually enthusiastic towards him, though he couldn't discern whether it was merely his imagination. On his way back to the Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy, he received a message from the academy reminding applicants not to be late and informing him that the second assessment would take place on the 3rd floor. He quickened his pace, a look of concern crossing his face as he murmured, I wonder what level the 10th set of radio calisthenics at level 5 represents. How do I compare to others? Chapter 11, The Genius Class. The layout of the 3rd floor of the Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy resembled that of the 2nd, with the notable difference being the abundance of small arenas on the upper level. Considering the second assessment focused on martial arts techniques, Qin Mu quickly deduced the purpose of these small arenas. His assumption was soon validated when the lead coach announced the evaluation details. For this assessment, you will demonstrate the martial arts techniques you have learned. The higher your proficiency, the better your score. A combined score of B grade or above will officially qualify you as an intern apprentice in our academy. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Yuan, with Lin from the Double Wood character. I am currently a silver level coach at Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy and the chief examiner for the second assessment. The official coaches at the academy are categorized into 3 tiers: black iron, silver, and gold, with silver level coaches being mid-level staff, charging a minimum of 1,000 star coins per hour for lessons and receiving a base monthly salary of 10,000 star coins. For most individuals, a silver level coach is a figure to be looked up to with admiration. The applause from the audience was thunderous, a mixture of envy and respect. Qin Mu joined in the applause, but suddenly felt something was amiss. The lead coach seemed to be staring directly at him and approached. What is happening? Is there something on my face? What was that person's name again? At that moment, Qin Mu felt both anxious and awkward, mustering his courage to greet, Hello, coach. Very good, very good. Lin Yuan's face flickered with a hint of embarrassment. His introduction was so deliberate, intending to make an impression on Qin Mu, only to find that Qin Mu did not recognize him at all. That rascal Chong. How could he fail to mention my name? He internally chastised Lin Chong before raising his hand to announce the commencement of the assessment, then took his seat as the chief examiner. Subsequently, those whose names were called began to leap onto the small arenas to showcase their cultivated martial arts techniques. 100 small arenas operated simultaneously, each overseen by a coach responsible for scoring. Qin Mu was assigned to arena number 1, and after an hour of waiting, it was finally his turn. Arena numero 1. Qin Mu, up. With the coach's command, Qin Mu took a deep breath, lightly leaping onto the stage. After cupping his fists in salute to the coach, he began to execute his technique. He gestured with his hands, his footwork intricate, each move flowing seamlessly, the power within shifting rapidly with each technique. While a muffled sound emanated from his body, akin to distant thunder, capturing the attention of those around him. The 10th set of radio calisthenics is the most fundamental martial arts technique, one that anyone who has attended school would recognize. Thus, as soon as Qin Mu made a move, the coach identified the technique. Qin Mu, 10th set of radio calisthenics, executed fluidly, reaching level 5, near perfection. Score, B grade. Do you have any other martial arts techniques to demonstrate? Qin Mu shook his head, none. Then, I declare that your final score for the second assessment is B grade. Congratulations on passing the evaluation for apprentice. Upon hearing the announcement from the coach of Arena Number 1, Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief. Had it not been for his breakthrough to level 5 in the afternoon, he might have faced elimination. The difficulty level of the second assessment was roughly equivalent to the first, yet the pass rate was dismally low, capable of eliminating at least 99% of the participants. This was largely due to the fact that the assessment requirements were not favorable to the majority of ordinary individuals. The martial arts techniques practiced by commoners typically only included the 10th set of radio calisthenics. Constrained by their limited horizons and finances, they seldom encountered other techniques. And regarding combat skills, they were even less familiar. The second assessment required a comprehensive scoring. If one cultivated 2 techniques, each scoring C grade, congratulations. You achieved a B grade in total, thus advancing. Of course, there were opportunities for ordinary individuals as well. If they could cultivate a basic technique to a high level, they would receive corresponding points. Since Qin Mu's technique was still some distance from perfection, he was directly awarded a B grade based on the standard of near perfection. According to the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy, they sought individuals capable of working, not those merely seeking to enjoy benefits without effort. The widespread nature of the 10th set of radio calisthenics meant that the more advanced the intern apprentices became in their practice, the more guidance they could provide to the students at the academy. As for the abundance of martial arts techniques, it was even more straightforward. They would simply utilize you as a free coach. In summary, the academy primarily aimed to exploit labor for free. Fortunately, the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy maintained a reasonable approach. Although intern apprentices did not receive salaries, they all enjoyed corresponding benefits, with rewards distributed. Even those who only passed the first assessment received a vial of energy potion each. Otherwise, with a 99% elimination rate in the second assessment, there would surely be unrest among the candidates. Wang Xiaoquan, 10th set of radio calisthenics, perfected, score, B grade. Basic fist technique, minor accomplishment, score, C grade. Basic leg technique, minor accomplishment, score, C grade. Comprehensive score, a grade. Lu Zijia, 10th set of radio calisthenics, flawless. Score, a grade. Basic fist technique, minor accomplishment, score, C grade. Basic leg technique, minor accomplishment, score, C grade. E grade knife technique, entry-level score, C grade. Comprehensive score, S grade. Zhao Xiao, having achieved perfection in the 10th set of radio calisthenics, received a rating of A. Her foundational boxing skills at a proficient level garnered a B, and her basic leg techniques, also at a proficient level, earned a B as well. Her E-level swordsmanship, at a novice level, was rated C. Her overall score stands an impressive S. In the vicinity, 3 adjacent arenas witnessed the simultaneous announcement of scores by the coaches, leading to a significant hush falling over the crowd. Countless gazes converged upon these 3 individuals, particularly a man and a woman positioned at the back. The flawless execution of the calisthenics had utterly transformed their perception. They appeared to be members of our Jiangxing Genius class, each possessing the prowess to gain admission to prestigious Wu University. Yet surprisingly, they were here applying for an internship as apprentices. A bespectacled gentleman adjusted his glasses, his expression one of astonishment. Qin Mu, unfamiliar with the concept of the genius class, inquired, "Handsome, could you enlighten us about the genius class?" The term handsome seemed to enchant the man, who responded with delight, "I relish your words. Allow me to elaborate." As the name suggests, the genius class is comprised of a collective of prodigies. However, mere talent is insufficient. Substantial financial resources are also requisite for entry, with annual expenditures nearing 1,000,000 star coins per individual. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu and those nearby gasped in disbelief, silently acknowledging the extravagant spending of these individuals. The bespectacled man continued, "They employ renowned instructors and are willing to invest heavily, which justifies their formidable abilities. As for their presence here, it is likely motivated by the allure of the C-level bloodline potion as a reward." Wait, what did you just mention about a potion? The bloodline potion? What bloodline potion? The C-level. Qin Mu's eyes widened. He was aware that intern apprentices had the opportunity to receive bloodline potions as rewards from the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy, though he was unsure of the specifics. C-level, what does that signify? It is known that the standard version of the E-level bloodline potion retails for 300,000 star coins, while the perfect version commands 600,000 star coins, with a D-level potion lying between them. How much would a C-level potion fetch? Qin Mu promptly accessed his personal terminal to investigate. The starting price was a staggering 10 million star coins, and even then, it was a seller's market. He felt a wave of dizziness. 10 million star coins. If he could obtain one and resell it, he would instantly transcend to a higher social stratum. The bespectacled gentleman, observing Qin Mu's covetous demeanor, found himself momentarily speechless, thinking, it's merely the bidding qualification for a C-level bloodline potion. Is such excitement truly warranted? Even if it were a gift, you couldn't afford it. Shaking his head, he turned to leave, only to bump into Wang Xiaoquan, Lu Zijia, and Zhao Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoquan scoffed, Sun Xinghe, it's pathetic that as a member of the genius class, you've stooped to mingling with these country bumpkins. How disgraceful. Sun Xinghe, the bespectacled man, pouted disdainfully, please, you follow Lu Zijia around like a shadow. Yet you haven't achieved anything noteworthy. Lu Zijia's expression darkened instantly, his demeanor souring. Sun Xinghe, mind your language. Don't assume I won't act against you. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Sun Xinghe retorted, rolling up his sleeves, unperturbed. Zijia, there's no need to lose your composure over someone like him. Zhao Xiaoxiao interjected, blocking the enraged Lu Zijia with an impassive expression, her voice frigid, never once casting a direct glance at Sun Xinghe. After speaking, she strode past Qin Mu with an air of arrogance, her sidelong glance betraying her disdain. Lu Zijia and Wang Xiaoquan glared at Sun Xinghe before hastily following Zhao Xiaoxiao. Once the trio was out of sight, Sun Xinghe vented, what kind of skill is it to gang up on one person? Have the guts to face me one-on-one. Qin Mu, indifferent to the quarrel among these four, scrutinized Sun Xinghe with curiosity. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. This seemingly ordinary individual was, in fact, a second-generation rich kid spending millions of star coins annually. What kind of look is that? Sun Xinghe challenged, detecting malice in Qin Mu's gaze. In a swift motion, he leaped onto the first small arena. Brother, I'll pay 100 star coins to cut in line. The applicant, being bypassed, upon hearing of the monetary incentive, gladly yielded his place. The coach overseeing the evaluations, though displeased, tacitly accepted the arrangement. Before long, the coach announced the scores. Sun Xinghe, in the 10th set of radio calisthenics, achieved perfection, receiving an A. His foundational boxing skills were rated at AC, as were his basic leg techniques, while his E-level marksmanship was rated C at a novice level. His composite score stood at an S. Sun Xinghe approached Qin Mu, his expression triumphant. So, what do you think? Are you left speechless? Call me handsome again. Qin Mu extended a finger, his gaze fervent, and replied, 1,000 star coins. If you give me 1,000 star coins, I shall call you handsome. There was no alternative. This fellow was extravagantly generous. 100 star coins merely for cutting in line? Why not come and cut in front of me? The surrounding crowd, catching wind of the situation, quickly gathered. Young master's son, 1,000 star coins, and I could call you handsome 10 times. Young master, pick me, with 1,000 star coins. I could call you handsome 20 times. Hey, I only need 100 star coins, and I could call you handsome indefinitely. Scoundrel, you're engaging in malicious competition. The crowd's fervor escalated, and the atmosphere grew tense, causing Sun Xinghe to hastily retreat. Qin Mu lamented the missed opportunity, squeezing through the throng to locate a chair. No sooner had he settled than the head examiner, Lin Yuan, approached him. Hello, Coach Lin. Qin Mu stood to greet him, not because he remembered Lin as surname, but due to a recent message from his friend, Lin Chong. He was already aware that Lin Yuan was Lin Chong's elder cousin. This place is rather noisy. Let's converse in my office. Very well. Qin Mu nodded in agreement and followed Lin Yuan into a spacious office. Lin Yuan gestured for Qin Mu to sit and then poured him a cup of tea, smiling as he said, no need to be anxious. Lin Chong should have briefed you on my intentions. I want tea beat around the bush. The second assessment is nearing its conclusion, and the placement plan for you interns will be issued shortly. I am formally inviting you to join my team as a silver-level coach at the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy. At Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy, each silver-level coach possesses their own teaching team, functioning as an independent entity akin to a subsidiary of the academy. As Qin Mu observed Lin Yuan extend his hand, he hesitated before shaking it, smiling as he queried, Coach Lin, with your authority to assign an intern's placement, why seek my consent? Ha ha ha. Good question. Lin Yuan laughed heartily, drinking from his cup. I appreciate talent and respect genius. In my eyes, you Qin Mu are a prodigy deserving of respect. Those in the genius class. No, Lin Yuan interrupted, speaking earnestly, you are different. They're cultivated with heavy investments. while you are an unrefined gem. With the right resources, your potential is no less than theirs. Qin Mu felt a tinge of embarrassment from Lin Yuan's praise, as he had never considered himself so exceptional. He wondered if Lin Yuan had uncovered the existence of his system, but quickly dismissed the notion. In truth, Lin Yuan refrained from mentioning the most crucial reason. The members of the genius class had ulterior motives, intending to depart for Wu University once the time came. While Qin Mu was destined not to attend Wu University, remaining at the martial arts academy was his best option. Without overthinking, Qin Mu agreed, recognizing that working with someone familiar would be advantageous. Coach Lin, I look forward to your guidance. Qin Mu bowed deeply and shook Lin Yuan's hand in gratitude. They exchanged some polite small talk, and before departing, Lin Yuan granted Qin Mu a voucher for rewards. With the voucher in hand, Qin Mu proceeded to the Resource Reserve Department of the Zhengyang Martial Arts Academy. The staff member took a glance and retrieved the items from a nearby cabinet. There are a total of 14 bottles of energy potions. If everything is in order, please sign here. According to the varying levels of assessment, the quantity of energy potions awarded differs accordingly. A C-grade reward grants 1 potion. A B-grade reward bestows 2 potions. An A-grade reward offers 6 potions, while an S-grade reward yields 12 potions. Qin Mu achieved an S-grade in his first assessment and a B-grade in his second, resulting in a total of 14 potions. With a nod of gratitude, after signing, Qin Mu grasped the bundle with his left hand and 2 bottles in his right, making his way towards the lobby on the first floor. The second assessment had just concluded, and the bustling crowd caused many passing by Qin Mu to exclaim in envy. He maintained a calm demeanor while internally reveling in joy. The 14 energy potions were worth 400 star coins, comparable to half a month's earnings for an ordinary individual, and he had yet to complete a single day of work. This marked the first significant financial success in Qin Mu's life, bearing immense significance and value for him. Now that he had entered the Zhengyang Martial Arts Academy, he felt a sense of stability in his employment. His next steps included securing his position as an apprentice, advancing to a martial artist, and ultimately becoming a certified coach. With the silver-level coach Lin Yuan looking out for him, he felt little pressure. As for his martial arts journey, with the system at his disposal, breaking through to become a martial artist was not a concern, though progress was somewhat slow, prompting him to devise ways to earn more money. Lost in thought, Qin Mu returned home without realizing it. Mom, I'm back. He gently kicked the door open, placing the energy potions and half a high-energy beauty melon purchase from the supermarket on the table. Chapter 13. My son has achieved success. Hearing the commotion, Qin Mu's mother emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing the items on the table, her brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of concern crossed her face. Muya, you've bought so many things. You must have spent nearly all your money. Let me transfer you some more. At her words, Qin Mu felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his nose tingling with unshed tears. Grasping his mother's hand, he spoke with a quiver in his voice. Mom, you're so kind. The 5000 star coins Dad gave me last time, I haven't spent much of it. These are all rewards from the Martial Arts Academy. Fearing that his mother might not believe him, Qin Mu promptly displayed his personal terminal's balance. Personal balance, 900 star coins. After spending 100 star coins, the majority went towards energy potions. Yet, as his strength grew, practicing the 10th set of calisthenics no longer consumed as much energy, leading to a significant reduction in potion consumption. The training sessions at the facility were all covered by free hours, apart from the initial 20 hours granted upon membership registration. The cashier had given him an additional 10 hours, claiming it was a reward for being a best lucky user. He didn't fully understand, but he still had 2 hours of free training left. The minor expenses were for meals and transportation, including an outing with Lu Qian that cost him a hefty 80 star coins. Oh, and the beauty melon. The government-developed new variety was crisp, sweet, and rich in energy. Its only drawback was its cost, 10 star coins per pound. Half of the melon had already cost him 50 star coins. Mom, try some of the beauty melon. Qin Mu sliced a piece and offered it to his mother. After tasting a small bite, Qin Mu's mother exclaimed, so sweet. She refrained from eating more and turned to Qin Mu, asking Mu'er, you really entered the Zhengyang Martial Arts Academy? Mom, would I lie to you? Look, this is the electronic work certificate the Academy just issued me. Qin Mu projected the holographic work certificate, where his name, Qin Mu, and the title of intern apprentice were clearly displayed, complete with the unique seal of the Zhengyang Martial Arts Academy. The authenticity of the seal left no room for doubt, and Qin Mu's mother instantly believed him. Her eyes widened, and her mouth slightly agape. She gazed at the electronic work certificate, a voice within her heart repeatedly affirming, my son has achieved success. Son, bring me a big piece. Sure. When Qin Mu's father returned, the family gathered for dinner. After their meal, Qin Mu leaned back on the couch, engrossed in his personal terminal while his parents busily shared the good news with relatives and friends. Although the intern apprentices at Zhengyang Martial Arts Academy received no salary, any job related to martial arts represented high income and vast potential in the eyes of ordinary people, especially within such a colossal organization as Zhengyang Martial Arts Academy. Opening the internal website of the academy, Qin Mu discovered a newly released document titled Intern Apprentice Reward System. The content was far more detailed than the information provided by Lin Yuan, specifically outlining rewards for bloodline potions. Intern apprentices within a month would be awarded an E-grade bloodline potion for ranking in the top 10 of their assessments, while the top 2 could earn the opportunity to bid for a C-grade bloodline potion. Upon realizing there were no direct rewards for C-grade bloodline potions, Qin Mu felt disheartened, his expression one of profound disappointment. He was unfamiliar with the intricacies of such high-end bidding, so he promptly messaged Lin Yuan for clarification. Lin Yuan quickly replied, explaining that C-grade bloodline potions were valuable yet scarce, only appearing in internal auctions where only those with invitations could participate. The bidding qualifications were intended for families with the capability to bid but lacking invitations. An idea struck Qin Mu. Perhaps the bidding qualifications could fetch a significant sum. Lin Yuan himself was uncertain, as no one had ever considered selling such qualifications. Qin Mu recalled the bespectacled man, Sun Xinghe, thinking he might inquire about this when they next crossed paths. He then posed additional questions regarding training to Lin Yuan, who suggested discussing them in detail the following morning at the academy. Seeing it was still before 8 o'clock and his parents were still on the phone, Qin Mu, feeling a bit bored, decided to retreat to his room for training. Meanwhile, after Qin Hongdo and her mother ended their call, her friend Su Lingyin, snacking beside her, asked, "Dodo, what did your mom just say? You look a bit odd." Qin Hongdo pressed down on her chubby cheeks and squinted her eyes, replying, "My mom said my brother is better now and told me not to disturb his work." Su Lingyin exclaimed in admiration, "Your brother is amazing. He recovered from his madness in just one day." "Of course, he asked my brother. Now that your brother is no longer mad, does that mean we can attend martial arts classes together? My dad is so unreasonable. He said if I didn't agree to go to martial arts class, he would give me money for snacks." Qin Hongdo nodded in agreement. That is indeed unreasonable. Her friend's snacks were her own, and she didn't want to go without them. Yet she also wished to avoid burdening her family too much. She contemplated, "I'll see how things are when I go home for the holidays." The next morning, after having breakfast, Qin Mu headed to the Martial Arts Academy. Official working hours began at 9, but he arrived at 8:30, relieved to find the academy already open. Scanning his electronic ID to enter, he proceeded directly to the 3rd floor. The building of the Martial Arts Academy was expansive, comparable to a large shopping mall, consisting of 18 floors. The first floor housed a reception area for guests. The second was an internal training facility equipped with various training apparatus and testing instruments. While floors 3 to 10 were designated for silver-level coaches, each floor divided into specific coaching zones, with Lin Yuan's area located on the 3rd floor. As more employees trickled onto the 3rd floor, most were new intern apprentices. Freshly graduated students, lacking social experience, were glued to their screens, showing little inclination to greet those around them. Qin Mu did not know any of them, nor was he an extroverted individual, so he remained silent. Fortunately, Lin Yuan arrived shortly thereafter. "Gather round." With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan called everyone to assemble. He stated, "I've already introduced myself to everyone yesterday, so I want to repeat that. Now, let me assign today's tasks." He gestured towards the back. "Behind me stand the esteemed black iron-level coaches of our team. Shortly, I shall distribute a document. You are to ascertain your respective groups, and thereafter follow your group coach." Having spoken, Lin Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with his assistant. And soon, the gathered individuals received the document. Upon perusing the contents, Qin Mu discovered he had been assigned to Group 1, under the tutelage of Lin Yuan himself. The coaches proceeded to escort their respective members away, leaving only the members of Group 1 in the vicinity. Lin Yuan instructed everyone to form a line and began to elucidate the tasks at hand. He proclaimed with conviction, "At 10 o'clock, a new batch of trainees will arrive here. Your role is straightforward. You will be responsible for guiding them in their training." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They were already cognizant of their duties, yet the prospect of diving into practical work on their very first day took them by surprise. "Silence," Lin Yuan commanded with authority, and the atmosphere swiftly returned to solemnity. He continued with a serious demeanor, "I understand that many of you may feel anxious, but I urge you to quell that apprehension and allow me to finish my address." After a brief pause, he continued, "Rest assured, Your immediate task is merely to instruct the 10th set of calisthenics. Furthermore, you will have an hour to acclimate, during which I will also impart some teaching methods and techniques. He acknowledged that most of them would not remain for long, yet emphasized that for the duration of their employment, they must diligently fulfill their responsibilities. Otherwise, they risked expulsion at any moment. For those aspiring to a longer tenure at the Martial Arts Academy, their daily performance would be meticulously assessed, with underperformers facing potential dismissal after a month. Lin Yuan's words struck a chord with the assembly, rendering them silent and submissive, each head bowed in trepidation, fearful of the imminent threat of dismissal. Qin Mu, too, lowered his gaze. Having previously interacted with Lin Yuan, he had perceived him as courteous and amicable, unaware of the stern aspect of his character. Internally, he reminded himself that their positions were unequal and that he must adjust his demeanor in future interactions. Sensing the compliance of the group, Lin Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction, reveling in the authority of his position. He then shifted his tone, stating, of course, the Martial Arts Academy does not expect you to work without compensation. In addition to granting you free access to certain martial arts techniques, we also offer advanced course benefits. In this era, martial arts techniques are protected by copyright, necessitating that practitioners pay fees to the copyright holders for the privilege of training. The Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy opens 5 specific techniques to its interns: basic fist technique, basic leg technique, basic sword technique, basic knife technique, and basic gun technique. This access is what draws so many graduates to the intern positions at the academy. Those with limited genetic potential, unable to gain admission to public martial arts universities, harbor dreams of enhancing their capabilities through diverse training, oblivious to the fact that they struggle to master even the 10th set of calisthenics, making their aspirations unrealistic. Moreover, the academy, being the copyright holder, incurs no costs and can exploit the labor of these graduates at will, while others were primarily focused on the martial arts techniques. Qin Mu was particularly interested in the advanced course benefits. For each trainee, he guided in techniques beyond the 10th set of calisthenics. He would receive a commission of 10 star coins. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with ambition. He envisioned a pathway to wealth. Engaging in martial arts was a means to earn more, and earning more would facilitate better training, a harmonious relationship, indeed. Although the commission of 10 star coins seemed modest at first glance, the potential for substantial earnings, amounting to thousands, was within reach, provided he mastered the other techniques. Otherwise, it would remain a mere fantasy. Calm yourself. Qin Mu quickly subdued his excitement and attentively listened to Lin Yuan's discourse. Upon completing his explanation of teaching methods and techniques, Lin Yuan instructed the group to practice independently, subsequently calling Qin Mu aside. How do you feel? He inquired. Quite well, Qin Mu replied. Having already attained level 5 in the 10th set of calisthenics, finding little pressure in guiding novices. Lin Yuan nodded approvingly, stating, with your proficiency at level 5, you're not far from perfection at level 9. Have you contemplated which techniques you will pursue next? At this, Qin Mu paused momentarily. Realizing that his mastery of the technique had progressed swiftly, he had initially hoped for a level 100, only to discover that level 9 was the pinnacle. Observing Qin Mu's silence, Lin Yuan presumed he had yet to decide and suggested, as staff of the Martial Arts Academy, a solid foundation is essential. Given your innate talent, I recommend you explore all 5 techniques. Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words. Lin Yuan's high regard for him was unexpected. Had he not unlocked the proficiency feature, his progress in the 10th set of calisthenics would not have been so rapid. With no knowledge of how to regain opportunities for proficiency unlocking, he hesitated to undertake the ambitious task of mastering multiple techniques simultaneously. Coach, I believe that in the realm of martial arts, quality supersedes quantity. One must not be overly ambitious. It is wiser to progress methodically and steadily, Qin Mu articulated. Offering a carefully crafted rationale, Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Qin Mu's insight prompted him to regard him with newfound respect, further solidifying his belief in Qin Mu's exceptional potential. As long as you understand your priorities, feel free to consult me should you encounter any uncertainties in your training. Thank you, Coach. Qin Mu expressed his gratitude before returning to his designated position to adapt to his teaching responsibilities. Before long, the clock struck 10. Under the guidance of the staff, a group of somewhat youthful children ascended to the 3rd floor. These youngsters, filled with energy, rushed towards the small arena, clearly indicating that this was not their first visit. The imperial government, in its efforts to safeguard the physical and mental well-being of minors, mandated that training in martial arts could commence only after the 2nd year of junior high. Typically, by the time students entered the 3rd year, their teachers would introduce them to martial arts. However, Many affluent families seize the opportunity of summer vacation to enroll their children in academies for early training. Qin Mu was assigned to instruct a slightly portly boy who exuded an outgoing demeanor, immediately sizing him up. "Hey, why the change in personnel?" the boy inquired, curiosity lighting his eyes. "What should I call you, handsome?" Raising an eyebrow, Qin Mu found this chubby child increasingly likable. "I'm Qin Mu, and for the next month, I will be responsible for guiding your martial arts training, Wang Ziding." Wang Ziding nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, Teacher Qin." Addressed as teacher, Qin Mu momentarily froze. Reflecting on how just half a month prior he had been a student himself, he was now thrust into the role of instructor, a rapid transformation that left him momentarily disoriented. Clearing his throat, he adopted a calm tone. "Now, let us see what level you've reached in your training." The boy shook his head. "Teacher Qin, could you please demonstrate the movements for me first? I need to jog my memory." Without a second thought, Qin Mu acquiesced. 10 minutes later, he turned to Wang Ziding and inquired, "How did it go? Did you remember any of the movements?" Wang Ziding yawned and chuckled. "Actually, I was just kidding. I've already memorized the movements. You're quite obedient, aren't you? You really did what I asked. Your skills are decent, a notch above the previous teacher." Qin Mu, unfazed by the boy's antics, chose to focus on the system prompt. Ding. 10 set of calisthenics level 5, 1050. In such a brief span, his proficiency had increased yet again. Rather than dwell on a child's mischief, he preferred to concentrate on his training. "I'll demonstrate the movements in slow motion once more. Follow along with me," Qin Mu instructed, resuming the demonstration. Wang Ziding, sensing Qin Mu's lack of irritation, became somewhat disinterested, reluctantly mimicking his movements. The child who has just embarked on the path of martial arts struggles to master the movements, failing to execute even a single gesture correctly. Qin Mu, while demonstrating, patiently corrects him, and the process is fraught with difficulties, taking a full 30 minutes to conclude. Ding! Level 5 of the 10th set of broadcast exercises 1150. Exhilarating, Qin Mu's heart rejoices, secretly contemplating whether this could be considered slacking off. Chapter 15. Slacking off? No, this is work. Well, the movements have markedly improved compared to before. Now let us practice once more under my guidance. Casually commenting, Qin Mu resumes his exercises. Half an hour later, the familiar notification chimes again. Ding! Level 5 of the 10th set of broadcast exercises, 1250. Excellent. If this continues, reaching level 6 will merely be a matter of days. Qin Mu feels invigorated. He is thoroughly engaged, unwilling to cease his actions. He gestures for another round, but Wang Zitao protests vehemently. Gasping for breath, Wang Zitao kneels on the small arena, his face a portrait of existential doubt. He glares at Qin Mu as if confronted by a monster, and weakly threatens, "I need a break. If you force me, I'll report you." He then retrieves a large energy drink from his bag and starts to gulp it down. Qin Mu glances over and instantly recognizes the beverage, an energy potion plus version, priced at 688 star coins, significantly more potent than the ordinary variant. He muses inwardly, truly, the child of a wealthy family. Even an energy drink is extraordinary. Checking the time, he notes that there are still 40 minutes until the end of the workday. After taking a few sips of the energy potion to replenish his stamina, Qin Mu, adhering to his principle of not wasting time, immediately begins to train, reminding Wang Zitao, "I'll practice a few more times. You can rest and observe." Wang Zitao, with a bitter smile, curses under his breath crazy as each second ticks by. After Qin Mu completes 4 rounds, the end-of-day bell finally sounds. Without waiting for Qin Mu to speak, Wang Zitao hastily grabs his bag and dashes away, disappearing in a flash on the 3rd floor. As soon as work ends, the rush of people wanting to descend becomes a bottleneck at the hovering escalator. With a 2-hour lunch break, Qin Mu is in no rush to leave. He leans against the small arena and studies martial techniques. He opens the basic boxing techniques and casually clicks on a tutorial video. The basic boxing moves are relatively simple, easily memorized, but the challenge lies in the techniques of exertion and control of force. Qin Mu projects the video holographically before him, following along with the movements, but after several attempts, he still fails to succeed. Perhaps the basic boxing techniques simply do not suit me. Qin Mu concludes and subsequently opens the basic leg techniques. 10 minutes later, feeling disheartened, he continues with the basic knife techniques, basic sword techniques, and basic spear techniques videos, only to confirm that he is not the sort of prodigy who can grasp things after a single viewing. To master these skills swiftly, he must rely on the system's deep blue points. As Qin Mu ponders how to obtain a proficiency unlock opportunity, a notification from the system echoes in his mind. Ding! A new family member is detected to be in gestation, rewarding one proficiency unlock opportunity. The more family members, the more prosperous the clan. After the new member is born, there will also be generous rewards. The host is advised to focus on expanding the family. Qin Mu's heart leaps with joy. This unexpected surprise arrives so abruptly. Who could possibly be pregnant? He mentally reviews all family members. In his father's generation, there are three: Father Qin, Uncle Heir, and Aunt Xiao. Qin Mu has not heard any plans from his parents regarding having a child, so they can be eliminated. Uncle Heir's family is heavily in debt, increasing the likelihood that they might seek to have a child for subsidies, while Aunt Xiao, having married out, no longer qualifies as a family member according to the system's standards. With the elder generation no longer present, Uncle Heir is the only possibility among his father's generation. While among his peers, only he and Qin Rongtong remain unmarried. The answer is glaringly obvious. Sending a message to Uncle Heir, Qin Mu refrains from immediately returning to martial arts training and opts instead to head downstairs for lunch. Meanwhile, Uncle Heir is inspecting the automatic cultivator at the farm when a notification pops up on his wrist terminal. Upon seeing it is from Qin Mu, he quickly opens the message. His honest face flushes crimson to the ears, and he mutters, "We only started foregoing safety measures last night. How could little Mu suspect that his second aunt is pregnant? It must be that scoundrel Rongtong eavesdropping. When I get home, I'll have to give him a few lashes." Uncle Heir is convinced that Qin Rongtong informed Qin Mu, and he plans to administer family discipline upon returning home. After lunch, Qin Mu returns to the martial arts hall's lounge to rest for a while. At 2 p.m., he rises and begins his shift. Upon arrival, he promptly demonstrates 2 sets of broadcast exercises, claiming it will help Wang Zitao recall the movements. He then starts correcting Wang Zitao's actions while explaining the nuances of the movements, for the work tasks must still be fulfilled. All right, you sit aside and rest while I demonstrate a few more times. Without regard for Wang Zitao's willingness, Qin Mu leaps onto the small arena and begins his demonstration. Wang Zitao, sipping his energy potion, mutters, "This guy's gone mad again." He cannot fathom why Qin Mu, an intern with no salary, is so fervently dedicated to his work. Previously, the coach would demonstrate just once each day and then allow him to practice freely, occasionally offering comments. Yet none exhibited the boundless enthusiasm of Qin Mu. Not only Wang Zitao is perplexed, the other interns also share this confusion. With no salary, merely completing the work task suffices. Who is Qin Mu trying to impress by being so diligent? Damn it, he is already downing energy potions. Is he here to work or to spend money? The sentiments of those merely passing time are tinged with resentment, and they have silently harbored a grudge against Qin Mu. These individuals are acutely aware of their own position. They have no intention of remaining at the martial arts hall and do not believe they are qualified to vie for the bloodline potion rewards, seeking only to benefit from the martial arts techniques while offering minimal guidance to the students. They never anticipated Qin Mu's immense effort would highlight their own laziness. The group coach observes from the side, feeling the pressure of their slacking. They have considered practicing under the guise of providing guidance, but the noisy environment makes it difficult to concentrate. Unlike Qin Mu, they lack any special advantages. They feel it would be better to conserve energy for evening training rather than waste it. Of course, some take their responsibilities seriously, but they are reluctant to use energy potions to restore stamina. After a few demonstrations, they grow tired and can only sit and rest. Qin Mu notices the discontent among others, but pays it no heed. Guiding students in their training counts as work and will be reflected in performance evaluations, impacting not only his potential to remain at Jinyang Martial Arts Hall, but also his ranking for the Bloodline Potion competition. Strictly speaking, these individuals are his competitors. He is not so magnanimous as to care about their opinions. You think I'm slacking off? In truth, I am working. Qin Mu promptly corrects his erroneous perception. Allowing students to witness live demonstrations is far superior to watching tedious instructional videos. Moreover, repetition breeds understanding. The more one observes these demonstrations, the greater the insights gained. Chapter 16, A Double Upgrade. Finally enduring until the end of the workday, Qin Mu, drenched in sweat, lies exhausted on the small arena. "Teacher, I'm leaving." Wang Zitao offers an unusually polite farewell before departing. Qin Mu waves in acknowledgement. At this moment, the mud-laden sweat clings to him uncomfortably, and he yearns to wash up immediately. Regrettably, he did not bring a change of clothes with him today. If only he could reside near the martial arts hall. Qin Mu murmurs quietly. He resides in a resettlement community on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, while the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall is situated in the bustling city center. Even with the convenience of a 24-hour direct hover train, the round trip takes nearly an hour. If he could live near the martial arts hall, Not only would commuting be effortless, but he would also save precious time for training. However, the property prices in the city center are exorbitant. Even the most basic single room commands a monthly rent exceeding 10,000 star coins. Considering the need for soundproofing during evening training, renting a single room is not feasible. And even a modest suite would cost no less than 50 to 60,000 star coins. He shook his head, abandoning this impractical notion. Once he had rested sufficiently, Qin Mu swiftly departed from the martial arts hall, eagerly boarding the hover train home. The thought of the sumptuous feast his mother had prepared made his mouth water, and his mind wandered with tantalizing images. 3 flavor braised pot, sautéed pork ribs, red braised 9-spice chicken, and sizzling beef. Arriving home, he was greeted by a table laden with 10 exquisite dishes, which did not disappoint him. Each one was a culinary delight. He dashed off to wash up, setting a new record by finishing in just 5 minutes. With his utensils in hand, he sat at the dining table, ready to dive into the meal as soon as his father returned. After dinner, as was his custom, Qin Mu reclined on the sofa, resting while browsing videos. At precisely 9 p.m., he entered his room to train. Ding! A proficiency unlocking opportunity has been detected. Please select the martial art technique to unlock. After some contemplation, Qin Mu opted to unlock the basic fist technique. Ding! Basic fist technique 0-10 has been successfully unlocked. Following this success, the next step was to commence his training. He began to practice, following the instructional videos step by step. As it was his first encounter with the routine, he stumbled initially, frequently pausing the video to analyze the key points of each move and jotting them down. Once he had memorized the essential techniques, he attempted to practice. The training process was nothing short of catastrophic. The system only counted the training sessions as valid if they met the specified criteria. Any improper movements or inadequate force would not suffice. A spark of inspiration struck Qin Mu, prompting him to deconstruct the techniques. Only after executing the moves correctly as per the video did he proceed to the next technique. After 2 hours of piecemeal practice, he finally achieved a breakthrough. Ding! Basic fist technique, level 1-10. It was indeed effective. Qin Mu felt a surge of elation. By training the techniques separately, as long as he could eventually piece them together into a coherent whole, even if disjointed, it would still count as a training session. What began as a mere experiment had proven fruitful. If he could practice each technique multiple times individually and then combine them, it would save an immense amount of time and energy. Without hesitation, Qin Mu decided to try this approach with the 10th set of calisthenics. An hour later, the system chimed again. Ding! 10th set of calisthenics, level 5, 44, 50, 12 times. Incredible! Qin Mu exclaimed in excitement, overwhelmed by the astonishing efficiency. Previously, he required 10 minutes for each set of calisthenics, allowing for only 6 repetitions in an hour. By practicing the techniques separately, he had doubled his output to 12 repetitions in the same time frame. Energized by this success, Qin Mu pressed on, repeating the techniques 3 more times in a single breath. Half an hour later, the system's notification rang out once more. Ding! 10th set of calisthenics level 6, 60, 6 times. Congratulations, host gene potential has increased by 0.2. Qin Mu glanced at his personal information panel. Host, Qin Mu, gene potential, 88. Physical ability, 88. Mentality, 87. Spiritual energy, 20. Bloodline power, S-Class, Dragon Bloodline 101. Techniques, 10th set of calisthenics level 6, 60. Basic fist technique level 1-10. Family level, none. Family expansion, 1, in gestation. At that moment, Qin Mu's Brit Kwitskineth. According to the Empire's martial arts training regulations, once gene potential reaches 9, one enters the transitional phase of a martial artist, referred to as a quasi-martial artist. He was now just 1 level away from achieving this status. Remarkably, just half a month prior, his gene potential was a mere 58, and now it had surged to 88, a staggering increase of 30 points, surpassing his total gains from 3 years of high school. Everything felt surreal. It was the family's activation of a system that had set him on this path, and he was determined to lead them to glory. By 1 a.m., instead of continuing his training, Qin Mu resolved to push for the status of quasi-martial artist. He shifted his focus from the 10th set of calisthenics back to the basic fist technique. With 1 training session under his belt, his mind was flooded with a wealth of training memories. Practicing the basic fist technique felt seamless, devoid of the earlier clumsiness, as if the relentless training had forged muscle memory, allowing him to naturally execute the next move. He refrained from repeating individual techniques this time, completing an entire set in one go. After 3 sessions, his execution of the basic fist technique became increasingly fluid and natural, though it left him thoroughly exhausted. Sensing that his proficiency was sufficient, he transitioned back to repetitive practice. As the hours passed, it was now 4 a.m. With the completion of his final movement, the proficiency of the basic fist technique erupted dramatically. Ding! Basic fist technique level 2, 0, 27 times. Congratulations, host gene potential has increased by 0.2. Simultaneously, his gene potential reached 9. I have become a quasi-martial artist. Qin Mu's heart soared with joy, fueled by sheer willpower. He had persevered to this point despite his body being at its limits, collapsing onto his bed. Before long, the room was filled with the sound of his deep slumber, leaving behind a chaotic scattering of empty energy potion bottles. Yet, his body did not cease its transformation even as he succumbed to sleep. The energy feedback from his newly attained status as a quasi-martial artist silently elevated his physique. Chapter 17, Quasi-Martial Artist. The following day, upon waking, Qin Mu immediately checked his personal information, discovering significant enhancements across all metrics, except for his spiritual energy, which remained unchanged. The last alteration in his spiritual energy was linked to the synthesis of bloodline power, and as he could not afford the bloodline potions, he had no intention of delving deeper into spiritual energy research. Eager to ascertain the changes in his body post-transformation into a quasi-martial artist, he was nearly overwhelmed by an urge to retch. The air was thick with the pungent odor of sweat, mingling with the remnants of energy potions scattered on the floor, creating a noxious stench that was indescribable. Compounded by his heightened senses as a quasi-martial artist, the odor was magnified several times over. Coincidentally, Qin Mu's eyes caught sight of the particles of the foul odor in the air. Unsure of what they were, he picked one up and sniffed it, only to be overwhelmed, resulting in an instant bout of vomiting. Broom, mop, air purifier. Seizing the opportunity while his parents were unaware, Qin Mu hurriedly tidied his room and then spent half an hour in the bathroom, scrubbing himself clean. His strength, stamina, mentality, and sensory perception had all improved. Qin Mu was highly satisfied with the results, particularly regarding his enhanced sensory perceptions. Although he had just endured an unpleasant experience, the benefits from his heightened senses were substantial. His mind felt sharper, and his reaction and adaptability had increased, allowing him to remember things with remarkable clarity. If a quasi-martial artist is this formidable, how powerful must a full-fledged martial artist be? This only intensified Qin Mu's eagerness to achieve that status. The time was now past 9 a.m., and he was already late for work. Having informed Lin Yuan in advance, Qin Mu remained unperturbed, quickly grabbing a simple breakfast before gathering his belongings and heading out to the office. He arrived at the company at 10 a.m. Wang Zitao had been waiting at the small arena for some time. Upon seeing Qin Mu arrive, he casually reclined, crossing his legs, and jestingly remarked, "The diligent teacher Qin is actually late. What a rarity." Qin Mu, eschewing any frivolity, tossed his backpack aside and, with a serious expression, stated, "Last night, I pondered throughout the night and concluded that your teaching method requires some refinement." Intrigued, Wang Zitao inquired, "How will it be improved?" Qin Mu raised 6 fingers and earnestly responded, "First, practice the first move 60 times with me." Wang Zitao's face was a canvas of confusion, pondering why such an adjustment would take place overnight. He found it perplexing that it was 60 times instead of 100, and he could not fathom the bizarre thoughts that Qin Mu entertained. Though internally reluctant, he ultimately followed Qin Mu's lead to ensure Wang Zitao could keep pace. Qin Mu deliberately slowed his movements, calling out the rhythm while discreetly monitoring Wang Zitao's form, promptly correcting any deviations. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. The two synchronized their movements, stepping left and right, forward and back, repetitively enacting the same motions. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. Wang Zitao, feeling the embarrassment of such public display, implored, "Teacher, please stop calling out. It's mortifying." Yet Qin Mu showed no leniency, sternly retorting, "Enough of your chatter. Do you think I relish shouting? I've taught this countless times, yet your movements resemble a child's scribbles. Honestly, you're the worst student I've ever had." Wang Zitao indignantly replied, "Come on. It's only the second day. Don't think I'm unaware that you're new here as well." To which Qin Mu countered, leaving Wang Zitao momentarily speechless. And he smugly thought, "Look at you dumbfounded. My reputation as the madman of Anzuin, my past life, ISNT, for naught. Widen your stance a bit, clench your fists, and lower your hips." Qin Mu corrected Wang Zitao's missteps with firm slaps, causing a tingling sensation in Wang Zitao's limbs. Wang Zitao queried, "Teacher Qin, what level are you in martial arts?" Without hesitation, Qin Mu declared, a prospective martial artist. Wang Zitao shook his head, skeptical of Qin Mu's assertion. He thought, finally, an opportunity to turn the tables. Clearing his throat, he said, I have an older sister of a similar age to you, who is also a prospective martial artist. She was just accepted into the Royal Martial Arts University a few days ago. So, you must be boasting, right? Otherwise, why aren't you enrolled there instead of working as a mere apprentice? After speaking, Wang Zitao regarded Qin Mu with a mix of scrutiny and disdain. Qin Mu did not shy away, meeting his gaze with confidence. From Wang Zitao's words, he gleaned a valuable insight. This plump fellow hailed from a genuinely affluent family. The Royal Martial Arts University was among the elite public institutions, and admission was not merely a matter of talent. Significant financial backing was often involved. Your family is quite wealthy, isn't it? Qin Mu inquired. Wang Zitao, beaming with pride, replied, Not too much, just a few tens of millions. Qin Mu was taken aback. Having assumed Wang Zitao came from a modest background with a few $100,000 in assets. Instead, he realized he was dealing with a middle-class family boasting millions. Why would such a rich second-generation heir choose to wander around a martial arts school instead of attending a prestigious genius class? It was unfathomable, yet he held no objections. Tell me, Wang Zitao, do you wish to attend the Royal Martial Arts University like your sister? If so, purchase my course, and I'll tailor it just for you. Desperation for money drove him. Why shouldn't this affluent heir contribute to his finances? Moreover, he harbored no intention of deceiving him. Genetic potential could stem from innate talent or be enhanced through training techniques or bloodline power. Lower-tier bloodline enhancements were limited, while high-level bloodlines were rare and exorbitantly priced. As for genetic modification technology, it was still in its infancy. The only stable method remaining was the cultivation of martial techniques. The exorbitant fees for elite courses stem from the profound understanding that renowned teachers had of these techniques, maximizing individual potential. However, the inherent limitation of one-to-many instruction was evident. Human energy was finite. Qin Mu, on the other hand, could easily achieve mastery of techniques through his system S proficiency unlocks. A person who has perfected a technique and then teaches it one-on-one could yield extraordinary results. Wang Zitao had 4 years to train, and mastering one technique per year would elevate his genetic potential beyond 9, possibly even leading him to become a martial artist. With such prospects, it would be nearly impossible not to gain admission to the Royal Martial Arts University. With the talent you currently exhibit, your chances of being accepted are virtually nil. However, if you enroll in my course and are willing to learn, I guarantee you'll realize your dream. Think it over carefully. Qin Mu precedon. Fearing Wang Zitao might doubt him, he approached a nearby strength testing device, exerted his full power, and unleashed a basic punch into the center of the testing area. Bang! A resounding noise erupted, and the display surged dramatically. 1,001 kilograms. The number exceeding 1,000 left Wang Zitao utterly astounded. You are a martial artist? Wang Zitao stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief as he gazed at Qin Mu. However, Qin Mu was not a martial artist. With a genetic potential of 9 and a level 6 calisthenics routine, achieving an explosive strength of over 920 kilograms was well within reach. He was surprised by the basic punch technique, which had provided an 80 kilograms boost at just level 1. To maintain an air of mystery, Qin Mu refrained from directly answering Wang Zitao, instead crossing his arms and adopting a profound demeanor. No rush. I'll give you a week to consider. If you wish to purchase my course, come back with your sincerity in 1 week. With that, Qin Mu turned and departed from the 3rd floor. Overdoing it again. He muttered to himself as he exited the 1st floor lobby, feeling a twinge of regret. With only 10 minutes until noon, he wondered if the martial arts school would mark him absent. Anxiety gnawed at him, but having descended, he decided to remain, as returning to the 3rd floor would be futile at this point. Taking advantage of an early finish, Qin Mu planned to dine at a different restaurant. The streets bustled during the peak hour, with men and women in suits and uniforms emerging from upscale office buildings, swiftly navigating in hovering vehicles. Qin Mu couldn't help but reflect, is this what success looks like? Truly enviable. After 20 minutes, he discovered a relatively affordable fast food restaurant, ultimately spending 30-star coins on a nutritious meal. Indeed, dining in the city center was costly, with mediocre quality to boot. As his strength grew, Qin Mu noticed his appetite expanding. Although the place he usually frequented was cheaper, it had limited portions. This new fast food joint, however, offered delightful flavors and unlimited rice, allowing him to indulge as much as he wished, worthy of a 5-star review. After finishing his meal, he leisurely made his way back to the martial arts school. While strolling, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Qiangzi? He He called out tentatively. Hearing his name, Lin Chong abruptly turned, glanced at Qin Mu, and hurriedly averted his gaze, pretending not to have seen him. The two were not far apart, and Qin Mu, not overthinking it, approached and patted Lin Chong on the shoulder. Lin Chong, realizing he couldn't evade, greeted him. Qin Mu, what a coincidence. Qin Mu responded, Xiangzi, aren't you preparing for the comprehensive exam at the private martial arts university? What brings you here? Lin Chong scratched his head, his expression somewhat awkward. Isn't the exam still quite a ways off? I just came out to clear my mind. This statement left Qin Mu perplexed. Today is June 12th, and the comprehensive examination for the private wuda is scheduled for July 1st, leaving only 18 days. While it may seem like a considerable amount of time, for someone willing to self-finance their education at private wuda, each passing day is of utmost significance as the exam approaches. How can one possibly find the leisure to stroll? There is an issue, undoubtedly. Observing Lin Chong's unnatural expression, Qin Mu sensed something amiss. He glanced around, his attention drawn to a sign of an institution across the street. Life Cultivation Center. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Qin Mu recalled receiving an invitation for something called the Human Life Gene Project, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. His expression turned to one of astonishment as he looked at Lin Chong. Xiangzi, you have fallen. She'll quiet down. Lin Chong hurriedly pulled Qin Mu aside, defending himself. Fallen? I am contributing to the Great Human Life Gene Initiative, offering my excellent genes for the benefit of independent women. Qin Mu replied coolly, speak plainly. Lin Chong awkwardly chuckled. It's just that I'm short on cash. You know my family doesn't support my pursuit of a private university. Although my cousin Lin Yuan lent me 100,000 for the registration fee, the comprehensive exam fee and subsequent expenses at school require funds. I thought I could earn some extra money while I have the time. And you wouldn't believe it. This cultivation center is generous. They reward 1,000 star coins for each donation. If it weren't limited to once a day, I would consider donating 10 times a day. The more Lin Chong spoke, the more excited he became, his initial embarrassment transforming into eagerness. Witnessing this, Qin Mu shook his head in disbelief, thinking that this fellow had truly gone astray. He had a slight understanding of Lin Chong's family background. They were a lower-middle-class family with many children. Lin Chong was the sixth among his siblings, with 3 brothers and 2 sisters already attending wuda, making it financially burdensome for the family. Lin Chong, lacking exceptional talent, was essentially abandoned by his family. Suddenly, Lin Chong's eyes darted, and he pulled Qin Mu's hand. Why don't you give it a try too? No. Qin Mu shook his head vigorously. Though he too was in need of money, sacrificing his body for a mere 1,000 star coins was simply not worth it, especially since participation was limited to once every 15 days. However, Lin Chong seemed resolute, and despite Qin Mu's repeated refusals, he was dragged into the Life Cultivation Center. Upon entering the hall, a staff member in a chic black skirt and high heels approached them with a smile. Good day, gentlemen. How may I assist you? Qin Mu felt embarrassed, his ears reddening as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet the staff's eyes. Yet Lin Chong appeared entirely at ease, calmly stating their purpose. The staff member, perhaps accustomed to such encounters, maintained her professional smile and gestured for them to follow her upstairs. Gentlemen, please come with me to the 2nd floor. You will need to fill out personal information and undergo a full body examination. Afterwards, a dedicated staff member will assist you in a private and secure room. As she spoke, they had already reached the 2nd floor. Let my friend go first. I've been here before, Lin Chong said while pushing Qin Mu forward. Qin Mu was reluctant. He had no intention of donating, but he could not withstand the staff's persistent persuasion. After receiving repeated assurances that it was entirely voluntary, he reluctantly agreed to provide his information and undergo the examination. 10 minutes later, another staff member dressed in uniform excitedly emerged from a room. Mr. Qin, your examination report is ready. As you are a prospective warrior with excellent genes, according to our center's regulations, you will receive a one-time reward of 5,000 star coins for each update to the gene bank. Qin Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the genes of a prospective warrior were so valuable. 5,000 star coins was no trivial amount. If he were to come twice a month, his monthly income would be 10,000 star coins. 10,000 star coins. His breath quickened, and his thoughts began to waver. Lin Chong, beside him, exclaimed in astonishment. What? Prospective warrior? 5,000 star coins? That's equivalent to 10 times my reward. I'm envious. Then, the staff member made a stunning revelation. I apologize, Mr. Qin. I overlooked part of the report. In addition to being a prospective warrior, you also possess an S-class dragon bloodline, which is a rare ancestral gene. Therefore, according to our center's regulations, You will receive a reward of 10,000 star coins for each update. At this announcement, Qin Mu could no longer maintain his composure. The impact of 10,000 star coins was overwhelming. The gaze of the two female staff members fell upon Qin Mu as if he were the most sought-after delicacy. Their expressions laced with admiration and a hint of seduction, inching closer to him, almost causing him to lose control. Fortunately, Qin Mu's willpower was stronger than most. After a brief moment of temptation, he regained his composure. As an unmarried man, he felt an intrinsic aversion to such actions. Yet the allure of the substantial reward was undeniable. If he truly found himself in dire financial straits, he might relinquish his pride without hesitation. Thus, Qin Mu decided to temporarily forego updating his gene bank, contemplating his next steps once Wang Zitao made a decision. After seeing Lin Chong enter to update his gene bank, Qin Mu assumed he would have to wait a considerable time and contemplated returning to the martial arts academy. To his surprise, Lin Chong emerged just 3 minutes later. Looking revitalized, Qin Mu, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "Is the efficiency really this high?" Lin Chong's face flushed as he retorted, "It's your excellence that hinder my performance." The moment he said this, the two female staff members erupted into laughter. As they departed from the Life Cultivation Center, the two separated after walking a short distance. Lin Chong gazed at Qin Mu's retreating figure and then glanced at the newly received 1,000 star coins in his personal terminal, his expression devoid of joy, instead revealing a complex mix of emotions. The most daunting aspect of human relationships is comparison. They had previously been on equal footing, yet now one had advanced rapidly, becoming a prospective warrior, while the other remained stagnant, burdened with the desire to attend a private university. Such a stark contrast inevitably bred envy. Though Lin Chong recognized his own limitations, understanding that the gap between them would only widen, rather than succumbing to jealousy, he resolved to focus on improving himself, believing that if Qin Mu succeeded in the future, he would not forget his friend. Meanwhile, upon returning to the martial arts academy, Qin Mu arrived just in time for his shift. Wang Zitao was already waiting, politely greeting him with a hello. "Teacher," his demeanor significantly improved compared to the morning. Qin Mu refrained from mentioning the course purchase, diving straight into teaching, continuing with the familiar chants and repetitive practice of the same techniques. Wang Zitao no longer complained and focused intently on learning until Qin Mu called for a break, allowing him to sit down and drink an energy potion. As time ticked by, approaching the end of the workday, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared on the scene. "Hello, Coach Lin." Qin Mu greeted him, with the other trainee apprentices following suit. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement before approaching Qin Mu amidst the envious gazes of the others. He inquired, "How has the work been these past 2 days? Are you adjusting well?" "It's been all right. While work is important, health is paramount. Rest well when you're tired." Lin Yuan patted Qin Mu on the shoulder and turned to the group, announcing, "Though I haven't been here to supervise constantly, I want you all to know that there are cameras here. I am aware of each of your performances." Qin Mu's diligent work ethic is commendable and worth emulating. And Wang Zitao has shown great dedication, having practiced the 10th set of calisthenics up to the 6th move, which deserves recognition. Suddenly receiving praise, Wang Zitao's face lit up with joy, his chin instinctively lifting with pride. Yet, where there is joy, there is often sorrow. 3 interns, who had been specifically criticized by Lin Yuan, dare not voice their opinions against him and instead directed their frustration towards Qin Mu. After work, the trio surrounded Qin Mu. A tall man with a somewhat anxious demeanor threatened, "So, you're Qin Mu, right? Do me a favor and tone down the theatrics in the future. It's absurd." Qin Mu raised his gaze slightly, bemused by the three, thinking it was ridiculous that bullying was still a thing in this day and age. Not to mention, he could easily take on all 3 with just one hand. Simply reporting them to the imperial government would suffice to instill fear in them. In this era, the law was merciless towards aggressors, imposing hefty fines, exile, or imprisonment, and the victim had an absolute right to self-defense, even to the extent of lethal force without any legal repercussions. Qin Mu, uninterested in wasting words with the trio, stood up and headed toward the hover lift. The 3, still somewhat rational, were aware of the legal consequences and did not dare to physically stop him, knowing Qin Mu would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. As he sat on the hover train heading home, Qin Mu accessed information on the Life Cultivation Center through his personal terminal, uncovering much about the subject. The center was established to ensure fertility for women who had missed their ideal marriage age due to various reasons and to preserve human genetic lineage. In today's society, where women outnumber men, the demand was high, often leading to a shortage. Consequently, the financial rewards for donors became substantial. To maintain quality, Donors were limited to one donation per day, with a mandatory 15-day waiting period before the next, during which they could not engage in sexual activities. This requirement drastically reduced the number of eligible male donors, particularly those with desirable genes. Although Qin Mu was not under pressure to marry at the moment, he knew he would eventually settle down and did not wish for his wife to spend lonely nights. It seemed the Life Cultivation Center could only serve as a supplementary income, not a long-term financial solution. Qin Mu sighed at the thought of it. Time flew by, and 7 days passed. During this period, Qin Mu maxed out his 10th set of calisthenics, raised his basic boxing skills to level 3, and his genetic potential surged to 98. With one more level up in basic boxing, he would be able to break through to become a martial artist. Early one morning, Qin Mu happily arrived at the martial arts hall. Today marked the final day of waiting for Wang Zitao's response. Based on Wang's demeanor over the past few days, Qin Mu felt confident that his charm had swayed Wang, making acceptance highly probable. However, by 10:10 a.m., there was still no sign of Wang Zitao. Was he ill? Or perhaps too embarrassed to decline in person and decided against showing up? Qin Mu pondered, leaning towards the idea that illness was the more likely reason. Nonetheless, for the safety of the students, he knocked on Lin Yuan's office door. "Guomin, Coach Lin." Upon entering, Qin Mu directly stated his purpose. Lin Yuan replied, "I was just about to inform you that Wang Zitao's parents called. There's a situation at home, and he'll be taking a 2-day leave." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear. I was worried he had encountered an accident." After clarifying the matter, he remained in the office and continued, "Coach, regarding the advanced course you mentioned, I would like to give it a try. My basic boxing skills have reached level 3. Do you think I meet the requirements?" Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. With basic boxing consisting of 6 levels, reaching level 3 already signified significant progress. And how could he have achieved such mastery in such a short span? His gaze, filled with skepticism, fell upon Qin Mu, and in that instant, he was rendered speechless. Chapter 20. Becoming a full-fledged coach. As a silver-level coach, Lin Yuan's expertise was commendable, but his strength was even more paramount. With the prowess of a 7-star martial artist, he could perceive the surging, transformative energy within Qin Mu. This was the unmistakable sign of preparing to transcend into a martial artist. "Qin Mu, what is your current genetic potential?" 98. Lin Yuan gasped in surprise. Though he had his suspicions, hearing Qin Mu utter those words made it feel surreal. He glanced at the date displayed on his terminal, June 19th. Indeed, it was still this month, but how was that possible? At the beginning of the month, his genetic potential was at 58, and now, before the month's end, he claimed it to be 98. Even with performance-enhancing substances, wouldn't there be some necessary time for the body to adapt? Lin Yuan shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept it. Even after Qin Mu demonstrated basic boxing skills before him, he first took Qin Mu to test his strength, followed by another test for genetic potential. Shortly thereafter, the results came in, actual strength measured at 1,160 kilograms, with a genetic potential of 98. Now utterly convinced, Lin Yuan erupted in laughter, repeatedly patting Qin Mu's shoulder in commendation. "Ha ha ha, Qin Mu, I truly underestimated you. You are a genius among geniuses. No, you should be referred to as an exceptional talent, a prodigy among prodigies." Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Qin Mu replied, "I'm really not that impressive. I just train harder than others, and eventually I broke through." Qin Mu spoke the truth. While others rested, he trained, and while they slept, he continued to hone his skills. The key to his rapid progress lay in the system. But without his relentless dedication, such advancements would not have been possible. Lin Yuan, unaware of the system's existence, assumed Qin Mu was merely being modest. To the world, true genius was often a combination of 1 talent and 99 effort. However, in Lin Yuan's eyes, Qin Mu possessed 99 talent and was putting in 99 of the sweat. Such individuals, as long as they did not falter along the way, would find it challenging not to dominate their sphere in the future. With exceptional talent and character, Lin Yuan felt he had struck gold. "Qin Mu, given your current level of strength, remaining an intern is a disservice to your capabilities. I will apply to my superiors to promote you directly to a full-fledged coach." Qin Mu hesitated, but wouldn't that be against the regulations? Lin Yuan chuckled, "Don't worry, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. With your qualifications, the company should make an exception." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu ceased to protest. The prospect of becoming a full-fledged coach with a salary thrilled him. Transitioning from intern to full-fledged coach typically required passing through the formal apprentice stage, making such an advancement, even for a silver-level coach like Lin Yuan, a complex endeavor. Before long, Qin Mu realized he had underestimated Lin Yuan's capabilities. A notification chimed on his personal terminal. Mr. Qin Mu, according to the decision made by the head of our Jiangxing branch of Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall, the personnel department has issued a notice appointing you as a full-fledged coach of the Jiangxing branch, effective immediately with all benefits activated. Stunned, Qin Mu stood frozen. Having just become a full-fledged coach, it felt surreal, prompting him to pinch his thigh hard. The pain confirmed he was not dreaming. Was this the privilege of connections? It felt exhilarating. Internally elated, Qin Mu experienced the significance of having influential ties for the first time. Typically, a full-fledged coach was required to have at least attained the martial artist level, and while Qin Mu had displayed immense talent, without Lin Yuan's intervention, there was no way he could have achieved this status so swiftly. Understanding this, Qin Mu deeply bowed to Lin Yuan, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Coach Lin, for your mentorship. At this, Lin Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He had encountered many so-called geniuses, some of whom, upon achieving a modicum of success, became arrogant and dismissive of past assistance, even harboring disdain. Seeing Qin Mu's respectful demeanor, Lin Yuan knew his investment had not been in vain. With a serious expression, Lin Yuan said, Qin Mu, we've known each other for quite some time now. Calling me Coach Lin feels too formal. I'm only 6 years older than you. If you don't mind, when we're alone, you could just call me Lin Ge. Qin Mu scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward as he responded, all right? Brother Lin. Lin Yuan, in high spirits, produced a dozen energy potions from behind him and handed them to Qin Mu. Recognizing Lin Yuan's intention to foster their relationship, and feeling financially constrained, Qin Mu had no reason to refuse such goodwill. After feigning reluctance for a moment, he graciously accepted the offer. You needn't work for the next couple of days. Take the time to rest at home. If you wish to discontinue your instruction of Wang Zitao, I can arrange for someone else to take over when he returns. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu immediately shook his head in rejection. Resting was acceptable, but he could not allow anyone else to teach Wang Zitao. He was eagerly anticipating the influx of gold coins from Wang Zitao and the assessment of his apprentice, with its enticing rewards that he simply could not forfeit. Lin Yuan discerned Qin Mu's thoughts and responded, given your current abilities, you could contend for a position in the top 10. However, breaking into the top 3 is an impossibility unless you make a breakthrough to become a martial artist. Qin Mu furrowed his brow and inquired, Brother Lin, how formidable are the individuals in the genius class? Lin Yuan checked some information on his terminal before continuing. Only 4 individuals from the genius class have arrived. Zhao Xiaoxiao, Lu Zijia, Wang Xiaoquan, and Sun Xinghe. These 4 had already surpassed martial artist levels during the college entrance examinations, with Zhao Xiaoxiao being the strongest, while the other 3 are relatively evenly matched. Upon hearing this, the joy that Qin Mu had felt from his recent promotion to coach evaporated. He had previously believed he had caught up with the genius class members, and a sense of self-satisfaction had emerged within him, thinking that the talents nurtured with lavish resources by prestigious families were not as formidable as they seemed. Yet, it became clear that he had been merely gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. The fact that these 4 had already transcended to the martial artist level made them his superiors in strength. And he was acutely aware that the city of Jiangxing was not home to just one genius class. There were other larger and more advanced cities beyond, where even greater talents resided. Noticing Qin Mu's despondency, Lin Yuan sought to console him, saying, this world is far more expansive than we can imagine. In our Sagittarius constellation, the 1,204-star system hosts hundreds of life-bearing planets, and countless individuals are deemed geniuses. However, how many can ultimately stand atop the pinnacle? The path to enlightenment knows no hierarchy. Only those who persistently advance can be considered true warriors. Hearing these words, Qin Mu experienced for the first time the allure of Lin Yuan as a silver-level coach. His remarks were profoundly insightful. The path to enlightenment knows no hierarchy. What does it matter who leads? As long as one continues to progress, one is the ultimate warrior. Qin Mu felt a surge of clarity within him. Equipped with a system, it would be nearly impossible for him not to improve. Thus, he was destined to be the ultimate warrior. Having unraveled his mental knots, he recognized that he still needed to vie for the resources he required. Qin Mu curiously asked, Brother Lin, why does our martial arts academy permit individuals from the genius class, who are clearly superior, to participate in the assessments? Isn't that merely handing them rewards? Lin Yuan scratched his head and chose his words carefully. Qin Mu, do you think in this world it is the chicken or the egg that came first? Qin Mu replied with confusion. Chapter 21. The Martial Arts Class. As for whether the chicken or the egg came first, Qin Mu did not know. but he quickly grasped the meaning Lin Yuan was attempting to convey. People are inherently different. What may appear simple to the average person is often more complex beneath the surface. The concepts of bloodline potions and the qualifications for bidding on sea-level bloodline potions had initially led him to believe that the Martial Arts Academy was exceedingly generous. However, it was merely a game among the affluent elite. The higher-ups at the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy were intentionally allowing the families of the 4 individuals from the genius class to obtain bidding qualifications. But only 2 spots were available, necessitating the creation of this reward to incite competition among the 4. In blunt terms, these 4 individuals existed first before this reward could be established. Had it not been for them, Qin Mu's identity would scarcely have allowed him to catch wind of the bidding event. From Lin Yuan, he also learned that among this batch of apprentice assessors were not only the 4 from the genius class, but also high-caliber students who had been forcefully inserted through connections, possessing genetic potential hovering around 8. Therefore, had it not been for Qin Mu's unique presence among the apprentices, these individuals would undoubtedly monopolize all the rewards from the bloodline potions, relegating others to mere free laborers. Lin Yuan patted Qin Mu on the shoulder and sighed. In this world, strength speaks volumes. Only the powerful are entitled to set the rules. However, do not despair. The Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy is still quite fair. As long as you rank within the top 10 in the assessments, no one will dare to withhold your rewards. If you wish to vie for the top 2 spots for greater benefits, I suggest you have a conversation with Sun Xinghe. Qin Mu nodded. He had been hoping to speak with Sun Xinghe, yet the latter had never come to the Martial Arts Academy. By the way, once you break through to become a martial artist, I will have a grand surprise for you. Hearing this, Qin Mu's eyes lit up, though Lin Yuan was reluctant to divulge any details at that moment. After obtaining Sun Xinghe's contact information from Lin Yuan, he left the office, returned to his teaching position to gather his belongings, and then headed downstairs to exit the Martial Arts Academy. Qin Mu initially intended to go to the training grounds, where he had 2 hours of free training time remaining, but then reconsidered, realizing he had only 100 star coins left, which made returning home a more prudent choice. While seated on the levitating train back home, Qin Mu attempted to reach out to Sun Xinghe, but after 3 unsuccessful calls, he had no choice but to temporarily give up. The string of unexpected events throughout the day left him feeling inexplicably restless. The saying "a penny can make a man stumble" rang true. All his anticipated avenues for making money had deviated. Wang Zitao's response was still pending, and the apprentice assessments had revealed numerous complications, not to mention that he couldn't even contact Sun Xinghe. Perhaps I should consider donating first. Qin Mu sighed heavily. The Life Cultivation Center was the only option he could think of that would yield quick financial returns. Without money, he couldn't afford energy potions, and his progress in cultivation would be hindered, making it impossible to catch up to the genius class students in the short term, thus jeopardizing his chances of competing for one of the top 2 spots. Should he ask his family for money again? Qin Mu recalled that his mother had mentioned his younger sister's interest in attending the martial arts class just a couple of days ago, and he immediately dismissed the thought of asking for funds. He could not allow his own martial arts pursuits to burden his family or hinder his sister's progress. In that moment, Qin Mu's resolve crystallized. All notions of pride seemed trivial. He had made up his mind to secretly visit the Life Cultivation Center that very night. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his destination. Upon returning to his neighborhood, Qin Mu spotted a familiar figure. "Dodo," he called out, confirming it was his somewhat slow-witted younger sister. He quickly approached her, asking, "You're on break? Why didn't you tell me?" Qin Hongdo, seeing it was her brother, promptly set down her heavy bags, leaned against the wall to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and grumbled, "School let out early, and since Mom and Dad are both at work, I came back by myself." "Aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you back? Did you get fired?" Qin Mu shot her an incredulous look. "Do you really think your brother is that incompetent?" He hoisted 2 large bags with one hand, placing the dozen energy potions he had brought back atop a plastic bucket filled with books, then lifted the entire bucket with his other hand. "That's heavy." Qin Hongdo attempted to help, but was promptly pushed aside by Qin Mu. "Step aside. With you weighing in at 200 pounds, I can still manage." "Hey, I'm not 200 pounds, she retorted, indignant. "Do you not have a sense of your own weight?" Qin Mu's teasing left Qin Hongdo fuming, though her actual weight was under 100 pounds. Had she not seen her brother carrying things, she would have insisted on throwing a few punches at him. As they bickered, they made their way home. The 2 lazy siblings prepared a simple noodle lunch and then retreated to their respective rooms. Once inside, Qin Mu resumed his usual monotonous training until around 6 p.m. when their mother returned home, prompting him to emerge and assist with dinner preparations. By 7 p.m., their father arrived home, and the family of 4 enjoyed a long overdue reunion dinner. After the meal, their father broached the topic of Dodo attending the martial arts class. Dodo, he asked, what's your take on joining the martial arts class? Qin Mu replied, Dad, the martial arts class is too expensive. I don't want to go. With a tone tinged with reprimand, Father Qin remarked, what is so expensive about it? 3,000 star coins is a trivial amount. Our family can certainly afford it. You should learn from your brother, focus on your martial arts training, and refrain from indulging in idle thoughts. Typically, the cost for each martial arts class starts at 100,000 star coins. However, due to the school's initiative to establish this particular program with a larger cohort, the tuition is significantly reduced. Noticing his sister's sulky expression, Qin Mu interjected, practicing martial arts not only enhances strength but also improves one's appearance. Just look at how much more handsome I have become. Qin Mu shot him a glance and retorted disdainfully, I am not ugly. Qin Mu continued, you needn't worry about the finances. I am now a certified instructor at the Zhengyang Martial Arts Academy, earning 5,000 star coins a month. I can easily recoup the 30,000 star coins within a few months. Upon hearing this, all three gazed at Qin Mu in disbelief. Father Qin was the first to voice his astonishment. Mu, weren't you just an apprentice? How did you suddenly become a formal instructor? Qin Mu recounted the entire process in detail, fearing they might doubt him, and promptly displayed his employment notification and electronic work ID. When their skepticism persisted, he revealed his genetic potential assessment report. A preliminary martial artist, Mu. Father Qin struggled to catch his breath, while Mother Qin was equally taken aback, gesticulating animatedly, yet unable to articulate a single word. Sister Qin Mu, looking rather foolish, clutched the terminal in Qin Mu's hand and giggled incessantly, chanting, haha, my brother is a preliminary martial artist. Qin Mu said nothing, quietly sipping his tea. After a while, their excitement gradually subsided. Father Qin suddenly slammed the table, his expression grave. Mu, we must ensure you attend Martial University, even if it means selling everything we own. Tomorrow, I will mortgage our house for 300,000 star coins to pay off your credit loan. Mother Qin chimed in, our Mu is so exceptional. Once the credit loan is settled, we can apply to the government for a second chance, and they will surely agree. Qin Mu shook his head. While it was natural for parents to be thrilled at their son's accomplishments, he had already utilized the credit loan, and it was impossible for the government to allow him to reapply for Martial University. Even if they did, he had no desire for that now. Father, Mother, let's forget about Martial University. I believe my current situation is quite satisfactory. Father Qin, puzzled, asked, Mu, didn't you always aspire to attend Martial University? Qin Mu replied earnestly, that was then. Now, I've realized that without being in school, my martial arts have progressed much more, and the remuneration for a coach at the academy is quite commendable. Many graduates from Martial University struggle to find such good jobs. Mother Qin nodded in agreement. What Mu says makes sense. Our downstairs neighbor's son, who attended Martial University, learned some flashy leg technique and is still working part-time as a delivery person, unable to secure a proper job. Father Qin, aware of this situation and seeing Qin Mu's resolute stance, contemplated for a moment before conceding. At that moment, Qin Mu timidly piped up, if martial arts improve without attending school, does that mean I can skip school too? Absolutely not. Qin Mu, Father Qin, and Mother Qin exclaimed in unison, leaving Qin Mu to retreat to her room in dejection. Chapter 22, the first time gone. As the clock struck 11 at night, Qin Mu stealthily emerged from his room, glanced toward his parents' room, and upon confirming the lights were off, cautiously made his way to the shoe cabinet. What are you sneaking around for? The sudden voice startled Qin Mu, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Turning around, he saw his sister in a monster-themed pajama, and an irritable wave surged within him as he playfully pinched her chubby cheeks. Staying up at this hour, trying to scare me. She protested, you're bullying me. Who told you to leave the lights off? You were planning to sneak out for a midnight snack, weren't you? Do you think I need to sneak around to grab a midnight snack? I just have a matter to attend to, so hurry back to bed. After giving her one last gentle pinch, he reluctantly released her, internally lamenting how delightfully squishy her cheeks felt. Taking advantage of her distraction, he swiftly put on his shoes and slipped away. Once downstairs, he verified that she had not followed him before departing the community and boarding the hover train headed to the Life Cultivation Center. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination. The Life Cultivation Center operates 24 hours a day to accommodate its clientele, ensuring there are no closing hours. Although it was the middle of the night, Qin Mu still observed some personnel moving about. He intentionally avoided others and stealthily made his way to the second floor after 20 minutes. Sir, how may I assist you? A female staff member intercepted him. She donned the familiar black uniform skirt paired with long black stockings, though she was not one of the two individuals Qin Mu had encountered previously. With glasses perched on her nose and a gentle smile, she bent slightly at the waist due to her tall stature as she spoke to him. The proximity made Qin Mu acutely aware of her enchanting fragrance, which ignited a rush of hormones within him, habitually raising his gaze. He became flustered as his cheeks flushed crimson, taking an involuntary step back. I came to update my data. The female staff member chuckled softly, swiping a device across the terminal on Qin Mu's wrist before leading him to an opulent private room. Only after she gently closed the door behind her did Qin Mu realize he had been overthinking. This was indeed a legitimate establishment. The room was adorned in warm hues, creating a cozy atmosphere that eased his nerves considerably. He then reclined on the bed, following the robot's instructions step by step. An hour later, Qin Mu emerged from the room, feeling refreshed. After reporting his exit at the front desk, he left the cultivation center and boarded the hover train back home. Before he even returned home, he received a notification that the 10,000 star coins awarded by the Life Cultivation Center had been deposited into his account. Qin Mu felt a surge of excitement, reigniting his fierce determination. With only 10 days remaining until the apprentice assessment on June 30th. This period was ample for him to significantly enhance his abilities. He dismissed thoughts of genius class members or predetermined qualifications. All that mattered to him was the fervent desire to secure one of the top 2 spots. By the time he arrived home, it was already 1 in the morning. Qin Mu collapsed onto his bed, instantly drifting into slumber. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. Qin Mu stretched, swiftly completing his morning routine of dressing, washing up, and having breakfast before grabbing his backpack and heading out to train. He opted not to visit the martial arts academy, but instead returned to his usual training grounds. Although the second floor of the academy offered free training facilities for internal staff, he preferred the ambience of the private rooms at the nearby training center. Upon reaching the training center's front desk, Qin Mu scanned the area and noticed that the cashier he had previously encountered, Xiao Meng, was absent. Instead, an older lady was handling the cash register. "Annie, I would like to recharge 5,000 star coins." The cashier paused, taken aback by the large sum, before inquiring, "Young man, are you certain you wish to recharge this amount?" Qin Mu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. You seem polite, so I won't hold back. The owner of this establishment has encountered an unfortunate incident and is currently unable to manage funds, planning to file for bankruptcy next month. If you don't want to lose your money, it's best not to recharge so much," she advised. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu looked around. There were still quite a few customers present, leaving him puzzled about the impending closure. "It's all right, Auntie. I'll use it all up in a few days," he reassured her. Although 5,000 star coins seemed substantial, it would barely last him 10 days. Seeing that Qin Mu was insistent, the cashier ceased further objections. After completing the transaction, he quickly made his way to his frequently used private room number 8, and fortune smiled upon him as it was unoccupied. Closing the door and setting down his backpack, he immediately entered a state of training. Basic fist technique level 3, 10, 30. He only needed to complete 20 more training sessions to achieve a breakthrough. According to the practice method of repetitive techniques, approximately 2 hours would suffice to complete 20 training sessions. In other words, after 2 hours, he would ascend to the rank of a martial artist. Once again, the advantages of the system were perfectly showcased. With just a slight calculation, the future training progress became crystal clear. To know and to practice, such motivation and efficiency of training were beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Qin Mu, filled with inner delight, threw himself into the training, striving for each movement and technique to meet the exacting standards. Thus, his actions were impeccable, with power aligning perfectly with the requirements of the martial arts, seamlessly blending strength and gentleness. And the explosive points of force were precise down to every joint of his fingers. Persisting in this manner for 2 hours, beads of sweat as large as soybeans adorned his forehead, occasionally dripping onto the ground with a faint patter. The floor bore witness to the traces of sweat and the orderly intermingling of his footprints, while the sounds of his punches slicing through the air resonated sporadically. Qin Mu's stamina had long reached its limit. He gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain steady breaths. With the final punch unleashed, his strength dissipated like a torrent, and his body collapsed on the ground. The system's notification chimed in response. Ding! Basic fist technique level 4, 0, 40, 20 times. Congratulations, host genetic potential has reached 0, 2. Qin Mu immediately checked his personal information. Host, Qin Mu, genetic potential, 10. Physical strength, 104. Mental strength, 104. Spiritual energy, 30. Bloodline power, S-Class, Dragon Bloodline 101. Martial arts, 10 set of radio gymnastics level 9, max. Basic fist technique level 4, 0, 40. Family level, none. Family Edition 1. In gestation. I have finally become a martial artist. Qin Mu exclaimed joyfully, his voice echoing within the private room, as if responding to him. How hungry! However, before he could revel in his joy, an insatiable hunger surged within him, and he realized that the remaining energy within him was rapidly depleting. Hastily, he retrieved energy potions from his bag, consuming one, then two, until the sixth bottle, at which point the hunger pangs finally subsided somewhat, allowing him to regain a modicum of stamina to move. Does breaking through to martial artist require such substantial energy expenditure? Qin Mu pondered, his face etched with confusion. As his stamina had not yet fully recovered, he could not sense the changes in his body before and after the breakthrough. Nonetheless, the updated personal information from the system indicated an upward trend in all metrics. Even the long-stagnant spiritual energy had risen by 10 points, confirming his successful transition to a martial artist. Just as Qin Mu basked in his triumph, a notification chimed from the terminal on his wrist, indicating an incoming call. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Sun Xinghe and promptly answered. Chapter 23. The Tip of the Iceberg of the Wealthy. At the luxurious top-floor private room of the Imperial Grand Hotel in Jiang City, Qin Mu and Sun Xinghe sat at opposite sides of an enormous revolving platter, which was filled with exquisite dishes, each a culinary delight whose names eluded him. The platter also held 2 bottles of a specialty drink called Galaxy No. 1, which Qin Mu had previously encountered on StarNet, priced at an astonishing 1,888 star coins per bottle, and unavailable in regular stores. Witnessing the opulence of the wealthy elite left Qin Mu's heart in turmoil. He was acutely aware for the first time that the chasm between ordinary people and the affluent was not merely one of wealth, but also encompassed knowledge and perception. What lay before him was but a mere glimpse of the iceberg of their extravagance. Through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, a sweeping view unfolded, showcasing the dining situations in lower-level private rooms, as well as the bustling streets below, where people hurried in pursuit of their livelihoods. Is this the condescension of the wealthy towards the lower classes? Qin Mu mused, his fists involuntarily clenching tightly. In that moment, his resolve to grow stronger solidified even further. Stop dawdling, eat up. If it's not enough, I'll call for more dishes, Sun Xinghe urged, clad in a white tailcoat that exuded an air of affluence compared to their last encounter. Noticing Qin Mu's hesitation with his chopsticks, he pressed on. Qin Mu steadied his emotions. Hunger gnawed at him, and he wasted no time picking up his chopsticks and devouring the food voraciously. However, after just one bite, he frowned slightly. Although the dishes appeared delectable, their taste was disappointingly mediocre, falling far short of his mother's cooking. It seemed that the palate of the wealthy was rather ordinary. The flavor may have lacked, but the food was rich in energy. Thus, Qin Mu continued his relentless consumption, soon abandoning the chopsticks altogether and resorting to tearing into the meat with his hands. While feasting, he did not forget about the Galaxy No. 1, pouring himself a glass. Upon taking a sip, a wave of warm energy surged through him, igniting his senses as if illuminating his eyes like lanterns. One glass followed another, and an hour later, after a hearty belch, he gazed at the empty Galaxy No. 1 bottles with a lingering sigh of satisfaction. Sun Xinghe, who had hardly touched his meal, tentatively suggested, "Should we order another bottle?" Qin Mu sat up straight. "Absolutely." Sun Xinghe, taken aback, thought to himself, "I was merely being polite. You really have the audacity to ask for it." Though his family was wealthy, he would seldom indulge in such high-end establishments outside of family gatherings. Having spoken those words, Sun Xinghe, albeit reluctantly, summoned the waiter for another bottle of Galaxy No. 1. Witnessing Qin Mu swiftly finish the drink, Sun Xinghe cut to the chase. "Coach Lin has informed me of your situation. Your strength as a quasi-martial artist is indeed remarkable, but it may be insufficient to deal with Zhao Xiao and her companions." Qin Mu, belching again, chuckled. "Who said I'm a quasi-martial artist? Not a quasi-martial artist?" Sun Xinghe adjusted his glasses, a troubling thought crossing his mind. "You're not telling me you Haven Tea broken through to become a martial artist?" Ire flared on Sun Xinghe's face. After spending so much on this meal, he had hoped Qin Mu's status as a quasi-martial artist would provide some resistance against Zhao Xiao and her crew. If Qin Mu was not a quasi-martial artist, then this meal would have been a complete folly for him. Internally, he resolved that if Qin Mu was not indeed a quasi-martial artist, he would insist on splitting the bill. Even if they shared it, he felt he would be a loss, having barely touched the lavish spread. And seeing a bit left in the Galaxy No. 1 bottle, he immediately poured it into his glass and drank with vigor. Qin Mu remained oblivious to the sudden change in Sun Xinghe's demeanor, contemplating that he had not misspoken, for he was indeed not a quasi-martial artist, but a martial artist. After consuming a copious amount of food, his stamina had completely replenished. A slight scan of his body revealed a surging energy akin to flames erupting, instantly filling every cell within him. These cells brimmed with resilience and explosive power, accompanied by an acute sense of perception. Particularly noteworthy was a newly formed energy mass at the center of his dantian. Upon focusing his thoughts, he extended his hand, and the energy mass materialized in his palm. The energy was colorless and tasteless, invisible to the naked eye, yet its terrifying waves of power were unmistakably tangible. Spiritual energy? Sun Xinghe was taken aback by this sudden revelation. You've broken through to become a martial artist? Qin Mu nodded. Is this the spiritual energy that only martial artists can wield? It's indeed formidable. Confirming it to be spiritual energy, Sun Xinghe found himself at a loss for words. He too possessed spiritual energy. Every martial artist who broke through would have it. However, he had never imagined that Qin Mu would attain the status of a martial artist. The quasi-martial artist phase was deemed a transformative stage towards becoming a martial artist, as it necessitated a gradual process, allowing each cell in the body to absorb sufficient energy and slowly evolve. This made progress in training exceptionally arduous, with many individuals becoming stuck in this stage for extended periods, some even for a lifetime. Sun Xinghe, who considered himself a genius, had spent a full year to achieve his own breakthrough during this phase. Yesterday, Lin Yuan informed him that Qin Mu's genetic potential stands at 98, which led him to never consider Qin Mu as a martial artist. As Qin Mu glanced at the time, noticing it was already past 1 o'clock, he contemplated expediting his discussion with Sun Xinghe to return to his training. He spoke up, I am now a martial artist. Do you think my strength can be of assistance to you? Sun Xinghe, being a rich second-generation heir, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. He extended a hand and stated, I have a 50% assurance. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu felt a bit taken aback. Sun Xinghe's request was quite straightforward. He merely needed Qin Mu to weaken the strength of the weakest among the trio, Wang Xiaoquan. Once that was accomplished, Sun Xinghe could easily defeat Wang Xiaoquan and face Lu Zijie at full strength. Qin Mu believed that since they were all martial artists, their strengths should not differ significantly, and merely inflicting damage on the opponent should yield at least an 80 to 90% success rate. However, Sun Xinghe's assertion of only a 50% probability raised questions. Was he underestimating his own capabilities or overestimating his adversary's? Qin Mu reasoned that Sun Xinghe had no reason to lie about this, indicating that Wang Xiaoquan's combat prowess was indeed considerably stronger than that of an average martial artist. What could account for this? Skills, or perhaps other factors? Qin Mu found himself unable to deduce the answer, feeling an internal alertness rising. The two then proceeded to negotiate terms. Sun Xinghe proposed, as long as you manage to weaken Wang Xiaoquan, I shall reward you with 100,000 star coins. Qin Mu nodded, satisfied with this offer. However, he was not solely motivated by Wang Xiaoquan. He raised a finger and asked if I also managed to weaken Lu Zijie. Could you increase the reward by 300,000 star coins? Sun Xinghe, momentarily stunned, could hardly believe his ears. Weaken Lu Zijie? You certainly have lofty ambitions. He quickly shook his head, stating 300,000 star coins is no small sum. I do not believe you possess such strength, and besides, I can handle Lu Zijie myself without needing your help. Some matters cannot be predicted. It is prudent to finalize the agreement now, lest we find ourselves pressed for time later, Qin Mu insisted. All right, if we truly find ourselves in need of your assistance later, I shall not hesitate to grant you the additional 300,000 star coins. Sun Xinghe chuckled at Qin Mu's confidence. However, Qin Mu's next statement was even more astonishing. If, and I stress if, I secure the bidding qualification, how much would you be willing to bid? Upon hearing this, Sun Xinghe was momentarily rendered speechless. What did he mean by securing the bidding qualification? Was this young man actually contemplating usurping his position? Chapter 24, The Contract. Half an hour later, Qin Mu emerged from the hotel, his face beaming with satisfaction, while Sun Xinghe trailed behind, his expression decidedly less cheerful, indicating that the negotiations had left one party quite displeased. With a darkened expression, Sun Xinghe remarked, Qin Mu, given our relationship, you dare to distrust me and insist on a contract? You are insulting my character. Do you realize that? Qin Mu retorted, you, stingy as you are, claim to be a person of stature? This scoundrel had even suggested that Qin Mu pay for their meal, proposing to deduct it from the 100,000 star coins. It nearly made him regurgitate the food he had just consumed. What stinginess! That was 50,000 star coins. You have profited immensely from me. So contributing a bit towards the meal is only fair. Since you insist, then you should deposit the remuneration into my account first, Qin Mu challenged. Upon hearing this, Sun Xinghe looked skyward, pretending he had not heard. Qin Mu understood that Sun Xinghe was not concerned with the amount of money, but rather with his inherent stinginess. The saying goes, there is no business without deceit, and in commercial dealings, a contract is vital. Without a written agreement, he feared that this fellow might renege on the payment. In 1 hour, if you do not sign the contract and deliver it to room 8 at the Xin Training Center, I shall see collaboration with Zhao Xiao and her companions. With a parting remark that carried weight, Qin Mu disregarded Sun Xinghe's reaction and boarded the hover train en route to the training facility. Upon arriving at the training center's private room, he was just about to commence his training when the system notification chimed. Beep, achievement detected. First martial artist of the family. Reward. 1 opportunity to unlock proficiency. What a pleasant surprise. Qin Mu was taken aback, finding the timing of this proficiency unlock opportunity to be impeccable. His basic boxing technique had already reached level 4, nearing the maximum level 6, and to surpass Wang Xiaoquan and others, he would need to master additional martial arts techniques. Now that he had the proficiency unlock opportunity, learning new techniques was merely a matter of time. Not having settled on which technique to unlock, Qin Mu decided to elevate his basic boxing technique to its maximum level first. He resumed practicing the familiar moves repetitively. With his strength having transcended into that of a martial artist, he experienced a significant enhancement in all aspects, allowing him to train for 4 uninterrupted hours without any issues. However, less than an hour into his training, a knock at the door interrupted him, forcing him to cease his practice. Hello, Mr. Qin, I have a document for you. Qin Mu accepted the document from the delivery personnel with a word of thanks and promptly closed the door. Impressive efficiency. The document was the contract signed by Sun Xinghe, detailing that if Qin Mu severely injures Wang Xiaoquan, Sun Xinghe must pay him 100,000 star coins as compensation. Should Qin Mu also injure Lu Zijia, Sun Xinghe is obliged to add an additional 300,000 star coins. If Qin Mu secures the bidding qualification for the C-grade bloodline potion, Sun Xinghe must purchase it at market price unconditionally. The agreement was legally binding, with the official seal from the imperial government's notary office. To be cautious, Qin Mu scanned the document with his personal terminal and sent it to Lin Yuan for review. Before long, Lin Yuan replied, confirming that the contract was in order, allowing Qin Mu to breathe a sigh of relief. When dealing with the affluent, it is wise to exercise caution. With everything in place, all that remained was to enhance his strength and fulfill the contractual obligations. Qin Mu shed his damp shirt, exposing his upper body. He had previously been slender and had a slight habit of leaning forward, but after a period of rigorous training, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His posture was now upright, and his well-defined 8-pack abs were aesthetically pleasing, exuding a potent allure from every angle. Truly a charmer in any previous life. This served to validate his previous assertion that diligent training could indeed enhance one's beauty. As evening fell at 6 o'clock, Qin Mu concluded his training session. Beep. Basic boxing technique leveled up to 5050. Congratulations, host genetic potential increased by 0.1. Qin Mu, towel in hand, froze momentarily upon realizing that the increase in genetic potential was a mere 0.1 after leveling up his martial arts technique. This had never occurred before. Could it be a consequence of his breakthrough to becoming a martial artist? He speculated on this and quickly accessed the StarNet for answers. Soon enough, he found a post from a user claiming to be an expert in genetic potential development, stating, each enhancement of genetic potential represents a triumph over one's own limitations. Developing genetic potential challenges the human body's extremes, and the improvements gained from training and techniques of the same tier will diminish over time. This perspective resonated with Qin Mu. Yet to be certain, he decided to consult Lin Yuan. Brother Lin, have you eaten yet? At 8 o'clock, he finally received a response from Lin Yuan, confirming a similar understanding. The higher the level of martial arts techniques trained, the greater the potential for improvement. Conversely, the lower the level, the less significant the enhancement. Qin Mu had initially intended to utilize the remaining proficiency unlock opportunity on more advanced techniques, but currently, he could only train in 5 basic E-grade techniques. It seemed he would have to seek assistance from Lin Yuan once more. Feeling a bit guilty for having contacted Lin Yuan so many times in one day, he pondered whether Lin Yuan might be growing impatient. However, recalling how Lin Yuan always encouraged him to ask whenever he had questions, Qin Mu reassured himself that Lin Yuan was not that kind of person. Moreover, it was only 8 in the evening. It should not be considered an intrusion during dinner time. Ultimately, prioritizing his training, Qin Mu chose to call rather than text. Brother Lin, is it a convenient time to talk? I have some inquiries regarding my cultivation practice. A cacophony of noise intermittently echoed from the other end of the phone. And only after a brief moment did Lin Yuan's voice finally emerge. "I'm available," he exclaimed. "I wish to cultivate techniques of E rank or higher. Do you have any suitable recommendations, Brother Lin?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion. He struggled to comprehend why Qin Mu persistently sought knowledge that was essential for martial artists. He was currently preoccupied, as his formidable mother was urging him on. If he failed to satisfy her tonight, he would be condemned to sleep on the floor. "It's available on the official website," he replied tersely. Qin Mu intended to inquire further about which type of techniques would be preferable, but the call abruptly disconnected. He navigated to the Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy's official website, logging into his account, only to discover a layout that differed from what he had previously seen. There was now a section dedicated to techniques. Within this section, the techniques were categorized into 5 ranks: B, C, D, and E. Given Qin Mu's current permissions, he could only access categories C, D, and E. He casually clicked on category D, which displayed 10 types of techniques, including 2 cultivation methods and 8 combat skills. The 2 cultivation methods were the extreme intent technique and the Xianbao formula, which Qin Mu opened to examine. The extreme intent technique served as a foundational method for the A-rank 9-sun extreme intent technique, primarily focusing on intent energy and amalgamating the essence of the 9 suns. Its moves were formidable and laden with aggression. However, its drawback lay in the slow recovery of spiritual energy, making it a cautious choice for those who did not specialize in fire attributes. Conversely, the Xianbao formula did not require a preliminary technique and boasted rapid spiritual energy recovery. Although classified as a D-rank technique, it rivaled C-rank techniques in efficacy, with the only downside being its simplistic attack maneuvers. Chapter 25, The Master Network. Qin Mu felt a headache creeping in. His understanding of martial arts was painfully superficial. He was utterly oblivious to concepts like intent realms and attributes. At this moment, the significance of having a martial arts mentor became glaringly apparent. During the earlier call, he sensed Lin Yuan was in a hurry and knew it was inappropriate to disturb him further, nor could he continuously trouble him. To resolve this predicament, he would have to delve into a systematic understanding of the martial arts path on his own. Undoubtedly, Wu University would have been the ideal place, but he was no longer eligible to enroll there. His only options were self-study or seeking a mentor. In response to how to choose a cultivation technique, Qin Mu scoured the Star Network and gleaned a relatively unanimous conclusion from numerous users' posts. Establishing a solid foundation was paramount. Mastering foundational techniques would facilitate the learning of additional techniques. With a system at his disposal, he never feared the inability to learn techniques and understood the importance of fundamentals. Yet, the crux of the matter was no longer about basics, but rather how he could acquire the strength to defeat the 4 prodigies of the genius class within 10 days. After a few minutes of contemplation, Qin Mu resolved that money would be necessary to address his challenges. He accessed a website called the Master Network on the Star Network, formulated his question, and sent it out directly. As the name suggests, the Master Network was a platform populated by martial arts instructors. By posting paid inquiries, one could receive answers. However, it was uncertain whether the responders were actual teachers in real life. Initially, Qin Mu submitted a free inquiry as a trial. After 10 minutes of waiting, he received no responses, not even a single view. Gritting his teeth, he changed it to a paid inquiry for 1,000 star coins. After another 10 minutes, he still garnered no responses, though the view count rose to 100. Feeling a glimmer of hope, he promptly raised the price by another 1,000 star coins. He did not wish to raise the price by such a substantial amount in one go, but the Master Network was quite avaricious, with a minimum starting price and increment set at 1,000 star coins. This time, the view count skyrocketed to 1,000, yet regrettably, there were still no responses. Qin Mu was left with no choice but to continually increase his bid. He possessed only 5,000 star coins, and after reaching that limit without receiving an answer, he had no option but to abandon the endeavor. As time passed, the view count of his inquiry surged past 100,000, reaching trending status, provoking a flurry of spectators who began to engage in idle chatter. The inquiry read, as an ordinary person newly entering the realm of martial artists, lacking resources, having 2 foundational techniques already maxed out, and without considering one's innate talents, how can one defeat a wealthy second-generation martial artist who has been cultivating for 6 months in just 10 days? This question appeared straightforward, yet in reality, it was exceedingly challenging. Indeed, without money, how could one practice martial arts? talent pales in comparison to wealth. Without financial means, one could not even afford to learn techniques, let alone surpass a wealthy individual who had begun their cultivation half a year earlier. The notion of outpacing them within 10 days was utterly implausible. An extraordinary individual could max out 2 foundational techniques. It seems the poster truly lacks funds. Surely, these foundational techniques aren't akin to calisthenics. Qin Mu observed the barrage of comments fixated on finances and mockery. If he had ample funds, he would not have sought advice on a master network, subjecting himself to such ridicule. He manipulated the terminal, revised his question, and appended a query at the end regarding the D-rank techniques, extreme intent technique, and Xianbao formula, along with D-rank combat skills, which would significantly enhance my strength. Once his question was posted, discussions among the onlookers swiftly ignited. Useless. You can only master foundational techniques right now. Even if you learn combat skills, they won't yield substantial benefits. Furthermore, even if you're the top scholar in the city, it's impossible to master a D-rank technique within 10 days. Your assertion is far too absolute. A mere D-rank technique can be mastered within 10 days by a truly talented genius. Second floor, stop rambling. Reflect on why you're on the second floor. What I mean by mastery is not merely entry-level, but achieving great or even perfect proficiency. First floor, don't be so arrogant. Your lack of experience merely reflects your limited understanding, not that no one can accomplish it. A heated exchange erupted between 2 users, one named Xiaoyu Fei on the second floor and another named Master Sanlang on the first floor, escalating to the point where it seemed they might arrange an offline confrontation. Qin Mu, observing the entire saga, felt utterly speechless. He had hoped for someone to illuminate his confusion, but if the two continued their verbal sparring, his inquiry would inevitably be censored by the website. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he silenced both parties. The flurry of comments vanished in an instant, rendering the screen considerably cleaner. At that moment, a direct message caught Qin Mu's attention. Poster, private message, I can help clarify. Upon opening it, he discovered the message was from a user named Huqing. Qin Mu had been eagerly awaiting someone to take up his inquiry, so without hesitation, he sent a private message in return. Hello, how can you assist me? Huqing responded promptly. Before I accept your inquiry, I need to understand your situation. Ask away, what would you like to know? Are you confident in your talent? Indeed. Qin Mu felt that hesitating for even a second would be an affront to his system. After approximately 6 seconds, Huqing on the other end sent a reply. All right, I accept your inquiry. Just as Qin Mu finished reading the message, the website promptly displayed a notification that his inquiry had been accepted, and the interface transitioned into a video chat window. This setting was designed to facilitate communication between the 2 parties involved in the transaction. The platform monitored this channel in real time to ensure the legal rights of both parties were protected within an hour. Those who attempted to exploit the system or were unsatisfied with the responses provided would face repercussions from the website. However, the site took a 50 commission, which seemed exorbitant. One could only remark that there were benefits to spending money, ensuring that both parties, those seeking knowledge and those offering it, felt secure. As he opened the window, a figure materialized on the screen. The video had undergone technical modification, altering both appearance and voice, thus alleviating any concerns regarding privacy breaches. Qin Mu could not discern whether the individual was male or female, and valuing his time, he refrained from pleasantries, diving straight into the matter. Huqing, how do you plan to provide clarity on my inquiry? User Huqing wasted no time, launching directly into an analysis. Based on the information you provided, your opponent is a second-generation martial artist who broke through 6 months ago, having achieved this milestone just before the college entrance examination. Given the urgency of your situation, it is evident that your opponent possesses only average talent. Thus, I deduce that the opponent's martial techniques and skills prior to their breakthrough as a martial artist are all of E rank, indicating a rather mediocre talent. Given a mere 6 months of training, their progress in these techniques would likely be minimal, possibly achieving only a minor proficiency in an E rank skill or a rudimentary understanding of a D rank one. Moreover, we must also consider that, as a second-generation wealthy individual, they undoubtedly possess some form of bloodline power. This bloodline power is intricately linked to the strength and attributes of their spiritual energy. Should fortune favor them, and they have comprehended the attributes within their bloodline, then regrettably, your chances of victory would be exceedingly slim. Chapter 26, 2 Plans. As Qin Mu listened, he nodded in agreement. The ability to extract such a wealth of information from simple details indicated that Qin possessed considerable skill. However, Qin Mu's understanding of bloodline power remained rudimentary, limited to merely enhancing genetic potential and being inherited by the next generation. As for the attributes of bloodline power, and the means of comprehension, he was entirely at a loss. Embarrassed, he inquired, "What exactly are the attributes of bloodline power?" "You don't know?" Qin responded with surprise. "Then what bloodline power do you possess? Does the dragon bloodline count?" "That won't suffice. The purity is too low. It must reach at least a purity of 10 for comprehension to be effective, and the higher the purity, the better the comprehension and the stronger the resultant power." "And what are the wealth of that second-generation heir?" "Approximately over 100 million. Then you're in peril. Individuals of such a background are highly likely to possess bloodline power of at least 10 purity." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was taken aback, and before he could fully process the information, Qin's voice chimed in again. "Now, let us analyze your advantages. What are the two complete foundational techniques you possess?" Qin Mu replied, "Radio calisthenics and basic boxing, with the basic boxing technique just one level away from completion." Qin responded with a tone of exasperation. "You are committing fraud. Not to worry, I can stay up late to train. For now, consider my basic boxing technique as completed for the proposal." Upon hearing this, Qin's mind flashed with a thought. This person is rather arrogant. Her task was to devise a plan based on the requirements provided, and any consequences arising from erroneous information given by the inquirer were of no concern to her. She stated, "I shall provide you with two plans. Plan 1, based on your foundational boxing technique being at full level. I suggest you forego training 2 D-rank techniques and instead focus solely on mastering the E-rank combat technique, Mountain Shattering Fist. A fully mastered Mountain Shattering Fist will significantly enhance your explosive strength, and when combined with a fully mastered foundational boxing technique, you could unleash nearly 2,000 kilograms of force. With sheer strength, if you strike that second-generation heir, even if they have comprehended the attributes of their bloodline, they will not withstand it." "Wait a moment." Qin Mu raised his hand to interject. "What if I cannot land a hit? Besides, I lack the funds to purchase the combat technique." Qin responded again with a tone of indifference. "If you cannot land a hit, that is your problem, not mine. If you exhaust your strength with one punch, you can only await your demise. As for the Mountain Shattering Fist, are you not a coach at the Xinjiang Martial Arts School? You can learn it for free. What funds do you need?" Qin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you know I am a coach at the Xinjiang Martial Arts School?" "Just a guess." It seems my guess was correct." Hearing this made Qin Mu feel as though he was being toyed with, and he found it necessary to assert his superiority. "Administrator, I wish to report someone for fishing for information and leaking personal privacy." Qin immediately begged for mercy. "Please, I did not intend to pry. The extreme intent technique and the mysterious treasure technique are exclusive to the Xinjiang Martial Arts School. It was obvious that you are a coach there." Qin Mu merely intended to tease her, not genuinely file a complaint, as he still relied on her for guidance and proposals. However, the website's administrator promptly issued a warning to Qin. The atmosphere grew quite awkward thereafter. Qin Mu attempted to ease the tension, but was swiftly interrupted. "Plan 2, Qin announced, her tone laced with a hint of frustration. "You should cultivate the D-rank technique, extreme intent technique, to a level above great accomplishment. An attempt to fuse the intention you have cultivated with your bloodline power. This has a high probability of allowing you to comprehend a spiritual energy attribute. If you master a spiritual energy attribute and still cannot surpass your opponent, then that is your issue. Oh, by the way, I apologize. I forgot you only possess the dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, the purity is too low, and your chances of success are less than 1 in 10,000. However, that is of little concern to me." Her tone in the latter part of her sentence was noticeably off, tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, she was unaware that Qin Mu's dragon bloodline possessed a purity of 101, exceeding that of an ordinary individual by a single percentage point, thus granting him a success probability nearing 1 in 10,000. While 1 in 10,000 may seem slim, it nonetheless offered a glimmer of hope. Qin Mu quitted. "What exactly are the attributes of bloodline power, and how does one cultivate a spiritual energy attribute?" He was met with a cold and unyielding refusal. Sorry. But that is a separate question, and the time for inquiries has expired." With that, the connection was abruptly severed. Qin Mu was left feeling helpless, as the other party had no obligation to address his question. Now, devoid of funds, seeking further guidance from anyone seemed impossible. Just as he pondered his predicament, a private message popped up. "Xiao Yu Fei Fei." Upon glancing at the name, Qin Mu felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. What does she want? Has she come to confront me over being muted? Upon opening the message, he realized he had been overly concerned. She merely inquired about the success of his guidance session. Qin Mu replied affirmatively, and she promptly sent over a red envelope. Upon clicking to receive it, he was taken aback by the amount. A whole 10,000 star coins. What could Xiao Yu Fei Fei possibly want? Soon after, she sent a message. This 10,000 star coins is to support your training. 10 days from now, when you defeat that second-generation heir, I hope you will post a thread on the Master S network to let me take great pleasure in slapping that wretched Fatso's face. Qin Mu was utterly elated. Her request was tantamount to a monetary gift. He immediately replied, "Thank you, benefactor. I assure you I will complete the task." What an unexpected windfall. This truly exemplified the saying about clams and herons fighting while the fisherman reaps the benefits. He couldn't help but reflect. The heron has arrived. Where is the clam? As if on cue, less than 3 minutes later, a user named Master Sanlang also messaged Qin Mu. He opened with a red envelope of 1,000 star coins, instructing Qin Mu to post the results on the Master S network 10 days hence, assuring him of ample rewards afterward. Qin Mu gladly agreed and seized the opportunity to inquire about bloodline attributes. The user responded earnestly, even sharing a document to ensure Qin Mu comprehended the information. What kind soul? Qin Mu mused, downloading the document for meticulous review. 10 minutes later, having concluded his reading, he rested his chin in contemplation. Bloodline power is derived from the bodies of colossal beasts of the starry sky, inherently containing unique attributes and mystical abilities. Such attributes could encompass the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, or even yin and yang, light and dark, space, time, and various other attributes. Through martial cultivation, one can glean attributes from bloodline power, thereby significantly enhancing combat prowess. The higher the level and purity of the bloodline power, the greater the power manifested. For ordinary individuals, the most significant aspect of bloodline power is its hereditary potential. For the wealthy, this is merely one of the many functions of bloodline power. The exorbitant price of bloodline elixirs is primarily attributed to their attributes. Consequently, high-level bloodline powers are often hoarded by the affluent as soon as they appear, never making their way to the market for ordinary folks to see. Chapter 27, Mountain Shattering Fist. Qin Mu accessed the official website of the Xinjiang Martial Arts School and located the Mountain Shattering Fist under the E-rank category of combat techniques. As He Qing had indicated, the Mountain Shattering Fist emphasizes strength, utilizing point strikes to unleash power that indeed surpasses one's limits. However, if one does not reach full mastery, the enhancement of strength is negligible and may even fall short of comparable techniques. Only upon reaching full mastery and mastering the technique of striking from a distance can one unleash a charge punch. Yet, it bears a fatal flaw. The skill has a lengthy recovery period, making it nearly impossible to hit an opponent unless they remain stationary during a confrontation of equal rank. In addressing the issue of excessive recovery time, He Qing suggested that the combination of the mountain shaking fist with a fully mastered basic fist technique could effectively reduce the recovery time by half. Caught off guard, the likelihood of striking the opponent remains quite high. The fully mastered mountain shaking fist poses little challenge against Wang Xiaoquan, but presents a degree of difficulty against Lu Zijia, and is virtually ineffective against Zhao Xiao. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Mu reached a resolution. With the assistance of the system, he was confident he could perfect the D-grade technique, ultimate skill, within 10 days. However, the endeavor to integrate the intent force into the bloodline power to comprehend the attribute divine abilities was constrained by time, and the probability of success was alarmingly low. Failure would mean losing everything. Thus, one must not be overly greedy. First secure the 100,000 star coins from Wang Xiaoquan, then strive for the 300,000 from Lu Zijia, while abandoning any aspirations regarding Zhao Xiao. Naturally, should an opportunity arise to eliminate the benefactor's son Xinghe, Qin Mu quickly dismissed this ominous thought. Transactions with others must be grounded in integrity. System: unlock the mountain shaking fist. Ding! E-grade combat skill mountain shaking fist entry 0. 100 successfully unlocked. Qin Mu projected the instructional video for the mountain shaking fist, but after half an hour of study, he found himself still at a loss. He set the mountain shaking fist aside and turned his attention to further honing his basic fist technique. Currently, his basic fist technique stood at level 6, and to achieve perfection, he needed to train an additional 60 times. To accomplish this, Qin Mu dedicated himself to training until 4 in the morning. Ding! Congratulations, host. Basic fist technique perfected, max. Success. At this moment, Qin Mu felt utterly exhausted and drowsy, devoid of any exhilaration from his advancement. After a quick wash, he lay down and immediately fell into a deep slumber. The next day, upon awakening, Qin Mu rubbed his eyes and glanced at the terminal. Xin, he sprang up in alarm. He was late. This time, he could not maintain his composure, as he had forgotten to report to Lin Yu on the previous night. Would there be a deduction from his salary? This was Qin Mu's foremost concern. As a penniless individual, even a single star coin deduction would weigh heavily on his heart. He hurriedly dressed, splashed some water on his face, grabbed his backpack, and took a steamed bun before rushing out. Upon arriving at the martial arts hall, it was already 11 a.m., and on the third floor he did not see Lin Yuan, but instead encountered Wang Zitao, whom he hadn't seen in 2 days. "Good morning, Teacher Qin." "Morning," Qin Mu replied somewhat awkwardly. Fortunately, everyone else was diligently practicing, and no one paid him any mind. Wang Zitao hesitated, then said, "Teacher, about that matter we discussed last time, have you thought it over?" Qin Mu perked up, having almost forgotten Wang Zitao's martial arts fee after the brief hiatus. Wang Zitao sighed, his expression not quite cheerful. "I recognize your strength, teacher, but my family disagrees, especially my father, who says I've been kicked by a donkey to believe your nonsense." Cough. Hearing this, Qin Mu couldn't help but cough. Wang Zitao quickly added, "Of course, I know you wouldn't deceive me, but my dad doesn't know that. It's just your status as a trainee apprentice doesn't carry much weight." Qin Mu raised an eyebrow. "Who said I'm a trainee apprentice? I'm already a formal instructor at the martial arts hall. It's just that I feared it might discourage the other trainees, so the hall hasn't issued an official announcement." His words held truth. Given the unconventional path he had taken, a degree of modesty was indeed warranted. After sharing the information from the HR department, Wang Zitao clapped enthusiastically in praise. But being young, he quickly ran out of words. Feeling disinterested, Qin Mu prompted Wang Zitao to begin practicing the calisthenics. Through this period of training, Wang Zitao made remarkable progress. His calisthenics had reached an introductory stage, and he performed them with commendable semblance. This lad shows some talent. Qin Mu mused, reflecting that during his 3 years of high school, he had only reached the introductory level in calisthenics, while Wang Zitao had done so in merely half a month. The disparity between individuals was indeed like a vast chasm. However, the roles of star coins and coaching undoubtedly accounted for a significant portion of this difference. Reflecting on his own experiences, had he been afforded such excellent conditions for martial arts training at this age, attending a martial arts university would have posed no issue whatsoever. Ultimately, the distinction of the martial arts university lay in the willingness to invest or hold back. Families of modest means, if willing to dedicate their finances entirely to supporting their children's martial arts training, could easily secure a place in a public martial arts university. However, when it came to breaking through to become a martial artist, the children of ordinary families could only rely on fate. With poor luck, their efforts could be in vain, plunging the entire family into hardship. Given this reality, how many families would dare to take the plunge? Qin Mu thought of his sister and wondered how the martial arts class organized by the school was progressing. Now that he had become a martial artist and a formal instructor at the martial arts hall, he could not only focus on his own training. It was time to contribute to his family as well. Opening the terminal, he saw a balance of 11,000 star coins. Without hesitation, he transferred 5,000 star coins to his father and 1,000 star coins to his sister. Inquiring about the formation of the martial arts class at her school and whether the enrollment process was going smoothly, he then turned to correct Wang Zitao's movements, and seeing no issues, began to practice the mountain-shaking fist in another corner. Meanwhile, at Jiangsu No. 13 Middle School, on a teaching square, rows of students clad in training uniforms were enduring the sweltering heat, their sweat thoroughly soaking their attire. With a command from the coach, a group of students dashed towards the shade to rest. Qin Hongdo and Su Lingyin were back-to-back, sipping beverages during their break. "Dodo, you've lost weight. Here, drink my energy potion." Qin Hongdo took a sip, then immediately set it down. She glanced at the bottle and said, "We still have to train this afternoon. I should conserve the energy potion." Su Lingyin pouted in frustration. "It's all my dad's fault. To prevent me from eating snacks, he only gives me 100 star coins for pocket money every day. After buying the energy potion, there's nothing left." Coming from a wealthier family, Su Lingyin, as the only child, often shared her treats with Dodo. Understanding her family's situation, Qin Hongdo was frugal and never asked her parents for more. When she left home, her parents had given her 100 star coins, but that was quickly spent on training attire. Without money for energy potions, her legs felt weak, and her training speed began to lag behind others. Previously, she had borrowed a few sips of energy potion from her best friend, but now she felt too embarrassed to ask for more. However, most students came from ordinary families, and many were reluctant to purchase energy potions. So she felt no shame in her situation. If she truly felt exhausted, she could only report to the coach to request a break, just as she was feeling bored. Her terminal on her wrist chimed. She opened it and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Oh my gosh, my brother transferred me 1,000 star coins." Su Lingyin looked at her with envy. Your brother is so nice. Let us go to the big supermarket. Hand in hand, the two girls skipped excitedly towards the school's convenience store. Chapter 28. Who still practices formally? On the second floor of the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall, after lunch, Qin Mu did not rest, but went straight to the training area. At this moment, the second floor was sparsely populated. Only 3 or 4 individuals were moving about. He sought out a secluded spot, adjusted the terminal's holographic projection, and began to practice in accordance with the video content. The mountain shaking fist consists of a single movement, standing in a horse stance with a clenched fist, executing a punch that appears deceptively simple. However, it is far from easy. Each punch requires coordination with the internal flow of energy and variations in force accumulation. There are precisely 81 variations to this change. According to the video, completing these variations within 15 seconds meets the entry-level standard, 10 seconds indicates a minor achievement, 5 seconds signifies a major achievement, and 3 seconds equates to perfection. When combined with a fully mastered basic fist technique, the time can be shortened to 1.5 seconds. Although Qin Mu had unlocked the proficiency of his martial arts, he had yet to successfully practice even once, rendering the proficiency utterly ineffective. The 81 variations were indeed not so easily mastered. A single misstep could obliterate the entire training process. Given Qin Mu's current level of talent, it would take no less than 6 months before he could hope to approach the threshold of the shaking mountain fist. However, he remained unfazed, with the system at his disposal, who still required conventional training. By dissecting the details of each technique and exploiting system bugs to complete a single training session, even the most challenging martial arts skills would become trivial. Thus, Qin Mu began by firmly committing the first variation to memory, diligently practicing it until he ensured that his execution perfectly mirrored the instructional video before proceeding to the second variation. In learning the second variation, he did not follow the first, but instead boldly bypassed it, opting for an independent study of the second. This method significantly reduced the difficulty, though the process was still fraught with challenges. At times, incorrect breath control would lead to chaotic internal energy flow, causing varying degrees of pain as power recklessly surged through his meridians. More than once, he found himself writhing on the ground in agony. Yet, with each failure came a wealth of experience. He became acutely aware of which areas of his energy flow were prone to issues, exercising heightened caution. With time, the instances of severe pain diminished, and any minor discomfort he encountered he could grit his teeth and endure, not allowing it to hinder his training. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he had mastered the 20th variation. At this pace, he had hope of completing a full training session by day's end. Teacher Qin. In the distance, Wang Zitao approached. During work hours, certified instructors had the authority to lead students in training anywhere. The second floor, largely empty and serene, seemed an ideal setting for practice, so Qin Mu notified the duty supervisor and invited Wang Zitao down a train. Unless there are special circumstances, we shall all practice on the second floor from now on. I will be training beside you, so feel free to ask me any questions you may have regarding your practice. After relaying these instructions, Qin Mu promptly assumed a horse stance, commencing his training in the shaking mountain fist. Wang Zitao did not engage as usual calisthenics, but instead watched Qin Mu's training with keen interest. After a few minutes, he could no longer contain himself and asked, "Teacher, what martial art are you practicing? May I learn it as well?" The combat technique is the shaking mountain fist. Qin Mu glanced at Wang Zitao and continued, "I will teach you once you have perfected the calisthenics, provided you first enroll in my class." Although Wang Zitao was unfamiliar with the shaking mountain fist, the name sounded formidable and he was eager to learn. "Teacher, what is the fee for your class?" Qin Mu pondered for a moment before responding. According to the Martial Arts Academy's standards, certified instructors charge 100 star coins per hour. However, if you desire a personalized lesson, the price differs. He was acutely aware that working at the academy and accepting private jobs were entirely separate matters, differing significantly in teaching depth and workload. Wang Zitao blurted out, "I've been practicing calisthenics for so long. It's been dreadfully dull. Teacher, please teach me the shaking mountain fist for just an hour to satisfy my curiosity." Eager for the income, Qin Mu readily agreed. A quick scan and transfer completed the transaction. The funds were directed to the academy's account. Accepting private payments could result in severe penalties, including wage forfeiture or even dismissal, as Lin Yuan had emphasized on the very first day of employment. Thus, he dared not accept payments privately. After explaining the necessary steps to Wang Zitao, Qin Mu demonstrated the technique for him to observe. Perhaps due to nerves, Qin Mu made an error right from the start, and the resulting pain contorted his expression, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. This startled Wang Zitao, who exclaimed, "Teacher, are you all right?" Taking a deep breath, Qin Mu managed to smile. "I'm fine." This combat technique can be quite painful at first, but one eventually grows accustomed to it. He rose, dusted himself off, and re-entered his training state. With the recent failure fresh in his mind, he proceeded with even greater caution. Nonetheless, he remained somewhat unpracticed, and a wave of pain surged through him, causing his complexion to shift slightly. Fortunately, it was merely a minor discomfort which he bore, though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Observing from the sidelines, Wang Zitao felt increasingly anxious, completely losing the desire to learn. He thought to himself, what kind of devilish technique is this? This isn't training. It's merely a way to inflict suffering upon oneself. With an embarrassed expression, he said, "Teacher, I believe the shaking mountain fist may not be suitable for me. I think I will return to practicing calisthenics." Qin Mu furrowed his brow. "The payment has gone to the Academy's account. If you choose not to learn, the money is non-refundable." "That's all right. Consider the money a gift to you for refreshments." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's expression softened. With 100 star coins, he would receive a 50-star coin commission, a considerable sum. Since Wang Zitao was willingly opting out of the lesson, he felt justified in accepting the payment. He paid Wang Zitao no further mind, distancing himself to resume his training. As time ticked by, they soon approached the end of the workday. Qin Mu concluded his session, taking a deep breath before ceasing his practice. He had managed to practice 70 variations, and with just 11 more, he could complete a full training session. Unfortunately, with less than 15 minutes before the end of work, there was insufficient time. Qin Mu retrieved a towel from his backpack to wipe the sweat from his brow while contemplating whether to return home or head to the training facility. Practicing the shaking mountain fist was quite loud, and it would undoubtedly disturb his parents if he trained at home. He sighed, wishing he could rent a small apartment nearby. Shaking his head, he picked up his backpack and walked towards the exit. No sooner had he stepped outside the martial arts academy than Wang Zitao caught up with him. "Teacher Qin, where are you going? Aren't you heading home?" Qin Mu shook his head. "I'm going to grab a bite to eat first. I still need to train at the facility afterward." Wang Zitao chimed in, "Teacher, I live nearby. Why not eat at my place? I also wanted to discuss the course fees with you. After eating, you won't need to go to the training facility since I have a small training area at my place that is free to use." Initially inclined to refuse, Qin Mu's resolve weakened upon hearing the word free, and with Wang Zitao's insistence, he reluctantly agreed to accompany him. Chapter 29. Did you call for cleaning services? In less than 10 minutes, the two arrived at a villa community named Jiangzhongfu. While not the most prestigious neighborhood in Jiangsheng, it was still a place beyond the reach of ordinary people, with even the most modest homes starting at 10 million star coins, unattainable for the average individual. Qin Mu registered at the security desk at the entrance and followed Wang Zitao into the community. Along the way, Wang Zitao rambled on, occasionally criticizing the strictness of the community security and lamenting his parents' overbearing discipline. Qin Mu listened quietly, his gaze wandering as he observed the surroundings. He noted that not only were the security guards martial artists, but among the 10 individuals they passed, 3 appeared to be martial practitioners, an unusually high probability. Moreover, these individuals seemed quite youthful. Noticing Qin Mu's curiosity, Wang Zitao smiled and explained, "This community is close to Jiangxing No. 1 High School, so many parents rent homes here for their children to facilitate commuting. My sister and I both attend Jiangxing No. 1 High School, which is why our family purchased a small house here for us." In this era, a free 9-year compulsory education is implemented, adhering to the principle of enrolling students close to home. Elementary, middle, and high schools are all integrated into a single high school. Jiangxing No. 1 High School is located in the city center, making it a privilege to attend. Families must be affluent to afford it. Qin Mu had previously attended Jiangxing No. 13 Middle School, which was situated further from the city center, primarily serving students from suburban housing complexes. From Wang Zitao's words, it was particularly evident that he paid special attention to the term by. To facilitate his child's education, he specifically purchased a villa, a display of extravagant wealth that underscores the affluence of his family. "Rest assured, teacher, my sister is still away in the provincial city, and my parents do not frequently visit, so I've been living here alone for the time being," Wang Zitao explained, keen to alleviate any potential awkwardness for Qin Mu. Initially, Qin Mu had assumed he was visiting Wang Zitao's family, and being socially inept, he anticipated some discomfort in meeting the parents. However, since they were not cohabitating, he felt at ease. He stepped forward, draping an arm around Wang Zitao's shoulders, and jested, "You sly dog. I thought you lived far from the martial arts hall. Given how quickly you leave work each day, The sudden intimacy left Wang Zitao momentarily taken aback. Having grown up in a privileged environment surrounded by remarkably accomplished individuals, particularly his sister, who garnered their parents' affection and secured admission to the Royal Martial Arts University, he felt an insatiable desire to prove himself, especially after being deemed of mediocre talent by a distinguished teacher in the gifted class. Thus, he had resolutely sought out the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall. When he later learned that Qin Mu could aid him in gaining admission to the Royal Martial Arts University, his initial disdain transformed into eagerness. Even in the face of family disapproval, he was eager to take Qin Mu as his mentor. This time, he cordially invited Qin Mu to his home primarily to discuss the fees for personalized lessons, hoping for a potential discount. As these thoughts occupied Wang Zitao's mind, the two had already arrived at the villa's entrance. Qin Mu gazed at what Wang Zitao referred to as a small house, internally stifling an urge to scoff. This so-called small house boasted a gate nearly 5 meters wide, with a surrounding wall extending at least 50 meters, and the house itself appeared almost square, encompassing no less than 500 square meters, a veritable small estate. Upon entering the gate, they were greeted by a 3-story main building, complemented by additional structures, flora, and trees, leaving Qin Mu in awe and marveling at the perks of wealth. The only downside was the conspicuous absence of any inhabitants, lending the atmosphere an air of desolation. After a brief respite in the living room, the takeout Wang Zitao had ordered arrived. Indeed, takeout, given that the household did not employ a maid. It was unrealistic to expect Wang Zitao, the wealthy heir, to cook. Fortunately, the food was quite palatable. They ordered 10 dishes, an extravagant spread. Qin Mu recognized a few dishes from his previous dining experience with Sun Xinghe at a 5-star hotel, where they were priced at 998 star coins each. He estimated that the total cost of these 10 dishes approached 10,000 star coins. Once again, he marveled at how the affluent seemed utterly unconcerned with money. After their meal, Qin Mu reclined on the sofa for a brief rest while Wang Zitao busied himself with cleaning the dishes. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway on the opposite side of the living room. Curious, Qin Mu turned to see a young woman emerge, her hair somewhat disheveled. Clad in a cream-colored floral short-sleeve pajama set with a pink apron over it, mopping the floor while wearing slippers. Perhaps fatigued, she rested her hands on her hips to wipe the sweat from her forehead. In that instant, their eyes met and she froze, emitting a shrill scream before hastily retreating. Puzzled, Qin Mu touched his head, unsure of the commotion, and glanced back at Wang Zitao, asking, "Is this the cleaner you called?" Wang Zitao gulped, his face pale, exclaiming, "I am doomed." No sooner had he spoken than the same woman re-emerged from the living room, now dressed differently, her expression aflame with anger as she shouted, "Wang Zitao, cease! There's a guest here. You can't hit me." Despite Wang Zitao's pleas for mercy, the woman dragged him by the ear into another room. 10 minutes later, Wang Zitao reappeared, his face inexplicably adorned with 2 large dark circles under his eyes. Given that this was a family matter, Qin Mu refrained from interjecting, observing quietly as his gaze inadvertently roamed over the young woman. Now, sporting a high ponytail and dressed in a black training outfit, she presented a curvaceous figure with a fair complexion, her expression stern, exuding an air of a refined yet unapproachable young lady, contrasting starkly with her earlier appearance in an apron. In the living room, the 3 of them settled on the sofa. The woman scrutinized Qin Mu before stating flatly, "My name is Wang Yuru, not the cleaner." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu felt a flush of embarrassment. He could hardly be blamed for the misunderstanding, as Wang Zitao had inadvertently misled his family. Moreover, given her previous attire, anyone would have drawn the same conclusion. Wang Yuru continued, "I know you, Qin Mu, an intern apprentice at the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall. My foolish brother talks about you incessantly, clamoring to become your disciple and purchase your lessons." Qin Mu interjected, "Allow me to clarify. I am now a formal instructor. I've received a promotion and a raise." At this, Wang Yuru appeared momentarily taken aback before retorting, "Even if you're a formal instructor, so what? If you can't even gain admission to the martial arts university, what courage do you have to teach others? I advise you to tread carefully. Enticing minors is illegal." Her tone was decidedly unwelcoming, regarding Qin Mu as if he were a criminal, unwilling to accept such indignation. Qin Mu turned to Wang Zitao, his expression serious. "Wang Zitao, did you not say you want to discuss purchasing personalized lessons? Let's address that now, so your sister can see that I am not coercing you. Moreover, assaulting a minor is also against the law, if you wish. I would not mind assisting you in reporting this and providing personal safety protection." "Really?" Wang Zitao's eyes sparkled with hope as he swiftly concealed himself behind Qin Mu, standing tall and declaring, "Sister, if you dare hit me again, I shall take a stand against you." Wang Yuru nearly exploded with rage. "Come here. I won't." Wang Zitao yelled as she lunged for him. "Teacher, save me." Qin Mu raised a hand to shield Wang Zitao, exuding an aura that pushed Wang Yuru back. "You're a martial artist?" Wang Yuru's initial surprise morphed into skepticism as she questioned, "With your martial arts prowess, you could easily be admitted to the Royal Martial Arts University. Why then pursue a career as a martial arts instructor?" Without responding to Wang Yuru, Qin Mu glanced at his watch and turned to Wang Zitao. "It is getting late. I still need to train. If you have anything to say, now is the time." After a moment's hesitation, Wang Zitao finally spoke. "My family does not support my enrollment in your classes, and I lack sufficient funds. So I was wondering if you could offer a discount on the price." Desperate for money, Qin Mu was open to earning whatever he could, so he had modest expectations regarding course fees. However, to avoid appearing overly accommodating, he feigned contemplation before asking, "What can you offer for a semester?" Wang Zitao raised 5 fingers. 50,000 star coins? Qin Mu nodded, finding this price acceptable, but the next moment, he noticed Wang Zitao shaking his head. 5,000 star coins? Upon seeing Wang Zitao shake his head again, Qin Mu turned to leave. Based on market rates, a semester typically encompassed 30 days, 6 hours daily. Totaling 180 hours, 500 star coins would hardly entice anyone. Teacher, don't go. Wang Zitao hurriedly blocked Qin Mu, explaining, "I meant to say 50,000 star coins." Believing he had misheard, Qin Mu confirmed the figure once more and realized his understanding of the wealthy had been too narrow. He turned back, grasping Wang Zitao's hand, and spoke earnestly, "Wang Zitao, if you're offering 50,000 star coins, why didn't you say so earlier?" The sudden surge of enthusiasm left Wang Zitao momentarily disoriented. He cautiously remarked, "The tuition for the elite genius class taught by renowned masters exceeds 1 million star coins each semester. I believe your capabilities, Teacher Qin, are no less than those of a master. Offering you 500,000 star coins for a semester of private lessons would be an affront to your expertise. However, this sum constitutes my entire fortune, so I trust you won't take offense." Qin Mu was elated beyond measure at these words. "Offended? Not in the slightest. Feel free to lavishly insult me with 500,000 star coins." Both were oblivious to the other's financial circumstances, leading to a mutually agreeable transaction. Qin Mu grasped Wang Zitao's hand warmly and said, "I am not one to covet wealth. I simply find you rather likable. Rest assured, I will ensure your admission to the Royal Martial Arts University. As for the fees, I shall offer you a discount. 490,000 star coins will suffice, and the remaining 10,000 can be considered my treat for tonight's takeaway." "Thank you, teacher," Wang Zitao replied with utmost sincerity, pleasantly surprised that he could still retain 10,000 for personal expenses. As the saying goes, surprises are the best kind of delight. Initially anticipating a necessity to spend 1 million, he was overjoyed to discover that 50,000 would suffice, resulting in an unexpected surplus of 10,000, a trifecta of pleasant surprises that elevated his spirits to the heavens. Qin Mu, on the other hand, had merely intended to earn a few thousand, yet was taken aback when Wang Zitao offered 500,000 right off the bat. Such extravagance was indeed astonishing. Both wore expressions of joy, while Wang Yuru, observing the spectacle, felt an overwhelming urge to chastise her younger brother. The exorbitant fees of the elite genius class were primarily due to the esteemed title of the instructors, with a secondary charge for the proprietary techniques tailored to each student. Wang Yuru doubted that Qin Mu could procure quality martial arts techniques given his qualifications, and she found it implausible that he could rival a renowned master. The strength of a master lay in their teaching. Years of relentless dedication and accumulated experience, coupled with formidable cultivation, rendered them incomparable to someone of Qin Mu's modest martial prowess. She was baffled as to why her brother was so infatuated with Qin Mu. 500,000 star coins was no trifling amount for anyone, be they commoners or the affluent. Though her family could easily part with such a sum, she would not permit Wang Zitao to squander it, even if it was his own. Taking a deep breath, she disregarded Wang Zitao and addressed Qin Mu directly. "I am unaware of the methods you employ to gain my brother's trust. But let me be clear, my parents will not approve unless you can substantiate your capabilities." She rubbed her wrist, her gaze sharp as she added, "Allow me to test your mettle." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's eyes narrowed. He recognized Wang Yuru's intentions. She sought to embarrass him through a contest, compelling him to withdraw. But where did her confidence stem from? Qin Mu discerned that Wang Yuru had already advanced to the martial artist level. Given that Wang Zitao had mentioned his sister was a prospective martial artist who secured admission to the Royal Martial Arts University, It implied she had attained that status before the college entrance examination. With less than a month passing since then, her rapid ascent to martial artist, even with new techniques, was unlikely to yield significant prowess. After careful consideration, Qin Mu felt he had a reasonable chance of victory. He was also curious to witness the strength of the elite class members and thus nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept your challenge. However, I have one request. Agreed. Wang Yuru replied without hesitation, her focus solely on winning the contest. Any requests were inconsequential to her. Qin Mu was taken aback by her eagerness and chose not to elaborate further. The trio relocated to a training arena within a small estate. Wang Yuru sprang onto the stage, urging, "Let us begin." Qin Mu shook his head. "What is the rush? Did you not agree to my request? It is quite simple. I need an hour to warm up." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuru scoffed. "What does it matter if I wait an hour? I do not believe you can conjure any tricks in that time." Disregarding her remarks, Qin Mu moved to a vacant area and commenced his training. He intended to spend this hour practicing the mountain-shattering fist. After mastering 11 more variations, he would officially begin his journey with it, enhancing his strength and confidence for the upcoming duel against Wang Yuru. Assuming a horse stance, he unleashed a punch while simultaneously channeling his internal energy. Martial artists possess exceptional memory, and he had already committed the instructional video of the mountain-shattering fist to memory. Reflecting on the 71st variation, he immediately began his practice. Before long, a pained expression crossed Qin Mu's face. The unfamiliarity with the energy flow led to inevitable errors. Yet, the pain was only slight, and he gritted his teeth to persevere. Wang Zitao had witnessed such scenes numerous times that day and felt no surprise. However, Wang Yuru had never encountered such an unusual training method. It was foreign to her, and she began to feel a sense of unease. She was not without intelligence. She had previously researched Qin Mu's background and learned of his rapid ascension to martial artist status within a short span. The time frame for such a breakthrough could not have exceeded 10 days. Whereas she had broken through to martial artist status 20 days after her college entrance exams, there was no justification for her to lose to this fortunate novice. "I hold the advantage," Wang Yuru concluded, a satisfied smile creeping on her face. An hour swiftly elapsed. Qin Mu had now mastered the 81st variation. As he executed a final punch and retracted his hand, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding, E-grade martial technique mountain-shattering fist acquired, 100. Success. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge regarding the mountain-shattering fist flooded Qin Mu's mind. As he raised his hand, his internal energy shifted accordingly, akin to muscle memory. He instinctively knew the next steps to take. Though still a novice, he was able to avoid errors that would cause pain, marking substantial progress. "Shall we commence?" Wang Yuru, standing nearby, displayed a hint of impatience, her expression dismissive. "I fail to comprehend your reasoning in choosing to learn such a rudimentary and challenging technique as the mountain-shattering fist. While your peculiar training method eludes my understanding, you cannot possibly believe you will master it within a mere hour." "How do you know I cannot?" Qin Mu retorted casually, effortlessly leaping onto the stage. "Such eloquence." Wang Yuru scoffed, raising her right leg to deliver a kick at Qin Mu. Qin Mu raised his arm to block her attack. Yet her strength was formidable, causing him to stagger backward involuntarily. "Such power! This must be around 1,100 kilograms." Qin Mu mused inwardly, quickly distancing himself to seek an opportunity for a counterattack. However, Wang Yuru's strikes were relentless. Her footwork was swift, leaving him no chance to escape, forcing him into a position of passive defense against her barrage of kicks. Wang Yuru's attacks were precise, consistently targeting the same muscle on Qin Mu's arm. After several strikes, his arm began to feel sore and numb. Sensing her advantage, she taunted him. "How does it feel? You may still surrender to avoid further pain." Qin Mu was undeterred, narrowing his eyes as he observed Wang Yuru's foot approaching once more. Seizing the moment, he gathered his strength and unleashed a punch. "Now's my chance." His fist collided with her foot midair. The tremendous force radiated through Wang Yuru's leg, propelling her backward with a startled cry as she tumbled to the ground. Struggling to her feet, she assessed her condition, her face flushing crimson as she pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Mu, exclaiming, "You scoundrel." Qin Mu found himself somewhat perplexed, wondering how a mere tap on the sole of his foot could be construed as shamelessness. When did society become so feudal? Unable to fathom it, he dismissed the notion, attributing it to his opponent's inability to accept defeat. Wang Yuru exhibited commendable footwork, yet the damage she inflicted upon Qin Mu was minimal. If he seized just one opportunity, His fully mastered basic fist technique, capable of delivering a staggering force of 1,300 kilograms, would inflict far more harm than 10 of her kicks combined. How could this be a fair fight? Thus, whenever Qin Mu launched a punch, Wang Yuro was compelled to swiftly retract her foot and retreat, her movements as nimble as a specter darting across the arena. Lacking training and footwork himself, Qin Mu could not keep pace with Wang Yuro, leaving him with immense strength but no chance to strike. "You shameless scoundrel!" Wang Yuro inwardly berated Qin Mu, the tingling sensation from his earlier punch still resonating in her foot. Embarrassed and furious, she feared another blow to her soul. Her hesitance in striking allowed Qin Mu to maintain a tight grip on the match. Observing the unfolding scene, Wang Zitao cheered enthusiastically, "Teacher, go for it. Defeat my sister." At his words, Wang Yuro nearly lost her composure, itching to leap from the ring and teach her brother a lesson about the cost of meddling. She forced herself to regain her composure and addressed Qin Mu, "My strength may not match yours, but your footwork is lacking, preventing you from getting close to me. How about we call a draw? And what about your brother's tuition?" Qin Mu retorted, "You haven't even won, so I certainly won't agree." Realizing that negotiations were futile, he swiftly unleashed a punch. Wang Yuro instinctively raised her foot to defend, only to be met with a powerful blow to her soul. Enraged and humiliated, she retaliated with a flurry of kicks directed at Qin Mu. Alarmed, he managed to block her onslaught, internally protesting, "You brought your foot to me. I didn't mind its scent, yet here you are, feeling wronged." After an intense exchange, both parties were left breathless, retreating to opposite sides to catch their breath. Wang Yuro produced a vial of potion from her pocket and gulped it down. Almost instantly, her complexion regained some color, and her breathing eased. Qin Mu, however, was taken aback. He had not brought any energy potions with him. Cursing under his breath at her lack of martial ethics, he quietly began to channel the earth-shattering fist. This entry-level technique required a 15-second charge, and Wang Yuro was so focused on recovering her stamina that she completely overlooked Qin Mu's preparations. By the time she realized her mistake, it was too late. Earth-shattering fist. Qin Mu unleashed his punch. The sound of his fist slicing through the air was deafening, and the force surged towards Wang Yuro with remarkable speed. She raised her hands in defense, but underestimated the power of the technique, sending her careening off the ring. "You've lost," Qin Mu declared, pointing at the fallen Wang Yuro. With his remaining strength, he gestured for Wang Zitao to bring him an energy potion before collapsing onto the ground himself. The toll of the punch was no mere exaggeration. He lacked even the strength to breathe. Fortunately, Wang Zitao promptly delivered the potion, and after a few sips, Qin Mu felt a semblance of energy return, his breathing becoming less labored. Wang Yuro, unbeknownst to him, had risen to her feet, looking disheveled yet stubborn, asserting, "If only the ring were larger. And if I hadn't been standing at the edge, you wouldn't have stood a chance with your earth-shattering fist." Before Qin Mu could respond, Wang Zitao interjected, "Sister, a bet is a bet. You can't back out." Infuriated, Wang Yuro seized her brother by the ear. "Do you think your sister can't handle losing? Do you think I want to deal with your trivial matters? If it weren't for Mom and Dad insisting I come back to talk sense into you, I wouldn't have bothered." Kicking Wang Zitao aside, she turned her gaze to Qin Mu, perplexed. "Did you truly master the earth-shattering fist?" Qin Mu smiled and replied, "Didn't you just witness it? When did you start practicing?" "This morning, to be precise, at 11:20 a.m. As he spoke, he dusted himself off and grinned at Wang Yuro. "So, do you wish to learn? I'll teach you, but first tuition must be paid." "A low-tier technique? I can't be bothered to learn it for free." Wang Yuro scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Qin Mu's words, and promptly exited the training arena. Chapter 32, Persuasion. Once Wang Yuro departed, Qin Mu retrieved another vial of energy potion from his bag and drank it. After regaining a modicum of stamina, he checked the time, realizing it was nearly 9 in the evening. He made his way to an open area within the training facility to continue his practice. The training ground at Wang Zitao's villa spanned nearly 500 square meters, surrounded by an unknown alloy that was remarkably sturdy and soundproof. With the doors closed, even pressing an ear to the wall rendered the inside utterly silent, far superior to the conditions at Qin Mu's home. What Qin Mu particularly appreciated was a 1-meter-long intelligent steel plate. According to Wang Zitao, this plate could absorb force, producing no sound when struck, while also providing real-time feedback on the force exerted with each punch. He tested it and was amazed at its capabilities. The earth-shattering fist was inherently loud, and excessive noise could be quite distracting. A quieter training environment was indeed preferable. Comparatively, this training venue was vastly superior to the private rooms at Xin Training Center. Without further hesitation, Qin Mu decided to remain there for his training. The earth-shattering fist only comprised a single technique, devoid of any sub-techniques to practice repeatedly. He merely needed to correctly channel his energy and deliver a punch to complete a training session. Since he was only practicing, he did not need to exert full force with each punch, allowing for exceptionally high training efficiency. He could complete 6 iterations in a single minute. However, this was accompanied by significant fatigue, leading him to exhaust his energy every 3 minutes. After exhausting himself, he relied on energy potions to recuperate. Since becoming a martial artist, he previously needed just 1 potion to restore his full stamina, but now he required 3. An hour later, he had consumed 20 potions, causing 2,000 star coins to vanish in an instant, leaving him feeling quite pained. Truly, one could not train without funds. Yet, his earth-shattering fist had seen substantial improvement, progressing from entry-level to the minor achievement stage, 0-200, with 3,000 star coins remaining. Qin Mu pondered whether to continue taking potions for training that night. If he did, he would undoubtedly deplete his funds entirely, leaving him without money for meals the following day. Just that morning, he had generously transferred money to his parents, and he couldn't bear to ask them for living expenses again. What about Wang Zitao? Qin Mu recalled Wang Zitao mentioning earlier that he would transfer 490,000 coins to his account. An hour had passed, yet there was still no sign of the fund arriving. Could there have been another unforeseen complication? Anxiety gnawed at him. That 490,000 was of utmost importance, yet he could not directly inquire with Wang Zitao, lest he appear overly eager. Never mind. Let us focus on training for now. He steeled himself, skillfully exiting the villa through the back door, heading to a vending machine to purchase 30 energy potions before returning to the training arena. Barely 10 minutes into his training, Wang Zitao burst in, sobbing, "Teacher, it's terrible. My dad froze my card." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's heart sank, realizing that the 490,000 had ultimately slipped away. Without money, he could not purchase energy potions, jeopardizing his training progress with the earth-shattering fist and potentially affecting his apprentice assessment. The money from Sun Xinghe might also be lost. This series of unfortunate events was simply unacceptable to Qin Mu. He seized Wang Zitao by the collar and commanded quickly, "Fetch your sister. My sister seems to have gone to bed. Call her now. My sister will break my legs if you don't. Enough talk. Your money can only be salvaged by your sister at this moment. And if you choose not to go, I will also break your legs." After a series of persuasion and threats, Wang Zitao quickly made his decision and dashed out of the training ground. 10 minutes later, Wang Zitao returned, dragging a drowsy Wang Yuru with him. Clad in her pajamas with disheveled hair, she bore no semblance of an appealing image. With her hands firmly placed on her hips, her gaze was fixed intently on Qin Mu, a tempest of suppressed anger simmering beneath her exterior, akin to a flame poised to erupt. Though she uttered not a word, the palpable heat radiating from her was unmistakable. She must be on her period. Qin Mu mused inwardly, taking a deep breath before calmly stating, "Have you ever wondered where my confidence as your brother's martial arts instructor stems from? Allow me to enlighten you." Wang Yuru, caught off guard by his words, blinked in confusion, only for Qin Mu to demonstrate his point through action. Mountain-shaking fist, he unleashed a full-force punch against the intelligent steel plate. The numerical display on the plate soared rapidly, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 1,600 kilograms. Wang Yuru cast a fleeting glance, initially indifferent, but her expression morphed into one of disbelief as she exclaimed, 1,600 kilograms? I distinctly remember that your strength was not this high during our earlier spar. After gulping down an energy potion to catch his breath, Qin Mu's voice was weak as he replied, "Do you still not comprehend? I am a once-in-a-millennium genius. Regardless of the martial arts techniques I practice, I can master them swiftly. This is the foundation of my confidence in teaching your brother. Consider this. If I were to cultivate a technique to perfection and then impart that knowledge to your brother, do you truly believe I would be inferior to those renowned instructors?" Wang Yuru furrowed her brow, still struggling to accept this reality. Hesitating, she remarked, "While the logic is sound, it feels somewhat off. I've encountered many prodigies. How can I be certain you aren't deliberately concealing your abilities to deceive me?" Qin Mu sensed that mere words lacked the power to convince her and decided that witnessing a miracle firsthand will be far more effective. "You must be aware of the difficulty in mastering the mountain-shaking fist. Even the most gifted individuals in your elite class would require at least 6 months to attain a high level of proficiency. Yet, I will achieve that in just 2 hours." With that, he disregarded Wang Yuru's reaction and immersed himself fully in his training. Achieving even a modest level of proficiency in a mountain-shaking fist in such a short time would surpass 99 of those in the elite class. Despite Wang Yuru's stubbornness to acknowledge his prowess, she maintained a skeptical attitude, waiting to see Qin Mu falter. 2 hours felt interminable. Wang Yuru, overwhelmed by fatigue, leaned against the wall and fell asleep, while Wang Zitao had long since departed. As the minutes ticked by, Qin Mu, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, began to feel the toll of exhaustion. Deprived of energy potions, his stamina waned, yet he was but one breakthrough away from achieving greatness. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of willpower to persevere. With a thunderous impact, he delivered a final punch. The strength within him was nearly depleted, and his body crumpled to the ground. Just as consciousness began to slip away, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has achieved mastery in E-grade combat technique. Mountain Shaking Fist, 0-300. Congratulations, Host's genetic potential has increased to 0-2. Chapter 33, discovered by his mother. When Qin Mu opened his eyes again, it was already 10 o'clock the following morning. He first checked his personal information panel. Host, Qin Mu. Genetic potential, 109. Physical strength, 109. Mental fortitude, 109. Spiritual energy, 30. Bloodline power, S level, Dragon Bloodline 101. Techniques, 10th set of calisthenics 9th level, max. Basic fist techniques 7th level, max. E-grade combat technique. Mountain Shaking Fist, mastery, 0-300. Family status, no rank. Family expansion, 1. In gestation. With each level gained in the Mountain Shaking Fist, genetic potential increased by 0-2. Slightly better than the 0-1 gained from basic techniques. However, the Mountain Shaking Fist only had 4 levels, making their overall contributions to genetic potential comparable. Both the basic techniques and the Mountain Shaking Fist were classified as E-grade, differing only in that one was a technique while the other was a combat skill. The latter focused on simplicity and technique, while the former was more complex, emphasizing overall enhancement. For most individuals, the difficulty of mastering either was relatively similar. Yet, for Qin Mu, who possessed a system, the disparity was monumental. For instance, it took him nearly 10 days to perfect the basic fist technique, while he achieved mastery in a Mountain Shaking Fist in just 1 day. Provided he had ample energy potions, he could reach perfection in merely another day. 2 days versus 10 days, an efficiency that was 5-fold. However, the resource consumption varied greatly. Mastering the basic fist technique required little in terms of energy potions, whereas achieving mastery in the Mountain Shaking Fist alone cost him 5,000 star coins. This was not merely deep blue augmentation, but a testament to relentless training. Sighing, he surveyed the unfamiliar room, recalling the events leading up to his loss of consciousness, concluding that he must be in a villa. It remained unclear whether it was Wang Zitao or Wang Yuru who had brought him here. He rose from the bed and exited the room, only to find the living room devoid of any sign of the siblings. As it was the weekend, he assumed they had likely gone out for breakfast. Given that it was already 10 o'clock, they must have left for other matters, he murmured, attempting to contact Wang Zitao through his personal terminal, but to no avail. Alone in the expansive villa, he felt like an outsider and deemed it inappropriate to remain idle. Thus, he made his way to the training area, adjusted his terminal to video recording mode, and prepared to deliver the Mountain Shaking Fist with all his might. With a sharp intake of breath, he struck the intelligent steel plate at its center. The sound of his punch slicing through the air echoed harshly. The display surged, finally stabilizing at an impressive 1,800 kilograms. The power unleashed by the perfected Mountain Shaking Fist had increased by a staggering 200 kilograms compared to its previous mastery level. If he were to reach perfection, how immense would that strength be? 2,000 kilograms or even more? Regardless of the outcome, it would undoubtedly exceed the anticipated 2,000 kilograms. After editing the footage, he promptly sent the video to Wang Zitao. Once his strength had somewhat recuperated, he gathered his belongings and departed the villa. As it was a holiday, he opted not to return to the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy, but instead headed straight home. Upon his arrival, his stomach growled in protest, and without a moment's hesitation for hygiene, he grabbed a bowl and dove into his meal. An hour later, satiated and reclining on the sofa, he relished the rare moment of leisure. With no money on hand and the Mountain Shaking Fist draining his energy, forcing himself to train was akin to willingly subjecting himself to torment. With the Mountain Shaking Fist now mastered and only 8 days remaining before the apprentice assessment, he felt no urgency to train today. Instead, he decided to grant himself a day of rest. His parents, Qin father and Qin mother, were also off work today, having ventured out to explore the city in the morning. By noon, They returned with cheerful expressions, laden with shopping bags. Muya, look, this is a new outfit your mother bought for you. Come try it on. Mother, I haven't even worn the last outfit you bought me. Clothes left unworn will only become outdated. You're no longer a child. You should wear new clothes to lift your spirits. At her words, Qin Mu felt a twinge of helplessness. Given that he burned the midnight oil training, the absence of dark circles around his eyes was nothing short of miraculous. Maintaining a decent state of mind was a challenge. Though reluctant, he ultimately picked up the clothes to try them on. They fit perfectly, albeit with a rather vibrant color. Qin Mu had no particular demands regarding attire. After trying on the clothing, he nodded in satisfaction repeatedly. Once Qin's mother had neatly arranged the items, she gazed at Qin Mu for a moment before suddenly remarking, Muer, while I was shopping earlier, I ran into Aunt Lu. We chatted about her daughter Lu Qian's admission to Beihua Martial Arts University, and in passing, I mentioned your previous blind date. I think Lu Qian is quite charming. And with your current status as a prospective martial artist or a martial arts coach, it seems fitting for you two to communicate further. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was taken aback. He thought Lu Qian was already married. If she wasn't married, how could she afford the bloodline elixirs? Was it possible that she was still in the engagement phase? Qin Mu's thoughts raced, leaving him momentarily puzzled. Ever since his second aunt's pregnancy brought him the opportunity to unlock system rewards, he had been struck by an impulsive desire to marry and have children to reap those rewards. While he harbored no feelings for Lu Qian, she was ultimately an acquaintance, and feelings could be cultivated over time. If Lu Qian had any intentions, he would not refuse her. After much contemplation, Qin Mu felt that directly inquiring with Lu Qian would be too forward. If she were already engaged, it would be quite awkward. Thus, he chose to be vague in response to his mother's remarks. Little did he expect Qin's mother to respond with a weighty tone. Muer, it's best to avoid places like the Life Cultivation Center. You're not married yet, and such news wouldn't reflect well. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu felt an acute embarrassment. Previously, in order to prove himself as a prospective martial artist, he had revealed the test results from the Life Cultivation Center, believing his parents were unaware of it. To his surprise, they had indeed found out. Blushing, he retorted, Mom, what's so inappropriate about it? I'm contributing to the noble cause of human genetic advancement. There's nothing shameful about that, and besides, it's a legitimate government institution. Qin's mother replied, all right, a legitimate institution. Your father used to say the same. The gene bank has been in place for decades without any practical application, and it's quite futile. Qin Mu's eyes widened as he turned to look at Qin's father, realizing that the seemingly honest man had also visited the Life Cultivation Center. However, the fact that it had not been utilized in decades suggested something amiss. Speaking of the gene bank, it had been several days since the update that night, and he wondered why there had been no successful matches yet. He mused that his ancestral martial artist genes shouldn't remain dormant for too long. Perhaps something unexpected had occurred. He resolved to inquire with the Life Cultivation Center later. He wished to ascertain whether a successful match would count as adding to the family, as that would greatly facilitate future opportunities to unlock proficiency rewards. Chapter 34. Reunion with the Homeroom Teacher. Regarding the Life Cultivation Center, a debate ensued between Qin's father and mother. Qin's father elaborated on the notion of contribution, waxing eloquent about imperial endeavors, interstellar peace, and cosmic development, until Qin Mu could hardly bear to listen. However, as a man, he steadfastly sided with his father. Meanwhile, Qin's mother passionately argued that news of such matters would be detrimental. Rather than discussing lofty contributions, they should focus on having more children. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's eyes lit up. Having children sounded splendid. More younger siblings would indeed provide additional opportunities for unlocking proficiency. He cleared his throat and declared with righteous fervor, Dad, I must say a few words to you. Mom is right. Contributing to the empire pales in comparison to contributing to our family. Since my second aunt is now pregnant, you and Mom should not be idle. Please have a few more brothers and sisters for me. This way, not only will we receive subsidies from the imperial government, but it would also be a contribution to the empire's grand endeavors. Qin's father was taken aback, stunned that the previously united front had suddenly shifted. Confused, he bent down to pick up his slippers. Seeing this unfold, Qin Mu swiftly bolted out the door. Qin's father, irate, exclaimed, this rascal has gotten cheeky. Now that he's a prospective martial artist, he can't seem to recognize who the head of the family is. Qin's mother grasped her husband to prevent him from pursuing Qin Mu, sneering, enough of that. Look at you, unable to even comprehend the implications of Muer's words. And you still dare call yourself the head of the family. Qin's father, perplexed, asked what implications. Think about it. Why did Muer go to the Life Cultivation Center? For the Empire's grand accomplishments? Qin's father cautiously ventured, only to earn a disdainful glare from Qin's mother. You old fool, Mu went there because he needs money. His visit to the Life Cultivation Center was for the reward. And when he asked us to have more siblings, it was also for the subsidies. Qin's father nodded in understanding. Then what should we do? Are we really going to have more children? Qin's father and mother exchanged glances, and the idea of baby-making instantly took root in their minds. After leaving home, Qin Mu first visited his second uncle's house to find his cousin Qin Rongtang. But upon discovering he was not home, he decided to leave the community and head to the 13th middle school to see his sister. Jiangqing's 13th middle school was not far from the settlement. A quick ride on the hover train, and he arrived in just 2 stops. Standing outside the towering school gate, memories long buried surged to the forefront of Qin Mu's mind. He had spent 9 years at this school, intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree. Seasons changed, and countless days and nights were dedicated to the singular goal of gaining admission to the Martial University. Yet alas, that dream remained unfulfilled. Suppressing his nostalgia, Qin Mu strode directly toward the entrance, briefly registering at the guard station before stepping inside. After he left, the elderly guard checked the registration book multiple times, exclaiming in disbelief, "Today's students are remarkable. They graduate and immediately become instructors at Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy. Here I am, laboring diligently in this school for half my life. Yet I remain just an ordinary security guard. Truly, the ways of the world are unjust." It was summer vacation now, and students who had not enrolled in martial arts classes were on holiday, while those who had enrolled were engaged in a month-long training session. Among the 9th graders, only a handful were willing to sign up for martial arts classes, but their numbers still approached nearly 10,000, with students scattered throughout the vast campus. Perhaps due to the midday break, many students lounged in the shade of trees or dozed off in the corridors. After searching for a while, Qin Mu did not spot his sister, but instead encountered a familiar face. "Teacher Wang," Qin Mu called out. Wang, his high school homeroom teacher, sported glasses and a slightly plump figure, appearing to be around 40 years old. Upon hearing his voice, she looked up at Qin Mu, momentarily failing to recognize him. With over 1,000 students in a single class, it was indeed challenging for a mid-ranking student like Qin Mu to leave a lasting impression on the teacher. Yet, as the homeroom teacher, she eventually recalled his name. "Oh, Qin Mu, I remember you. What brings you to school today?" "My sister has enrolled in the martial arts class, and since I have a day off, I thought I would come and take a look." "Teacher Wang, are you in charge of the martial arts classes?" "Yes. This year we have more students signing up than last year, and I am responsible for leading a class." Those who could teach martial arts classes were undoubtedly the elite among the school's faculty, and as Wang spoke, a glimmer of pride crossed her face. Qin Mu was not particularly close to teacher Wang, so after offering a compliment, he made an excuse to leave. Wang did not insist on his staying. After all, students like Qin Mu, who failed to gain admission to the Martial University, would only tarnish her teaching career and would have no further connection in the future. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Qin Mu finally spotted his sister at the snack shop. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Qin Hongdo exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly shielding her snacks from view, determined to keep him from snatching them. "Your brother isn't a child anymore," Qin Mu teased as he pinched his sister's cheek, then greeted Su Lingyin, who stood beside her. Su Lingyin chimed in, "Qin Gu, are you here to teach us martial arts? Our coach is so strict. If only you could come and teach us." The school's martial arts program was established in cooperation with external martial arts academies, and 13th Middle School happened to collaborate with Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy. However, Qin Mu was unaware of which coach had come, as he had only joined Xinjiang recently and could not possibly know everyone. "Not me, but I can be quite strict too," Qin Mu replied, playfully pinching Su Lingyin's cheek in return. The girl bore a striking resemblance to Dodo, her face round and cherubic. Fearing another face-pinching encounter, the two feigned a call to assemble and dashed away. Just as Qin Mu contemplated following them, a voice called out from behind. "Qin Mu." It was a middle-aged man clad in the instructor's uniform of the Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy, reading the name tag hanging from his chest. Qin Mu recognized him as Coach He. He Jian, a black iron-level coach at the Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy, was a member of Lin Yuan's team. Although Qin Mu had never encountered He Jian at the academy, he had seen his name on the roster and was taken aback to find him here. As for He Jian recognizing Qin Mu, it was a rather straightforward matter. As a newly appointed official coach and a particular protege of Lin Yuan, it would be nearly impossible for him not to know Qin Mu, especially given the latter's prodigious talent and the imminent prospects of his advancement. Now was an opportune moment to forge a closer connection. After exchanging a few pleasantries, He Jian inquired, "Coach Qin, were those two just now your sisters?" "Yes," Qin Mu replied. "I wonder how they've been performing lately?" He Jian continued, "Your younger sister shares the same extraordinary martial talent as you. and it is quite possible she could gain admission to a prestigious martial arts university in the future. Qin Mu was aware of his sister's capabilities, so he recognized the flattery in He Jian's words but chose not to address it directly, responding instead, "It is all thanks to your excellent guidance, Coach He. I look forward to your continued mentorship." After a brief exchange, noticing that He Jian was about to resume instructing his students, Qin Mu took his leave and headed towards the school gate. Teacher Wang, who had been observing from a distance, approached He Jian as soon as Qin Mu departed. "Old He, what were you discussing with Qin Mu? How do you know Coach Qin?" "Qin Mu is one of my former students," He Jian replied. "Coach? What coach?" "ISN T. Qin Mu, fresh out of graduation?" Wang inquired, puzzled. He Jian regarded Teacher Wang with admiration. This Qin Mu is no ordinary individual. Not only does he possess exceptional martial talent, but he has also garnered the attention of the higher-ups. At such a young age, he has already become an official coach at our academy. Since he was your student, you should find opportunities to cultivate a good relationship with him. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang felt as if his head was spinning. An academy coach, he was indeed a martial artist. Among his students, one had just graduated to become a martial artist, and it was none other than the underachiever, Qin Mu. Chapter 35. The advantages of Martial University. Upon exiting the school, Qin Mu did not return home, but instead made his way to the Life Cultivation Center. Passing by the Xine training ground, he entered to inquire whether he could withdraw the funds from his membership card. Unfortunately, he was met with a cold refusal by the front desk cashier. Upon arriving at the Life Cultivation Center, Qin Mu asked the staff about the status of his gene pool match. He was informed that a match had been found, but due to the other party's current location, the pairing could not be completed immediately. When he sought further information about the match, the staff declined, citing privacy protection concerns. Once outside the Life Cultivation Center, Qin Mu aimlessly wandered the streets, uncertain of where to go. He recalled the video he had sent to Wang Zitao and wondered if Wang Yuro had seen it. If she had, she should now have faith in his abilities. Meanwhile, in a private dining room of a five-star hotel in Jiangcheng, Wang Zitao and his family were having lunch. Wang Zhenhua, his father, was a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, with a square face that exuded an air of authority. Observing his son at the table, Wang Zhenhua's frustration boiled over. "How could I, Wang Zhenhua, be so clever my entire life, only to have such a foolish son? Instead of attending a prestigious genius class, you choose to apprentice under an ordinary coach." Wang Zitao retorted quietly. "That teacher said I lacked the qualifications to join his class." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenhua slammed the table. "If he says you can't, then you can't. I have paved the way for you. All you need to do is show up on time. Leave the rest to me. I'm not going. Those who want to go can go." Wang Zhenhua's temper flared, and he pulled out his 7 wolves, startling Wang Zitao into hiding behind Wang Yuro. "Sister, please talk to Dad." Wang Yuro let out a helpless sigh, setting down her utensils. "Dad, you're affecting me. I haven't finished eating yet." Wang Zhenhua's anger melted away instantly, replaced by a gentle smile. "Yuro, eat more. Once you're full, I'll deal with this little rascal." Witnessing this scene, Wang Zitao felt a surge of jealousy that made his teeth clench. This preferential treatment was not a new occurrence. The family tradition of raising sons in poverty and daughters in luxury was apparent. "Once I learn real skills from Teacher Qin, I'll make you admit your mistakes." Wang Zitao fantasized for a moment, then turned to Wang Yuro. "Sister, you promised to help me." Wang Yuro, feeling disgusted, kicked Wang Zitao aside and turned to her father. "Dad, although Zitao has never been the brightest, you might have misjudged him this time. That coach, Qin Mu, is indeed exceptional." Surprised by her words, Wang Zhenhua frowned. "Yuro, I called you back to persuade this boy, not to defend him." "I'm not defending him. I'm just stating the facts. If you don't believe me, take a look at this video." Wang Yuro opened her terminal and projected the video of Qin Mu. After watching, Wang Zhenhua fell into deep thought. After a moment, he turned to inquire, "Yuro, what is your take on this?" I specifically looked into Qin Mu's background. His college entrance examination scores were subpar, but he later became an intern apprentice at the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy, rapidly improving his skills and being promoted to an official coach just the day before yesterday. She paused, then continued gravely. "Only an official coach can access the Hanshan Fist, which means he completed its mastery in just 2 days. Are you sure he only trained for 2 days?" Wang Zhenhua's brow furrowed deeply. "Absolutely. It might have even been less. But how is that possible for an ordinary person? Even a genius known for their insight could not master a combat technique in just 2 days, especially one as notoriously difficult as the Hanshan Fist." Wang Yuro understood her father's skepticism. She had shared the same doubts initially. However, the evidence was irrefutable, and she had encountered individuals with extraordinary talents before. Dad, don't you remember the top scorer from the provincial capital this year? She is a prodigy with astounding insight. Under her talent, mastering the Hanshan fist in a day would be a trivial task. Ji Qinghe, the top scorer from the capital, was renowned for having learned 6 techniques in a single day and was admitted to the Royal Martial Arts University with the highest score in history, solidifying her title as the most insightful individual. Wang Zhenhua found it hard to believe that someone could casually compare to Ji Qinghe, but given the evidence before him, he could not dismiss it. Caught in a dilemma, he was unsure how to proceed. Observing her father's struggle, Wang Yuro suggested, Dad, why not let Zitao train with Qin Mu for a while? If it doesn't yield results, we can reassess. After all, 50,000 star coins is a small prize for our family, and if Qin Mu truly possesses such exceptional talent, it could solidify our relationship. Wang Zhenhua's expression softened as he nodded in agreement, praising Wang Yuro. You're so clever, my dear Yuro. However, he turned to Wang Zitao and barked. Did you hear that? Make sure to learn well from your coach. Wang Zitao nodded eagerly, grateful, and promptly began to serve his sister more food in appreciation. Meanwhile, Qin Mu, having wandered about, felt a sense of ennui and decided to return home. A night passed without incident, and the next day, he went to the Xin training ground to practice. Initially, he focused on the Hanshan fist, but due to its exhausting nature, he redirected his energy towards practicing the D-grade technique, the ultimate essence technique. Although he had yet to unlock proficiency in this technique, he had ample free time and figured it was worth attempting. If he succeeded, it would be a fortunate gain. Regrettably, after an entire day of study, he still had not made any significant progress. Fortunately, he had familiarized himself with the techniques in advance, which would facilitate his entry into the martial arts once the proficiency of his skills was unlocked. Another unremarkable day passed, and Monday arrived. Qin Mu finally received a response regarding the 490,000 course fee, but it was not from Wang Zitao. Rather, it was from Wang Yuro. Wang Yuro invited Qin Mu to meet at the villa estate. He first reported to the martial arts hall in the morning and then proceeded to walk to the villa estate on foot. Upon his arrival, he found Wang Yuro practicing in the training area. Her hair was styled in a bun, her face shielded by a pair of futuristic goggles, and she donned a black, form-fitting training outfit that accentuated her flawless figure. To Qin Mu, Wang Yuro bore a striking resemblance to Lu Qian, both in physique and appearance. Though Wang Yuro's fiery temperament was markedly different from Lu Qian's gentle demeanor. You've arrived, take a seat. Upon spotting Qin Mu, Wang Yuro swiftly removed her goggles and tossed them aside. Qin Mu glanced around, realizing there was nowhere to sit, so he opted to stand. Wang Yuro, accustomed to being straightforward, did not notice his discomfort and continued. Regarding your situation, my father has agreed. The 490,000 will be transferred to you this afternoon. However, I have a question. With your talent, why don't you attend Wu University? Qin Mu scratched his head. Why? Because my family is poor. I'm just an ordinary kid. If it weren't for my sudden enlightenment, I wouldn't even be a martial artist now. Therefore, for financial reasons, I chose to become self-employed early on and even took out a 300,000 credit loan. Although Wang Yuro had suspected as much, hearing Qin Mu express it directly still filled her with regret. What a pity. If you could attend Wu University, your future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. What is so great about Wu University? My current life is quite satisfactory. I'm earning money while practicing martial arts. What is not to like? Wang Yuro gently shook her head and explained, Wu University has numerous advantages. First, the training atmosphere is different. At Wu University, you can encounter all kinds of geniuses, engage in sparring, and strive together toward a common goal. Secondly, martial arts guidance is crucial. As a coach at a martial arts hall, you should understand the importance of mentorship. Without a teacher to guide you, it is easy to lose your way. While the early stages of martial arts may be manageable, advancing beyond that involves understanding concepts and attributes that are exceedingly difficult to navigate alone. Furthermore, the knowledge regarding superlative martial artists and even higher realms is readily available at Wu University, but outside, you would have no access to such information. Thirdly, the training resources provided by Wu University are largely unavailable in society, such as training secret realms, high-level bloodline abilities, and materials from cosmic beasts, which cannot circulate in the market. Moreover, Wu University frequently holds competitions. Those who rank highly receive various rewards. Listening to Wang Yuro's descriptions, Qin Mu began to grasp the essence of Wu University. For him, the training atmosphere was of little consequence, as long as he possessed a heart dedicated to improvement. The pressure to succeed would naturally motivate him to train diligently. Life does not revolve solely around martial arts. The pursuit is endless, and sometimes it is unnecessary to rush. As for the guidance aspect, with his system, he faced no difficulty in mastering techniques. He trusted that a formidable institution like Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall would not lack resources for higher realms. At worst, he could pay for a renowned mentor's guidance. The issue of training resources posed a challenge, but at his current level, he had no idea how long it would take to become a transcendent martial artist. So there was no need to worry about it now. He could consider it when he reached that stage. Wang Yuro continued, moreover, the most critical point is the aspiration to explore the cosmos and become a pioneer. This is the dream of every martial artist. Only by forming your own exploration team can you delve deeper. And Wu University is undoubtedly the best place to establish and develop such teams. In this regard, private Wu universities surpass public martial arts institutions by a significant margin, as outstanding students can participate in cosmic explorations before graduation. Regarding pioneers, Qin Mu is still confined to the textbook knowledge. According to historical records, the Sagittarius constellation and the 1204 star system were discovered millennium ago by a group known as the Lonely Star Pioneers, which subsequently led to the establishment of the Lonely Star Empire, which has thrived ever since. As a child, Qin Mu had indeed yearned to become a pioneer. But as he matured, life's tribulations had dulled his edges. The notion of exploring the cosmos and the romanticism associated with it seemed trivial. What truly mattered was living well in the present. Thus, he had no interest in the concept of pioneers. Once he attained sufficient strength, those matters would naturally come to him. However, after Wang Yuro's extensive explanation, Qin Mu casually inquired why she did not attend a private Wu university. Am I foolish? Wang Yuro shot him a glance. Private Wu universities charge for everything. My family may not lack money, but we cannot afford to waste it. Besides, the Royal Wu University is already the top institution. Why would I need to go to Galaxy Martial University? Moreover, the mortality rate among pioneers is exceedingly high. At just 18, I do not wish to court death so soon. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she had spoken with such fervor and longing, and it turned out to be mere talk. Fortunately, he had not acted impulsively. Qin Mu sighed with relief internally, and seeing that Wang Yuro had no intention of continuing the conversation, he moved to another area to practice. After all, one should take advantage of a free training ground. By 2 in the afternoon, the promised 490,000 star coins arrived in his account. Had it not been for Wang Yuro being nearby, Qin Mu would have shouted with joy. He quickly found an excuse to leave the villa estate. Wang Yuro watched him depart, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowing, revealing a look of confusion. After practicing the extreme intent fist for an entire morning, he had still not made any progress. Could it be that she had misjudged him and his talent was, in fact, quite ordinary? Little did she know that the existence of a system was beyond her comprehension. With the funds secured, Qin Mu's first order of business was to stock up on energy potions, after which he began training the mountain-shaking fist. He dedicated an entire day to mastering it to perfection. He tested his strength and was not disappointed. With the perfected mountain-shaking fist combined with his perfected basic fist techniques, he could unleash a full-powered punch in just 2.5 seconds, generating a force of 2,100 kilograms, exceeding his earlier expectations by 100 kilograms. It is noteworthy that his current genetic potential stood at merely 111. At that moment, Qin Mu's confidence soared, and he felt an invincible aura within him. No member of the genius class could withstand a single punch from him. After reveling in his triumph for a while, he gradually calmed himself. Learning from his previous experience with Wang Yuro, he realized that to ensure his success in the intern apprentice assessment, he needed to cultivate a specialized movement technique. Without hesitation, he accessed the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall's official website and navigated to the technique section. However, he found no movement techniques listed under the E-grade category, nor under the D-grade, and he lacked permission to view anything above C-grade. With no other options, Qin Mu decided to consult Lin Yuan. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan was currently on a business trip to the provincial capital, and his replies were exceedingly slow and often interrupted by poor signal. After waiting for a long time without receiving a response, Qin Mu had no choice but to temporarily set aside that thought. Time flew by, and June 29th arrived, just one day before the intern apprentice assessment. On this day, Qin Mu arrived at the martial arts hall punctually as usual, only to be informed that the assessment method had changed. Considering that many intern apprentices were preparing for private university assessments, the martial arts hall, prioritizing the well-being of its employees, sought to avoid injuries that could affect the private university assessments. Therefore, they applied to the Ministry of Education to conduct the intern apprentice assessments concurrently with those of the private universities. Upon perusing the official announcement, Qin Mu was struck by a sense of incredulity. How could such an important matter as the assessment for private universities permit the participation of apprentices from the martial arts academy? Among these apprentices, some, like Qin Mu, were earnestly vying for positions, while a significant number were ordinary individuals lacking genetic potential, hoping for a stroke of luck, along with those registering for the private martial arts university's assessment. It seemed utterly unreasonable for the majority to accommodate a select few. However, Qin Mu soon realized that the others viewed the situation quite differently. By participating as an apprentice, they were exempt from registration fees, and their examination results would be integrated into the admissions criteria for the private university. Did this not imply that he too had a chance to enroll in the esteemed private martial arts university? With free registration, the value of his status as an apprentice soared to an astounding 100,000 star coins. This was indeed a golden opportunity, and he resolved to seize it with utmost determination, vowing to gain admission to the private martial arts university. Working was no match for attending such a prestigious institution. A cacophony of cheers erupted as a throng of individuals celebrated this unexpected opportunity. Yet, Qin Mu found himself standing alone, caught in a limbo of indecision, whether to shout or remain silent. Ultimately, he chose to turn away from the martial arts academy. He immediately contacted Lin Yuan for clarification, but regrettably received no response. Subsequently, he reached out to Sun Xinghe, and they arranged to meet at their usual spot. At the Jianghai Imperial Hotel, a luxurious 5-star establishment, Qin Mu entered to find Sun Xinghe deep in contemplation. Contrary to his expectations, the table was devoid of any sumptuous dishes or fine wines. Qin Mu took a seat and promptly inquired whether Sun Xinghe was aware of the alterations to the assessment process. Chapter 37. Journey to the provincial capital. Sun Xinghe projected a document from his personal terminal, sighing as he spoke. They claim it's for the sake of the apprentices, but that's merely a facade to placate you ordinary folks. The real reason is that this year, the private martial arts university has unexpectedly expanded its intake. Qin Mu quickly perused the document and found it aligned with Sun Xinghe's assertions. The official websites of various private martial arts universities had simultaneously updated their information, revealing that the number of admissions had surged tenfold compared to the previous year, necessitating a collaboration with a martial arts academy to facilitate this enrollment. The collaborating martial arts academies were not limited to just Xinjiang, but spanned the entire Jingyao province. The Sagittarius constellation, encompassing the 12 4-star system under the jurisdiction of a Lone Star Empire, comprised 108 life-bearing planets, each functioning as an independent province. Jingyao province ranked in the middle among these planets, with a population barely approaching 100 billion. Annually, nearly 100 million students graduated globally, and by the second phase of the private university assessments, the number dwindled significantly to a meager million. After all, not everyone possessed the audacity to invest 100,000 star coins in registration. This expansion in enrollment was expected to attract a staggering 10 million candidates. However, Qin Mu felt indifferent to these developments, as they bore no relevance to him. His primary concern was how to continue his collaboration with Sun Xinghe. He turned to Sun Xinghe and asked, "I have no interest in the private martial arts university assessments. With the new method in place, how do we honor our previous agreement?" Sun Xinghe shot him a bemused glance. "Why do you only see money? Can't you think beyond that?" "Well, I can't enroll in the university anyway," Qin Mu retorted, since the two assessments were now combined. The rankings of the apprentices would be determined by the results of the private university assessments, rendering their prior contractual arrangement impossible to fulfill. Surely, it was unreasonable to expect him to locate Zhao Xiao and her companions for a one-on-one challenge amidst the millions. Sun Xinghe conceded, "Fine. As long as your final assessment score surpasses that of the 3 individuals, I will consider you compliant with the contract." Qin Mu promptly nodded in agreement, apprehensive that the contract might be rendered void, especially since his participation in the private martial arts university assessments offered no assistance to Sun Xinghe. After retrieving the pre-prepared contract and signing it anew, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. They exchanged a few more words, yet their unfamiliarity left them with little to discuss. Before long, the private room fell into silence, both absorbed in their respective terminals for 2 hours. Eventually, Sun Xinghe could no longer remain idle and, with a hint of exasperation, called for the waiter to serve their meal. An hour later, having satisfied their appetites, Qin Mu bid farewell and cheerfully returned home, while Sun Xinghe grimaced at the front desk as he settled the bill. Upon reaching the neighborhood, Qin Mu encountered his cousin, Qin Rongtong, whom he had not seen in quite some time. They settled at a nearby ice cream shop within the community. Qin Rongtong hesitated before speaking. Brother, have you heard about the private martial arts university's expansion? Qin Mu's expression turned perplexed. Why do you suddenly bring this up? Given that the deadline for the public martial arts university's admissions was tomorrow, and with no word from Rongtong, could it be that he had not been accepted? He quickly inquired, Rongtong, how did your application to the martial arts university turn out? Qin Rongtong's face revealed his inner turmoil. He clenched his fists as if resolutely making a decision. Brother, I want to participate in the private martial arts university assessment. Qin Mu's expression transformed into one of shock, utterly unprepared for his cousin's unexpected ambition. Why would he forego a perfectly good opportunity at the public martial arts university to self-fund his enrollment in a private institution? Before Qin Mu could voice his disapproval, Rongtong preemptively explained, Brother, this isn't a reckless whim. It's a decision I've made after careful consideration. Over the past few days, I've gathered extensive information about the martial arts university and consulted many seniors. With my genetic potential of 69, I could only secure a spot in the most ordinary public martial arts university, where the graduation rate is less than 1. This means that out of 100 students, not even one becomes a martial artist. With my talent, relying solely on personal training, the likelihood of graduating within 4 years is slim. Instead of wasting time there, I would rather challenge myself in the private martial arts university assessment for a chance at a better institution and access to superior training resources. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. During his time at the Martial Art Academy, he had interacted with individuals like Sun Xinghe and Wang Yuru, gaining insight into the hierarchical nature of the affluent. Many of those who, like Sun Xinghe, were relatively ordinary among the wealthy elite chose to attend the private martial arts university, driven not only by a yearning for exploration, but largely by the lure of resources. While the private martial arts university demanded fees at every turn, exceptional students could not only avoid costs, but also receive various rewards. In essence, the talented competed for resources, while the less fortunate were relegated to merely funding them. Qin Mu wished not to discourage his cousin, recognizing that he was now an adult and should determine his own path. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Discuss this thoroughly with Uncle. If he sees no issue, I have no objections either. But what about the 100,000 star coin registration fee? With a grin, Qin Rongtong replied, Dad has already agreed. He still owes you 100,000 star coins, so he wanted to check with you first. As for the registration fee, due to the private martial arts university's sudden expansion, they have provided a no-interest loan option to allow more candidates to register. I've already applied for it. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu chose not to press further. A loan was acceptable. The pressure it brought would surely motivate his training. Thus, despite possessing over 400,000 star coins, he refrained from offering any financial support. Qin Rongtong swiftly completed his registration on his terminal. After a bit of casual conversation, Qin Mu decided to share his own intention to participate in the private martial arts university assessment, also revealing that he was already a martial artist. Qin Rongtong's jaw dropped in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Qin Mu merely waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance, though internally he reveled in the thought that this revelation would surely elevate the pressure on his cousin. The following day, Qin Mu and Qin Rongtong set out early. The private martial arts university assessment was to be held in the provincial capital, Shangjing City, and they needed to arrive in advance to prepare. Accompanied by Qin Rongtong, Qin Mu opted not to utilize the complimentary charter plane arranged by the Martial Arts Academy, instead purchasing their own tickets. They were joined by Sun Xinghe and Wang Yuru, the latter of whom was simply visiting the provincial capital for leisure and departed on her own after disembarking. The splendor of the capital far surpasses that of Jiangcheng, a mere third-tier city, and the cost of living is astonishingly high. Even a standard room demands a staggering sum of 1,000 star coins for a single night. Although Qin Mu possesses considerable wealth, he is reluctant to rent 2 rooms. Thus he and his cousin squeezed into one for the night. In contrast, Sun Xinghe displayed his affluence by booking a luxurious suite for 888 star coins. Witnessing this, Qin Mu couldn't help but think how extravagant wealth can be. The following day, the trio first visited the examination center to collect their admission tickets, after which Sun Xinghe proposed a visit to a nearby energy potion store. Upon their arrival, they unexpectedly encountered Zhao Xiao and her companions. Chapter 38. The 7-Day Survival Period. Wang Xiaoquan wore a disdainful expression and remarked, "What bad luck, coming to the capital and running into bumpkins." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's brows knitted together, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Wang Xiaoquan had repeatedly mocked him, and even a clay figurine has its limits. This time, he was unwilling to endure it any longer. Just as he was about to retort, He was restrained by Sun Xinghe beside him. Sun Xinghe declared, Wang Xiaoquan, if you're itching for a fight, I wouldn't mind stepping into the ring with you. Wang Xiaoquan, brimming with defiance, replied, Do you think I'm afraid of you? If it weren't for the assessment tomorrow, I'd certainly be willing to test your mettle. Lu Zijie, standing nearby, chimed in, Sun Xinghe, let us hope you don't run into us during the assessment. Otherwise, you'll be in for a surprise. With that, the trio promptly departed. As the reserved and aloof Zhao Xiao passed by Qin Mu, she unexpectedly cast a sidelong glance at him. Once she moved away, her expression turned perplexed as she murmured, I seem to sense a trace of spiritual energy emanating from that person. Xiao, you must be mistaken. How could that bumpkin possibly possess spiritual energy? An impoverished soul living in a resettlement area could never become a martial artist. You must be overexerting yourself in your recent training. With the assessment tomorrow, we should return to the hotel and rest early. The two of them believed Zhao Xiao had misperceived something. She nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, the trio of Qin Mu entered the potion store. The air was imbued with a subtle medicinal aroma, which, upon inhalation, imparted a refreshing sensation. They gazed upon rows of transparent glass shelves, each brimming with an array of bottles and jars, accompanied by videos showcasing the formidable functions of these potions. Qin Mu and Qin Rongtong were momentarily dazzled. Having only ever used energy potions, they were unaware of the myriad varieties available, and the exorbitant prices nearly blinded them. Strength number 1. Increases strength by 1 for 1 minute, priced at 1,000 star coins. Swiftness number 1. Increases speed by 1 for 1 minute, priced at 1,000 star coins. Focus number 1. Maintains mental concentration for 1 minute, priced at 1,000 star coins. Qin Mu instinctively furrowed his brow. Although these items boasted remarkable capabilities, their prices were exorbitant. The most basic number 1 potion cost 1,000 star coins, while the highest grade number 10 was priced at a staggering 10,000 star coins, offering a terrifying enhancement of up to 10. Would this not jeopardize the fairness of the assessment? Qin Mu pondered the inequity of it all. Ordinary individuals could scarcely afford such luxuries, while the wealthy could purchase them with ease. Thus, before the assessment even commenced, the disparity was glaring. Beside him, Qin Rongtong swallowed hard and nervously asked, Brother, should we buy these? With only 2,000 star coins in his pocket, he feared that if they made a purchase, he would be left to sleep on the streets the following day. Of course we must buy. Sun Xinghe had approached them without them noticing, advising, if others are purchasing, and you do not, you will only be putting yourself at a disadvantage. Moreover, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you don't buy now, you may never have the chance again. After some deliberation, Qin Mu grit his teeth and spent a total of 10,000 star coins, acquiring potions for both of them. Sun Xinghe, exhibiting the lavishness typical of a wealthy heir, purchased a deluxe package worth 888 star coins, garnering envious glances from those around them. After a meal, the three returned to their hotel and turned early. Late that night, Qin Mu stirred groggily to find his cousin still awake, meditating in the corner of the room. He chose not to disturb him and instead turned to sleep on his side. Pre-exam jitters were entirely normal. His own confidence stemmed from his strength, coupled with the absence of academic pressure. Whether cramming at the last minute would yield results, Qin Mu could not say, but it certainly provided him some mental comfort. All he could do now was refrain from interrupting. The night passed in silence. When Qin Mu awoke the next day, it was only 8 o'clock, leaving an hour before the assessment commenced. Qin Rongtong was already dressed, and Sun Xinghe knocked eagerly at the door. Observing their anxious demeanor, Qin Mu quickly washed up and accompanied them out. Arriving at the examination venue at 8:30, they found the place teeming with people, the air thick with tension. Qin Mu, who had initially felt relaxed, now found himself enveloped in a palpable sense of pressure. At that moment, Sun Xinghe pointed towards a distant group, exclaiming, Look, those are the members of the genius class from the first high school of the capital, each one a martial artist. If you encounter them, it's best to steer clear, especially the towering muscular man at the forefront. His name is Lu Tianqing, and his strength is extraordinary. He was already accepted by the Galaxy Martial University, yet here he is participating in the assessment. At this, Qin Mu looked up and discreetly memorized Lu Tianqing's appearance. Such formidable individuals are either exceedingly confident in their abilities or simply not very bright. Regardless, their strength was indisputable. After a short wait, the examination hall's doors finally opened, and the candidates passed through the screening in an orderly manner. At precisely 9 o'clock, 2 figures appeared on an arena within the venue, a man and a woman. The man, adorned with striking red hair and draped in a black cloak, showcased extraordinarily muscular physique. The woman, in stark contrast, appeared poised and elegant in white attire, wielding an object resembling a magic wand. "I am Taishan, one of the chief examiners for this assessment," proclaimed the man. "I am Balan, also one of the chief examiners." The woman introduced herself. After their introductions, Taishan began to explain the examination rules. The assessment would take place on an uninhabited island, and shortly, they would embark on a flight to the destination. Their task was to remain on the island for 7 days, with their scores determining their rankings. Should they encounter danger, they could activate their admission tickets to summon staff for assistance, but withdrawing midway would be deemed a failure. "All right, everyone follow me onto the ship," he commanded. "The ship will take off in 30 minutes. Those who fail the board will lose their eligibility for the assessment." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in chaos. Taishan paid no heed to the tumult, leaping into the air as if propelled by a bullet. Balan merely waved her wand, and her body floated gracefully into the air. In the ensuing frenzy, countless candidates surged forward, the crowd devolving into utter disarray. At that moment, the potency of strength became starkly evident as the martial artists from the genius class quickly advanced, trampling over those in front of them. The sounds of screams and curses filled the air, amplifying the turmoil. Qin Mu clutched Qin Rongtong, hastening forward while deliberately avoiding the martial artists, but fatefully, they collided with Lu Tianqing. "Get lost!" Lu Tianqing bellowed, his powerful aura radiating outward, and an invisible shockwave instantly toppled those around him. Chapter 39. The Starry Mother Ship. Initial scores. Qin Mu reacted swiftly, pulling Qin Rongtong as they leaped backward, evading the shockwave's range. "Lu Tianqing, you madman! How can you recklessly harm others?" Someone protested. "I will report this to the chief examiners." Yet the staff on site turned a blind eye, and the 2 chief examiners did not even glance back. Due to the influence of Lu Tianqing, dozens of candidates cried out in despair, blood pooling on the ground, with broken limbs and expressions etched with indescribable agony. It was almost certain that they would be eliminated from this assessment, left helplessly awaiting the arrival of medical personnel. If such a situation were to occur outside, it would undoubtedly lead to criminal charges. Yet here, no staff intervened to stop it. Did this assessment truly permit harm against others? Qin Mu wore a cautious expression. The peril of the assessment had exceeded his comprehension, compelling him to re-evaluate the nature of this trial. Others, too, recognized this reality, mimicking the actions of their predecessors and launching attacks against the obstructing candidates, resulting in a cacophony of screams echoing throughout the venue. The stronger martial candidates swiftly distanced themselves from the ordinary participants. Those who lacked martial prowess, witnessing their lag, resolutely consumed potions, their speeds surging to barely keep pace with the front ranks. Some formidable characters, unwilling to be overshadowed by the martial candidates, banded together to retaliate, causing a few martial candidates to spit blood from their misfortune. Qin Rongtong, possessing insufficient strength, was shielded by Qin Mu, who remained vigilant against ambushes from others, causing their pace to naturally slow. As the figures at the forefront grew increasingly distant, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. "Those unwilling to be injured and eliminated, step aside," he bellowed, his entire being radiating an overwhelming aura as he clenched his fist, charging forward with formidable force. "What the hell? There are still martial artists behind," he cursed, urging himself to move faster. The crowd ahead, filled with terror, cried out and willingly cleared a path. Qin Mu urged Qin Rongtong to consume the speed-enhancing potion, and the 2 swiftly advanced. As they encountered any obstruction, he would shout to clear the way. For those who complied, he spared them his wrath, while those who resisted felt the force of his fist. In this manner, they soon caught up to the martial candidates ahead. It was then that Qin Mu encountered the last individuals he wished to see, Zhao Xiao and her 2 companions. Wang Xiaoquan, noticing Qin Mu out of the corner of his eye, was taken aback before a look of disdain crossed his face. He aimed a kick towards Qin Mu's position, his leg moving like a blur to strike. "Country bumpkin, get back," he shouted. Qin Mu furrowed his brow and retaliated with a punch, the forces of both colliding evenly, resulting in a resounding impact as they each staggered back 2 steps. Wang Xiaoquan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Mu could withstand his kick. Just as he prepared to strike again, Lu Zija urged him to hurry along. "I'll let you off this time." Wang Xiaoquan spat before turning and sprinting ahead. As the adversary departed, Qin Mu gradually lowered his hand, which had been coiled with latent energy. Wang Xiaoquan was merely an average martial artist, his strength hovering around 1,300 kilograms. Were it not for his apprehension regarding Zhao Xiao and his reluctance to engage here, Qin Mu would have dispatched him with a single formidable blow. To avoid conflict with other martial artists, Qin Mu learned from his experience and deliberately maintained his distance. As time passed, he soon beheld the so-called starship. It was an immense aerial edifice, seemingly stretching endlessly, its hull a dark, rectangular shape, crowned by a shimmering energy shield. Qin Mu had initially presumed it was akin to an aircraft, only to discover that it was indeed a vessel capable of flight. The starship, named the Starry Sky Mothership, belonged to the Imperial military, and he had previously seen images of it online, but the reality was far grander than he had imagined. At that moment, two chief examiners stood atop the Starry Sky Mothership, their expressions impassive as they surveyed the candidates below. With each candidate that boarded, they activated a voice device to announce their rankings, simultaneously projecting a colossal screen above the ship for display. When Qin Mu and Qin Rongtong ascended the Starry Sky Mothership, the voice announced their rankings as 8461 and 8462, respectively. With millions of candidates participating in this private Marshall University assessment, achieving a place within the top 10,000 was an exceptional feat. Qin Rongtong was nearly breathless with excitement. Having initially hoped to rank within the top 5 million, and now he found himself among the top 10,000. Brother, you're incredible. His gaze towards Qin Mu brimmed with admiration. Qin Mu chuckled softly. Don't celebrate too soon. This is merely the beginning, and the true assessment has yet to commence. He harbored a premonition that this boarding rank would undoubtedly serve a significant purpose. Otherwise, the chief examiners would not display it so ostentatiously. As anticipated, after 30 minutes elapsed, Chief Examiner Taishan addressed the crowd. A total of 89,720,000 candidates have boarded. Those who failed to do so on time will be considered to have forfeited. For those who successfully boarded, you will soon proceed to the island for the official examination. Before that, I will announce the initial point distribution. Candidates ranked within the top 10,000 will receive 1,000 points. The top 100,000 will receive 100 points. The top million will earn 10 points, while the remaining candidates will receive 1 point. At this declaration, the crowd erupted into a mix of joy and dismay. The final results of the assessment would be measured by the total points accrued, and with the initial points being so low, it would undoubtedly impact the subsequent outcomes. Qin Mu, having secured 1,000 points, was naturally among the elated. He gazed at the colossal screen overhead, scanning from the top 10,000 downwards until he spotted Wang Xiaoquan's name at 8,400, Lu Zijia's at 8,398, and Sun Xinghe at 8,000. The most astonishing was Zhao Xiao, who ranked an impressive 3,978. This ranking did not directly reflect the candidate's overall strength, but one could not attain such speeds without a modicum of power. Qin Mu then began to examine the rankings from the very top. Unsurprisingly, the first place belonged to the illustrious Lu Tianqing. The second and third places, and even down to the 100th, were all from the same institution, Beijing No. 1 High School. Following that, most rankings were dominated by other schools from the capital. Qin Mu also noticed unfamiliar names from Jiangcheng, ranked significantly higher than Sun Xinghe. He had always believed Sun Xinghe to be among the top in Jiangcheng's genius class, only to realize that besides Zhao Xiao, there were indeed other formidable individuals. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination island. The Starry Sky Mothership hovered in midair, and just as the candidates pondered how to descend, a glowing ring appeared beneath each of their feet, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of energy that instantly transformed them into light and projected them onto the island. Chapter 40. Gaining points for monsters is no match for robbery. Regaining his senses, Qin Mu found himself in an unfamiliar environment, instantly adopting a defensive posture. The island held unknown perils, and the chief examiner had not elucidated how to acquire points. All that remained was for him to explore. Based on previous assessments, Qin Mu speculated that the island might harbor mechanical beasts or ferocious creatures, and defeating them would yield corresponding rewards. Thus, he commenced a careful observation of his surroundings, treading lightly through the underbrush. Suddenly, a sound emanated from ahead. Qin Mu immediately assumed a combat stance, and after a moment, a bird, no larger than a palm, soared from behind the trees. Was this the ferocious beast? Qin Mu reached out, capturing the bird and scrutinizing it closely. The creature appeared gentle and amiable, bearing no resemblance to a ferocious beast whatsoever. Lacking a penchant for killing, he released it without a second thought. At that moment, a stone suddenly flew through the air, striking the bird mid-flight, and a man picked it up, glancing at it with disappointment before turning away. Throughout the encounter, he failed to acknowledge Qin Mu's presence. Ignored. Qin Mu stroked his chin. Being overlooked was inconsequential. After all, they were in competition, and the fact that no one had resorted to direct confrontation was already a fortunate outcome. Qin Mu continued to delve deeper into the forest. After 2 hours of fruitless exploration, he encountered other candidates, but their brief exchanges were devoid of any intent to communicate. As time ticked away, darkness soon enveloped the surroundings. Exiting the woods, Qin Mu discovered a dilapidated house to take refuge in. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, hunger gnawed at him fiercely. Had he known that this island offered no food, he would have retained the bird he had encountered earlier, as it might have provided a modicum of meat for roasting. He resorted to consuming an energy potion he carried with him to stave off his hunger, subsequently leaning against a crumbling wall to endure the night. Upon awakening the following morning, Qin Mu ventured further into the depths of the island. However, he had scarcely made any headway when a notification popped up on his personal terminal, a requirement of the assessment program. Warning, warning, E-Class Rapid Wolves detected. Killing one grants 10 points. Before the announcement could fully register, Qin Mu had already spotted his targets. A pack of 10 jet black beasts, each adorned with menacing fangs and weighing over 100 kilograms, loomed before him. He struggled to discern whether these rapid wolves were organic creatures or mechanized entities. Without affording him a moment to ponder, one of the wolves let out a chilling howl and lunged towards him with astonishing speed. Qin Mu leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch that sent one of the wolves flying. However, he immediately grimaced in pain, realizing that the creature was made of metal. The agony in his hand was unbearable, yet his formidable strike had resulted in the wolf's demise, earning him 10 precious points. Cautious not to take direct hits henceforth, Qin Mu evaded the remaining wolves' assault while seeking makeshift weapons. He stumbled upon a stone and began striking the head of another wolf until the stone shattered. But the beast lay dead. An idea struck him. He could utilize the lifeless wolf as a tool, wielding the 100-kilogram carcass with ease. He dispatched the remaining wolves with remarkable swiftness. With his points tally rising, Qin Mu beamed with delight, having effortlessly accrued 100 points in a short span. Yet, the lack of food and the exertion from the battle had drained his energy significantly, prompting him to consume another energy potion. With only 10 potions in total and 3 already consumed, he pondered how he would survive the next 5 days. Just as he was lost in thought, a stocky young man appeared before him. "Kid, hand over the points you just earned, or I won't hesitate to ensure your early exit from this assessment." Unfazed by the blatant threat, Qin Mu quickly discerned that the man was not a martial artist. His audacity, despite lacking any martial prowess, was astonishing. Feigning fear, Qin Mu replied, "If I give you my points, will you let me go?" The man nodded. "Of course, once I've spoken, my word is my bond." "Very well. How do I transfer the points to you?" After a series of explanations, Qin Mu realized he had mistakenly believed the points were non-transferable. A mere connection between their terminals would suffice. Suddenly, the man exclaimed, "Wait, 1120 points? How did my points suddenly increase so much?" In a moment of clarity, he quickly turned to flee. Anticipating this, Qin Mu would not allow his escape. He lunged forward and struck the man down, swiftly subduing him. "Hand over your points, or I won't hesitate to ensure your early exit," Qin Mu threatened. The man, filled with despair, retorted, "That's what I just said. Enough chatter. Hand over your energy potions as well." When the man hesitated, Qin Mu took matters into his own hands, retrieving 5 energy potions, alongside 3 quick, 1 potions, and 1 strength, 1 potion, totaling a value of 4,500 star coins. This discovery brought him immense joy, realizing he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. If he could continue to plunder others and sell the spoils at the end of the assessment, he could become instantly wealthy. With this in mind, Qin Mu dashed deeper into the woods. Along the way, he encountered several individuals who, before he could make a move, attacked him first. This left Qin Mu bewildered, pondering if his appearance made him seem so easily bullied. In reality, these individuals had judged him based solely on his inexpensive attire, assuming he hailed from a humble background and lacked strength, never suspecting he was an anomaly. By afternoon, Qin Mu crossed paths with a martial artist who underestimated him from the outset, believing he could easily overpower him. To the man's dismay, Qin Mu incapacitated him with merely 3 punches, compelling him to surrender his points and potions. At this point, Qin Mu's points soared to 5,000, yet his ranking remained dismally low at around 5,000. The top scorer, Liu Tianqing, boasted an astounding 100,000 points. Such a staggering total implied he had robbed countless candidates. Indeed, it was evident that defeating monsters yielded points far less efficiently than plundering others. On the 3rd day, Qin Mu encountered a familiar face, Sun Xinghe. At that moment, Sun Xinghe was sprinting for his life, a cloud of dust swirling behind him. Upon spotting Qin Mu, he shouted, "Qin, help me!" Initially, thinking Sun Xinghe was being pursued by other candidates, Qin Mu prepared to assist him. However, just then a warning sounded from his wrist terminal. Warning, warning, C-Class Rampaging Tiger detected. Killing it earns 10,000 points. Reminder, the C-Class Rampaging Tiger possesses strength comparable to a 2-star martial artist. In the event of life-threatening circumstances, please activate the emergency call button immediately. A 2-star martial artist? Qin Mu paused momentarily, then, without a hint of hesitation, turned and fled in the opposite direction. The rampaging tiger, a colossal beast towering at 3 meters, stood upright at an imposing 8 meters, resembling a walking skyscraper. Its fearsome size instilled a profound sense of dread, causing other candidates to scatter at the mere sight. Before long, a throng of over 100 individuals had gathered in flight alongside Qin Mu. He led the pack, with Sun Xinghe close behind, while the rest were unfamiliar faces, weaklings who weren't even martial apprentices. Not only was the rampaging tiger massive, but its speed was also terrifyingly swift. Its eyes glowed ominously as it charged forward, emitting a thunderous roar. In mere moments, it caught up to the last candidate in the fleeing group. With a merciless swipe of its enormous paw, the unfortunate candidate had no time to react and was crushed into the ground, blood splattering everywhere before vanishing into a streak of white light. Witnessing this horror, those trailing behind felt a wave of terror wash over them. They hastily consumed quick potions to enhance their speed, catching up to Qin Mu and Sun Xinghe. Yet before they could rejoice, the rampaging tiger let out a piercing roar, its previously green eyes transforming to a fiery red. Its speed surged, doubling in an instant as it leapt forward, trampling 4 candidates beneath its feet. Those 4 individuals acted decisively, activating their emergency calls and vanishing in a flash of white light, narrowly escaping the physical agony. As time wore on, the once numerous group dwindled to just Qin Mu and Sun Xinghe. Both Qin Mu was acutely aware of the young man's intentions. With a pained expression, he retrieved a swift number 10 from his pocket and consumed it in haste. A single swift number 10 enhances speed by 10 and costs 10,000 star coins, a price he was reluctant to pay. This particular vial had been scavenged from other candidates, originally intended for resale, but with the rampaging tiger hot on his heels, he had no choice but to utilize it. The effect was remarkable. Qin Mu quickly overtook Sun Xinghe once more. Sun Xinghe, taken aback by Qin Mu's possession of swift number 10, felt a surge of urgency. Gritting his teeth, he made a resolute decision. In an instant, his speed soared again, his form transforming into a wraith-like blur as he darted through the air, reappearing 100 meters away from Qin Mu. What kind of footwork was this? Qin Mu was astonished by the explosive speed Sun Xinghe displayed. He had not anticipated that Sun Xinghe had been biding his time before unleashing his technique. Now, with him lagging behind and the rampaging tiger closing in relentlessly, he realized he could not simply shake it off and had to devise another plan to strike back. Without hesitation, Qin Mu altered his course and sprinted toward the ruins of several nearby skyscrapers. A cluster of candidates had gathered there, but upon perceiving the rampaging tiger, they scattered in panic. Qin Mu had hoped they might help fend off the beast, but now he had no choice but to retaliate for a chance at survival. Otherwise, he would be eliminated. He plunged into the debris of the buildings, hiding in a corner, holding his breath as he gathered his strength, waiting for the rampaging tiger to approach. The creature's lantern-like eyes gleamed with intelligence as they surveyed the skyscraper. Clearly, it was not lacking in intellect. Instead of attacking the building indiscriminately, it sniffed the air, following the scent toward Qin Mu's location. At that moment, Qin Mu's heart raced. As the rampaging tiger closed within 3 meters, he steeled himself and unleashed his punch. Mountain-shaking fist, with all his might behind the strike. It was a do-or-die situation. He channeled all of his energy into his fist, delivering a blow with a staggering force of 2,100 kilograms, striking true at the rampaging tiger's 2 prominent bells, even from 3 meters away. This was the advantage of the mountain-shaking fist, the ability to strike effectively without direct contact. Qin Mu found it perplexing that a mechanical beast had such bells. Could it be that this creature had a gender? He dismissed the thought, focusing instead on the target he deemed vital for his attack. With a thunderous crash, the immense force sent the rampaging tiger staggering, and in an instant, it collapsed to the ground, struggling for a moment before its eyes dulled and it fell silent. As the points were credited to him, Qin Mu did not allow himself a moment's respite. He swiftly consumed an energy potion and a heart-strengthening number 1. then immediately forced his body to move rapidly away from the scene. At that same moment, dozens of figures landed near the skyscraper. The short-haired youth at the forefront bent down to examine the lifeless rampaging tiger, then turned to his companions and said, "The bells are the energy source of the rampaging tiger." At this revelation, the others sighed in relief. So that is how it is. One punch to kill the rampaging tiger. I thought that person was stronger than Lu Tianqing. One remarked, with others nodding in agreement. They hailed from Beijing No. One high school and had recently witnessed Lu Tianqing single-handedly battle a rampaging tiger. The rampaging tiger's strength was comparable to that of a two-star warrior. Possessing a genetic potential of 20, Lu Tianqing was recognized as the top candidate, having exerted considerable effort to bring down the beast. The sudden demise of the rampaging tiger at the hands of an unknown individual had genuinely startled them, but it seemed now that it was merely a stroke of luck. One suggested, "What do you think? Should we go and seize that person's points?" The short-haired youth hesitated, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The warriors from various regions have already united. We need to regroup with our classmates quickly, or we risk being picked off one by one. Furthermore, now that we know the rampaging tiger's weakness, it would be more efficient to hunt another one than to waste time on that individual. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. The participants from Beijing No. 1 High School numbered over 100, making them a prime target for other factions. However, in a gathering of geniuses, not everyone was united in purpose. Lu Tianqing had grown accustomed to working alone and had no intention of collaborating with others. Several other strong individuals had their own plans, each forming their own teams. The short-haired youth, named Zhang Long, possessed a genetic potential of 15 and was among the more formidable members of Beijing No. 1 High School. After realizing the possibility of seizing others' points, he quickly gathered several talented warriors from his school. Following a successful hunt, their group saw their rankings soar, with Zhang Long exaggeratingly placing in the 20th position. However, his moment of pride was short-lived, as his rank was soon usurped by another. Qin Mu, who is this person? Jiangxing No. 13 High School. Does anyone know of it? Others shook their heads, having never even heard of Jiangxing, let alone its No. 13 High School. With curiosity piqued, they opened Qin Mu's profile, and upon a glance, they struggled to maintain their composure. Genetic potential of 58. Ineligible for employment at Wu University. Martial Arts Institute intern apprentice. These words struck deep into the pride of these talents, leading them to wonder how such a person could rank 20th on the leaderboard. He must be cheating, or perhaps he had merely stumbled upon points. Zhang Long thought to himself, finding solace in this notion. Other candidates participating in the assessment also took note of Qin Mu's peculiar status, collectively believing he had utilized dubious means to acquire his points and began seeking him out to claim his score. Meanwhile, Qin Mu remained hidden in a secluded corner, regaining his strength. Once he had recovered sufficiently, he turned his attention to the display data on his terminal. Chapter 42, another chance to unlock. My father is truly impressive. Huh, I have 60,000 points. Qin Mu was taken aback. Upon further investigation, he discovered the source of his points lay with the recently defeated rampaging tiger. The creature originally had a score of 10,000 points, but with each candidate it eliminated, it accrued the points from those individuals. The rampaging tiger had taken down nearly 200 candidates, thus explaining the substantial score. With this realization, Qin Mu scrutinized the leaderboard. Lu Tianqing still held the first position with a staggering 200,000 points, a full 100,000 points ahead of the second place. Continuing to scroll down, he finally spotted the names of Wang Xiaoquan, Lu Zijia, and Zhao Xiao in the 100,000 range. Had they been robbed? Qin Mu felt a pang of schadenfreude. The lower their scores, the better for him, but given their strength, it would not be difficult for them to catch up. Thus, he dared not let his guard down. Once he felt sufficiently restored, he began searching the vicinity for prey. He searched for 2 hours without sighting a single mechanical creature. He did encounter some candidates, but most had a genetic potential below 6 and possessed no points, likely having been robbed countless times. He also crossed paths with a warrior who, upon realizing he was outmatched, promptly executed his footwork to escape. Qin Mu, lacking any footwork training, could not pursue and was left with no choice but to concede. If only I could learn a set of footwork. Qin Mu sighed, recalling the technique Sun Xinghe had employed, thinking that he would inquire about it next time they crossed paths. Just then, the long quiet system suddenly chimed with a notification. Ding! A family member has been detected in gestation, granting a proficiency unlock opportunity. Who could it be? Qin Mu's first suspect was that the pairing in the genetic bank of the Life Cultivation Center had been successful. If the pairing had indeed succeeded, the Life Cultivation Center would have sent him a notification. However, he was currently undergoing an assessment, and his personal terminal could not connect to the Star Network. He casually opened the Life Cultivation Center's website, expecting to find no updates, but to his astonishment, the screen loaded instantly. The Star Network was connected. Qin Mu was elated. With internet access, he could reach out to Sun Xinghe and his cousin. He was eager to locate Sun Xinghe and unlock the opportunity to learn footwork, thereby compensating for his shortcomings. After sending a message to Sun Xinghe, he noted that the distance between them was less than 10 kilometers. Without hesitation, Qin Mu sprinted towards the specified location, glancing at the status of the genetic bank as he ran. He quickly confirmed that the pairing had not been successful, leaving only one possibility. "Dad, you are truly amazing." Qin Mu silently praised his parents. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiao and her companions had just defeated a large group of swift wolves, earning 1,000 points, yet no joy graced their faces. They bore wounds, particularly Zhao Xiao, whose once fair arm was now stained crimson with blood. Given their strength, it was unusual for them to sustain injuries from the swift wolves. They had been robbed instead. Wang Xiaoquan, visibly irate, exclaimed that Lu Tianqing has gone too far, brazenly stealing our points. Lu Zijia, his expression dark, retorted, "Enough of that. If it weren't for your provoking Lu Tianqing, Xiao wouldn't be hurt." Wang Xiaoquan's countenance darkened as he countered, "I didn't intend for this to happen." But Lu Tianqing not only took our points, but also aimed to eliminate us from the competition. Who could endure that? Noticing the rising tension between the two, Zhao Xiao quickly interjected, "Let us not blame Xiaoquan. It's merely our lack of strength." I never expected Lu Tianqing to possess a genetic potential of 18 and comprehend attribute mysticism. A look of unease crossed her face as she recalled how a moment's delay could have resulted in her arm being broken by Lu Tianqing. Lu Zijie reassured her, Xiao, you have also comprehended attribute mysticism. Aside from Lu Tianqing, there should be few here who can pose a threat to you." At his words, Zhao Xiao raised her chin proudly. While she had indeed grasped attribute mysticism, her strength paled in comparison to Lu Tianqing's. Yet she remained confident in her ability to contend with others. Wang Xiaoquan proposed, "That country bumpkin has struck it rich with 60,000 points. If we can reclaim those points, Xiao, you'll surely rank within the top 100. Zhao Xiao nodded. Although she felt that Qin Mu's strength was extraordinary, she remained confident in her ability to overcome him should they cross paths. She pointed ahead, saying, "Let us head to the central area. There should be more advanced mechanical beasts there." The trio promptly advanced forward. After half an hour, Qin Mu finally located Sun Xinghe. At that moment, Sun Xinghe had formed a team with several others to hunt mechanical beasts. Most of these individuals hailed from Jiangsheng, and some are interns from the Jiangsheng Xinjiang martial arts class. Upon Qin Mu's arrival, he was immediately recognized by a keen-eyed member, and after relaying the information, the two leading martial artists gazed at Qin Mu with greedy eyes. Sun Xinghe quickly stepped in, saying, "This is my brother. I would appreciate it if you could show him some respect to maintain harmony." Qin Mu noticed their avarice, but was unafraid of those two. He merely wished to avoid trouble, so he activated his spiritual energy. "So it's Brother Qin. Welcome to our team." The leading man instantly donned a smile upon realizing Qin Mu was a martial artist. Qin Mu returned the gesture and pulled Sun Xinghe aside to discuss his desire to learn footwork. "You wish to learn footwork now?" Sun Xinghe inquired, astonished. "My footwork is rated C, with a training fee of 100,000 star coins. Are you certain you want to proceed?" Qin Mu was taken aback by the steep price, yet he understood that C-rated footwork was of considerable quality. Without hesitation, he transferred 100,000 star coins to Sun Xinghe, who wasted no time in sending Qin Mu the relevant materials for the footwork. The technique was named Luo Yin Step, considered above average among C-rated martial arts. Upon successful cultivation, one could condense a phantom, moving 10 meters with each step, and at the pinnacle level, one could cover 100 meters in a single stride, truly akin to teleportation. After reviewing the introduction, Qin Mu steadied his racing heart. System: unlock Luo Yin Step. Ding! Congratulations, host, on entering the C-rated footwork Luo Yin Step 0200. Unlock successful. Luo Yin Step comprised 18 techniques. Qin Mu watched the instructional video once, then began to familiarize himself with the first technique. The method remained the same, employing the familiar repetitive training approach. Although the Luo Yin Step was of a high level, it was not as arduous to cultivate as the Shaking Mountain Fist, allowing for a relatively straightforward entry without excessive physical strain. Naturally, high-level martial arts bore their own challenges. The difficulty of Luo Yin Step lay in the condensation of the phantom. While entry was easy, mastering it was notably challenging. Since beginning his martial arts journey, Sun Xinghe had been practicing the Luo Yin step and had only just reached a minor achievement, with mastery still a distant goal. However, these challenges posed no issue for Qin Mu. In just an hour, he had mastered the Luo Yin step, albeit with some awkwardness in execution. Yet his speed had noticeably improved. As the group continued forward, Qin Mu practiced intermittently. Soon, they encountered a ferocious tiger. Warning, warning, C-rated ferocious tiger detected. Killing it will yield 200,000 points. Upon hearing the potential reward of 200,000 points, Qin Mu was taken aback. A ferocious tiger valued at 200,000 points. How many candidates must have been eliminated for such a bounty? The prospect of such a lucrative ferocious tiger thrilled Sun Xinghe and his companions, who quickly rallied others to encircle the beast. Qin Mu refrained from rushing in, instead observing cautiously, wary of potential ambushes from others. He sensed something was amiss. A ferocious tiger of such worth could not possibly go unnoticed by other teams. Qin Mu's hesitance was not born from doubt in Sun Xinghe's group, but from their smaller numbers compared to the many formidable teams they had encountered along the way, each boasting over 10 martial artists, while Sun Xinghe's team comprised only 4. Half an hour later, Sun Xinghe's team finally managed to subdue the ferocious tiger. But before they could celebrate, an unexpected event unfolded. A powerful figure leapt toward them from a distance. Even before his arrival, the palpable aura of dread washed over them. Lu Tianqing. Qin Mu was alarmed, finally understanding why no one had dared to hunt this ferocious tiger. Run, he shouted, launching a punch toward Lu Tianqing's direction. Chapter 43, Counterattack. Luo Yin Step. Get my all. As Lu Tianqing observed the approaching punch, he seemed unfazed, casually raising a hand to deflect it. However, he underestimated the force behind the strike, which interrupted his movement. Surprised, he glanced at the retreating Qin Mu, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Interesting. A new face. I wonder if you can withstand a blow from me. Thanks to Qin Mu's warning, Sun Xinghe and his companions quickly noticed Lu Tianqing. The two martial artists did not flee immediately, but rather showed eager expressions as they looked at Lu Tianqing, shouting, "Everyone, don't panic. We have over 100 people, and he is just one. The advantage is ours." Those who had been ready to flee halted their steps. "That's right, everyone, don't be afraid. He is alone." They rallied. "Let us all take him down together. Lu Tianqing currently possesses 300,000 points. If we defeat him, all those points will be ours, and we can all gain admission to the top 10 academies." The crowd was stirred, eagerly awaiting Lu Tianqing's descent to launch a united attack. However, they severely underestimated the prowess of those who had comprehended the essence of attribute-based martial arts. As Lu Tianqing descended into the midst of the crowd, a wave of searing fiery energy immediately radiated outward, the powerful shockwave sending everyone sprawling in disarray. The fierce intent of the flames surged into the bodies of the onlookers, rendering the weaker candidates completely paralyzed on the ground. The two martial artists fell victim to Lu Tianqing's fireballs, utterly unable to retaliate. In an instant, the entire team was annihilated. Faced with such a terrifying display of strength, Qin Mu dared not linger. He swiftly fled with the injured Sun Xinghe. Yet, the scorching aura behind them did not recede. It grew ever closer. What was happening? Why was Lu Tianqing pursuing us? Qin Mu murmured to himself as he ran. For an entire hour, he continued his flight, exhaustion weighing heavily upon him. Glancing back, he saw fireballs hurtling towards him, prompting him to gulp down several potions before resuming his escape. What a nuisance. I merely struck him lightly, yet he continues to pursue me relentlessly. Qin Mu thought in exasperation. Sun Xinghe, whom he carried on his back, whispered, "Is it possible he is after the points I possess?" "What? Those 200,000 points are on you?" Qin Mu exclaimed, looking down at his personal terminal to discover Sun Xinghe ranked second in points. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? If I had, you would have certainly abandoned me," Sun Xinghe retorted. "Impossible. I'm not that kind of person," Qin Mu insisted earnestly, but Sun Xinghe merely chuckled, unconvinced. With a sigh, Qin Mu remarked, "If this continues, we will inevitably be caught. We should just concede the points to Lu Tianqing." Though reluctant to part with the points he had just obtained, Sun Xinghe nodded in agreement to avoid elimination. Qin Mu then shouted towards the pursuing Lu Tianqing, "Lu Tianqing, stop chasing us. We concede. These 200,000 points are yours." Expecting the pursuit to cease, he was taken aback when Lu Tianqing showed no signs of relenting, instead consuming a speed-enhancing potion to close the distance. His voice was icy as he replied, "Those 200,000 points were mine to begin with. I do not need your concession. As for the two of you provoking me, you can only blame your misfortune." The ferocious beast that had amassed such points was under Lu Tianqing's secret care, fattened up before being harvested. Other teams' strong members were aware of this, which was why they refrained from hunting it, while Sun Xinghe and his companions, oblivious to the truth, had taken the bait. Unaware of this underlying scheme, Qin Mu wouldn't have cared even if he had known, for any mechanical beast was fair game for hunting. Lu Tianqing's unreasonable demeanor ignited an inexplicable ire within Qin Mu, prompting him to directly inquire of Sun Xinghe. "How is your injury recovery?" Sun Xinghe nodded. "I'm almost there." Qin Mu's expression hardened suddenly. "When Lu Tianqing draws near, I will unleash a full-force attack against him. Afterward, I will be exhausted and vulnerable. Can you use your Luo Yin step to ensure a swift escape?" Upon hearing this, Sun Xinghe's face paled. "Don't act recklessly. Lu Tianqing has comprehended attribute-based martial arts. Cut the nonsense. Just tell me if you can do it." "I can, but only if your attack has some effect on him." Having witnessed Sun Xinghe executing the Luo Yin step, Qin Mu was confident in his ability to escape, and he also believed in the efficacy of his mountain-shattering fist. The renowned Huqing on the Master S network had once stated that a fully mastered mountain-shattering fist could incapacitate even those who had grasped attribute-based martial arts, should it land. Qin Mu felt Huqing could not have misled him, so he was determined to give it a try. Feigning fatigue, he deliberately slowed his pace until he finally came to a halt. Lu Tianqing, brimming with arrogance, would never suspect a trap. He landed beside Qin Mu, looking down with disdain, taunting, "Why have you stopped running? Weren't you quite the sprinter? Kneel and admit your faults, and perhaps I might spare you." "Not a chance." Qin Mu, having gathered his strength, hurled a punch at Lu Tianqing's malevolent face. Lu Tianqing's initial anger turned to panic, but before he could react, the mountain-shattering fist struck him squarely. Qin Mu was about to celebrate his success when he noticed a thin layer of fiery armor manifesting on Lu Tianqing's surface, counteracting the punch's force. Although the armor was ultimately shattered, it had dissipated much of the blow's power. Thus, while Lu Tianqing was knocked backward, he sustained only minor injuries. Seeing this, Qin Mu immediately gestured for Sun Xinghe to flee. Sun Xinghe executed the Luo Yin step, sprinting for 10 kilometers until he finally collapsed from exhaustion. Qin Mu's stamina had been restored, but even though he could no longer see Lu Tianqing, he remained cautious. "Let us find a place to hide," he said, hoisting Sun Xinghe onto his back as he sought refuge in a concealed building. Qin Mu quickly activated his terminal to settle scores with Huqing from the Master S network. This scoundrel had promised that as long as the mountain-shattering fist landed, even those who comprehended attribute-based martial arts would be incapacitated. Yet, Lu Tianqing not only remained unharmed, but also emanated even greater power. Had it not been for Sun Xinghe's proficient Luo Yin step, the two would have undoubtedly been crushed by Lu Tianqing. With no response forthcoming, Qin Mu set aside his frustrations and devoted himself to diligently training in the Luo Yin step. Notification: C-rank step technique Luo Yin step has reached minor completion, 0400. Congratulations, host has unlocked genetic potential 03. Achieving minor completion brought Qin Mu a sense of relief. Even if he were to encounter Lu Tianqing now, he possessed a semblance of self-defense. As night fell, a fierce wind howled, battering the dilapidated doors and windows, producing eerie creaks that added to the terror of the pitch-black surroundings. Sun Xinghe lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, while Qin Mu diligently practiced nearby. A night passed in silence, and soon it was the third day of the assessment. Qin Mu, intent on training, had no desire to venture outside. Sun Xinghe, boasting 23 points, securely held second place in the rankings and feared being robbed by others, thus remained hidden as well. Time ticked by, and Qin Mu made tremendous progress in his Luo Yin step, reaching full mastery by the 5th day. Eager to test his newfound abilities, he attempted a demonstration, vanishing before Sun Xinghe's eyes and reappearing 100 meters away, only to step back into the room once more. "What the hell? Am I seeing things?" Sun Xinghe, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly taken aback, fearing he had encountered something sinister. Once Qin Mu explained, Sun Xinghe shook his head in disbelief. "Full mastery of the Luo Yin step? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You've only trained for a few days. How could you achieve full mastery?" Sun Xinghe struggled to accept the reality. "It took me 4 entire years to reach minor completion. 4 years. And you achieved full mastery in just 3 days. I can't believe this." Chapter 44. The Center Area, Stealing Monsters. Now that his step technique was perfected, Qin Mu felt no need to continue hiding. Instead, he confidently strode out of the building. The sun shone brilliantly today, a refreshing breeze brushing against his face, banishing the gloom and leaving behind a sense of well-being. With a contented expression, Qin Mu stretched and murmured, "It's time to earn some points." Over the past 3 days, the points leaderboard had undergone a significant shift. His 60,000 points had relegated him beyond the top 100. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoxiao had risen to the 50th rank, boasting an impressive 100,000 points. Desiring Sun Xinghe as contract bonus, Qin Mu knew he could not allow Zhao Xiaoxiao's points to surpass his own. He skillfully navigated the island, swiftly dispatching mechanical beasts and robbing fellow candidates. After 2 hours, however, he had only accumulated a meager 1,000 points, a far cry from his expectations. Positioned in the outer region, most mechanical beasts had already been cleared out by other candidates. The few candidates he encountered were merely average and hardly worth his time to rob. He randomly grabbed a candidate to inquire and learned that the others had gone to the central area to hunt mechanical beasts. Promptly, he made haste towards the central region. After his departure, the once fearful expression of the candidate was instantly replaced by joy as he activated his personal terminal, exclaiming, "Target located, heading towards the central area." This news swiftly reached Lu Tianqing's ears. Ever since that day, when he was publicly humiliated by Qin Mu, Lu Tianqing had been seething with rage, vowing to unearth Qin Mu, no matter how deep he had to dig. After 2 fruitless days of searching, Lu Tianqing altered his strategy. He announced a bounty of 1,000 points for any leads on Qin Mu's whereabouts. Surely, where there is wealth, there will be brave souls. Since the moment Qin Mu exited the building, someone had already tipped off Lu Tianqing, who kept a close watch on Qin Mu's every move. Throughout his life, other than the avaricious woman, he had never suffered a loss at the hands of his peers. "Qin Mu, should you fall into my grasp, I will make you wish for neither life nor death." Lu Tianqing's gaze was icy, filled with murderous intent. The avaricious woman he referred to was Ji Qinghe, this year's top scholar from Shanjing. Lu Tianqing placed great importance on his reputation and refused to admit inferiority to Ji Qinghe, stubbornly choosing to participate in the assessment to prove himself. The process of the assessment had gone smoothly, with his points consistently leading the pack, until he was ambushed by Qin Mu. In that moment, he felt as though he might go mad. A proud son of Shanjing had been publicly humiliated by a country bumpkin from an unknown city. Such a tale would undoubtedly become a complete joke. Lu Tianqing's so-called proof would also turn into a farce. Thus, his hatred for Qin Mu was not mere words. He truly harbored the intent to kill. Each candidate bore an examination permit, which would teleport them out if their life was threatened. If he could master the right amount of force, torturing someone to the brink of death was something Lu Tianqing felt quite confident in. Unbeknownst to Qin Mu of Lu Tianqing's murderous intentions, he was currently making his way to the central area. With the enhancement of the perfected Luo Yin step, he arrived in the central area in just half an hour. The central area was bustling with participants, divided into dozens of teams, with 5 of them being the most formidable. Among these, 2 belonged to Shanjing No. 1 High School, one led by Zhang Long and the other by a woman named Ying Xiaoxiao. The remaining 3 teams consisted of prodigies from various cities, with Zhao Xiaoxiao as the leader of one. At that moment, the 5 teams were embroiled in a fierce dispute over point allocation, with tensions escalating to the point of imminent confrontation. Ying Xiaoxiao, clad in a tight-fitting red robe that accentuated her alluring figure, her long black hair cascading to her lower back, possessed a standard oval face but had a notoriously fiery temper. With a huff, she declared, "Our team is the strongest. We demand 30% of the points. Who dares to object?" Zhang Long quickly followed, asserting, "Our team has the most warriors. We also demand 30%. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoxiao and the leaders of the other 2 teams turned pale with disbelief. If the 2 teams claimed 60%, that left only 40 for the 3 of them. An unfair distribution that, even if they agreed to, their teammates would never accept. Zhao Xiaoxiao stated firmly, "We 3 teams contributed the most in attacking the Mechanical Beast King, and many of our members have been eliminated as a result. Therefore, we demand 60%, and you can divide the remaining 40 among yourselves." At her words, Zhang Long exploded with rage. It seemed that the 2 teams were to split 40%, but given Xiaoxiao's temper, he would be lucky to get even 10%. Had he been able to take on Zhao Xiaoxiao, he would have resorted to blows already. With a dark scowl, Zhang Long replied, 20% is all we're asking for. That is my final bottom line. If not, we can settle this with our fists." Now it was Zhao Xiaoxiao and the others who were a loss. Ying Xiaoxiao's 30% was non-negotiable, and splitting the 50% among 3 teams would lead to potential infighting. The alliance of 3 teams was their only leverage against Ying Xiaoxiao and Zhang Long's 2 teams. If they were to fracture, they risked being robbed of points by the opposing teams. Each leader harbored their own thoughts, completely oblivious to the presence of another individual who had been observing the situation. Qin Mu had watched for considerable time and finally grasped the unfolding events. In essence, a mechanical beast king had been engaged by Zhao Xiaoxiao's 3 teams, while Ling Xiaoxiao and Zhang Long arrived to stake their claim to the spoils. Now, with the mechanical beast king barely alive, they were discussing the division of profits instead of finishing it off. What astonished Qin Mu most was the mechanical beast king's value of 1,000,000 points. 1,000,000 points. How could they let it slip away when it was on the verge of defeat? Fine, if you choose not to claim it, I shall not hold back. Qin Mu mused, immediately deploying the Luo Yin step, transforming into a wisp of smoke and swiftly reaching the mechanical beast king. At that moment, the 5 sensed something amiss. Thief, how dare you? Ling Xiaoxiao was the first to react, conjuring a red spear with her psychic energy and hurling it at Qin Mu. But it was too late. With a single punch, Qin Mu felled the mechanical beast king and effortlessly dodged the spear with the Luo Yin step. Ling Xiaoxiao was furious. The other 4 were equally infuriated. They surrounded him, determined not to let him escape. The 5 immediately issued orders, but unfortunately, Qin Mu's speed was too swift, and he vanished in an instant. Among the crowd of over 1,000,000, those below had no clue what had transpired. Brother, who just said not to let anyone escape? In the throng, Qin Mu was questioned by a nearby individual, to which he feigned ignorance, replying, I have no idea. The man ceased further inquiries and moved on to question others. Qin Mu believed he was concealing himself successfully, unaware that he had still left a trace. The 5, sharp-witted, promptly verified the leaderboard, and upon seeing Qin Mu ranked first with over 1,000,000 points, they swiftly informed the martial candidates behind them. The thief who stole the points is named Qin Mu. Everyone, check the surroundings and don't let him escape. The 5 even found a photo of Qin Mu on the Star Network and projected it into the air. Now, Qin Mu had nowhere to hide and was soon located. Qin Mu, you country bumpkin, how dare you take advantage of our inattention to kill the mechanical beast king? You have brought shame upon Jiangcheng. Kneel and apologize, and perhaps we will spare you. The speaker was Wang Xiaoquan, whose tone was nothing short of accusatory. Qin Mu had long harbored disdain for Wang Xiaoquan. His brow furrowed as cold, murderous intent enveloped him. Annoying, with a swift movement, he delivered a resounding slap across Wang Xiaoquan's loathsome face. Chapter 45, Testing the Waters. All points submitted. The speed of that slap was so rapid that Zhao Xiao, and the others failed to discern how Qin Mu had struck. Wang Xiaoquan spun 3 times before collapsing, blood spewing forth, leaving a prominent red handprint on his already unattractive face, which became disfigured and twisted. As Wang Xiaoquan regained his senses, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth and roared with fury. Country bumpkin, how dare you hit me? I will have you dead. I will see you dead. Qin Mu's retort was once again a single word. Annoying. He raised his hand for another slap. Zhao Xiao, having anticipated this, could not bear to watch Wang Xiaoquan be struck again. She immediately unleashed her psychic energy, releasing a unique chill that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. As Qin Mu's footwork met the cold aura, his body momentarily slowed, revealing his figure to the others. Seeing this, Zhao Xiao wasted no time. She kicked forward with her slender leg, her explosive power striking Qin Mu. Yet the next moment, her brow furrowed in surprise, a phantom. The real Qin Mu had already moved in front of Wang Xiaoquan, delivering a merciless slap. Wang Xiaoquan cried out in agony, suffering the humiliation of being struck publicly. The psychological torment was far worse than the physical pain. Qin Mu crossed his arms, gazing at Wang Xiaoquan as he warned, if you dare to utter another filthy word, the next slap will send you out of the competition. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoquan's previously venomous glare immediately turned evasive. If he were to be eliminated within 7 days, it would signify a lack of achievement, and he would forfeit the opportunity to choose Wuda. Thus, fear gripped him. Observing this, Qin Mu's face flickered with a hint of disdain. He mused that these arrogant signs of wealth needed to be taught a lesson. Whether it be the public Wuda or the private variant, the competition was equitable for all. Those who qualified would be admitted, while those who did not would be cast aside. No amount of family wealth could change that. Of course, in this level playing field of competition, the affluent could forge advantages that ordinary individuals could not hope to match. For instance, during this assessment, if one lacked sufficient potions to replenish their stamina over the span of 7 days, they could easily succumb to exhaustion before the evaluation concluded. Relying on his superior footwork, Qin Mu took advantage of the anxiety of these wealthy heirs, momentarily delaying his escape. He noticed the subtle movements of Ling Xiaoxiao and her companions, but chose not to intervene, instead observing these elite offspring from the provincial capital, pondering how his current prowess measured against theirs. Moments later, the surrounding candidates were dispersed, leaving hundreds of martial artists encircling Qin Mu. At the forefront, Ying Xiaoxiao's voice was as sharp as ice. "You must be Qin Mu. I wonder what gives you the audacity to face so many martial artists alone." Even that lumbering oaf, Lu Tianqing, would have to crawl out. Behind her, a tall young man, brimming with impatience, retorted, "Why waste breath on him? Let's just strike." Ying Xiaoxiao nodded and commanded loudly, "Everyone, attack together." At that instant, vibrant energies erupted around Qin Mu, each unique, some blazing hot, others chillingly cold, and some sharp and dark, united in exerting pressure upon him. Qin Mu immediately felt the flow of his own energy slow and his footsteps grow heavier. Attribute energies? He warily scanned his surroundings while executing the Luo Yin step. At its perfected level, the Luo Yin step could cover 100 meters in a single stride, but now it could only muster 30 meters, utilizing merely a third of its potential. 10 individuals emanated attribute energies, and rather than remain passive, Qin Mu took the initiative. He directed a 3/10 charged, shaking mountain fist at the seemingly weaker, tall young man, generating a force of 1,500 kilograms. The tall boy scoffed, making no effort to evade. Raising a hand to swat it down, Qin Mu was jolted back 2 steps, a tingling burn coursing through his arm, rendering it uncontrollably shaky while the tall boy remained unmoved. The tall boy, surprised, remarked, "You withstood a strike of extreme intent power and are still standing. You possess some strength." Taken aback, Qin Mu thought, "Is the power of this extreme intent so feeble?" Having trained in it for some time, he was well acquainted with the technique and was astonished at its lack of lethality. Though his hand trembled, he recovered in mere seconds. The tall boy, feeling insulted by Qin Mu, wore a grim expression and launched a fierce counterattack. The others joined in, and soon Qin Mu found himself retreating under relentless assault, struggling to counter. At that moment, Ying Xiaoxiao, who had remained on the sidelines, finally made her move. She transformed her energy into a spear, opting to strike directly rather than hurl it as before. The red tassel spear radiated scorching heat, almost tangible, compelling Qin Mu to evade rather than confront it head-on. However, Ying Xiaoxiao's spear technique was profound, her energy unpredictable. She leaped high, flames erupting from the spear, transforming into a fire dragon that dove down upon him. Crimson flame. "The spear strikes like a dragon," she shouted. Was this an attribute divine ability? Qin Mu gasped in astonishment and immediately exerted all his effort into the Luo Yin step. But he was engulfed by the fire dragon. 30 meters away, his figure emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled, his clothing singed with large holes, and a gash on his left arm oozing a trickle of blood. The power of the attribute divine ability was immense. Had he not used an afterimage to obscure her vision, he would likely have been eliminated. "Are you not a man? If you have the courage, don't hide." Ying Xiaoxiao, unable to catch up to him, was furious and hurled insults at Qin Mu. Having gained a clearer understanding of their strengths, he no longer sought to test them further. He created 9 afterimages, leaving the 10 of them in a dizzying whirl. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. If you have the capability, catch me first. Qin Mu laughed triumphantly. In a one-on-one encounter, he would not stand a chance against these 10, and exerting his full strength would only leave him exhausted and vulnerable. There was no need to take such risks. Thus, Qin Mu shifted his strategy and began to target the surrounding martial artists. Like a wraith, he appeared behind one of the candidates, threatening, "Hand over your points, or I will eliminate you." The individual, panicking, shouted, "Brother, don't. I only have a few points, not even enough for your leftovers. Why would you rob me?" After pondering for a moment, Qin Mu replied, "You're right, so I've decided to rob all of you." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. One voice rang out, "Don't be afraid, everyone. Once he shows up, we'll attack together." Just as that person finished speaking, Qin Mu swiftly darted behind and tapped him on the back of the head. The force was considerable, and the individual barely managed to keep from fainting, scrambling away in a panic. Qin Mu gave him a thumbs up and then turned to knock on the heads of others, creating a cacophony of cries in the arena. These individuals had only recently broken through to the martial artist level and were generally weak. They were no match for Qin Mu, who was too swift for them to escape. As for Ying Xiaoxiao, Zhao Xiaoxiao, and the other 10, they could contend with Qin Mu, but their footwork was inadequate, preventing them from catching him. As time wore on, their energy reserves dwindled significantly, and the pressure they exerted on Qin Mu lessened until it vanished entirely. With his footwork restored to its full capacity, Qin Mu moved like a specter, dominating the field with ease. However, after striking so many heads, his hands began to ache. He addressed the crowd, "Tell your leader to cease his attack on me, and everyone will surrender half of their points. I will let you go. Otherwise, I will truly eliminate you all." Chapter 46. Compromise. Match successful. To eliminate someone is akin to slaying their kin, unless one harbors deep-seated enmity. Qin Mu would not resort to such measures. He merely sought to intimidate them into voluntary submission. "You want to get away with this?" Ing Xiao, infuriated, unleashed another attribute divine ability at Qin Mu. He hastily employed his footwork to evade, astonished at how much energy Ing Xiao possessed. Given his current energy state, a few punches would drain him completely. Yet, Ing Xiao had been engaged in combat the entire time, utilizing her energy to suppress his footwork and unleashing two major techniques, while the others had long since exhausted their reserves, showing no signs of depletion on her part. Could she possess a unique method for energy recovery? Qin Mu speculated internally, but set aside these thoughts, intending to inquire further once the assessment concluded. Ignoring Ing Xiao and her companions, he turned his focus back to the other martial artists, tormenting them once more by relentlessly tapping their heads. Thud, 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 sounds of tapping filled the air, accompanied by a rhythmic musicality. Qin Mu reveled in the playful disruption. Had his fingers not begun to ache from the repetitive motion, he would have continued longer. Meanwhile, the other martial artists were driven to the brink of madness. "I can't take it anymore," one youth cried, nearing the edge of despair, clutching his swollen head. "Ing Xiao, I beg you, please stop. He wants half of our points. Just give them to him. I'll even share my remaining half with you." One brave soul stepped forward, and others quickly echoed in agreement. "Yes, let us just concede. With merely 2 days remaining until the assessment concludes, rather than squander our time here, it will be far more prudent to hunt down another mechanical beast king. During the alliance, we all agreed to stand together through thick and thin. You cannot simply watch as we face elimination. Indeed, hurry and agree. My head feels as though it might burst." Ing Xiao clenched her fists tightly, her countenance reflecting profound distress. She was reluctant to yield, yet found herself unable to counter the chorus of voices surrounding her. The other 9 shared her grim expression, harboring deep-seated reluctance. The points they had painstakingly earned, to simply relinquish half to others was unacceptable to anyone. Ultimately, these individuals were merely temporary allies, with little genuine camaraderie amongst them. Thus, a heavy silence enveloped the 10. Observing the scene, other warriors were not oblivious. They quickly discerned the unwillingness of the group. Qin Mu, reveling in the unfolding drama, cheerfully interjected, "You need not be so troubled. Just think about it. For someone like me, who has opted for self-employment, the results of this assessment hold no significance whatsoever. In other words, even if I were to top the leaderboard, it would not affect your standings in the slightest." Some warriors nodded in response. "That seems to make sense." Qin Mu pressed on, "Consider this further. All of you present have already secured positions within the top 100 on the leaderboard. If every one of you were to give me half of your points, wouldn't that completely leave your rankings unscathed?" Noticing the lack of immediate response, Qin Mu pointed at a tall young man and queried, "Hey, tall guy, don't you agree?" The tall young man scratched his head, momentarily befuddled. "It seems correct, yet doesn't seem entirely so. Why should we give you half our points?" "Because I'm stronger than you." Qin Mu shot him a glare. The other 9 exchanged glances, their expressions flickering with contemplation. This line of reasoning was far more palatable to the other warriors. Some among them had initially considered simply splitting their points and departing, but Qin Mu's words swayed them. Instead of giving individually, they could share the burden collectively, ensuring no one suffered a loss. "That makes sense. Let us do it together." "Exactly. That's the way to go. We all stand to gain." The crowd buzzed with agreement. Even Wang Xiaoquan, who had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Mu, found himself wavering, stating, Xiao, what he says seems reasonable. Why not just agree?" Upon hearing this, Xiao's expression morphed into one of incredulity. She could understand others agreeing. But Wang Xiaoquan had just been slapped twice. How could he have forgotten? The imprints of those slaps still marked his face. Wang Xiaoquan awkwardly replied, "The situation is beyond my control." Xiao took a moment before responding. "Whether we agree or not is not solely in our hands, but rather depends on those from Shanjing No. 1 High School." Though it was referred to as Shanjing No. 1, the final decision ultimately lay with Ing Xiao. At this moment, several students from Shanjing No. 1 were engaged in a heated discussion, some in favor and others opposed. Finally, Zhang Long whispered something in Ing Xiao's ear, and suddenly she acquiesced. The subsequent process unfolded even more smoothly than Qin Mu had anticipated. These individuals truly relinquished half of their points to him. His score soared to an astonishing 3 million points. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu employed his agile footwork and vanished from the scene. As they watched Qin Mu's retreating figure, a sense of emptiness washed over the others. Their ranks had indeed remained unchanged, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within them. Ing Xiao seethed, vowing, "You scoundrel, once my footwork reaches its pinnacle, I shall make you pay." At that moment, Lu Tianqing rushed in. "Qin Mu, where are you? Come out and face your demise." His shout drew the attention of everyone present. Lu Tianqing frowned, observing their gazes. "What are you all staring at? Do you intend to rob me?" Ing Xiao, already in a foul mood, was further irritated by Lu Tianqing's haughty demeanor. Without a word, she unleashed her fiery spear, charging towards him like a dragon. The others quickly joined in, and chaos erupted in the arena. Unlike Qin Mu, Lu Tianqing lacked the same nimble footwork. After taking a few punches, he promptly retreated in disarray. Meanwhile, Qin Mu dashed back to where Sun Xinghe was stationed and immediately checked his system notifications. Ding! A family member is in the process of gestation, granting you one opportunity to unlock proficiency. Chapter 47. The color is a bone-cutting blade. Once again, the mountain-shaking fist. Qin Mu's initial shock quickly transformed into elation. Had the matching succeeded? Just then, a message popped up on his personal terminal. "Greetings, Mr. Qin. Your genetic library updated at the Life Cultivation Center has successfully paired. Thank you for your contributions to the women in need." After reading the message, Qin Mu could hardly contain his joy, bursting into laughter. Who would have thought that such a method of gestation would align with the system standards? It seems I shall no longer need to worry about unlocking opportunities. I will visit again once the assessment concludes. His laughter was so boisterous that it drew Sun Xinghe's attention. What method of gestation? What unlocking opportunity? Sun Xinghe leaned in, intrigued. Qin Mu, without mercy, pushed him away. Yet Sun Xinghe still caught sight of the message. He exclaimed, "The Life Cultivation Center? You actually went to such a place?" Qin Mu shot him a disdainful glance. "What do you mean by such a place? Put away your sordid thoughts. This is a legitimate institution. Besides, I was not there for nothing. It was all for the sake of martial arts." "And martial arts? Such lofty rhetoric. Let me remind you, indulgence in wine, women, and wealth is akin to a bone-cutting blade, the greatest taboo for those on the path of cultivation. You would do well to exercise restraint. Abstaining would be ideal." "Who led you astray? You're talking nonsense. This was a well-kept secret shared with me by Master Zhang Yuan from the Jiangxing Genius class. Master Zhang is an extraordinary powerhouse, and despite being in his 30s, he remains single. This is the best proof. Moreover, look at those strong individuals outside. How many of them married early?" Sun Xinghe spoke with solemnity, unwavering in his belief. While indulgence indeed impacts cultivation, it pertains to excess. In today's era, the imperial government encourages early marriage and childbirth. If there were true dangers, it would have been made public long ago. As for those successful martial artists who had not married young, that was merely stating the obvious. Their time was consumed by the pursuit of martial arts, leaving no room for romance or offspring. Thus, Qin Mu felt certain that Sun Xinghe had been led astray. "How much did Master Zhang charge you for this advice?" 30,000 star coins. Why do you ask?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mu regarded Sun Xinghe with a deep gaze, shaking his head in resignation. Everything went unspoken between them as he turned to meditate. "What do you mean? Could it be that I truly have been misled?" Sun Xinghe scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face, only to vigorously shake his head in denial. "That is impossible. My father often advises me to focus on my cultivation and avoid romantic entanglements. He is my own father. He would not wish me harm." Comforting himself, Sun Xinghe redirected his attention to the leaderboard. Currently, Qin Mu held the top position, boasting over 300,000 points, leaving him envious and yearning. Lu Tianqing stood in second place with over 40,000 points, while he himself occupied third with just over 20,000. He was quite content with this ranking. Thus, considering the outside dangers, he resolved to continue playing it safe. On the other hand, Qin Mu had initially intended to unlock the extreme intent cultivation technique. But having witnessed the prowess of that tall student from Shanjing No. 1, he began to hesitate. With only 2 days remaining until the assessment's conclusion, it was virtually impossible for anyone to surpass his current score. His desire to enhance his combat capabilities stemmed solely from wanting to confront Lu Tianqing once more, to avenge the previous pursuit. However, after engaging with Ing Xiao and her companions, he recognized that his offensive techniques were rather one-dimensional. While the power unleashed by the mountain-shaking fist was indeed formidable, its drawbacks were significant, particularly against those wielding attribute-based abilities, rendering it ineffective in inflicting substantial harm. He found himself utterly outmatched by the likes of Xiao Xiao and her companions, let alone the formidable Lu Tianqing. With this thought lingering in his mind, Qin Mu recalled the enigmatic Huqing from the renowned Master Network. Days had passed, and he wondered if she had responded to his previous inquiry. Without delay, he accessed the Master Network, and several notifications adorned with red alerts immediately caught his eye. Huqing had replied and was currently online. Qin Mu swiftly sent a message. "Are you there?" Almost instantaneously, 3 question marks materialized in response. He wasted no time and dove straight into the matter at hand. "I have a question to ask. What are your fees?" "What question? The one from last time?" She replied. "Let me clarify. The information you provided previously did not specify that my opponent would be a genius of Lu Tianqing's caliber. Moreover, my guidance was sound. Your Han Mountain Fist was thwarted by your spiritual energy shield and did not actually connect with Lu Tianqing." Huqing's message was accompanied by an exasperated emoticon, revealing her irritation. Qin Mu, undeterred, replied, "All right, if it's my fault, then I'll accept it. Right now, I wish to defeat Lu Tianqing. Can you enlighten me on how to achieve that, and what are your fees?" 100,000 star coins. Qin Mu thought he must have misheard. 100,000 star coins? Did she truly have the audacity to state such a figure? Even if he were affluent, he could never justify such a reckless expenditure. He promptly typed 2 words, "Goodbye." "Hold on, you could try to negotiate," came her response. 1,000 star coins. Get lost. After a brief silence, Huqing sent another message. "At least 10,000 star coins. Otherwise, we cannot discuss it." After pondering for a moment, Qin Mu deemed the amount acceptable and ultimately acquiesced. He submitted a question form through the Master Network, and soon after, Huqing accepted it. The two swiftly transitioned into the video consultation phase. The video display remained technologically enhanced. But the only difference was that Huqing's previous cartoonish warrior persona had now morphed into a bizarre stick figure. Qin Mu suspected that this persona could be customized, but he could not locate any settings to adjust it. Dismissing the thought, he stated directly, "I need to defeat Lu Tianqing within 2 days. I currently possess a C-level movement technique, the Luo Yin step, at its maximum level. Coupled with the combat techniques I learned previously, I can master them. You need only provide me with suggestions. Is that all? Why are you even consulting me? This is far too simple. Aren't you the coach from the Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy? Just practice the extreme intent technique directly. Of course, if you wish to learn something else, I have a plethora of C-level and above techniques available. Thunderbolt Fist, Ice Cold Formula, 9 Heaven Staff, and the Myriad Forms Palm, among others. Master any of these, and I guarantee you'll have Lu Tianqing eating out of your hand. So, are you interested in learning? I can offer you a friendly price of 300,000 star coins for one technique." Initially tempted, Qin Mu's interest evaporated upon hearing the price. Huqing continued to persuade him. "Don't dismiss it as too expensive. Techniques above C-level are unattainable for someone of your status as a martial arts student. Learning them externally is virtually impossible." Qin Mu shook his head. "That's too steep. Let us discuss the extreme intent technique instead. I encountered someone from the first high school in Shangjing, and the power of their extreme intent technique seemed rather limited. You must be referring to that tall fellow, Song Yinzhao." Upon Huqing's immediate identification, Qin Mu's eyes glimmered with intrigue, pondering whether she might be a teacher from that institution. Huqing continued, "Though Song Yunjiao has mastered the extreme intent technique, it does not suit him well. His aim is merely to practice the follow-up technique, the 9 Suns extreme intent. You, however, are different. Your mastery of the extreme intent technique encompasses 2 layers of intent. By concealing your strength within the intent of the Han Mountain Fist, breaking through Lu Tianqing's spiritual energy shield will be a mere trifle." Qin Mu listened, entranced. The notion of concealing strength within intent was an approach he had never considered. After 2 inquiries, Qin Mu felt increasingly certain that Huqing was indeed well-versed in her field. The so-called ill-level combat technique, Han Mountain Fist, was indeed extraordinary. "Thank you immensely. If I manage to defeat Lu Tianqing, I'll reward you with an additional 1,000 star coins." He had intended to offer 10,000, but ultimately hesitated to be so generous. Closing the terminal, Qin Mu immediately immersed himself in his training. Chapter 48. The extreme intent technique is unleashed. Transforming into a ticket seller. Système unlock deliver technique, extrême int technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the D-level technique, extreme intent technique, 0-100. Qin Mu nodded. To advance from entry-level to minor mastery required a total of 100 attempts, which aligned with his expectations. Having previously attempted to learn the extreme intent technique, he was already quite familiar with its moves. Following his memory, he practiced each move diligently, and in less than 10 minutes, he completed the intra-level training. Ding! D-level technique, extreme intent technique, intra-level, 1-100. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu directed his gaze to his personal information panel. Host, Qin Mu. Gene potential, 12. Physical ability, 120. Mental strength, 120. Spiritual energy, 30. Bloodline power, S level, Dragon Bloodline, 101. Techniques, 10 set of radio gymnastics. Level 9, max, basic fist technique. Level 7, max, a level combat technique, Han Mountain Fist, perfected. C-level movement technique, Luo Yin Step, perfected. D-level technique, extreme intent technique. Intra-level, 1-100. Family level, none. Family expansion, 3, in gestation. Seeing his gene potential soar to 12. Qin Mu couldn't help but reflect. At last, I'm catching up with those affluent prodigies. He did not allow himself to feel complacent merely because his strength surpassed that of Wang Xiaoquan and his ilk. Combat strength is but a reflection of one's efforts. Gene potential is the foundation. The purpose of mastering all techniques is to enhance gene potential, achieving breakthroughs and transcending limits. If one cannot advance to become an extraordinary warrior, then no matter how formidable their strength, they remain but a mortal. However, combat strength is a testament to one's diligence, and if given the choice, no one would wish to be outperformed in this regard. His current foundational strength was 1,200 kilograms, and when combined with other techniques, the explosive power unleashed by his full-strength Han Mountain Fist would exceed 2,500 kilograms. Suppressing the urge to test the Han Mountain Fist, Qin Mu earnestly resumed his training in the extreme intent technique. Unlike the Luo Yin Step, the extreme intent technique was considerably taxing on his stamina. In the beginning, Qin Mu could rely on energy potions for assistance, but as he progressed, the potions were depleted, and for every hour of training, he found himself requiring half an hour to recuperate. As time ticked away, the 7th day of assessments dawned. At this moment, Qin Mu had yet to achieve mastery of the extreme intent technique. He glanced at his personal information panel, particularly the technique section. Cédevol technique, extrême int technique, 160,200. He was still a full 40 training sessions short of mastery. If he continued at this pace of tiring himself out and then resting for half an hour, it would be past 6 o'clock before he could attain mastery. However, the assessments would conclude precisely at 6, leaving him no time to spare. Contemplating his options, Qin Mu resolved that he could no longer remain there. He needed to venture out to procure some energy potions. With the potions, he could swiftly elevate the extreme intent technique to mastery within a few hours. Rising to his feet, he made his way toward the exit. At that moment, the previously lurking Sun Xinghe suddenly entertained the idea of going out. Qin Mu cautioned, there's only one day left. What if you go out and someone else snatches your points? Sun Xinghe sighed. Haven't you checked the leaderboard? My ranking has already plummeted to 50. These rascals have inexplicably acquired a surge of points. Prompted by his words, Qin Mu immediately reviewed the points leaderboard. Fortunately, his score still maintained the top position, exceeding the second place Lu Tianqing by over 1 million points. As he continued to scroll down, he quickly identified the issue. The scores of the top 100 candidates had all multiplied several times over, while the points of those ranked beyond 100 had drastically diminished. This marks the commencement of the purification of weaker candidates. Qin Mu murmured to himself, and a sudden idea blossomed in his mind. He turned to Sun Xinghe and inquired, if I were to sell my points, do you think anyone would be interested in purchasing them? Sun Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with excitement. Absolutely. I'd be eager to buy some as well. How do you plan to sell them? What do you think is a fair price for 1 point in star coins? Qin Mu asked again, internally valuing each point at 10 star coins. Yet Sun Xinghe's response surpassed his expectations. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Xinghe replied, 100 star coins for a single point. Many would be willing to buy. If you're bold enough, you could charge 1,000 or even 10,000 star coins, and there'd still be buyers. Of course, as your brother, you can't sell them to me at such a steep price. Following their discussion, Qin Mu ultimately decided on 100 star coins per point, not due to any reluctance to act as a shrewd merchant, but rather because time was of the essence. Spreading the word and waiting for buyers would consume precious time. If he couldn't sell them before the assessment concluded, they would become worthless points in his possession. Qin Mu sold 30,000 points to Sun Xinghe at a promotional rate of 10 star coins each, instantly netting himself 3 million star coins, which filled him with uncontainable joy. Subsequently, he made his way to the central area, activated his personal terminal, and broadcast a message to the surrounding candidates. Hey, Someone is selling points for only 100 star coins each. The response was immediate, with doubts emerging among the crowd. This can't be real. Perhaps it's a trap set by a merciless warrior to ambush us and seize our points. The murmurs of caution echoed through the air, and soon no one dared to approach Qin Mu. Seeing this, Qin Mu was consumed by anxiety, yet found himself at an impasse. Meanwhile, Qin Rongtong, who had been lurking in the shadows since the assessment began, was oblivious to the emergence of the network on his personal terminal and was unaware of the location Qin Mu had sent earlier. With limited energy potions, he had been enduring hunger for a day, mostly resting and sleeping, and now he was growing faint from starvation. With just a few hours left until the assessment concluded, he steeled himself. Initially ranked within the top 10,000, his position had plummeted outside the 3 million mark, only to surge back into the top 10,000 in the last day. It was a tormenting roller coaster. He couldn't help but wonder where his brother ranked now. He had been fixated on the vicinity of the top 10,000, without daring to look further ahead. Just then, his personal terminal emitted a notification sound. A group message from a nearby user caught his attention. He initially ignored it, but then suddenly realized, was there a network? He quickly opened the message and read, selling points. The more the merrier, only 100 star coins each. This person must be out of their mind for money. Wait, hold on a moment. Why does this name resemble my brother S so closely? Upon clicking, Qin Rongtong instantly recognized it as Qin Mu's account, and his gaze swiftly shifted to the leaderboard, where he was astonished to see Qin Mu's name at the top. My brother is first on the leaderboard, with nearly 3 million points. This is extraordinary. His chest heaved with excitement, nearly causing him to faint from exhilaration. Chapter 49, The Dual Intent. Where is Lu Tianqing? In the midst of struggling to sell his points, Qin Mu was filled with urgency. Resolutely, he created a public group and invited nearby candidates to join. The personal terminal's group messaging had an effective range of only 1 kilometer, so Qin Mu immediately employed his footwork to wander across the island. Within an hour, the group chat amassed over 1 million participants. Qin Mu promptly announced in the chat, 1,000 star coins per point, limited time offer, first come, first served. Simply send your location, and I'll deliver to your doorstep. Once the message went out, some individuals began to stir with eagerness. These candidates, lacking in strength, were particularly fearful of having their points stolen, thus they had clustered together in groups for safety. They understood that point transfers required face-to-face transactions. Sending them to Qin Mu made them wary of potential ambushes. However, if Qin Mu were to come to their designated location, their fears would dissipate. Soon enough, someone in the group privately messaged Qin Mu, expressing interest in purchasing points and providing their location. The distance between them was less than 10 kilometers, and Qin Mu arrived at the specified location within a few minutes. To his surprise, instead of a single buyer, there were a staggering 20 people gathered. However, their strength was lacking, and the leader was a short-haired girl, a martial artist, while the rest were not even at the proficiency level. He remained unfazed, confidently approaching them. Who wishes to trade? He inquired. I do. The short-haired girl called out, stepping forward. I'm Zhao Qing, and we're all from Haicheng No. 1 High School. May I ask for your name? Qin Mu, he replied nonchalantly. Haicheng and Jiangcheng were neighboring cities, both third-tier cities, and while he hadn't heard of Haicheng No. 1 High School, he assumed it was akin to Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, an institution for the affluent. The moment Zhao Qing heard Qin Mu's name, astonishment washed over the expressions of her group. Qin Mu, the number 1 on the leaderboard, was renowned, but they hadn't anticipated he would be selling points. Time was precious for Qin Mu, and he didn't wish to waste it with idle chatter. How many points do you wish to purchase? He continued. Zhao Qing replied. All of us are interested in buying. How many are you willing to sell? She felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Qin Mu's supply might not be sufficient for their group. However, she underestimated him. Qin Mu was indifferent towards the points. If someone wished to buy all of his points, he would be delighted. I still have 280,000 points available. You are welcome to buy however many you desire. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing and her companions were filled with envy and excitement. A fleeting thought of robbing Qin Mu crossing their minds. Thankfully, their rationality prevailed. Otherwise, Qin Mu wouldn't hesitate to rob them before letting them pay for the points. I'll buy 1,000 points. I'll transfer the money to you immediately. I want 1,000 too. Darn, I don't have enough funds. I'll take 100 points instead. The group clamored to be first, which delighted Qin Mu. 100 points equated to 10,000 star coins, and 1,000 points meant 100,000 star coins. With these 20 individuals, he amassed 3 million star coins. Among them, Zhao Qing alone purchased 10,000 points, contributing 1 million star coins. Adding to the 3 million from Sun Xinghe earlier, Qin Mu's earnings soared to 6 million star coins in a remarkably short span. This assessment has proven to be immensely fruitful. Qin Mu mused internally, then addressed Zhao Qing and her companions with generosity. I hope you can speak a few kind words about me in the group chat. As a token of my gratitude, I will gift you 100 points. Also, do you have any surplus energy potions? I am willing to pay a premium for them. Increasing even a small number of points could potentially eliminate thousands of candidates. And 100 points was no trivial matter. Hence, the group readily agreed. As for the energy potions, they had limited supplies, producing only 10 bottles in total. After transferring them 100,000 star coins, Qin Mu sought out a secluded spot to continue his cultivation of the extreme intent technique. With the assistance of the energy potions, his training progressed significantly faster, completing 10 cycles in just 1 hour. Meanwhile, following Zhao Qing and her group's promotional efforts, hesitant candidates who had previously lingered began to privately message him to place orders. Orders flooded in, yet not everyone was a wealthy heir like Sun Xinghe or Zhao Qing, capable of purchasing such a large quantity of points all at once. Nevertheless, Qin Mu remained undeterred, joyfully collecting payments and accumulating over 50 bottles of energy potions. However, this fortunate streak did not last long, as a realization dawned upon the candidates. Those who had purchased points initially saw their rankings rise dramatically, only to be swiftly surpassed by those who bought points later. Thus, these candidates began to seek an explanation from Qin Mu, with some even resorting to leaving negative reviews in the group. Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words. This situation was not his fault, after all. If they wished to purchase his points, he could hardly turn them away, could he? The only one to blame was themselves for their meager purchases. With the small client's business dwindling, Qin Mu could only set his sights on the high-end clientele represented by Ying Xiaoxiao and her group. At this moment, Ying Xiaoxiao and her companions were engaged in battling the wild mechanical beast king. Upon noticing Qin Mu's approach, they immediately became flustered, fearing that he might snatch away their kill. Despite his attempts to reassure them, they refused to let him come close. Thus, Qin Mu decided to cultivate the extreme intent skill nearby. D-grade skill extreme intent skill minor achievement, 170, 200. This time, Qin Mu opted for a repetitive training method, executing the same move 30 times before transitioning to the next. His peculiar training style naturally drew the attention of Ying Xiaoxiao and her companions. The tall figure, Song Yinzhou, remarked, "He is practicing the extreme intent skill. It seems he has already reached a minor achievement. I wonder how far he is from a major accomplishment. As for this strange training method, I have never seen anything like it." Ying Xiaoxiao, with a serious expression, responded, "This individual managed to master the C-grade footwork, the Luo Yin step, to perfection. His comprehension must be exceptional. It's likely related to this unusual training method." Upon hearing this, the others' eyes brightened, and they began to scrutinize Qin Mu, eager to glean insights from his unconventional approach. As they dispatched the mechanical beast king, the examination was nearing its conclusion. They dared not congregate, fearing that others might harbor ulterior motives to snatch their points. When it was time to part ways, Zhang Long suddenly interjected, "What do you think about Qin Mu's claim to auction off points?" Ying Xiaoxiao replied with an air of superiority, "Points earned through slaying monsters are a true testament of skill. Purchasing others' points is nothing heroic." With that, she flicked her sleeve and turned away. Xiaoxiao was right. As prodigies of Beijing No. 1 High School, how could they stoop to the level of buying points from others? Anyone who dared to do so would earn my disdain. The group made grand declarations before dispersing. Soon, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. At this moment, Qin Mu was reaching a critical juncture in his cultivation. Each of his moves resonated like thunder, and his aura emanated outward, causing the dry grass and fallen leaves within several meters of him to sway in unison. As he completed his final technique, the grass and leaves fell to the ground, and a dull thud reverberated from within him, followed by the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving major success in the D-grade skill extreme intent skill, 0-300, after 30 repetitions. At last, he had achieved major success. Qin Mu opened his bright eyes, and with a thought, 2 arcs of white energy resembling lightning manifested above his palms. Is this the intent energy? It feels peculiar, yet quite feeble. He pondered briefly, then sprang to his feet, clenching his fist and striking a nearby 3-meter-tall boulder. To his astonishment, the boulder did not budge, but as Qin Mu silently commanded, "Explode." A powerful wave of energy erupted, and the boulder shattered with a muffled crack. Incredible! Qin Mu's eyes widened. In that moment, his fear of Lu Tianqing dissipated. He longed to engage in a fierce battle with him, to determine who stood supreme. Without hesitation, he composed a message and sent it out to the group while shouting to the heavens, "Where's Lu Tianqing? Do you dare to face me in combat?" Chapter 50. A single punch to shatter the genius soul. His challenge echoed far and wide, swiftly reaching Lu Tianqing's ears. At that moment, Lu Tianqing was single-handedly battling a mechanical beast king, his face smeared with grime from the beast's fiery assaults. Upon hearing Qin Mu's challenge, fury surged within him. "Ignorant country bumpkin, you grow arrogant with a mere taste of success. I shall bring you back to your senses and defend my title as the foremost in Beijing." Before Qin Mu could encounter Lu Tianqing, he was met by Ying Xiaoxiao. "What brings you here? Seeking a sparring match? Or are you here to purchase points?" Qin Mu inquired, his brow furrowing. Although he had been focused on his training, he had not been deaf. He had overheard Ying Xiaoxiao and the others' remarks as they departed. With Ying Xiaoxiao seemingly uninterested in buying points, it left only the possibility of a duel. Determined to prepare for his battle with Lu Tianqing, Qin Mu had no desire to spar with her. He continued, "If you wish to spar, please wait your turn. Once I defeat Lu Tianqing, it will be your turn." Arrogant. Ying Xiaoxiao's voice turned icy, a smirk of disdain playing on her lips. "I fear you might be eliminated by Lu Tianqing and thought you could sell your points to me instead. Didn't you just say that buying points is not heroic and that one should rely on genuine skill?" Upon hearing this, Ying Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson, as if caught in a trap, wishing to sink into the ground. With a fierce glare, she retorted, "What does it matter to you? Are you selling or not?" "Yes. Of course I'm selling," Qin Mu promptly replied, recognizing an opportunity that he could not let slip away. "I'll sell you 100,000 points for 10 million star coins, cash on delivery." To his surprise, Ying Xiaoxiao pouted in disdain. "You think I'm foolish enough to spend 10 million star coins on your points? How about this? You give me 10 million star coins, and I'll transfer you 200,000 points." Qin Mu scratched his head, perplexed. "Is it too expensive? Aren't you just 10,000 points away from rising to third place?" He was unaware that for top-tier talents like Ying Xiaoxiao, the fierce competition for points was not merely about rankings, but also about securing coveted resources after being accepted by the martial arts university. Since these were resources, they inherently held value. To Ying Xiaoxiao, 10 million star coins exceeded the worth of the resources awarded by the martial arts university. Thus, she was reluctant to spend such a sum unnecessarily. Let me put it this way. The first-place candidate in this assessment will receive resources valued at 20 million star coins from the martial arts university. The second-place candidate will be awarded resources worth 10 million star coins, and the third place will only receive resources valued at 5 million. The rewards diminish significantly for lower rankings. I am currently in 4th place on the points leaderboard. Why would I spend 10 million star coins to vie for 3rd place? Ying Xiaoxiao spoke with fervor, imparting information that Qin Mu had been unaware of. He had considered there would be rewards, but he hadn't anticipated such lofty sums. 20 million star coins for 1st place. This was a title he was determined to maintain. In that instant, Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with ambition as he mused to himself. Yet, in the next moment, he altered his thoughts. "No, I cannot attend the martial arts university. This title must go to Rongtang." Resolute in his decision, Qin Mu quickly sent a message to Qin Rongtang. This time, Qin Rongtang replied promptly, his location a full 100 kilometers away from Qin Mu. To avoid any potential mishaps, Qin Mu instructed Qin Rongtang to wait in place for him to fetch him. Having settled the matter, Qin Mu breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Ying Xiaoxiao. "Thank you for your reminder. I have decided not to sell the point for now." This declaration left Ying Xiaoxiao utterly dumbfounded. She had only wished for Qin Mu to sell at a lower price, never imagining he would refuse entirely. "No, this can't be," she stammered, flustered, as she stepped forward to grasp Qin Mu's sleeve. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Zhang Long, who approached. "Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here? What is going on?" Ying Xiaoxiao quickly released her grip and diverted the topic. "Nothing at all. What brings you here?" Zhang Long stammered, at a loss for words. Naturally, he had come to buy points. Just then, 3 more figures arrived, all from Beijing No. 1 High School. The group turned their gazes skyward, the atmosphere growing awkward. Having recently boasted about their prowess, they now found themselves returning in secret, their faces betraying their discomfort. Finally, it was the fiery Ying Xiaoxiao who broke the silence, declaring, "Qin Mu, I'll reserve 100,000 points, purchasing them at 10 points per unit. Just deliver them to me before the assessment concludes." The others chimed in, eager to secure points to surpass their immediate rivals. Collectively, they reserved 200,000 points, valued at 2 million star coins. Qin Mu contemplated quietly. His total points stood at 270,000. If he reserved 200,000 points, he would still possess 250,000. surpassing Lu Tianqing's 240,000 by a full 10,000 points. He deemed the issue trivial and thus consented. At that moment, a wave of fervent energy surged from the distance, approaching rapidly. Lu Tianqing had arrived. Qin Mu remained steadfast, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. While Xiao Xiao and her companions hastily vacated the battlefield, retreating to the sidelines to observe. Zhang Long inquired Xiao Xiao, "How many moves do you think Qin Mu can withstand at the hands of Lu Tianqing?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Xiao replied, "Qin Mu excels in footwork. If he merely evades, Lu Tianqing cannot harm him. However, if he engages directly, he may not last beyond a single strike." "I concur," Zhang Long added. "Though Lu Tianqing is arrogant, he is undeniably formidable. If Qin Mu is defeated, we should seize the opportunity to strike, catching them off guard. We might even snatch some points before the assessment concludes." This notion excited the group, who eagerly anticipated an immediate clash between the two. Lu Tianqing's entrance was grandiose. Yet his pace was deliberately slow, as if he wished for all to witness his overwhelming prowess. After 10 minutes, he finally landed opposite Qin Mu. "Qin Mu, do you dare challenge me?" he taunted. "Kneel now if you wish to spare yourself." Silence. Qin Mu had long since grown weary of his prattle. Without further ado, he unleashed his technique, delivering a punch. Instantly, 9 illusory figures dispersed, creating a bewildering spectacle that momentarily confused Lu Tianqing's sight. Lu Tianqing, however, was not foolish. He immediately emanated his attribute energy, transforming the area within 30 meters into a searing zone of fire. The 9 phantoms conjured by Qin Mu seemed to be ensnared in a quagmire, significantly hampering their speed. Seizing the moment, Lu Tianqing leapt high, forming a massive fireball with his hands, exclaiming, "Flame explosion! Fireball roar!" The fireball descended rapidly, creating a massive crater upon impact. Though Qin Mu evaded swiftly, he was still singed by the splattering embers, which possessed an insatiable devouring force, scorching his skin and consuming the scant energy within his body. Seeing Qin Mu injured, Lu Tianqing couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. "Huh, you can't even withstand a single blow, yet you have the audacity to boast." The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, lamenting Lu Tianqing's brutality as he unjustly eliminated many candidates. They secretly hoped that Qin Mu would teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao and her companions, witnessing Qin Mu's injury, braced themselves for an imminent outcome, ready to intervene at any moment. Qin Mu clutched the scorched area with determination, his gaze turning steely as he retrieved the strengthening agent number 10 from his pocket and consumed it. This potion would sustain his mental focus for 10 minutes. During which he intended to unleash his full potential without succumbing to exhaustion. Assuming his stance, he began to execute the foundational martial art known as Shaking Mountain Fist. Alongside Luo Yan's step and extreme intense skill, moving with fluidity. "Once again, you resort to this move. Last time you caught me off guard. But do you truly believe it will be effective now?" Lu Tianqing scoffed, although his movements remained swift. His entire being was enveloped in an energy garment conjured from his spiritual energy, now more formidable and angular, resembling a suit of armored attire. Radiating flames and an imposing aura, he immediately unleashed his attribute technique, Flame Explosion, Fire Dragon Roar. Simultaneously, Qin Mu had completed his charge. Shaking Mountain, he roared, channeling all his energy into a colossal shadow of fist, hurtling toward Lu Tianqing. The two attacks collided midair. Lu Tianqing was convinced that his attribute technique would obliterate Qin Mu's fist, yet he was taken aback the next moment. "Impossible," he gasped as the fireball shattered, and Qin Mu's fist came crashing down upon his chest. Lu Tianqing, noticing his armor intact, burst into laughter. "Ha ha, what does it matter if you possess strength? You cannot breach my spiritual defense." In response, Qin Mu raised his middle finger defiantly, internally whispering explode, causing Lu Tianqing's armor to shatter at the sound. "Impossible, how can this be?" Lu Tianqing's composure shattered for the first time. But the excitement had only begun, as Qin Mu's fist made contact with Lu Tianqing's skin. The second layer of intent was triggered. Lu Tianqing's chest erupted, ribs dislocated, blood gushing forth, and the excruciating pain compelled him to kneel and wail. The surrounding crowd fell into a stunned silence, each person wide-eyed and speechless. Chapter 51, Astonishment. The Hope of Ordinary Candidates. Heavens! This individual is truly defying fate. He has indeed defeated Lu Tianqing. That was Lu Tianqing, after all. Not only a genius with a genetic potential of 18, but also the scion of a billion-dollar family from the provincial capital, now bested by an obscure underdog. Is he truly from an ordinary family? The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, eagerly accessing personal terminals to investigate Qin Mu's lineage. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiao and her group, already privy to Qin Mu's background, observed in relative silence. Zhao Xiao cautioned, Qin Mu is shrouded in mystery and unpredictability. Xiao Kuan, it would be wise to avoid provoking him in the future. Wang Xiaokuan cast a resentful glance at Qin Mu, the fiery imprint of a slap still vivid on his face, rendering him impervious to Zhao Xiao's advice. What does it matter if he defeated Lu Tianqing? He is still just a country bumpkin who cannot enter Wuda. Without a mission to Wuda, he will amount to nothing in his lifetime. I will eventually trample him underfoot. Lu Zijie chimed in, Xiao, you are overthinking. Xiaokuan is right. While Qin Mu shines brightly now, the future remains uncertain. Seeing their perspective, a flicker of distance crossed Zhao Xiao's face. Once a close-knit circle of affluent second-generation heirs, sharing similar ages and familial ties, she now felt a rift due to their narrow-mindedness. You all can handle it as you wish, she remarked coolly, refraining from further commentary and turning her focus back to the duel unfolding before them. Among the spectators, the most animated were undoubtedly Ying Xiao and her companions. Ying Xiao exclaimed incredulously, Lu Tianqing, are you a fool? How could you be knocked down by a single punch? You prided yourself as the top genius of Beijing First High. Get up and retaliate. She had not anticipated Qin Mu's victory, let alone the thoroughness of Lu Tianqing's defeat. If Lu Tianqing could not stand against him, it implied that her group also stood no chance. Recalling her prior encounter with Qin Mu, where she had dared not exchange a single blow, she found it hard to believe that merely a few days later, he had grown so formidable. It felt almost absurd, as though there was some hidden arrangement between the two. Meanwhile, Song Yinzhou whispered, that punch Qin Mu just executed seemed to be shaking Mountain Fist, with an echo of extreme intense skill. Impossible. Yinzhou, are you sure you're not mistaken? Another questioned. Indeed, shaking Mountain Fist is merely an E-grade technique. How could it possess such destructive force? If Lu Tianqing were truly defeated by such a lowly technique, he would be better off dead. Their voices, revealing their disdain for Lu Tianqing, were loud and unabashed. Having just regained his composure from the pain, Lu Tianqing overheard their harsh words, inciting him to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood in anger. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Qin Mu, demanding, tell me, what was the name of that punch? Qin Mu lazily stretched, shaking Mountain Fist, of course. What else could it be? At this, Lu Tianqing stood frozen, his chest heaving violently, causing his still healing wounds to erupt with fresh blood. Ignoring the pain, he muttered to himself, impossible. You are deceiving me, trying to disrupt my resolve. How malicious. That punch must have been some form of a tribute technique. Had I not underestimated him, I would never have been hit. This person feigned weakness earlier, only to unleash his full power now. A truly cunning strategy. Lu Tianqing quickly regained his composure and retrieved a healing potion to tend to his injuries. Seeing this, Qin Mu wasted no time, using the regained strength to send Lu Tianqing flying several meters, threatening, surrender half of your points, or I will have you eliminated. You are crossing the line. I will fight you to the end. Lu Tianqing, consumed by fury, bellowed in rage, before he could even raise his hand to retaliate. He was struck once more by a swift kick from Qin Mu. This time, Lu Tianqing chose not to confront him head-on, but instead swiftly turned and fled. Qin Mu immediately pursued him, yet his power had not been fully restored, leaving him unable to catch up. Thus, they engaged in a chaotic chase, leaving a trail of disarray in their wake. In stark contrast, outside the examination arena, tranquility was also absent. The 2 head examiners sat in the private chamber of the Starry Sky Mothership, where a live projection displayed the ongoing events within the examination hall. Bai Ling, the head examiner, remarked with a hint of surprise, this Qin Mu is truly remarkable. He has managed to directly overpower Lu Tianqing with a shocking Mountain Fist. She turned to her companion, continuing, Taishan, if my memory serves me well. This shocking Mountain Fist is a martial technique created by the martial god Zhu Zhengyang in his youth, and it is one of the foundational techniques that your body refinement lineage must master. Taishan merely nodded slightly, his expression impassive as he replied, indeed. While the shocking Mountain Fist is merely an E-grade technique, it specializes in strength and possesses explosive power comparable to D-grade techniques. The difficulty of its cultivation is considerable. For someone as young as Qin Mu to have perfected it is truly commendable. However, he shifted his tone, defeating Lu Tianqing, who wields attribute-based divine abilities, will still pose a significant challenge. From the footage, he did not discern the presence of profound intent. A attributing Liu Tianqing's defeat to carelessness. Conversely, Bai Ling held a favorable view of Qin Mu. She smiled and said, "I perceive that this individual possesses extraordinary insight, given sufficient resources for cultivation. His future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass those of Liu Tianqing. It is a pity that he made his choice too early, thus sealing his fate away from Wu University, which will undoubtedly lead to numerous challenges on his martial path." She was acutely aware that the laws of the empire were not to be trifled with. Once a choice was made, it remained immutable for life. Nevertheless, she believed there were still ways to alter the situation with a shift in perspective. "Dai Fun, I have heard that your Qintian exploration team possesses a recommendation slot for Wu University. That decision is beyond my purview. It rests with our team leader on the island." Qin Mu pursued Liu Tianqing for 2 hours. Each time he drew near, Liu Tianqing inexplicably unleashed a burst of extraordinary speed. With only an hour remaining before the examination concluded, Qin Mu reluctantly abandoned the chase and sought out Qin Rongtong. Upon their reunion, it was 5:30 p.m. Qin Mu first located in Xiao and completed the transaction for points. Noticing there were still 100,000 points available for sale, adhering to his principle of waste not, he boldly proclaimed, "Points are being sold at a clearance price. 10 star coins for each point. First come, first served." Upon hearing this, the ordinary candidates erupted in excitement. Many had low scores, some possessing as little as a single point. Previously, the points had been priced too high for them to afford, but now, at just 10 points, even the most destitute would scramble to buy. Millions of candidates rushed towards Qin Mu's location, fearing that a moment's delay would cost them the opportunity to acquire points. Learning from the first sales experience, Qin Mu imposed restrictions on point purchases. The wealthy could buy 1 point for 1,000 star coins, while those from Beijing had to pay 10,000 star coins for a point. This demand naturally sparked discontent among others. "I protest. Why should the rich get preferential treatment, while those from Beijing pay 10,000 star coins for a single point? Protests are futile." Next, Qin Mu merely raised his fist, causing the protester to flee in an instant. The bystanders, including Ying Xiao and her group, dared not voice their grievances. Had they known Qin Mu would still be selling points, they would have purchased more earlier. Now, at 10,000 star coins for a single point, buying further seemed unwise. Unbeknownst to Qin Mu, his unintentional act was etched into the hearts of many ordinary candidates as a gesture of kindness. Ultimately, time proved insufficient. Only 80,000 points were sold from the 100,000 available, prompting Qin Mu to give 10,000 points to his classmate Lin Chong. With meticulous calculations, he decided to keep the remaining 10,000 points for himself, sufficient to secure a place among the top 100,000 on the leaderboard, thus ensuring his eligibility for the apprenticeship assessment at the Martial Arts Academy. This would grant him a portion of an E-grade bloodline potion as a reward. Alas, he lamented the loss of the bonus he had promised to Sun Xing'e. With a sigh, he promptly transferred the points to Qin Rongtong. At that moment, the private Wu University examination officially came to an end. Chapter 52, Concealing Power and Fame. All candidates were enveloped in white light, transported back to the Starry Sky mothership, where the two head examiners awaited them. Taishan announced in a booming voice, "The private Wu University examination is now officially concluded. Any grievances from the examination must not be carried beyond the arena. Those who do so will face the severe penalties of imperial law. Your results will soon be posted on the imperial government's admissions website, and the admission information for various colleges will also be updated accordingly. Now, everyone, please take your seats and prepare for the return journey." With that command, the Starry Sky mothership began to move, and shortly thereafter, the group returned to the examination center. At this time, the admissions website had already updated the examination results, and the examination center had prepared a massive screen to display the scores. "Ha ha ha. I see my son's score. He ranked 99,000. This score is more than sufficient for admission to the top 10 schools. Even the Galaxy Martial Arts University is within reach. My daughter performed admirably as well. She managed to break into the top 10,000, fulfilling her dream of attending the Galaxy Martial Arts University." Some rejoiced while others despaired, particularly those who had been eliminated early. They had no scores and could only wait for the completion of all private Wu University admissions for a chance at supplementary enrollment. However, since supplementary admissions only accepted a limited number of candidates, primarily those with superior qualifications, those with weaker genetic potential were virtually guaranteed to miss out on the Wu University opportunity. Their cries of anguish echoed through the air, a poignant testament to their despair. Yet, amidst the throngs of millions, their sorrow appeared trivial, quickly forgotten by the crowd. The center of attention, of course, was the top scorer of the martial examination, Qin Rongtong, the first-place candidate, hailed from Jiangxing number 13 middle school. I have never heard of such a place. I just checked. Jiangxing is a third-tier city, and no. 13 middle school is barely a ninth-tier institution. Any school in Beijing could easily overshadow it. Nevertheless, Jiangxing was destined for fame. Not only had the top scholar emerged from there, but 3 of the top 10 candidates hailed from the same location, shattering a century-old record. Alas, that earlier boastful Lu Tianqing had seemed so certain of claiming the top spot, only to settle for second place, and by a mere point at that. What a pity. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their lamentations reaching Lu Tianqing's ears, causing him to tremble with rage and grit his teeth in frustration. To be separated from first place by a single point was a deliberate slight, a blatant humiliation. He nearly roared, "Qin Mu, this grudge shall not go unanswered. I, Lu Tianqing, shall not rest until you are vanquished." In truth, Qin Mu felt unjustly accused. He had not intended for this outcome. Originally, Qin Rongtong possessed 1,000 points. But while waiting for Qin Mu, he was robbed by others, leaving him with just a single point. Standing beside Lu Tianqing was a dignified middle-aged man. His brow furrowed deeply. He had always held high expectations for his son, but today's failure to secure the top spot was beyond his expectations. Even more surprising was that his son was now on the verge of a mental breakdown. He spoke in a low voice, "Tianqing, a mere examination ranking signifies nothing. A moment's failure does not equate to a lifetime of defeat. You must broaden your perspective. Your ambitions should reach towards the Royal Wu University, the Galaxy Martial Arts University, and other top-tier geniuses from other provinces. As for that so-called Qin Mu, he is merely a product of a poor family. No matter how great his talent may be, he cannot be compared to you." "Father, I understand." Seeing his son regain his confidence, the middle-aged man nodded approvingly. "Very well, let us return home." Meanwhile, Qin Mu and his companions had just exited the examination hall, embarking on their journey home. Little did he know, the entire Jiangxing was engulfed in jubilant celebration. In the annals of the city's history, a scholar of such distinction had never emerged until now, catching the Jiang City government entirely off guard. The first to receive the news was the Jiang City Department of Education, whose officials promptly reached out to the homeroom teacher of Qin Rongtong, a student from the 13th middle school. "You haven't been drinking, have you?" the leader inquired. "I indeed had a student named Qin Rongtong in my class, but his genetic potential is merely 59. How could he possibly be the top scorer in the private martial arts examinations?" The homeroom teacher, filled with disbelief, nonetheless decided to check the website. Upon doing so, he was utterly astonished. What on earth? Goodness gracious, what is happening? His shock quickly transformed into euphoric delight. "Haha, I have truly nurtured a champion. From now on, I shall be known as the teacher of a prodigy." His laughter drew the attention of other teachers, and after some inquiries, no one could maintain their composure, including Qin Mu's homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Following a reminder from Coach He Jian at Xinjiang Martial Arts School, Mr. Wang had taken a particular interest in Qin Mu's circumstances. Knowing that Qin Rongtong was Qin Mu's cousin and that Qin Mu had also participated in the assessments, Mr. Wang immediately began to investigate and found Qin Mu's name listed as the 99,999th. His breath quickened. "We have someone from our class in the top 10,000. They are cousins. By heavens, a dual prodigy. This family is destined for greatness. Quickly, let us contact their parents." The news swiftly reached Qin's father and uncle. The officials from the city's education department acted even more swiftly, arriving at their doorstep. Qin's uncle, puzzled, exclaimed, "Are you saying my son has achieved the top score?" The leader warmly grasped his hand and replied, "Indeed, there is no chance of deception. Student Qin Rongtong has brought glory to our city, and the Department of Education has approved a reward of 1 million star coins." Upon seeing the 1 million star coins credited to their account, Qin's uncle, initially skeptical, was instantly filled with exuberance. "Haha, my son is the champion," he exclaimed, only to faint from the shock. The leader, witnessing this, shook his head, as he had hoped to bring the uncle along to the airport for the welcoming ceremony. And this was hardly the right moment for him to faint. He quickly instructed his subordinates to carry the uncle to a special vehicle and head to the airport. At this moment, Qin Mu and his companions were aboard the plane, exhausted after their meal, quickly falling into a deep slumber, completely unaware of the welcoming ceremony taking place in the city. Chapter 53. Xiao's kindness. Outside the airport, a sea of welcoming faces filled the area, all neatly lined up on either side, one hand holding small red flags while the other aimed personal devices at the exit to record the moment. The leaders of the Department of Education and Qin's uncle and aunt stood at the center, flanked by several staff members holding congratulatory banners. As Qin Mu and his group stepped outside, fireworks erupted with a resounding 88 blasts, and someone led the chorus. Warm congratulations to student Qin Rongtong for triumphing in the martial arts examinations and bringing glory to our city. Let us applaud and welcome the champion's triumphant return. The spectacle startled the group, unaccustomed to such grandeur. Qin Rongtong, casting a desperate glance at Qin Mu, asked, "Brother, what should I do next? What else is there to do?" "A champion must embrace their glory with grace," Qin Mu replied. "But this is all your achievement. There's no but about it. You are the champion." Qin Mu insisted, pushing Qin Rongtong forward while he stepped aside, allowing his cousin to bask in the limelight. The crowd was so dense that he found it impossible to squeeze through and opted to wait inside the airport. Meanwhile, Sun Xinghe, envious, began to lament. "These people have no sense. I ranked fourth in the assessments, yet I'm left in the shadows." As he spoke, he cast sidelong glances at Qin Mu. Originally third, he had been overtaken by Ying Xiao, dropping him to fourth, and a claim he felt no regret would be disingenuous. He smiled at Qin Mu, saying, "Qin Mu, all this glory was meant for you, yet it has shifted to your brother. Don't you feel a twinge of regret?" Qin Mu rolled his eyes in response. "What is there to envy? It's merely fleeting glory, and besides, that's my younger brother. If anyone should feel envy or jealousy, it should be you all." He then deliberately glanced at Zhao Xiao and her companions not far away. Zhao Xiao appeared unfazed, exuding an icy demeanor, while Wang Xiaoquan and Lu Zijie glared ominously, clearly displeased by Qin Mu's insinuation. Wang Xiaoquan sneered. "He is simply an impoverished lad with a stroke of luck. What is the big deal? Once he enters the martial university, he'll understand the vast chasm that separates him from us. As for you, Qin Mu, you're nothing but a clown who can't even attend the martial university. Qin Mu feignet a sniff. How bitter." With that, he turned on his heel and exited, leaving Wang Xiaoquan seething with rage. Sun Xinghe further fueled the fire, taunting Wang Xiaoquan, "I heard you nearly fell out of the top 10,000. Truly, you bring shame to our Jiang City's gifted class." Wang Xiaoquan stuttered, but Sun Xinghe interrupted. "What's wrong? A fourth-place finisher can say what I want. And you, Lu Zijie, weren't you quite arrogant before? How did you end up in the 5,000 range? And you, Zhao Xiao, only managed 9th place. That's barely acceptable. You're still behind me. Clearly, I'm the true champion of Jiang City. It's lonely being invincible." Sun Xinghe's boastful display of arrogance was palpable. Lu Zijie and Wang Xiaoquan could no longer endure it and rolled up their sleeves to retaliate. In stark contrast, Zhao Xiao remained composed. "Boring," she remarked before turning and swiftly catching up to Qin Mu. At that moment, Qin Rongtong had already been taken away by the Department of Education officials, while Qin Mu awaited the maglev train to return home. He was somewhat surprised by Zhao Xiao's decision to follow him, though he made no effort to initiate conversation. Upon entering the train, he chose a seat. Zhao Xiao, however, followed closely behind and sat next to him. This overt behavior made it evident to Qin Mu that it was intentional. He turned to Zhao Xiao and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Zhao Xiao met his gaze, and their eyes locked, allowing them to hear each other's subtle breaths. Qin Mu caught a faint, delicate fragrance, prompting him to appraise Zhao Xiao. Clad in a black dress, her figure was alluring, with a prominent nose and an elegant neck, radiating an air of coldness that suggested an impenetrable barrier even amidst the bustling train. Her exquisitely sharp features conveyed a clear message: do not approach. Beautiful as she was, she resembled a rose with thorns. Not wishing to be pricked, Qin Mu opted to change his seat. This action, however, incited her urgency as she reached out to stop him, saying, "Qin Mu, I wish to discuss something with you." Qin Mu returned to his seat, asking, "What is there to discuss?" Taking a deep breath, she slowly replied, "My family supports an exploration team, and if you are willing, I can persuade my father to secure a guaranteed admission spot for you at the Martial University." At her words, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, as he had not realized such an arrangement was possible. Rather than hastily decline, he countered, "What are your conditions?" Zhao Xiao fidgeted slightly before articulating, "I see great promise in your future, so I wish to assist you in attending the Martial University. As for the conditions, they are quite simple. You must work for my family's company afterward. Of course, my family will not treat you poorly. Your salary and benefits will be at the highest market standards, making an annual salary of 1 million not just a dream." Qin Mu found himself in a quandary. This offer, while seemingly attractive, felt akin to a form of servitude. Life is long and the future uncertain. One can not only focus on immediate gains, as who can truly predict how far one can develop. To sell oneself so early is undoubtedly unwise. With the assistance of the system, Qin Mu had no pressing need to attend the martial university. Thus, he harbored a resolution within, yet refrained from outright rejection. Instead, he said, "Miss Zhao, you flatter me. Matters concerning one's life are of great significance. I require thorough contemplation." Zhao Xiaoxiao's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, "Very well. Let us exchange contact information. Inform me once you have made your decision." Upon returning home, Qin Mu found the hour had reached 8 in the evening, and the house was devoid of any company. Could they have gone to visit my second uncle? Qin Mu pondered, then proceeded to the kitchen to see if there were any provisions. He had just eaten on the plane, yet less than 2 hours later, his stomach growled with hunger. Ever since he had transcended to a martial artist, his appetite had inexplicably increased several-fold. Previously, he could rely on energy potions to stave off hunger. But now it seemed that excessive consumption had rendered him resistant to their effects, diminishing their efficacy. He needed to find a time to inquire with Lin Yuan about more advanced potions. While lost in thought, a sound emanated from the door. Entering were his father, mother, and the entire family of his second uncle. Upon seeing Qin Mu, the second uncle immediately tugged at his wife, and Qin Rongtong knelt down before him. Qin Mu hastily assisted him to his feet. "Second uncle, second aunt, what are you doing?" The second uncle replied, "Xiao Mu, Rongtong has informed me that his success in the examinations was due to your support. Your assistance to Rongtong has been monumental, and I am at a loss for how to repay you." Qin Mu promptly interrupted, his expression stern. "Second uncle, you regard me too much as a stranger. We are family, and family should not speak in such terms. My failure to enter Wuda holds no value. Only Rongtong's success can yield the greatest impact. Furthermore, second aunt is with child and must not be harmed." Upon this reminder, the second uncle hurriedly checked on his wife's condition, displaying evident concern, revealing the depth of their affection. Subsequently, the second uncle mentioned the government-issued star coins as a reward, to which Qin Mu outright refused. With 10 million star coins at his disposal, he was certainly not in need of this sum, especially considering the debts his second uncle's family bore, which necessitated this money for urgent matters. After some insistence from the second uncle, Qin Mu reluctantly accepted 300,000 star coins as a repayment. The two families then joyously ventured out to dine. After the meal, Qin Mu gazed at the heartwarming sight of his inebriated father and second uncle leaning on each other, weeping, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and warmth. "Is this the essence of family?" he murmured to himself, filled with hope for the future. Chapter 54. The first martial arts student of the family. The following morning, Qin Rongtong arrived with his second uncle to seek out Qin Mu. Their urgency stemmed from the matter of applying to Wuda. The application period for private Wuda was a mere 3 days, though today marked only the first day. The gravity of the situation warranted their heightened concern. Qin Rongtong remarked, "Brother, the recruitment information for various private Wuda has been updated. Please help me determine which one I should apply to." The second uncle concurred. "The rewards and benefits vary among the Wuda. Xiao Mu, you have extensive knowledge. Please offer your insights." In response, Qin Mu nodded and promptly accessed the recruitment website, analyzing the options. Galaxy Martial Arts University has an admission score line set at the top 100,000 candidates. Those in the top 1,000 are exempt from all fees and are granted priority in selecting martial arts mentors. The top 10 candidates receive special rewards, with the first place earning resources for cultivation valued at 20 million star coins, priority purchasing rights for a B-class bloodline potion, and a unique opportunity for weapon forging. Starry Sky Martial Arts University has an admission score line at the top 200,000 candidates. Those in the top 1,000 are also exempt from all fees and enjoy priority in selecting martial arts mentors. The top 10 candidates receive special rewards, with the first place earning resources for cultivation valued at 10 million star coins, a C-class perfect bloodline potion, and an A-class star combat technique training qualification. Battle Sky Martial Arts University has an admission score line at the top 300,000 candidates. Those in the top 1,000 are exempt from all fees and enjoy priority in selecting martial arts mentors. The top 10 candidates receive special rewards, with the first place earning resources for cultivation valued at 10 million star coins, a D-class perfect bloodline potion, and an S-class star combat technique training qualification. After a detailed examination of these 3 universities, Qin Mu merely glanced at the others. These 3 institutions are among the top 10 prestigious schools. And while Galaxy Martial Arts holds the highest reputation, he could not readily ascertain which rewards outweighed the others. The rewards from Galaxy Martial Arts boasted the highest value. Not only were the resources for cultivation worth 20 million star coins, but the purchasing privilege for the B-class Bloodline potion alone exceeds 10 million star coins. And the opportunity for extraordinary weapon forging was unprecedented, with scant information available online. Yet, it remains merely an opportunity. To purchase the B-class potion requires wealth, and to forge weapons necessitates being an extraordinary martial artist. In contrast, the other two universities presented their rewards in a more straightforward manner. The C-class Perfect Potion from Starry Sky Martial Arts has a market price reaching 10 million star coins, alongside an A-class combat technique training qualification. Qin Mu specifically checked the Star Network, discovering no listed prices, but gleaned from scattered online comments that its value is at least 10 million star coins, and even then, is rare to find. Some individuals possess wealth, but do not easily share access to such knowledge, reserving it for those attending Wuda, which provides a public avenue for acquisition. However, obtaining it is not simply a matter of money. It requires converting into what are termed contribution points, which are far more valuable than mere currency. Having sorted through all the information, Qin Mu finally spoke slowly. Galaxy Martial Arts, Starry Sky Martial Arts, and Battle Sky Martial Arts all possess their merits and drawbacks. I believe choosing any of them would be sufficient. Thus, I offer two suggestions. The first suggestion, considering our family circumstances, is that Starry Sky Martial Arts may be the most suitable. The C-class potion could be sold if Rongtong does not utilize it, thus providing additional liquid funds, allowing for many endeavors to be pursued. The second suggestion, from Rongtong's personal perspective, is to aspire to be the tail of a phoenix rather than the head of a chicken. If Rongtong possesses the determination to become a formidable warrior, then selecting Galaxy Martial Arts would be the optimal choice. The priority purchasing rights for the B-class Bloodline potion and the weapon forging rights are invaluable assets on the path to becoming a strong individual. Yet all of this hinges on Rongtong's ability to become an extraordinary martial artist. Upon hearing this, the second uncle fell silent. Concepts like B-class Bloodline potions, forging qualifications, an extraordinary martial artist felt too distant for him to comprehend, let alone provide advice. Remaining silent was indeed the best counsel. As for Qin Rongtong, he found himself engulfed in deep conflict. On one hand, he desired substantial star coins to support his family and improve their living conditions, while on the other, he yearned to become a powerful individual, the pillar of this family. Yet, he was neither a martial artist nor even a prospective one at present. The thought of becoming a stronger, extraordinary martial artist seemed like an unattainable dream. Thus, should he choose family or ambition? Throughout the discussion, Qin Mu remained silent, wishing not to impose pressure on Qin Rongtong. He averted his gaze, understanding that with his current strength, he was unable to support the family's martial training. Since he could not yet do so, he refrained from meddling in others' choices, allowing his cousin to make his own decision. For it is paramount to have no regrets in the present. The road ahead is long. He could sacrifice for the family, but cannot rest solely on his shoulders. Regardless of the choice Qin Rongtong makes, Qin Mu would offer unwavering support. After 3 minutes of silence, Qin Rongtong inhaled deeply, his fists clenched, as if resolutely declaring, "Brother, Dad, I have made my decision. I will apply to Starry Sky Martial Arts." Upon hearing this, the second uncle felt a mixture of hope and anxiety. Very well. Qin Mu nodded approvingly. His cousin had not impulsively chased after dreams, but had chosen to prioritize family. He felt a sense of relief and immediately reassured. Starry Sky Martial Arts is also a prestigious institution, not inferior to Galaxy Martial Arts. It is not impossible for you to break through as an extraordinary martial artist in the future. I shall always be your steadfast support. Thinking of Qin Mu's prowess, Qin Rongtong felt considerably lighter, managing a smile as he replied, "All right, brother." The next step was to fill out the application. Qin Rongtang completed the form in a mere minute, and almost simultaneously, the Starry Sky Martial Arts University sent a reply. "Brother, I got accepted." Their efficiency is truly remarkable, Qin Mu exclaimed, reflecting that the university must be quite anxious about the top student fleeing. Just then, a notification sound echoed in Qin Mu's mind. Ding! The development of the family is inextricably linked to the progress of its members. The first martial arts student from the family has emerged. Reward: an opportunity to unlock proficiency. Before Qin Mu could fully rejoice, the system chimed in again. Detecting the status of the host family, the emergence of the first martial arts student greatly enhances the potential for a stronger cultivation path. The first martial artist has appeared, serving as the family's protector and contemporary navigator. This marks the first instance of possessing assets exceeding 10 million, showcasing a solid family foundation. In summary, the family meets the criteria for level advancement, unlocking family level immediately. Chapter 55, Bloodline Resonance. Family level unlocked successfully. Congratulations, host. You have gained an opportunity for bloodline enhancement. Family level, 3rd tier family. Family expansion, 3, in gestation. Family skill, bloodline resonance, enables telepathic communication. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile involuntarily crept across Qin Mu's face. He had not anticipated that this sudden unlocking of family level would bring forth so many benefits, especially the opportunity for bloodline enhancement, which was remarkably timely. Qin Mu had been pondering how to enhance his bloodline strength or what bloodline potions to purchase, but now, with the chance for enhancement, his options became much simpler. He could focus on acquiring potions with high bloodline purity. As for the newly unlocked skill, bloodline resonance, although it came with an explanation, Qin Mu found himself momentarily perplexed. Thus, he first saw off his second uncle and then returned to his room to delve into this skill. What is telepathy? How does one utilize bloodline resonance? Qin Mu muttered to himself, internally contemplating the use of bloodline resonance. At that moment, as he concentrated, the imagery before his eyes transformed into intertwining yellow lines. These lines were both intangible, yet seemed to possess form. No matter how Qin Mu reached out to grasp them, he could not touch them. Following one of the lines, he ventured forth and discovered a connected shadow at its end. The figure was one he recognized well. It was his recently departed cousin. Zongtang, Zongtang. Qin Mu called out to the shadow, but it remained unresponsive, appearing rather dazed. Before long, a knock echoed at the front door. Brother, why are you calling? Is there something wrong? Outside, Qin Rongtang scratched his head in confusion. I didn't call you. Qin Mu replied, immediately realizing something was amiss. Wait, Rongtang. You go downstairs first, and I'll call you back up. Without allowing Qin Rongtang a chance to question, Qin Mu swiftly sent him onto the floating lift and pressed the button for the first floor. 10 seconds later, as the lift reached the ground floor, Qin Mu inwardly summoned the activation of bloodline resonance and shouted towards the shadow within. In less than half a minute, Qin Rongtang emerged from the lift, looking quite startled. Brother, my dear brother, did you just go to the first floor? I heard your voice calling me. Of course, I didn't go to the first floor. Qin Mu replied. That's impossible. I distinctly heard your voice. Could it be that I've encountered something unclean? As he spoke, Qin Rongtang, filled with trepidation, cowered behind Qin Mu. Qin Mu, reassuringly patting his shoulder, said, Don't be afraid. That was indeed me calling you. I just learned a new ability and was testing its effects. At this, Qin Rongtang appeared half convinced. What kind of ability allows for communication across distances? That's even more powerful than a personal terminal. It's called the art of voice transmission across miles. You wouldn't understand. Qin Mu dismissed lightly, promptly sending Qin Rongtang away and returning to his study of the bloodline resonance function. From the earlier test, he was fairly certain that this so-called bloodline resonance skill possessed the ability to transmit sound over distances. However, if it only had that functionality, it seemed rather lacking. Qin Mu firmly believed there must be other capabilities, so he continued his exploration. After an hour of investigation, he found no additional features. But he did discover that he could send messages directly to the lines without needing to approach the shadow. Each line corresponded to a family member, and Qin Mu diligently recorded the family members associated with each line for future communication convenience. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, he thought of his sister Dodo, and a mischievous inclination took root in his mind. With a sly smile, he concentrated and spoke in a commanding tone. Dodo, are you slacking off again? Meanwhile, at Jiangxing number 13 Middle School, Qin Hongdo was resting against a tree with her friend Su Lingyin. The early bird catches the worm. This is the perfect time for cultivation. They were indeed indulging in a bit of relaxation, albeit shamelessly. Ever since Coach He Jian learned that they were Qin Mu's sisters, he had been particularly lenient with them, granting their requests without hesitation. They claimed to be too full from breakfast and sought a break, to which He Jian readily agreed. However, while ostensibly resting, they were continuously munching on snacks, devouring one bag after another. Just as they opened another package of snacks, Qin Hongdo heard her brother's voice in her mind. She suddenly turned around and asked, Lingyin, did you hear my brother calling me? Su Lingyin, momentarily taken aback, replied, No, it's just the two of us here. Who else could it be? Qin Hongdo nodded. Then perhaps I misheard. She picked up her snack again, only for another voice to resonate in her mind. Oh, you are indeed slacking off? This time, she heard it distinctly, and goosebumps erupted on her skin. Trembling, she said, Lingyin, I heard it again. Do you think there might be something unclean? Before Su Lingyin could respond, another voice echoed in her mind. Are you talking about me? Upon hearing this, Qin Hongdo nearly fainted on the spot, exclaiming, Ah, ghost. The two girls fled in a frenzy, abandoning their snacks scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, the instigator, Qin Mu, sighed. That girl is far too timid. Shaking his head, he dismissed the idea of further teasing his sister. After sending a message to Lin Yuan, he changed his clothes and headed to the Zhengyang Martial Arts Hall. Although the apprentice assessment had concluded, classes still needed to proceed as usual. Qin Mu arrived punctually at the martial arts hall at 10 o'clock. Instead of immediately seeking out Wang Zitao, he took a detour to Lin Yuan's office. Brother Lin. Upon knocking on the door, Qin Mu was greeted by Lin Yuan, whom he had not seen in a while. You've come. Sit down and enjoy some fine tea I brought back from the capital. Lin Yuan beckoned Qin Mu to take a seat and personally prepare the tea. This warm gesture left Qin Mu momentarily taken aback. Though he and Lin Yuan shared a friendly camaraderie, they were merely acquaintances, far from being close enough to share their innermost thoughts without regard for hierarchy. Qin Mu took the teacup, sipped a bit, and found the flavor rather mediocre, so he swiftly got to the point. Brother Lin, I came to inquire about the advanced energy potions and the bloodline potions awarded by the company. Chapter 56, Nutrient Solution, Martial Arts Alliance. Lin Yuan responded with a hearty laugh. No need to rush. Regarding the bloodline potions, the higher-ups just issued a notice. I'll give you a note so you can claim your rewards from the Resource Reserve Department. As for the advanced energy potions, I just sent someone to fetch samples from the storeroom. They should be back shortly. By the way, what is your current genetic potential? Qin Mu replied honestly, 124. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped, his face filled with shock. 124? Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Weren't you just a preliminary martial artist? How is it that after participating in the assessment, you've improved so remarkably? It is no wonder that Lin Yuan harbors such skepticism. The matter is simply too extraordinary. He is aware that Qin Mu possesses commendable talent, achieving a rank within the top 10,000 in this assessment. As for the sale of points, the examination regulations strictly prohibit the disclosure of events occurring during the assessment, which dissuades candidates from disseminating such information. Consequently, Lin Yuan remains oblivious to Qin Mu's former glory as the leader of the points leaderboard. Had he known, he would have undoubtedly been astonished. Qin Mu nodded and explained. It is precisely because my genetic potential has surged at an alarming rate that my energy supply cannot keep pace with the physical consumption, which is why I seek Brother Lin's assistance. Qin Mu felt an urgent need regarding this matter, as the issue of energy replenishment had begun to impede his regular training. Earlier that morning, due to intense hunger, he detoured to a beef restaurant to satiate his appetite. He consumed an entire cow by himself, startling the owner, who feared he might burst. Yet he found himself merely half full, feeling too embarrassed to continue eating. The cost of that cow amounted to 2,000 star coins, consuming an hour of his time, a painful and torturous expenditure. Lin Yuan regarded Qin Mu with the eyes of one observing a peculiar creature. And after a full minute of scrutiny, he finally spoke. Energy replenishment is no trivial matter. I did not anticipate your genetic potential would escalate so swiftly. Otherwise, I would have addressed this sooner. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and a staff member placed a box on Lin Yuan's desk. From a box, Lin Yuan retrieved 2 vials, stating, "These are specialized nutrient solutions and restorative potions designed for martial artists. There are numerous brands of nutrient solutions, such as Jianlibo, Tongrantang, and Juzatang, with prices varying considerably, some exceeding 10,000 star coins, while others start at 5,000. The Martial Arts Academy exclusively utilizes our internally produced Zhengyang C3 nutrient solution, priced at 6,000 star coins. With your current genetic potential, 3 vials per month will suffice." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's introduction, Qin Mu was astounded. A mere vial of nutrient solution costs such a fortune. 3 vials monthly amounts to 18,000 star coins. He gasped in disbelief. Such exorbitant prices are unfathomable for an ordinary family. He had only a few star coins on hand. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to allow Lin Yuan to continue. Lin Yuan seemed to perceive Qin Mu's unease and reassured him. This is the nature of a martial artist. One must face challenges head-on. Without sufficient financial resources, it is difficult to progress further. However, do not fret excessively. With your current strength, I believe you will soon be recognized and rewarded by the Academy. And did I not mention that upon your breakthrough as a martial artist, a significant surprise awaits you? He left a tantalizing hint to heighten Qin Mu's anticipation before shifting the topic. But hold on, let me finish explaining the potions first. Pointing to the other vial, he continued, "This is a spiritual energy potion, specifically formulated to restore spiritual energy, priced at 10,000 star coins per vial. You are unlikely to need it often if you do not engage in combat. So, just familiarize yourself with it. I have granted you access. You can procure both types of potions directly from the resource department whenever necessary. If funds are insufficient, I have some spare coins I can lend you. Qin Mu nodded. Thank you, Brother Lin. The money I have is still adequate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan ceased further discussion. Qin Mu examined the spiritual energy potion closely, recalling that during the assessment on the island, the girl in Xiao Xiao seemed to possess boundless spiritual energy. Perhaps she had consumed the spiritual energy potion for recovery. After a moment, he returned the potion to its place. Only then did Lin Yuan unveil the so-called grand surprise, his expression serious and solemn. Qin Mu, you should know that I recently visited the headquarters in Shangjing. My purpose there was to procure this surprise for you. Of course, I share this not to elicit gratitude, but to emphasize the significance of this surprise. Qin Mu nodded symbolically, internally noting this matter. He was not naive. Grand gestures of kindness often come with strings attached. If he did not reciprocate Lin Yuan's efforts in the future, it could very well sour their relationship. Lin Yuan continued. The Martial Arts Alliance is a coalition formed by all martial arts academies within the empire, aimed at contending against the University Alliance. For over a century, these two factions have engaged in heated debates over their contributions to martial arts, culminating in an annual exchange competition. The grand surprise I refer to is the opportunity to participate in this year's exchange competition. Qin Mu was already familiar with the Martial Arts Alliance and the University Alliance. He had once witnessed their verbal skirmishes on the Starnet, full of rhetoric yet devoid of profanity, yet strikingly poignant. At that time, such matters felt distant. Yet now he found himself fortunate enough to be involved. A hesitant expression crossed Qin Mu's face as he said, Brother Lin, while I possess some confidence in my abilities, I fear I might embarrass the academy in such a significant competition. The Jingyao province is vast, and I am certain there are many candidates stronger than Lu Tianqing in this cohort, not to mention those who have secured spots through the Exploration Corps. None of them are to be underestimated. In terms of competition, the Martial Arts Alliance is at a disadvantage. Moreover, I have heard that the Martial Arts Alliance has suffered 9 consecutive losses in Jingyao province. If I do not perform well and we lose the competition, I could easily become the target of their ire. As an ordinary individual, I cannot bear the wrath of those from the Martial Arts Alliance. Lin Yuan noticed Qin Mu's apprehension but refrained from elaborating further, instead projecting an image. Upon a cursory glance, Qin Mu's breath quickened. Brother Lin, are these rewards for real? Why, are you interested now? Lin Yuan teased, stroking his chin. The rewards are indeed genuine. If you secure a top position, you will gain unrestricted access to the top 10 martial arts academies and be granted free enrollment at any martial university for a year. Additionally, the Martial Arts Alliance offers an extra A-grade bloodline potion and a financial aid package worth over 100 million star coins. As Lin Yuan spoke, he could not help but feel envious of the bountiful rewards. Such generosity is a rarity, especially this year. If they fail again, it would mark a 10th consecutive defeat, prompting the Martial Arts Alliance's higher-ups to be more willing to invest. Qin Mu clenched his fist, a confident glint in his eyes. All right, I will participate in this exchange competition. However, Lin Yuan cautioned, do not be too quick to celebrate. I do not possess such authority. The entry quota for the Martial Arts Alliance requires internal selection. As for your name, I have merely recommended you to the Golden Level coach, Lu Hanmei. The final decision will depend on your performance. The Golden Level coaches at Jingyang Martial Arts Academy are all extraordinary martial artists, their strength unfathomable. Qin Mu was not unfamiliar with Lu Hanmei. She was a young woman often seen with a smile, exuding a nonchalant air. He had the opportunity to meet her during the internship assessment, but he had not encountered her since. He had assumed she remained stationed at the top level, unaware that she had returned to the provincial capital of Shangjing. The rewards for this exchange competition were immensely enticing, each one something Qin Mu desperately needed. He silently vowed to secure a spot in the competition at all costs. Subsequently, Qin Mu posed several inquiries to Lin Yuan regarding his training, and Lin Yuan answered them knowledgeably. However, being merely a martial artist, Lin Yuan's capacity to provide answers was limited, and his insights seemed somewhat narrow. Do not rush. Coach Lu will arrive in Jiangcheng this afternoon. When you meet her, feel free to ask any training-related questions directly. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Qin Mu's eyes brightened. Lu Hanmei, being a golden level coach, charged at least 10,000 star coins per hour for her guidance. This meeting might offer him the chance to gain a few insights for free. Determined, he began listing his questions on paper. After leaving Lin Yuan's office, Qin Mu proceeded to the 3rd floor for training. After some time apart, Wang Zitao still appeared as plump as before. Hello, Teacher Qin. Upon encountering Qin Mu, Wang Zitao immediately dashed over with unrestrained exuberance. Observing this, Qin Mu felt a slight sense of gratification, yet he also harbored some guilt towards Wang Zitao. Reflecting on their situation, ever since he accepted Wang Zitao's guiding fee of 490,000 star coins, he had been too occupied to provide further guidance. Fortunately, Wang Zitao's parents were reasonable. Had they been like other parents, they might have caused quite a ruckus. Clearing his throat, Qin Mu inquired, "How have you fared in your training of the 10th set of calisthenics during my absence?" Wang Zitao stood tall and replied confidently, "Of course, I have not faltered. I've already grasped the basics of the 10th set, and Coach Lin Yuan publicly awarded me a certificate for first place." Qin Mu was not surprised by this. When he attended the assessment, Wang Zitao was already nearing proficiency. Given that a week had passed, it was only natural for him to achieve this level. As for the certificate, it merely demonstrated Coach Lin Yuan's effective methods as team leader. Nevertheless, Qin Mu couldn't help but muse internally. Wealthy individuals indeed progress swiftly in their training. He thought of his younger sister, Dodo, who had been practicing the calisthenics for a year and had recently joined a martial arts class. He wondered how far she was from proficiency. Qin Mu accessed his personal terminal and promptly transferred 1,000 star coins to Qin Hongdo, advising her to train diligently. Subsequently, he began to earnestly guide Wang Zitao's training, meticulously explaining each crucial aspect of the minor, major, and even perfected phases of the 10th set of calisthenics. Wang Zitao nodded frequently, though it was unclear how much he truly absorbed. As the session progressed, unable to resist Wang Zitao's persistent requests, Qin Mu began to instruct him in basic boxing techniques. Before long, it was noon, and he pondered what that girl was up to. With a flicker of thought, he employed bloodline resonance. As his research deepened, he discovered that this skill not only allowed for communication across distances, but also provided a view of the surroundings of the interlocutor. The scene unfolded before him, revealing the familiar trees, the known square, and was that a convenience store? Upon seeing his sister squandering money on snacks, Qin Mu felt a surge of irritation. While buying snacks was acceptable, there was no need to purchase an entire barrel. This was outrageous. He resolved to teach her a lesson about the value of money. Speaking of money, he immediately glanced at the hefty figure displayed on his personal terminal, 10 million star coins. It seemed that making money wasn't so difficult after all. Feeling a moment of pride, Qin Mu quickly reminded himself not to become complacent. Frugality was still essential. Adjusting his tone to one more authoritative, he declared, "Young one, do you wish to grow stronger?" The voice echoed in Qin Hongdo's mind, and instead of the anticipated panic, she appeared overjoyed. "Grandpa Goldenfinger? System Daddy? I'm here. Can you hear me?" Qin Hongdo shouted excitedly, attracting curious glances from those around her, yet she paid them no mind as she dragged Su Lingyin along, calling out. On the other end, Qin Mu was taken aback, his eyes widening. A system? How did this girl know I had a system? Soon, he realized he had been overly concerned. In this era, online novels were prevalent, and it was quite normal for young people to indulge in flights of fancy. However, pretending to be a system was not out of the question. Qin Mu stroked his chin, revealing a cunning smile. Meanwhile, Qin Hongdo, sensing the prolonged silence, expressed her disappointment. "Lingyin, are you sure that is the so-called Golden Finger?" Su Lingyin nodded earnestly, stating, "Of course. That's how it's written in the books. A young man encounters difficulties and then activates his grandfather's abilities. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the poor youth." Qin Hongdo pondered. "But I'm not poor at all." Coughing, Su Lingyin feigned a strike at Qin Hongdo's cunning crow comment, and with a wise gleam in her eye added, "You need to focus on the crux. The young man encounters difficulties. Didn't we just get caught by the principal this morning and punished to stand?" Qin Hongdo nodded, still in a daze. "Isn't that sufficient?" Su Lingyin clapped her hands. "Should I try again?" Qin Hongdo replied uncertainly, but with encouragement, she cleared her throat, prepared a plethora of eloquent words, and was just about to speak when a voice echoed in her mind. "Lingyin, Lingyin, their essay response. Daodu, remember not to forget your roots." Unexpectedly, the first thing Qin Mu said was, "To grow stronger, you must first abstain from snacks." She wrestled with her thoughts for a moment before asking, "Grandpa, can you teach me martial arts?" This question left Qin Mu momentarily stunned. Teach? How would he teach? Was he to instruct through mere light and shadow? Wait, perhaps that wasn't entirely impossible. A sudden inspiration struck him. His eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he realized he had discovered the correct application of the bloodline resonance skill. Without delay, he demonstrated the 10th set of calisthenics through the light and shadow, infusing his insights into the performance. Moments later, he asked Dodo to share her impressions. Qin Hongdo replied, "I can't quite articulate it, but I feel like I understand the calisthenics more deeply now." She immediately began to perform the calisthenics. Qin Mu merely glanced at her, nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost biting his lip. This girl had mastered the basics of the calisthenics. This skill was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 58. A Reunion with Lu Hanmei. Qin Mu paced back and forth, his heart racing with exhilaration. Ever since acquiring the system, he had been determined to cultivate strength and assist his family in achieving upward mobility. However, after participating in the private martial arts university assessment, he encountered prodigies from various places and realized that his expectations had been somewhat naive. Gaining strength could yield more wealth, but also required substantial resources. With the system at his disposal, he had no doubt that he would achieve great things in the future, but how long would that take? 10 years? 20? Or perhaps even longer? That duration felt interminable. Without genuine growth, his ability to give back to his family was limited, which also explained his neutrality regarding Qin Rongtong's choice of martial arts university. By the time 20 or 30 years passed, his parents' generation would have aged, and his peers would have missed their prime for cultivation. Moreover, money was not omnipotent. Without a solid martial arts talent, becoming a martial artist was merely the pinnacle. To elevate the family to a higher echelon, successive generations would need to optimize their genes and nurture more talented offspring. However, with the bloodline resonant skill, this generation could leap to a higher tier, and the wait would not be excessively prolonged. Everyone shall soar like dragons. Qin Mu's gaze hardened, his voice resolute. As long as he remained, every member of his family would traverse the path of martial arts unimpeded, each capable of becoming a pillar of the family. A formidable martial artist. Exhaling deeply, Qin Mu quelled his excitement and turned his focus back to the skill. He once again conveyed his insights on the 10th set of calisthenics to his sister, followed by the basic boxing techniques, Luo Yin step, mountain shaking fist, an extreme intent technique. Initially, Qin Hongdo appeared entranced, as if entering a state of enlightenment, but soon she clutched her head and cried out in discomfort. Qin Mu promptly ceased sharing his insights. I have been too hasty. Cultivation must be approached gradually. He reminded himself, then communicated to Qin Hongdo to train diligently, promising to check on her progress after some time. Until the end of their exchange, he did not reveal his identity, believing that maintaining anonymity would lend him greater authority and effectiveness as a guide. If he were to disclose his identity, she might become lax, fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2. Let be her little secret. With a sigh, Qin Mu turned and ascended the stairs, quickly arriving at the resource storage department. He initially intended to claim the reward of the bloodline potion, yet he was taken aback by the plethora of 3 distinct types of bloodline potions. In a moment of indecision, he resolved to forego the claim for the time being, choosing instead to wait until after his afternoon meeting with Lu Hanmei to make a decision. Hello, please bring me a dozen of the Zhengyang brand C3 nutrient solution. Without hesitation, the staff promptly prepared a dozen. A dozen consists of 12 vials, with a total price of 72,000 star coins. As he made the payment, Qin Mu felt a pang of regret. To alleviate his shock, he immediately consumed 1 vial, stowing the remainder into his backpack. The effects of the nutrient solution were remarkable. Within less than half a minute, the overwhelming hunger that had engulfed him dissipated, replaced by an inexhaustible vitality. The nutrient solution merely replenished the body's required energy, not negating the necessity of meals. Of course, one could survive without eating, but the consumption rate of the nutrient solution would accelerate, transforming what could sustain him for over a week into merely 2 or 3 days' worth of energy. Having lost 72,000 star coins, Qin Mu felt utterly devoid of appetite and turned to ascend to the 2nd floor for training. His ultimate intent cultivation was only at the great perfection stage, and he still had a ways to go before achieving completeness. Thus, he seized the opportunity to practice while his energy was abundant. This session of cultivation lasted for 2 hours. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Mu glanced at the notification message sent by Lin Yuan. He splashed some water on his face in the restroom, tidied his appearance, and then, with a mix of nervousness and curiosity, boarded the floating escalator to the 18th floor. Upon entering the 18th floor, he was astonished by the scene before him. The layout of the floor was simple, devoid of any extravagant decorations. The expansive area was largely empty, save for a few shelves, with several dozen rooms lining one wall. Qin Mu pondered which room Lu Hanmei might be in, when suddenly, a door labeled Gravity Training Room swung open, and Lu Hanmei stepped out, clad in a sleek black combat suit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her short, tousled black hair partially obscured her delicate, damp face, imparting a captivating sense of mystery. As she wiped away the sweat with a towel, her sharp gaze scrutinized Qin Mu intently. Daring not to meet her eyes for too long, Qin Mu lowered his head slightly and said, "Hello, Coach Liu. My name is Qin Mu, and Coach Lin sent me to find you." As he spoke, he presented his information introduction. Liu Hanmei examined the document closely, her voice tinged with a hint of surprise as she remarked, "Genetic potential of 124, full mastery of gymnastics, complete proficiency in basic boxing techniques, full mastery of E-grade combat skill, mountain shaking fist, complete proficiency in C-grade footwork, smoke step, and great perfection in D-grade technique. Ultimate intent?" She paused for a moment, studying Qin Mu's expression, seemingly seeking to confirm the accuracy of the information, before continuing. "When Lin Yuan mentioned you, he said you were a prospective martial artist with a genetic potential of 98. It appears he underestimated your talent." Qin Mu believed he was being praised, and a flicker of delight surfaced within him. However, in the next moment, Liu Hanmei's tone shifted. "Do not rejoice too soon. Your genetic potential is merely average, barely placing you among the top 1,000 of this year's numerous candidates." Her voice was devoid of emotion, as if stating a mere fact. "Though your mastery of techniques is commendable, your training is too scattered. Achieving a qualitative leap in the short term will be challenging." At this point, she slightly furrowed her brow. Perceiving the gravity of her words, Qin Mu felt compelled to abandon his low profile. Otherwise, he risked being dismissed by Liu Hanmei at the outset. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Coach Liu, while my genetic potential may not offer an advantage, my strength is formidable. During the assessment at the private martial university, I directly defeated Liu Tianqing from Beijing." Qin Mu had anticipated Liu Hanmei's astonishment, yet she merely raised an eyebrow. Her tone laced with disdain as she replied, "How could a true genius participate in such a level of assessment? While Liu Tianqing possesses decent talent, he barely ranks within the top 100 among his peers. However, I am curious, how did you manage to defeat Liu Tianqing?" With a straightforward demeanor, Qin Mu recounted the events. "I see." Liu Hanmei mused, "The ultimate intent and mountain shaking fist can indeed complement each other. It seems this Qin is no ordinary individual." After a moment of contemplation, she regarded Qin Mu earnestly and declared, "Truthfully, I am not particularly optimistic about you. However, since Lin Yuan has recommended you, I cannot refuse. Thus, I will grant you a qualification for internal selection. Whether you're chosen will depend on your abilities." Upon concluding her statement, she glanced at the time and added, "If you have any questions, now is the time to ask, for I have other matters to attend to." Qin Mu had been awaiting this moment. He retrieved a note from his pocket. Liu Hanmei caught a glimpse of the densely written text, and her expression involuntarily twitched. Chapter 59, Blood Plasma Essence. Qin Mu's attention remained fixated on the paper, oblivious to her reaction. "Coach Liu, may I begin my inquiries?" He politely asked before proceeding. "Coach Liu, how many slots are available for representing the Martial Arts Alliance in this competition? And how many candidates are there for the internal selection?" Liu Hanmei pondered momentarily before responding. "There are 10 slots available and approximately 100 contenders." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu contemplated the odds. 100 vying for 10 spots did not seem as daunting as he had imagined. He immediately followed up with another question. "Have these individuals a comprehended attribute, supernatural powers? I am not well versed in this area. What path do you believe I should take in my future training?" Though he feigned ignorance, his inquiry regarding the training route was genuine. Qin Mu felt a twinge of guilt as he lowered his head, aware that such boldness in questioning could easily be seen through by Liu Hanmei. Liu Hanmei remained silent, lost in thought. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. "You currently have 2 primary objectives. First, elevate your genetic potential to above 15 to keep pace with the frontier. Second, enhance the purity of your bloodline power to 10 and comprehend the attribute supernatural powers. Once you accomplish these 2 goals, you may then choose to cultivate a higher level technique or combat skill, preferably one that aligns with weaponry, to unleash your fullest strength." Listening intently to her words, Qin Mu began to contemplate. Mastering combat techniques with the aid of proficiency was not difficult, and corresponding enhancements to genetic potential were straightforward. However, he felt utterly at a loss regarding how to elevate the purity of his bloodline power. With genuine humility, he inquired, "Coach Liu, how can I enhance this bloodline power? Is it through the consumption of bloodline potions? However, I currently possess only a single dragon bloodline." Liu Hanmei appeared slightly taken aback, her expression revealing her surprise. "You do not possess inherited bloodline power, nor have you ingested any bloodline potions?" Upon seeing Qin Mu shake his head, she was profoundly astonished. The possession of inherited bloodline power not only grants one significantly greater innate genetic potential, but also facilitates the attainment of a purity level of 10 with relative ease through postnatal training. She had initially assumed that Qin Mu merely lacked a superior bloodline. She had not anticipated he possessed none at all. The dragon bloodline, however, was something she had overlooked entirely. If that were the case, achieving a genetic potential of 124 at his age solely based on his innate talent already placed him far ahead of his peers. A grassroots genius, emerging from 3 generations of ordinary lineage, was indeed capable of keeping pace with the privileged offspring of affluent families, an inconceivable feat. Lu Hanmei could not help but scrutinize Qin Mu more closely, her tone softening with a newfound warmth as she explained. The most expedient way to acquire bloodline power is through the consumption of potions. However, the maximum purity attainable through bloodline potions is merely 5. To further enhance purity, you must absorb the essence of blood plasma from cosmic behemoths, which is a gradual process. The term blood plasma essence was entirely novel to Qin Mu, piquing his curiosity as he asked, "Is this substance expensive?" Lu Hanmei shook her head, then extended a finger, stating, 1 million. One drop costs 1 million star coins. Would you deem it expensive? Qin Mu gasped in shock. This was not merely expensive, it was exorbitantly so. Such a price was akin to robbery. How could one pursue martial arts without the means to cultivate? Lu Hanmei sighed, expressing her sentiments. In the realm of martial arts, one must contend not only with innate talent, but also with resources and financial backing. The 1 million star coins I mentioned merely covers the most rudimentary E-rank essence of the blood of a cosmic behemoth. The higher the rank, the steeper the price. And correspondingly, the more potent the attributes and supernatural abilities one can cultivate. If you aspire to secure a place, I would advise you to at least comprehend the D-rank bloodline attributes. A single drop of D-rank essence commands a price of 2 million star coins, and it is scarce. Should you desire it, I can assist you in sourcing the necessary resources. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's heart sank. He felt that his 10 million star coins would barely last a few days. He let out a deep sigh and inquired, "Then what martial art should I practice?" Lu Hanmei pondered for a moment before replying, "It would be best to cultivate a B-rank technique alongside a C-rank combat skill. Since you have a foundation in boxing, you should focus primarily on that discipline." With that, she accessed her personal terminal, projecting an image that displayed advanced techniques and combat skills. The B-rank technique, Blazing Red Sky formula, is quite commendable. As for the combat skill, the advanced version of Mountain-Shaking Fist, the Earth-Shattering Fist, is perfectly suited for you. The names of these techniques sounded promising, yet Qin Mu's expression darkened when he glimpsed the associated training costs. The C-rank combat skill, Earth-Shattering Fist, had a training fee of 200,000 star coins, while the B-rank technique, Blazing Red Sky formula, demanded a staggering 2 million star coins. The escalating costs made his head throb, and he weakly suggested, "Coach Lu, considering I have achieved mastery in the Extreme Intent technique, can't we use the Jiuyang Extreme Intent technique at our martial arts academy?" Lu Hanmei shot him a disdainful glance. "What are you thinking? That is an A-rank technique, and even I would need to apply for permission to practice it. I will be in Jiangcheng tomorrow. If you have made your decision, come find me here." With that, she dismissed him, reminding him to settle the consultation fee they had just discussed. Stunned, Qin Mu remained rooted to the spot in disbelief. He had assumed his inquiries were free of charge, only to discover there was a fee involved. How shameless of her to ask for payment after initially claiming he could ask anything. Had he known there was a cost, he would have been far more cautious in his questions. Moreover, the charges were exorbitant. He might as well have sought advice from that esteemed mentor online. In that moment, Lu Hanmei's image as a golden tier instructor in Qin Mu's mind crumbled dramatically. Conversely, Lu Hanmei remained unperturbed, ignoring Qin Mu's astonished expression as she closed the door. Softly murmuring to herself, 10,000 star coins are still money. Typically, I charge a minimum of 100,000 star coins. Today, consider it a generous discount. Qin Mu, feeling dazed, was unsure how he made his way downstairs. He arrived at the resource reserve department, clutching the bloodline potion he had received, feeling a flicker of warmth. Regarding Lu Hanmei's earlier advice, the techniques and skills, alongside the bloodline power, all came with hefty price tags. He needed to contemplate his next steps carefully, aiming to allocate every coin wisely. Chapter 60, A Gamble Awaits. As work drew to a close, Qin Mu did not return home directly, but accompanied Wang Zitao to a villa estate. "Teacher Qin, which room do you prefer? I will call the housekeeper to clean up, and you can move in tonight." Wang Zitao showed Qin Mu several rooms. After a brief consideration, Qin Mu selected a room slightly closer to the internal training area. I'll wait until tomorrow night to move in, he stated. As for the rent, I'm not too familiar with the rates. What do you think? Wang Zitao promptly declined, saying, Teacher, don't mention money. This room will sit empty otherwise. I will be delighted for you to move in. How could I possibly charge you rent? Qin Mu, patting Wang Zitao on the shoulder, expressed his appreciation. Zitao, I admire your character. By the way, your sister won't be returning anytime soon, will she? Absolutely not. Wang Zitao shook his head. She has already moved into school ahead of time and won't be back for a while. Nodding in response, Qin Mu noted that both the public and private martial universities commenced their terms around mid-August, so he estimated there was only about a week left before the new semester began. With Wang Sairu absent, living here would afford him some peace, as they were not well acquainted, and it would help avoid any awkward encounters. The monthly rent for a single room in this villa estate started at 50,000 star coins, and with access to a free training facility, some rented rooms could reach 100,000 star coins. As Qin Mu's strength grew, the disturbances caused by his training became increasingly significant, often resulting in sonic booms that would inevitably lead to complaints from neighbors in adjacent apartments. While he could train during the day at his workplace, he refused to squander the evenings, necessitating a rental arrangement. Although the premium accommodations were prohibitively expensive, the more affordable options offered poor conditions. The villa estate was not only conveniently located near the martial arts academy, but also provided free access to training facilities, making an obvious choice. Ultimately, Qin Mu felt compelled to offer some compensation, suggesting a monthly rent of 50,000 star coins according to market value. But Wang Zitao steadfastly refused. They ultimately settled on a rent of 30,000 star coins per month. Returning to his new home, Qin Mu quickly ate dinner before retreating to his room to study the bloodline potion. The E-rank bloodline potion he had received from the martial arts academy was derived from the Xuanjia spirit turtle, akin to the one Qin Rongtong had previously consumed. The only difference was that this potion was of ordinary quality, with a mere 50% success rate and a market value of 300,000 star coins. Should he fail, all would be in vain. Thus, Qin Mu approached the matter with utmost caution, pondering whom the potion would benefit the most. Should he give it to Dodo or to Rongtong? Qin Mu found himself torn. Ultimately, he concluded that it would not matter who received it, as he intended to consume multiple bloodline potions to increase purity to 5. He could always provide the next batch to one of them. Resolute in his decision, Qin Mu promptly summoned his cousin. The reason for choosing Qin Rongtong over Dodo was simply that Qin Mu believed Rongtong had prior experience with such potions, and thus his luck would not be overly poor. When they met downstairs, Qin Mu directly stated his intentions. Rongtong, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, Brother, are you certain you want me to use such a precious bloodline potion? What's the matter? If you're hesitant, I'll just give it to Dodo. Don't. Dodo is still too young. I'll buy her one after I enroll at the martial university. Rongtong, beaming with joy, clung to Qin Mu's sleeve, unwilling to let go. He had been pondering how to rapidly enhance his genetic potential to avoid being labeled a mediocre prodigy upon entering the martial university. With such a tremendous opportunity presented to him, he was determined to seize it. Brother, my dear brother, please let me have it. Rongtong's eyes brimmed with tears, evoking a look of disdain from Qin Mu. Look at how pitiful you are. Fine, you may use it. With a dismissive remark, Qin Mu handed the bloodline potion to Rongtong. Upon inspecting it, Rongtong expressed surprise. Brother, why is it only of ordinary quality? What's wrong? Are you scared? No, just a bit surprised. Though Rongtong insisted he was unafraid, he felt a wave of anxiety. Using the potion felt akin to gambling. Victory would lead to ecstasy, while defeat would yield nothing. Under Qin Mu's encouragement, he swallowed the potion in one gulp. Then began the agonizing wait. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour passed. At last, Qin Mu could no longer remain seated. He thumped his chest in despair, his expression one of profound anguish. Damn it! Failed! 300,000 star coins down the drain. Brother I. Rongtong's face was a mask of guilt, scarcely daring to breathe. Moments later, Qin Mu steeled his resolve, refusing to believe his luck could be so poor. With a tone tinged with reproach, he reassured, What is there to fear? It's merely a single failure. I have plenty of money. With a grand gesture, he placed an order for 3 more bloodline potions. As the courier delivered the medication, he wore an expression of disbelief and said, Rongtang, failure is the mother of success. I believe in you. Open your mouth and let's try again. Qin Rongtang clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and internally motivated himself. I can do this. Then he downed the concoction in one go. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Half an hour passed. Brother, I I failed again. Sob sob. Qin Rongtang cried, tears streaming down his face, his voice tinged with self-reproach and a hint of trepidation. He dare not look at Qin Mu. 2 failures in succession. A staggering loss of 600,000 star coins. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Qin Mu initially let out a cold laugh, then squeezed out a phrase through gritted teeth. Come on, Rongtang, try another one. Qin Rongtang apprehensively accepted it. Half an hour later, brother, I failed again, sob sob. This time, there was crying but no tears left. He looked at the medication Qin Mu was extending towards him but did not dare to take it. Brother, how about? Stop talking. Swallow it. Qin Mu poured the medication directly into Qin Rongtang's mouth, his face exhibiting the fervor of a gambler. I refuse to believe that I can fail continuously. Another half hour passed. Brother, va, sobi. Hearing that familiar sound, Qin Mu nearly stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance. 4 bloodline potions. That was a total value of 1,200,000 star coins. And just like that, all gone? It was at this moment that Qin Rongtang, through his sobs, exclaimed, Brother, I succeeded. I succeeded again. Qin Mu snapped back to reality, his initial delight quickly overshadowed by anger. You little rascal. You succeeded and you're still crying. I'll make you cry. He rolled up his sleeves and pinned Qin Rongtang to the ground, delivering several punches. The community was immediately filled with heart-wrenching cries, and residents from the upper floors opened their windows to see what was happening. After venting his frustrations, Qin Mu checked the system. Ding. Family member Qin Rongtang has successfully absorbed the E-grade bloodline power of the Xuanjia spirit turtle. Congratulations, host, for achieving E-grade bloodline power purity. 2. Chapter 61. The way to earn money. Achieving a bloodline power purity of 2, an improvement of 1 from the last time, did not bring Qin Mu any joy. After expending 4 potions to achieve a mere 2, how many would it take to reach 5? The thought was terrifying, prompting Qin Mu to engage in self-reflection. He realized the need to abandon any gambling mentality. Stability was key. Next time, he must purchase the perfect grade. The selling price of an E-grade bloodline potion at the perfect level was 600,000 star coins, with a guaranteed minimum increase of 1 in purity. If he acquired 3 more, his bloodline power purity could reach 5. With a stroke of luck, perhaps 1 potion would suffice. This thought alleviated some of Qin Mu's inner turmoil. Disregarding the distressed Qin Rongtang beside him, he dusted off his hands and headed home. Upon returning to his room, he glanced at his personal information panel. Host, Qin Mu. Gene potential 134. Physical fitness 130. Mental strength 130. Spiritual energy 50. Bloodline power, S-grade, Dragon Bloodline 101. E-grade, Xuanjia Spirit Turtle Bloodline 2. Martial arts, 10th set of calisthenics level 9, max. Basic boxing level 7, max. E-grade combat technique mountain shaking fist perfected. C-grade footwork Luoyin step perfected. D-grade martial art Ji Gong major achievement 100, 300. Skill unlock opportunities 1. Bloodline stacking opportunities 1. Family level, 3rd-rate martial artist family. Skill bloodline resonance. Family expansion 3 in gestation. After reviewing the information, Qin Mu thoughtfully stroked his chin. This time, the 2 purity of bloodline power only increased his gene potential by 1, indicating that the higher one climbed, the more challenging it became to enhance gene potential. Furthermore, he noted that his spiritual energy had increased by 20 points this time. Could the enhancement of spiritual energy be linked to the purity of bloodline power? Although somewhat perplexed, he felt a flicker of delight. Qin Mu realized that leaving the skill unlock opportunity unused would be a waste, and he resolved to visit Lu Hanmei the following day. As for the bloodline stacking opportunity, he intended to hold off on using it until he elevated the purity of the Xuanjia Spirit Turtle Bloodline to 9. At that point, stacking would elevate his Dragon Bloodline directly to 10. That would be an S-grade bloodline, dazzling enough to blind anyone's eyes. Especially Lu Hanmei, she had previously suggested that Qin Mu refine his C-grade bloodline power. He wondered what her expression would be upon witnessing an S-grade 10 Dragon Bloodline. What kind of attributes or divine abilities could be comprehended from the Dragon Bloodline? Qin Mu murmured to himself. What kind of bloodline powers did the elite offspring in the capital possess? What was their purity level? In what aspects did I still lag behind those individuals? His thoughts raced, covering a multitude of topics. Yet, ultimately, he returned to the fundamental issue: money. Without money, progress was impossible. Many things could not be accomplished without finances. 1 million star coins could not be squandered. He needed to devise a means to earn money. With this in mind, Qin Mu contemplated briefly before dialing Lin Yuan's contact number. You mentioned wanting to engage in some investment business. came Lin Yuan's puzzled voice from the personal terminal. Exactly. I wish to invest a few million. I wonder if Brother Lin has any promising projects to recommend, Qin Mu replied. Upon hearing the mention of millions, Lin Yuan was taken aback, unable to believe that Qin Mu could muster such an amount. After a moment of silence, he said, currently, lucrative projects are naturally tied to the martial arts industry. I won't even mention martial arts schools. You have first-hand experience as a coach. However, since we are coaches at the Xinjiang Martial Arts School, if we wish to open such a company, we would need to report to our superiors. Another avenue is the energy potion industry, which has already been monopolized by biotechnology companies, leaving ordinary individuals with no opportunities to participate. Best not to consider that. Then there's the training ground business. This sector has considerable potential for development. Upon hearing about the training ground, Qin Mu frowned slightly. Recalling the Xinjiang training ground he had frequented, which had reportedly gone bankrupt. If the business were thriving, how could it close so easily? Brother Lin, you must know about the Xinjiang Martial Arts School near the training ground. I heard it recently went under. Lin Yuan responded with mild surprise. Oh, you have been keeping tabs. I won't hide it from you. That location is quite favorable. I was thinking of finding a partner to take it over and run it together. How about it? If you invest 1 million star coins, I'll give you a 10 stake. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu did not rush to respond, but instead inquired, Brother Lin, if the training ground is merely for basic training, it seems there wouldn't be many consumers, and thus the profits wouldn't be substantial. Lin Yuan chuckled, I certainly wouldn't deceive you. The original training ground catered to the low-end market, hence the lack of profit. My plan is to target the high-end sector, building facilities like gravity training rooms and spiritual energy aggregation rooms for advanced martial artists, and even offering weaponry training. At worst, I could hire a few renowned instructors to oversee the teaching. Business should flourish. Moreover, I've received insider news that a first-rate martial university will soon be established in Jiang City, and with those martial university students as clientele, the business will only continue to grow. Qin Mu hadn't anticipated that Lin Yuan had such insider information. His eyes sparkled with interest, clearly intrigued. However, he remained uncertain about the extent of his investment. Lin Yuan suggested they discuss it in detail the following day, as it was getting late. The next morning, Qin Mu arrived at the martial arts school by 9 a.m., heading straight to the 18th floor to find Lu Hanmei. Originally, Qin Mu was unable to ascend to the 18th floor, but ever since he secured a spot in the internal competition, Lu Hanmei granted him special permission for unrestricted access. At this moment, Lu Hanmei was clad in combat attire, warming up, and upon seeing Qin Mu, she immediately halted her movements. Oh, you've arrived quite early. It seems you've made a resolute decision. Qin Mu, eschewing any pleasantries, stated his purpose directly. Instructor Lu, I wish to learn the collapsing mountain and shattering earth fist, as well as the blazing flame scarlet sky technique. Lu Hanmei did not elaborate further and promptly displayed her payment QR code. Upon witnessing the transfer of 1 million star coins, she activated the scanning feature on her personal terminal and said, First, add me to your contacts, and I shall send you the relevant materials on the techniques. After they exchanged contacts, Qin Mu merely glanced at the materials sent to him. He then stated, Instructor Lu, I would like to purchase some essence of a Xuanjia spirit turtle's blood. At this, Lu Hanmei paused slightly, her brow furrowing in contemplation. The Xuanjia spirit turtle is merely an E-grade starry beast. Even if you elevate the purity of its bloodline to 10, a significant gap still remains compared to other talents. Despite her skepticism towards Qin Mu, she did not wish to see such a promising prospect stray onto the wrong path. Thus, her words carried a hint of admonition and encouragement, as she trusted Qin Mu would comprehend her intent. However, Qin Mu remained undeterred, his expression earnest. I am certain I want to buy the essence of the Xuanjia spirit turtle's blood. Please provide me with 4 drops. Lu Hanmei's dissatisfaction became evident, her tone growing markedly colder. 4 drops cost 4 million star coins. Upon receiving the payment, she retrieved a box from within the room and handed it to Qin Mu, then promptly issued a dismissal. Qin Mu discerned her displeasure but felt powerless. He could hardly disclose the existence of his system. Moreover, he lacked sufficient funds to purify the D-grade bloodline power to 10. Thank you, Instructor Lu. He expressed his gratitude before turning to depart. As he watched Qin Mu's figure descend in the hovering lift, Lu Hanmei couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. What a pity. Such a shame. Only focusing on immediate gains and disregarding my advice will cost you dearly in the future, and the gap between you and others will only widen. Chapter 62. Fire Attribute Spiritual Energy. After leaving the 18th floor, Qin Mu headed to Lin Yuan's office. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had not yet arrived for work. The official start time was 9 o'clock, yet most employees, aside from those in special departments, typically arrived by 10. This behavior was tacitly acknowledged by the company's leadership. At 10 o'clock, Lin Yuan arrived punctually. The two engaged in a discussion about the training facility. After reviewing the proposal Lin Yuan had sent, Qin Mu rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The proposal was undeniably audacious and extravagant. It stated that the total planned investment for the Xinxin training facility was a staggering 100 million star coins. 100 million. The mere thought sent shivers down Qin Mu's spine. Just a month prior, he had been fretting over a few hundred star coins. And now someone was discussing a business deal worth 100 million. Goodness, could this be a trap? Qin Mu's gaze scrutinized Lin Yuan. It was no wonder he was skeptical, as the situation transcended his comprehension. Lin Yuan seemed to sense Qin Mu's doubts, but said nothing, leisurely sipping his tea. Unable to contain himself, Qin Mu queried, "Lin, isn't this 100 million investment a bit rash? With my current finances, I can only muster a maximum of 1 million star coins." Lin Yuan chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I cannot produce 100 million either. I intend to phase this project in 3 stages. For the first phase, we will invest 10 million to test the waters and assess market response." Hearing this, Qin Mu exhaled in relief. While 10 million was still a considerable sum, splitting it between them made it manageable. The two continued their discussion for quite some time, covering expenses related to venue, equipment, and staff. Everything involving star coin expenditures required thorough understanding. Eventually, Lin Yuan brought up a particularly crucial point. Once the training facility is operational, we must enlist a renowned instructor to enhance its visibility. The cost for this will start at a minimum of 100,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu nodded in agreement. He acknowledged the necessity, but, given his lack of familiarity with any esteemed instructors, left that task to Lin Yuan. After finalizing the details, they signed the agreement on the spot. Qin Mu had nearly 5 million star coins remaining, and, considering the need to purchase bloodline potions and cover other miscellaneous expenses, he ultimately invested 3 million star coins, securing a 30 stake in the company. After leaving the office, Qin Mu proceeded to guide Wang Zitao in his training. Following a lunch break, he ascended to the second floor to practice his techniques. Rather than rushing into a new technique, he first focused on perfecting the extreme intent skill. This training lasted 2 hours. At this moment, Qin Mu sat cross-legged, allowing sweat to stream down the sides of his face, his eyes tightly shut. He moved his hands, and a tempest seemed to arise around him, causing the surrounding equipment to tremble, the temperature plummeting sharply, and a faint sound reminiscent of ice cracking could be heard. Suddenly, 3 white suns materialized behind him, encircled by countless streaks of white lightning, emanating a fearsome energy. In an instant, the 3 suns fused into one. Ding! Dégâts technique extrême un skill perfected. Congratulations, host genetic potential has increased by 0.2. Qin Mu took a deep breath, then opened his eyes, the surroundings returning to tranquility. His expression was one of surprise as he noted. The 3 intent energies cultivated from the perfected extreme intent skill can actually transform into energy orbs for direct attack. While the attack power of intent energy was relatively low, its advantage lay in stealth and difficulty of detection. Now, being able to convert it into energy orbs for direct assault significantly amplified its power, rivaling that of the mountain-shaking fist. Elated by this newfound capability, Qin Mu was filled with anticipation for the advanced technique, the 9-yang extreme intent skill. Regrettably, he could not afford it at present. Acquiring an A-grade technique was not merely a matter of financial capability, but also tied to contribution requirements. The 9-yang extreme intent skill, as the signature technique of the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall, necessitated either a promotion to a senior position or significant contributions. Otherwise, learning it was impossible. Qin Mu shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and gestured for Wang Zitao to come over. "Come, let's commence the lesson." In order to expedite Wang Zitao's progress, Qin Mu had been diligently guiding him without slacking off at work. Wang Zitao trained earnestly, yet his comprehension was limited. He barely achieved level 2 in the 10th set of calisthenics. Meanwhile, Qin Mu's sister, Qin Hongdo, having received Qin Mu's insights on training, appeared to be on a roll, advancing 3 levels in the 10th set of calisthenics in a single day, astonishing both her instructors and coaches who hailed her as a genius. Absorbed in his own work and training, Qin Mu remained oblivious to these developments. After work, he returned home to move some personal belongings to the villa estate. Once everything was arranged, the clock struck 9 in the evening. After a light dinner, he proceeded to the training facility to begin his practice. System. Unlock B-grade technique, blazing flame, scarlet sky. Ding. Congratulations, Host has successfully entered the Blazing Flame Scarlet Sky technique. 0600. Unlocking successful. Subsequently, Qin Mu began watching the instructional videos and reading the technique's introduction. One particular point immediately captured his attention. Blazing Flame Scarlet Sky. Fire intent achieved. Training in this technique can imbue spiritual energy with the fire attribute. A smile spread across Qin Mu's face. Spiritual energy itself was a form of energy. If it could be endowed with attributes, it would naturally enhance its offensive capabilities. Previously, the esteemed instructor He Qing had suggested that he use the intent energy from the extreme intent skill to communicate with the bloodline power to acquire a spiritual energy attribute. But he had never found the time to attempt it. Little did he expect that the Blazing Flame Scarlet Sky technique would offer this very benefit, thus sparing him considerable effort. Suddenly, Qin Mu's expression turned contemplative. The synergy between psychic attributes and divine powers can unleash formidable strength. However, I wonder if the S-Class Dragon Bloodlines comprehension aligns with the fire attribute. The Starry Sky Behemoth, the Xuanjia Spirit Turtle, is a creature of the Earth attribute. Thus, any divine power derived from it would naturally pertain to that element. As previously demonstrated by Xiaoxiao's Crimson Flame and Lu Tianqing's Inferno Burst. Both are manifestations of fire attribute powers. As for the classification of the Starry Sky Behemoth, that remains unknown. Qin Mu did not ponder further and immediately commenced earnest training. He meticulously deconstructed each move, practicing gradually. Yet, as it was a B-class technique, it encompassed profound esoteric knowledge that eluded his understanding, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. After more than 3 hours of trial and error, he managed to memorize all the techniques and key points. Yet he still had not completed a single training session. It seemed he would need to consult someone. His first thought was of He Qing, but regrettably, since the assessment concluded, he had not logged in again. With a sense of helplessness, he posted a bounty for assistance on the Master Network. Even after raising the reward to 20,000 star coins, he received no responses. Increasing the price further would exceed his budget. Qin Mu sighed. It appears that tomorrow he must pay a visit to Lu Hanmei once more. Chapter 63. The Simulated Training Room. Entry. As the morning breeze caressed his face, Qin Mu sat up and promptly stretched. The villa was splendid. Not only was the room spacious, but it also boasted every conceivable amenity. Even the bed was exceptionally comfortable, soft, and inviting. He took the time to check online. Astonishingly, the bed was valued at 100,000 star coins. No wonder it felt so indulgent. Carefully, he smoothed out the bed linens before dressing and freshening up. Afterward, he casually purchased a light breakfast outside the villa community and made his way to the martial arts hall. Upon arrival, it was precisely 10 o'clock. Today, Qin Mu had specially instructed Wang Zitao to train independently, so Wang had not come to the hall at all. After inquiring with the receptionist, Qin Mu took the floating elevator to the 18th floor. Upon arriving, he gently knocked on the door. Gumin, with Lu Hanmei's consent, Qin Mu entered. At that moment, Lu Hanmei was engaged in warm-up exercises, showing no sign of pausing even with his entrance. Today, she appeared different from usual, wearing a slightly loose white t-shirt. Her wrists wrapped in several loops of white bandages and fitted training attire on her lower body. Such peculiar attire caught Qin Mu's eye, and in those fleeting glances, he inadvertently caught sight of the hint of a delicate curve, causing a rush of heat to surge within him, prompting him to awkwardly turn his face aside. Lu Hanmei seemed to sense this. Rather than becoming angry, a smile graced her lips as she asked, "Do you find it appealing?" Qin Mu hastily shook his head and hands, exclaiming, "I dare not. It is indeed appealing, but I truly cannot gaze upon it." Setting aside Lu Hanmei's identity, even her extraordinary prowess as a martial artist was an existence beyond Qin Mu's daring imagination. In his experience, while Lu Hanmei was slightly older, her beauty rivaled that of any campus belle. Lu Qian was gentle and reserved. Wang Yuru was fiery and straightforward. Zhao Xiaoxiao was aloof and proud. While Ling Xiaoxiao was sizzling and explosive. Lu Hanmei, however, was cold and elegant, leaving one entirely uncertain of her thoughts. One might even unwittingly meet their demise in confusion. With a gentle smile, Lu Hanmei chose not to elaborate further and instead donned a cloak draped beside her. Seizing the moment, Qin Mu spoke, "Coach Lu, I would like to request your guidance on the cultivation of the Burning Flame Crimson Sky technique." Certainly, Lu Hanmei responded without hesitation. But before Qin Mu could express his joy, she added, "You simply need to pay." Qin Mu's expression twitched slightly. He had assumed that purchasing the technique would include some complimentary guidance, but it appeared he had been overly optimistic. Lu Hanmei's gaze was piercing as she scrutinized Qin Mu for a moment, her tone devoid of any warmth as she stated, "Considering you are acquiring the cultivation rights from me, I shall offer you the lowest rate for guidance, 10,000 star coins per hour." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu nodded. The coaching fees for a gold-level instructor indeed began at 10,000 star coins, so she had granted him a concession. Seeing he did not object, Lu Hanmei continued. The Burning Flame Crimson Sky Fist is a B-class technique with specific environmental requirements for cultivation, even if you possess the highest talent. Entering the initial stage without the proper setting is impossible. But rest assured, since you have purchased my course, I will certainly teach you how to begin. She pointed to a nearby door plaque, saying, "Do you see those words? Simulated training room. Only by training there can you swiftly enter the initial stage." The simulated training room. Qin Mu had heard of it from Lin Yuan while discussing their company. This facility could replicate a training environment. Due to its high cost, the fee was exorbitant, 10,000 star coins per hour. Qin Mu wished to save money, but in such matters, frugality was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. Afterward, he inquired further about aspects of the technique he did not understand. Lu Hanmei answered each question succinctly, addressing the core issues with clarity, allowing Qin Mu to grasp the concepts easily. He could not help but marvel. A gold-level instructor truly lived up to the reputation. Half an hour later, Qin Mu stepped into the simulated training room. As the door closed behind him, the entire ambience of the room transformed instantaneously. The once smooth floor morphed into a searing magma inferno. The scorching heat roared, elevating the temperature to an extreme. Qin Mu felt as though he were being incinerated. The suffocating pain surged relentlessly, and despite Lu Hanmei's prior warnings, he was overwhelmed by an urgent desire to flee. Everything felt so vividly real, from the visual sensations to the tactile experiences, leaving no trace of falsehood. An impulse to scream and wail surged within him, but at that moment, Lu Hanmei's voice echoed in his mind. Focus your breath, clear your mind of distractions, and commence the cultivation of the Burning Flame Crimson Sky technique. Once you have entered the initial stage, you may leave. The challenge of entering the initial stage of the Burning Flame Crimson Sky technique lay within the fire attribute. Only in a searing hot environment could one effectively cultivate the fire attribute, and once the initial stage was achieved, such conditions would no longer be necessary. Although the scenes simulated within the training room were mere illusions, their extreme realism deceived the senses of those within, and prolonged exposure could lead to significant mental strain. Particularly for those with wavering resolve, it could even result in permanent damage. Lu Hanmei recognized Qin Mu's talent and believed he should be able to enter the initial stage within an hour, thus she did not worry excessively. Yet, she had overestimated him. An entire hour passed, and Qin Mu showed no signs of entering the initial stage. Instead, he appeared increasingly dazed. How could this be? An hour had elapsed, yet he was still practicing the preceding moves. Was his talent not as remarkable as anticipated? Frowning, she contemplated whether to immediately terminate the simulation. Inside the training room, Qin Mu felt as if he were melting away. He could only repeat in his mind that everything was an illusion, striving to maintain his composure. However, the Burning Flame Crimson Sky technique proved even more challenging to cultivate than he had imagined. Each time he executed a move, the subsequent one inexplicably slipped from his memory, rendering continuous practice impossible. Consequently, he could only alternate between recalling previous moves and attempting to practice them, severely hampering his progress. As the hour ticked away, he felt both anxious and regretful. 10,000 star coins had vanished just like that. What a waste. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, determined to regain his focus. Outside, Lu Hanmei had just decided to halt the simulation when she noticed his renewed vigor and abandoned the thought. Entering the simulated training room for the first time required no prerequisites, but returning necessitated a recovery period ranging from half a month to a month. And unless in dire circumstances, she was reluctant to halt it now. Unbeknownst to Qin Mu, such a requirement existed. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: saving money. In the second hour, he was determined to achieve entry into the initial stage, no matter what. However, yet another hour has passed. He remains unsuccessful. Once more, Qin Mu's eyes glowed crimson, his voice a thunderous roar. Observing this, outside the door, Lu Hanmei wore a complex expression. Qin Mu's unwavering willpower left her in awe, yet she could not comprehend why he had failed to make any progress after 2 hours. She shook her head with a sigh. Truly, this person is remarkable. As time ticked by, Qin Mu was left to rely solely on instinct. Even the most ironclad determination has its breaking point, and just as his spirit teetered on the edge, he completed the final move. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have entered the B-level technique, the Blazing Flame Red Sky Formula. 1. 600. Chapter 64. Absorbing the essence of blood plasma. When Qin Mu awoke, the clock read 4 in the afternoon. He immediately summoned his spiritual energy. What was once transparent energy transformed into a blazing inferno, its potency more than doubled from before. Seeing this, a flicker of relief crossed Qin Mu's face. In the simulated training chamber, he had not only endured 4 hours of torment, but had also expended 40,000 star coins. If he had not succeeded in mastering the Blazing Flame Red Sky formula, he would have had to consider switching to another technique. It seems his mind has not been scorched. Lu Hanmei appeared behind Qin Mu at some point, scrutinizing him with a serious gaze, an unusual expression gleaming in her eyes. Qin Mu straightened his chest and declared, "It is merely a simulated flame. How could I possibly be frightened?" In response, Lu Hanmei rolled her eyes. Had she not witnessed the entire process, she might have believed his fabricated bravado. Sustaining damage to one's intellect is no trivial matter. She admonished, "You should go to the examination department for a brain checkup." Very well. Qin Mu nodded in agreement. A free examination, why not take advantage of it? A moment passed in silence, the atmosphere thick with an inexplicable awkwardness. Lu Hanmei continued to scrutinize Qin Mu in silence, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. 4 hours to enter the Blazing Flame Red Sky formula. Could such talent have truly bested Lu Tianqing? Was it a rare gift or merely a fleeting brilliance? She did not believe Lu Tianqing to be exceptionally gifted. That was only in comparison to the elite few. With a population of over 100 billion in the Jingyao province, to rank among the top 100 peers is a testament to extraordinary talent. Yet here stood Qin Mu, hailing from a third-tier city, a grassroots individual with no background, capable of defeating the affluent Lu Tianqing, a feat unprecedented. Thus, from the beginning, she regarded Qin Mu as a person of potential, believing his current shortcomings were merely due to a lack of resources. However, the 4 hours he had just endured shattered her perception. A true genius could master a technique in an hour. A somewhat lesser genius could do so in 2. For hours to merely enter the gateway, such a feat could only be attributed to an ordinary individual, a mediocre one. She sighed, her expression returning to calm as she spoke softly. "My mistake. The B-level technique does not suit you. I should not have recommended the Blazing Flame Red Sky formula. Qin Mu, let me offer you a piece of advice. At your current level, if you wish to achieve a significant boost in strength in the short term, it would be best to switch to another technique. Otherwise, you will never secure a spot in the Martial Arts Alliance competition." Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. Switch technique? What nonsense! Has my mind been scorched? After so much effort to enter, how could I possibly give up now? He surmised Lu Hanmei's reasoning. Acknowledging his average talent, he knew he could not compare to true geniuses, but that was inconsequential, for he had his advantages. With a proficiency panel at his disposal, he would still be troubled by the difficulty of cultivating a technique. It is merely a B-level technique. In 10 days, I shall surely master it. Qin Mu mused inwardly, yet spoke softly. "Coach Lu, are you suggesting I am allowed to request a refund?" "Refund?" A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Hanmei's face. She momentarily failed to grasp the essence of his words. Once she realized, she immediately shot Qin Mu an exasperated look. Such a money-obsessed fool, dreaming of a refund. She replied with a hint of disdain. "With your talent, it is a waste to cultivate a B-level technique. A C-level would be more appropriate." Qin Mu retorted, "I believe the B-level is quite adequate. If only Coach Lu could procure the 9-yang extreme intent technique for me, that would be splendid." Lu Hanmei chuckled lightly, unhesitatingly turning to leave, tossing back a parting remark. "Remember to transfer 80,000 star coins to the company account." Qin Mu's mouth dropped open in shock. 80,000? Where did that figure come from? Wasn't it supposed to be 50,000? "Coach Lu, wait a moment. Let's clarify this." No matter how Qin Mu called out, Lu Hanmei seemed deaf to his pleas, growing ever more distant, until she eventually soared into the air. Yes, she flew away. Extraordinary martial artists possess the ability to defy gravity and achieve flight. After departing from the 18th floor, Qin Mu first underwent a brain examination, which revealed no issues. Before exiting the martial arts hall and heading to the 13th middle school to purchase an E-level perfect bloodline potion. Having entered the Blazing Flame Red Sky formula, he was not in a hurry to begin cultivation. Rather, he aimed to enhance the purity of his bloodline power first. Upon arriving at the 13th middle school, he greeted Coach Jian from the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall, then promptly pulled his sister Qin Hongdo aside. After a period of separation, the girl had gained a rounder face, clearly indicating she had been well fed. He couldn't help but pinch her cheeks a few times, much to her chagrin, while her companion, Su Lingyin, hurriedly stepped back to avoid the fallout. Hey, I warn you, I've taken an old man as my master. Before long, my strength will surpass yours. And then I shall also pinch your face. Hearing this, Qin Mu laughed heartily. Little girl, you never saw this coming. The old man is your brother, a rebellious disciple. How audacious. After teasing her for a while, he finally ceased, producing the bloodline potion. Here, brother doesn't pinch you for no reason. This bloodline potion is a reward for you. Upon hearing of such a precious reward, Qin Hongdo's previously angry expression instantly morphed into delight, her big eyes sparkling. Brother, you came to visit, and you brought such a valuable gift. Though she said this, her hands were already examining the potion eagerly. Qin Mu offered a brief explanation before urging her to consume it. Ding! Family member Qin Hongdo successfully absorbed ill-level bloodline power from the Xuanjia spirit tortoise. Congratulations, host. You have obtained ill-level bloodline power from the Xuanjia spirit tortoise with a purity of 1. Upon receiving the system notification, Qin Mu lamented inwardly. Under his sister's astonished gaze, he produced another bloodline potion. Soon, the results were in, and he was fortunate to achieve a purity of 2. With this, Qin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the Xuanjia spirit tortoise bloodline purity had reached 5, he had effectively avoided the need for another dose. After exchanging a few words, Qin Mu immediately departed the 13th middle school and returned to the villa estate. After dining with Wang Zitao, the two proceeded to the training ground to cultivate. Qin Mu first guided Wang Zitao in training until after 9 in the evening, at which point he retrieved a box containing the blood plasma essence. Inside was a drop of blood sealed within a glass container, its appearance indistinguishable from that of human blood. Qin Mu studied the usage instructions for a moment before taking a vial and pouring its contents into his mouth. In an instant, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, cold sweat breaking out. It was as if a powerful will descended from the heavens, exerting pressure upon his very being. Qin Mu quickly closed his eyes and held his breath, striving to control his mind. Yet within his consciousness, a tempest raged. Roars echoed incessantly, reminiscent of a colossal beast bellowing. Vivid images flashed in his memory. A gargantuan tortoise, bearing mountains upon its back, far larger than a starship, traversing the void. Its immense form shattered all in its path, as if it were howling, "Return my blood." Qin Mu could not fathom how humanity could ever obtain blood from such a formidable entity, let alone hunt it down. It appears that the might of humanity far surpasses my comprehension. Qin Mu murmured to himself, his conviction to grow stronger solidifying at that moment. Chapter 65. The Spiritual Energy Training Room. The following morning, Qin Mu arrived at the martial arts hall early. Today was yet another day of doing nothing. Wang Ziding had already concluded his martial arts classes at the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall, and he no longer needed to attend. Of course, he could come if he wished, but it would require an additional fee. Qin Mu was now a black iron level instructor and had no need to guide lower level martial arts introductory classes. Moreover, Lin Yuan had no new work assignments for him, leaving him with no immediate tasks. Thus, he decided to engage in some leisurely cultivation. His early arrival was solely to utilize the spiritual energy training room. Last night, he had learned that in order to absorb the essence of the blood plasma from the cosmic behemoths, assistance from spiritual energy was necessary for refinement. With his current spiritual energy levels, he would exhaust it in less than half an hour, and it would take considerable time to restore it to optimal levels. At this rate, absorbing a single drop of blood plasma essence would take him over half a month. The internal competition of the Martial Arts Alliance would soon be held, and he did not have the luxury of time to absorb it slowly. Thus, he could only seek help from the spiritual energy training room. As the name suggests, the spiritual energy training room is a place abundant in spiritual energy. With such ample energy, absorption and recovery would be swift. However, the cost of using the training room was not negligible, requiring 10,000 star coins per hour. After explaining his intentions to the staff, Qin Mu swiped his card and promptly entered a training room. As soon as he stepped inside, the door closed automatically, and a wave of pure spiritual energy enveloped him, causing his pores to open wide and his blood to surge fervently. Qin Mu immediately settled into a cross-legged position, focusing intently on refining and absorbing the blood plasma essence. Time passed steadily, and he practiced for the better part of the day. Finally, he completely absorbed a drop of blood plasma essence, resulting in a corresponding increase in the purity of his Xuanjia spirit turtle bloodline to 6. More. Qin Mu rejoiced, dismissing any thoughts of stepping out for a meal. And without hesitation, he retrieved another vial of blood plasma essence to consume. As before, the will of the Xuanjia spirit turtle emerged from within the blood. Having gained experience from the previous encounter, Qin Mu handled the wave a little more adeptly this time, quickly withstanding its onslaught and greedily absorbing the essence. Soon, the workday came to an end, and Qin Mu reluctantly ceased his cultivation. For the next 2 days, he continued this rigorous practice, fearing a depletion of his stamina. He also consumed a vial of nutrient solution. With such relentless expenditure, he swiftly absorbed 4 drops of blood plasma essence, elevating the purity of the Xuanjia spirit turtle bloodline to 9. At this moment, Qin Mu's eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. He had finally reached the moment to witness a miracle. He spoke with a hint of urgency. System, initiate bloodline augmentation. Please confirm the direction of augmentation. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu declared, augment to the dragon bloodline. The results were soon in. Ding. Augmentation complete. Congratulations, host. S-level dragon bloodline increased by 9. Congratulations, host. Genetic potential increased by 9. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu immediately directed his gaze to his personal information panel. Host, Qin Mu. Genetic potential, 266. Physical ability, 260. Mentality, 260. Spiritual energy, 220. Bloodline power, S-level, dragon bloodline, 1001. Techniques, 10 set of radio gymnastics level 9, max. Basic fist technique level 7, max. E-level combat skill mountain shaking fist perfected. C-level step technique, smoke step perfected. D-level technique ultimate intent perfected. B-level technique blazing sky technique beginner. 1-600. Family level, third-rate martial artist family. Skills, bloodline resonance. Family additions, 3, in gestation. After reviewing the information, Qin Mu stood frozen for a full 10 seconds. Genetic potential, 266. Nearly doubling, it felt like a dream. Previously, every increase of 2 in the purity of the Xuanjia spirit turtle bloodline corresponded to an increase of 1 in genetic potential. Qin Mu had assumed the dragon bloodline would follow suit, but it turned out to be obstinately 1-to-1. With a genetic potential of 266, he was nearing the strength of a 3-star martial artist. Who among this cohort of candidates could boast such high figures? He had directly secured his spot in the Martial Arts Alliance competition. At this moment, he had truly surpassed Lu Tianqing, stepping into the first tier of genius. Ha ha ha. Qin Mu laughed heartily, even shedding tears of joy. However, his laughter was short-lived, as his expression soon fell. A notification chimed from his personal terminal, indicating that his account balance was depleted. If he could not pay promptly, the spiritual energy training room would automatically shut down. If it closed, so be it. He had no further use for it now. What troubled him was that he had been drained dry, reduced to a penniless existence devoid of identity. How fleeting the money could vanish. As Qin Mu exited the spiritual energy training room, he couldn't help but lament. Just a week ago, he had been a wealthy individual holding millions of star coins, and now he found himself unable to produce even a single star coin, leaving him in a state of amusement. I wonder how Brother Lin has been preparing the company? Qin Mu murmured, only to turn a corner and encounter the last person he wished to see, Lu Hanmei. At that moment, Lu Hanmei was clad in loose-fitting attire, and her previously long hair had been cut short. She radiated a cheerful aura, walking with an inexplicable strangeness, as if she were pregnant. A term flashed through Qin Mu's mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He had learned from Lin Yuan that Lu Hanmei was an ardent advocate of individualism. In other words, she was blissfully single and had never considered seeking a partner, believing none could possibly be worthy of her. How could such a formidable and proud woman ever find herself with child? The two exchanged slight nods before passing each other. Not far along, however, Lu Hanmei halted, gazing in the direction Qin Mu had departed, her brow furrowing as she remarked, strange, why do I feel his aura has significantly strengthened? Could it be my imagination? She nodded to herself. It seems I should stay up late less often and strive to rest more. As she spoke, she gently caressed her abdomen, a maternal glow illuminating her face. Chapter 66, 5 Divine Abilities. The Terror of S-Class. Qin Mu first returned to the villa estate to share a meal with Wang Ziding. After satisfying his hunger, he made his way to the internal training facility. Upon entering a training room, he immediately settled into a cross-legged position. With his bloodline power now at 10, it was time to comprehend the attribute divine abilities. However, before commencing, he needed to gather some knowledge. As for where to find it, the Master Network was undoubtedly the best place. Unfortunately, the people there were quite pragmatic. Without money, no one would pay you any heed. Qin Mu, holding on to a glimmer of hope, sent a message to He Qing and waited for 10 minutes without a reply, ultimately giving up and turning to the Star Network for information. The explanations regarding attribute divine abilities on the star network were vague and incomplete, far less comprehensive than what Qin Mu already knew. It became clear to Qin Mu that the star network offered little in the way of advanced martial arts knowledge. It was uncertain whether this was due to the imperial government intentionally controlling information dissemination or simply a lack of strong individuals sharing their insights on the star network. Qin Mu sensed that both scenarios were plausible. This was not a good sign. It could imply that the imperial government was not as benevolent toward the common folk as it appeared, subtly restricting their opportunities for advancement and confining their understanding to a controlled extent. What role, then, did the martial arts university, the martial arts hall, and the master network play in all of this? Qin Mu shook his head, realizing he was overthinking. In light of his current, insignificant status, overthinking was akin to inviting unnecessary troubles upon himself. He took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its utmost potential, then closed his eyes, holding his breath and concentrating, as he endeavored to communicate with the latent power of his bloodline. From the information he had gathered, the so-called comprehension of attribute supernatural powers was merely a meditation on the energy emanating from one's bloodline, harnessing it for personal use. As for the process, Qin Mu was uncertain. However, he understood the concept of meditation. He quietly activated his techniques, simultaneously reciting the essence of the dragon bloodline in his mind, guiding the spiritual energy to circulate within his meridians as the blood within his body gradually began to stir. He recalled the scene of absorbing the essence of the Xuanjia spirit turtle's blood plasma and wondered if it was necessary to awaken the will within his bloodline power to facilitate comprehension. Resolute in his thoughts, he bit into his lip, allowing the blood to flow and swallowing it down. Immediately, he commanded the spiritual energy to envelop and absorb the blood. It worked. A look of joy spread across Qin Mu's face. For a fleeting moment, a vision flashed through his mind, though it vanished in an instant. He was certain it had been effective. Steeling himself, he urged the spiritual energy to slice across his wrist. Vivid and scalding blood gushed forth, and he quickly took several hearty sips, feeling dizzy after a few rounds, questioning whether this was indeed the method for comprehending attribute spiritual energy. He feared that if he continued, he might faint from blood loss. Yet, he found it difficult to relinquish the endeavor. After resolving to try a few more times, he decided that if it didn't work, he would temporarily abandon it. With determination, Qin Mu took several more gulps. The experience of drinking his own fresh blood was indescribable. Given a choice, he would rather face death than resort to such a method. Half an hour passed, and Qin Mu appeared despondent, but in the next moment, his eyes widened in sheer ecstasy. It was happening. His vision darkened, and he felt as though he had entered an unknown realm, surrounded by nothingness. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed, as if from the depths of antiquity, shattering the surroundings in an instant, freezing everything in time. Qin Mu lost the capacity to think, unaware of how much time had elapsed. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of dissolution, a beam of light descended from the void, shimmering green, offering him salvation. Then, a flicker of flame incinerated him into nothingness, followed by a golden flash that obliterated both his physical form and consciousness. In this manner, Qin Mu oscillated between life and death repeatedly, until he was uncertain how his awareness returned to him. He gasped for air, his body trembling uncontrollably, and after some time, he regained his composure. What manner of existence was this dragon bloodline? Reflecting on everything that had transpired in his mind, Qin Mu murmured to himself. Compared to the E-grade Xuanjia spirit turtle bloodline, he could at least perceive the entity itself. Yet with this S-grade dragon bloodline, he had seen not a trace of it, nor understood what the descending light had been. He glanced at the time. Goodness, it was already 1 a.m. Unbeknownst to him, so much time had slipped away. Unsure if he had comprehended the attribute supernatural powers, he focused his thoughts and summoned his spiritual energy. Upon a mere glance, he rubbed his eyes, incredulous at the scene before him. At that moment, the spiritual energy was rapidly flickering and changing, radiating various hues akin to the beam of light he had witnessed in his mind. Qin Mu counted carefully and discovered 5 distinct attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Were these the 5 attributes? Surprised, he felt his memories concerning attribute supernatural powers resurface, and he slightly closed his eyes before reopening them, emanating a sharp brilliance. He directed his gaze towards the system's personal information panel under the technique section. Techniques, supernatural powers. Metal, unlocked. Wood, unlocked. Water, unlocked. Fire, breath of destruction, unlocked. Earth, shield of Xuanjia, unlocked. 5 distinct attribute supernatural powers. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned in his understanding. A single bloodline power could only comprehend one attribute supernatural power. Why was it defying logic by presenting 5 at once? Confounded yet elated, he decided to test his abilities. Aside from the fire and earth supernatural powers, he found no means to activate the other 3. Nevertheless, he was able to flexibly switch between the 5 attributes of spiritual energy, which represented a significant enhancement to his overall strength. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since the system categorized supernatural powers under the technique section, did it imply that he could use proficiency unlock opportunities to train and attribute supernatural powers? Currently, without any proficiency unlock opportunities to test, he felt this notion was likely accurate. At this moment, he recalled the Life Cultivation Center. He had been so occupied lately that he almost forgot this crucial matter. Checking the time, it was not yet 2 in the morning, just perfect. He returned to his room, freshened up, donned his attire, and set out. The Life Cultivation Center was less than 10 kilometers away from the villa community. Utilizing the Luo Yin step, he arrived at his destination in under 10 minutes. At this hour, the Life Cultivation Center was still bustling with activity, with people coming and going in droves. Most of them were young men of a similar age to Qin Mu, with the occasional older faces prompting him to admire their dedication to humanity. Age may advance, but the spirit remains youthful. Quietly ascending to the 2nd floor and stating his purpose, the staff received him with extraordinary enthusiasm. Mr. Qin, you are now a martial artist. As per our center's requirements, we must conduct a comprehensive examination of your body. Very well, Qin Mu nodded, following the staff member for the assessment. After a 10-minute wait, a female staff member rushed out, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, Mr. Qin, wonderful news, splendid news. The test results are in. You not only possess martial artist genes, but also a bloodline of far greater than 1 purity. In contrast, Qin Mu maintained his composure. This information was already evident from the system. However, he was perplexed as to why the Life Cultivation Center had failed to ascertain the specific purity. He inquired about what he was most concerned about. May I ask, given my conditions, what reward can I expect? The female staff member placed her hands on her chest, steadying her excitement as she responded, Our detection equipment has limited functionality and could not precisely measure your bloodline purity. Based on the current results, each time you update your gene pool, you'll earn a minimum of 100,000 star coins. If you are willing to provide your data for precise testing and research by biological institutions, you could potentially receive a reward of 1 million star coins. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless by the sheer value of such a revelation. This was an astounding fortune, endlessly replenishing. It was a veritable treasure trove. He began to contemplate whether he should procure insurance for himself. Being so exceptional, he might attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. The 2nd floor was crowded, and the female staff member's exuberant voice had ensured that everyone heard her. They cast envious and jealous glances at Qin Mu, seemingly eager to discern where their own shortcomings lay. Goodness, is he adorned with diamonds? Why is he so valued? A minimum of 100,000 star coins. Potentially even 1 million. How can such a high price exist? I only earn 5,000 star coins at a time. How embarrassing. I only earn 1,000 star coins at a time. To make 100,000 star coins, I do need to earn it 100 times? What a daunting task. Surrounded by their murmurs of awe, Qin Mu followed the staff to a VIP room. There, the accommodations were more spacious and luxurious, with a wider array of services, which left him thoroughly satisfied. An hour later, he departed the Life Cultivation Center feeling rejuvenated and relaxed. Upon returning to his room, he collapsed on his bed and fell into a deep slumber until dawn. The following morning, Qin Mu awoke punctually, rubbing the sleep from his bleary eyes as he perused his unread messages. The first notification was from the Life Cultivation Center, conveying that the rewards had been dispersed and expressing gratitude for Qin Mu's support of their institution. The message concluded with an inquiry regarding his recent availability, as the director of the center wished to meet him. Upon reading this, Qin Mu immediately surmised their intentions. While taking the updated gene pool to the Biological Research Institute could yield greater rewards, it would not provide him with opportunities to unlock proficiency. Moreover, the notion of sending it for study unsettled him. He felt an instinctive reluctance, even a slight aversion. Thus, he did not deliberate further and declined the offer. Less than an hour after his refusal, another message from the Life Cultivation Center arrived. This time, it was a formal notification. His gene pool had successfully matched. Ding! A family member is currently in gestation. Reward: 1 proficiency unlock opportunity. The system's prompt followed suit. Qin Mu pondered momentarily before addressing the system. System. Unlock the fire. Breath of destruction ability for me. Ding. Ability. Fire. Breath of destruction. Entry level 101,000. A look of confusion flickered across Qin Mu's face. To have received 100 points of cultivation time upon the initial unlocking of this ability was unexpected. Where had it come from? Was it due to the cultivation methods? He recalled the cultivation techniques, Extreme Intent and Burning Flame Scarlet Void technique, both of which belonged to the fire attribute. Could it be that practicing corresponding attribute techniques would enhance the power of the abilities? Without hesitation, Qin Mu began to practice the Burning Flame Scarlet Void technique, and his hypothesis was quickly validated. The enhancement of attribute abilities was indeed closely tied to the cultivation methods, albeit the improvement was rather limited and excruciatingly slow. The existing 100 points were derived from perfecting the Extreme Intent technique. This implied that to gain an additional 100 points, he would need to bring at least one fire attribute degrade technique to perfection. The higher the grade of the technique, the greater the enhancement. For Qin Mu, this could be perceived as both easy and difficult. It was easy in the sense that he could earn enough star coins to purchase techniques and martial skills, with the upcoming inter-organization competition being a lucrative opportunity. However, the challenge lay in acquiring sufficient proficiency unlock opportunities, which were scarce. He could only update his gene pool twice a month, granting him merely 2 proficiency unlock opportunities, and the efficiency of successful matching had to be considered. Delays in matching could lead to wasted time and waiting. Presently, he needed to unlock 4 attribute abilities and an additional martial skill, which meant it could take a minimum of 3 months to complete all unlocks. Too long. Qin Mu could not help but shake his head in lamentation, wishing for more proficiency unlock opportunities. With limited family members and his mother and second aunt currently pregnant, any further pregnancies would have to wait until next year. His urgency stemmed from a desire to bolster his strength and ensure a flawless performance in the competition. Waiting until next year would be an exercise in futility. What could he do? Perhaps take his father and second uncle to the Life Cultivation Center? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head again. It would be futile, as their genetic conditions made successful matching highly improbable. It seemed he could only rely on Rong Tang. With a newfound resolve, Qin Mu promptly dialed Qin Rong Tang's number. Hello, Rong Tang. I have a matter I need your assistance with. Brother, just say the word. If it's within my capability, I will certainly help. With those reassuring words, Qin Mu felt a sense of relief. The two soon met. After listening to Qin Mu's explanation, Qin Rong Tang's jaw dropped in astonishment. Brother, it's one thing for you to fall from grace, but now you want to drag me down with you. That's not how you just phrased it. Qin Mu shot back, narrowing his eyes. How much genetic potential do you possess now? 89, Qin Rong Tang replied. Qin Mu couldn't help but sigh. You're quite lacking. My cousin originally had a genetic potential of 69, and after utilizing a bloodline potion, it only increased by 2. Yet, during this time, you've made no progress in your cultivation. Without the qualifications of a quasi-martial artist, rapid matching success was virtually impossible. Thus, Qin Mu resolved to first elevate Qin Rong Tang's genetic potential. Qin Rong Tang, feeling awkward, retorted defiantly, where have I fallen short? If it weren't for a lack of cultivation resources, I would have already stepped into the realm of quasi-martial artists. Qin Mu, puzzled, inquired. Didn't your uncle use the government-awarded funds to buy you energy potions? And, as the top scorer in the martial examination, you could easily earn hundreds of thousands of star coins through brand endorsements. Recently, Qin Mu had frequently seen advertisements featuring Sun Xinghe, who, despite only being 4th, was continuously securing endorsements. Surely his cousin, as the top scorer, could have earned over 1 million. Upon hearing this, Qin Rong Tang's expression turned uneasy as he lowered his head. While he had indeed received numerous advertising offers from various brands, he had refrained from accepting them due to his status as a watered-down top scorer. As for the government-awarded star coins, he had mostly used them to settle family debts. Observing his cousin's demeanor, Qin Mu surmised the underlying reasons. Youthful pride and lack of life experience were at play. Had the opportunity for easy money been presented to him, he would have seized it without hesitation. Brands sought him out for his reputation, not his innate talent, and, as a non-quasi-martial artist, his first-place finish would naturally raise suspicions of foul play. Now, he had unwittingly forfeited a chance to amass wealth. However, discussing this matter further would be futile. Qin Mu shifted the conversation directly, stating, begin your cultivation now. Once you break through to quasi-martial artist, we will head to the Life Cultivation Center. Isn't that a bit rushed? Qin Rong Tang appeared hesitant, clearly lacking confidence in his ability to breach his genetic potential. Enough chatter. You have 1 hour. Whether you break through or not, we're going to the Life Cultivation Center, Qin Mu decisively concluded. His confidence lay not in his cousin, but rather in the bloodline resonance skill. He thought to himself, if that girl Dodo could advance 3 levels in a single day, how could you possibly fail? As he urged Qin Rongtang to cultivate, he discreetly activated his skill and began communicating with the light and shadow, transmitting the insights of the 10th set of radio calisthenics. Qin Rongtang's movements were stiff as he attempted the exercises. His calisthenics were only at level 1, and he still had a minor distance to cover before reaching level 2. Given his talent, even with the aid of potions, a breakthrough would require at least a month. Thus, he had not anticipated achieving a breakthrough within a mere hour. If only I had the same talent as my brother, he mused during his practice. After 10 minutes of cultivation, he suddenly realized something was amiss. The calisthenics felt remarkably smoother than usual, as if he had reached an elevated level of proficiency almost instinctively. His movements quickened, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound resonated within him as the invisible barrier in his technique shattered. I've broken through. Qin Rongtang was initially stunned, then elated. Could it be that he was also a genius, finally awakening today? Yes, it had to be. Haha. I'm also a martial arts prodigy. Qin Mu quietly watched as Qin Rongtang reveled in his newfound excitement. He had anticipated a longer duration for the breakthrough, yet it had occurred in less than half an hour. This bloodline resonance skill exceeded his expectations. Unbeknownst to Qin Mu, fully transmitting a perfected martial technique's insights to another transcended the bounds of his own proficiency. With that understanding, one possessed the entirety of memories from nothingness to existence. This signifies that at the very moment of enlightenment, they have wholly mastered the martial arts technique. The remaining steps merely involve following a procedure and familiarizing themselves with the method, allowing for a natural and effortless progression towards perfection. In stark contrast, Qin Mu's proficiency necessitates diligent practice, advancing step by step at a measured pace, rendering the disparity in ease quite evident. Shaking his head, Qin Mu approached and placed a hand on Qin Rongtang's shoulder, exclaiming, "Have your fun? Now, let us attend to serious matters." With that, Qin Mu took the initiative, guiding him along without affording Qin Rongtang a shred of opportunity for resistance or refusal. Soon, they arrived at the Life Cultivation Center. "Mr. Qin, you're back again," greeted a charming female staff member with warmth. Qin Mu, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied simply, "Yes," before pushing Qin Rongtang forward. 20 minutes later, the test results were released. An hour thereafter, Qin Rongtang emerged from the private room, invigorated and refreshed. Meanwhile, Qin Mu had already departed alone from the Life Cultivation Center and made his way to the Zhenyang Martial Arts Hall to seek out Lin Yuan. Inside the office, the two indulged in their tea. After a significant pause, Lin Yuan sighed. "We're broke. The Xinxin training facility has been secured, and all arrangements are in progress. Within half a month, it will officially open. However, the 1,000 star coins we invested have already been entirely spent." The initial plan to hire a renowned master for 1,000,000 star coins had suddenly become a distant dream. The two had convened to deliberate on this matter. Were it not for Qin Mu's recent acquisition of 100,000 star coins from the Life Cultivation Center, he too would be financially strained. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly suggested, "Brother Lin, must we hire a renowned master? Perhaps we could consider other alternatives. For instance, there are 3 top 10 candidates from this year's private martial arts examination in Jiang City. Why not invite them for promotional purposes?" Lin Yuan's eyes brightened at this notion. "That's a commendable idea. However, a master serves purposes beyond mere promotion." Noticing Qin Mu's puzzled expression, he elaborated, "In the martial arts industry, lacking a sufficient power background can lead to ostracism by competitors. We are merely martial artists and cannot uphold the facade of a company alone. Only extraordinary martial artists possess the requisite deterrent power. Essentially, this is akin to paying a protection fee. Renowned masters are extraordinary martial artists. Finding one not only aids in promotion, but also provides a certain level of intimidation, discouraging others from causing trouble. At present, gathering 1,000,000 star coins seems implausible, making hiring a master nearly impossible. Nevertheless, if it's merely to establish authority, we need not necessarily seek a renowned master." Exchanging glances, Qin Mu and Lin Yuan shared a knowing smile. It appeared that Lin Yuan had already contemplated potential candidates. "Brother, you and I are on the same wavelength." Lin Yuan grinned. "Indeed, I summoned you today to discuss meeting Coach Liu. Should she agree to lend her name, our troubles would be effortlessly resolved, perhaps yielding outcomes far superior to our original plans." Liu Hanmei's reputation as a golden-level coach at the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall is no less formidable than that of a renowned master, and she surpasses many ordinary masters in prowess. However, to secure her agreement, some form of compensation would be requisite. After a brief discussion, they ascended to the 18th floor to meet Liu Hanmei. Seated around a table, Liu Hanmei expressed keen interest upon learning of their intentions. For a friendly price, 2 million star coins, provide this amount, and I shall allow you to use my name. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, both recognizing that 2 million star coins were beyond their reach, and they had never contemplated using money for an invitation. Lin Yuan replied, Sister Liu, you're jesting. We cannot procure such a sum at the moment. Perhaps we could consider an alternative arrangement, such as offering 20 equity in the company. What do you think? Upon hearing the mention of a lack of funds, Liu Hanmei's expression instantly shifted to one of calm detachment. Lin Yuan, although we share a lineage, I have already shown you leniency by advocating for Qin Mu's participation. Now, I must approach this matter with pragmatism. 20 equity in a company that has yet to be established is hardly equivalent to 2 million star coins. She extended her hand. I demand half of the equity. Qin Mu was taken aback by Liu Hanmei's audacity. Half the equity amounts to 5 million star coins. How bold of her to voice such a demand. While acknowledging the risks in investment, he had genuinely committed real capital, and to relinquish half of the equity before the company had even commenced operations was a proposition he would categorically refuse. Upon their initial agreement, they had decided on a maximum of 30 equity. Now, Liu Hanmei's insistence on 50 caught Lin Yuan off guard. Lin Yuan, maintaining a stoic countenance, countered, 50% is excessive. I could easily hire 2 renowned masters with that. How about we negotiate down to 30? Liu Hanmei shook her head. No, 35 is my final offer. You may leave. Liu Hanmei, you are too. Lin Yuan began, but before he could finish, Liu Hanmei's fierce glare emanated an overwhelming aura, sending Lin Yuan careening backward, suspended in mid-air in disarray. Impressive. Qin Mu thought to himself, silently astonished. Even with Lin Yuan's prowess as a 7-star martial artist, he stood no chance against Liu Hanmei. Senior sister, I was mistaken. Lin Yuan exclaimed in a loud voice as Liu Hanmei finally allowed him to return to the room. Trembling from the encounter, Lin Yuan lavished her with compliments, which gradually eased her demeanor. She spoke in a calm tone. Given my stature, asking for 50 equity is hardly unreasonable. You know in your heart whether to accept or not. The choice lies with you. Lin Yuan remained silent. 50 equity was far too high for him to accept. He cast a glance at Qin Mu before promptly exiting toward the door. However, Qin Mu remained resolute, his expression a battleground of internal conflict. Finally, summoning his courage, he addressed Liu Hanmei. Coach Liu, you mentioned that Brother Lin has already exhausted his influence. I wonder, how much is Brother Lin's influence worth in star coins? Liu Hanmei's brows furrowed in curiosity. What are you implying? I mean to say, I can secure a spot in the internal selection based on my own merit without relying on Brother Lin's influence. Thus, Coach Liu, how much is Brother Lin's influence truly worth? Qin Mu's words resonated with clarity, his gaze unwavering as he boldly met Liu Hanmei's stare. In that moment, Lin Yuan stood frozen, astonished. He had always regarded Qin Mu as a calm individual, yet here was a side of him that was unexpectedly defiant. But confronting an extraordinary martial artist in such a manner seemed perilous. He attempted to intervene and pull Qin Mu away, only to be halted by an invisible barrier conjured by Liu Hanmei with a snap of her fingers. Liu Hanmei regarded Qin Mu with a scrutinizing gaze. Instead of anger, she chuckled. You possess spirit and audacity. However, audacity alone is insufficient. You must also have strength. Are you capable? Qin Mu straightened his posture and retorted. How can you know I am incapable if you have not tested me? Liu Hanmei was amused, replying candidly, based on the strength you have demonstrated. Securing a spot in the internal selection is far from feasible. If you can prove your worth, I shall agree to your request for only 30 equity. At this, Qin Mu's demeanor faltered. He had thought Lin Yuan's influence was worth a substantial amount. Astonishingly, it only equated to 20 equity, hardly reaching the value of 2 million star coins. Qin Mu, quickly agree to her. Lin Yuan urged from behind, appearing anxious that Qin Mu might refuse. Nodding, Qin Mu recognized the importance of not overreaching. The opportunity Liu Hanmei presented was exceedingly rare. Declining could provoke her ire and lead to dire consequences. Coach Liu, please evaluate whether my current capabilities warrant a position in the internal selection. With a surge of resolve, Qin Mu unleashed his most formidable form, emanating a powerful aura that radiated from within. In the blink of an eye, he was confronted by Liu Hanmei, and his momentum was immediately rebounded, as if she had grasped it from afar. This force was formidable, with genetic potential exceeding 20. A look of astonishment graced her features as she turned to Qin Mu and inquired, "Have you broken through your genetic potential?" Qin Mu nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed. My current genetic potential is 266. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanmei's expression was one of sheer astonishment. She had not anticipated that Qin Mu could elevate his genetic potential to such heights in such a short span of time. Achieving this level at his age was exceptionally remarkable, and few peers could accomplish it. Naturally, securing a position in the internal competition would be well within his reach. Contemplating this, she maintained her composure and remarked, "Your performance indeed exceeds my expectations, but to attain genuine eligibility for competition, one must possess tangible combat prowess. And you have yet to comprehend attribute divine powers. How can you possibly compare with those top-tier geniuses? Who says I lack attribute divine powers?" Qin Mu retorted, promptly extending his hand to conjure a sphere of fiery energy that materialized before them. Lu Hanmei, undeterred, countered, "That is merely E-level bloodline power." "Then behold this," Qin Mu declared, raising his other hand to reveal a swirling gray flame. At this, Lu Hanmei could no longer maintain her composure. Her face reflected shock as she gently covered her mouth with her palm. Internally, she trembled. Two types of attribute divine powers? How could he possibly possess two? How did he achieve this? In contrast to her astonishment, Lin Yuan, standing behind, was rendered speechless by the overwhelming revelation. A genetic potential of 266 and two types of attribute divine powers. Was this truly the capability one would expect from an 18-year-old? Having even one was already terrifying. He possessed both. Lin Yuan's thoughts raced, reflecting on his own 4 years at Wu University, followed by another 4 years post-graduation, and he had only just attained the rank of 7-star warrior. Meanwhile, Qin Mu had barely finished his college entrance examinations and had already traversed nearly half of that path. Such a comparison was almost suffocating. Yet, the astonishment did not cease there. Observing Lu Hanmei's prolonged silence, Qin Mu feared she might be dissatisfied. After pondering, he decided he could not remain overly reserved. It was time to showcase his abilities. With a mere thought, he summoned 2 more flames, one yellow and one blue, floating gracefully in midair, radiating brilliant light. Although their might was modest, they still pierced the hearts of both observers. Lu Hanmei staggered back, murmuring, "For 4 types, this is utterly unfathomable." As a transcendent warrior, Lu Hanmei possessed a far deeper understanding of martial arts than Qin Mu. Grasping attribute divine powers was not solely about enhancing combat prowess. It laid a crucial foundation for future martial arts endeavors. The martial arts hierarchy was delineated into various ranks: apprentice warriors, warriors, transcendent warriors, and martial gods, with the latter 2 further divided into 10 sublevels. The sublevels of warriors were assessed based on genetic potential values, with a full 100 genetic potential categorized as a 10-star warrior, followed by the transition to transcendent warrior. However, due to various limitations, not everyone could elevate their genetic potential to 100. Most would reach a ceiling of 7-star or 8-star warriors before exhausting their potential, thus opting to break through to become transcendent warriors. This limitation was significantly influenced by attribute divine powers. It was widely acknowledged that absorbing bloodline power could indirectly enhance genetic potential, yet bloodline power was not something one could absorb at will. Different starry sky beast bloodlines often exhibited repulsive reactions, making it challenging for them to coexist within a single body. The higher the purity of the bloodline, the stronger the repulsion and the lower the probability of successful absorption. Hence, some devised a method to use attribute divine powers as a balancing intermediary, leveraging the affinity between powers of the same attribute to assist in absorbing other bloodline powers, thus significantly alleviating the issue of repulsion among different bloodlines. This also implied that possessing multiple attribute divine powers greatly increased the likelihood of becoming a 9-star warrior or even attaining the perfection of a 10-star warrior. However, most lower-tier starry sky beasts possessed only one attribute. Only bloodlines of sea level or above had the potential to manifest 2 types of attribute divine powers. Qin Mu's exhibition of 4 types of attribute divine powers completely surpassed Lu Hanmei's comprehension. Her enchanting gaze remained fixated on Qin Mu, her large eyes shimmering with an unusual light. With 4 types of attribute divine powers, as long as resources were ample, becoming a 10-star warrior in the future was practically a foregone conclusion. Thus, did this imply that Qin Mu, upon transcending, could potentially surpass me? She pondered, swiftly darting to stand before Qin Mu, grasping his collar and scrutinizing him from head to toe. In that moment, Qin Mu felt as though he were a mere chick being toyed with, utterly incapable of resistance. He was once again awestruck by the might of a transcendent warrior, while simultaneously feeling a deep sense of humiliation. Being evaluated by a woman like this was quite embarrassing. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. At that moment, the two were in close proximity, and as Qin Mu caught a whiff of her feminine fragrance, he felt a sudden awkwardness wash over him. He hastily exclaimed, "Instructor Liu, please remain calm. Our current position may lead to misunderstandings." Lu Hanmei, realizing her lapse in composure, promptly released Qin Mu and steadied her emotions, inquiring softly, "I must admit, I was previously short-sighted. I did not anticipate you would have comprehended 4 types of attribute divine powers. I am quite curious, what bloodline power did you absorb?" At that juncture, Lin Yuan approached, eager to hear the explanation as well. Upon hearing Lu Hanmei's question, Qin Mu's mind raced, and he found himself at a loss for words. He had not expected that merely possessing 4 types of attribute divine powers would elicit such profound astonishment from this esteemed golden-level instructor. Thankfully, he had not revealed his 5th type of attribute divine power. Qin Mu felt a slight relief. If 4 types had already drawn such scrutiny, revealing 5 would doubtlessly lead to dissection on spot. He scratched his head, feigning a smile. "I simply absorbed the E-level Xuanjia spirit turtle bloodline, and in the process of comprehending the attribute divine powers, I inadvertently grasped 4 types." Upon hearing this, Lu Hanmei immediately sensed that Qin Mu might be speaking untruths. Yet she struggled to articulate a rebuttal. A fortuitous encounter? Or perhaps a miracle? Such thoughts flitted through her mind. How could a person hailing from a third-rate city have any chance of a fortuitous encounter? It could only be a miracle. She regarded Qin Mu with scrutiny for a moment before suddenly furrowing her brow. "Why does your entire aura seem so feeble? Are you injured?" She had just spotted the cut on his wrist. Qin Mu nodded. "I inadvertently injured my wrist while comprehending the attribute divine powers last night, causing some blood to be absorbed." "Who instructed you to do that?" Lu Hanmei and Lin Yuan gasped in unison, their voices laced with concern. "I looked it up on the Star Network myself. Is there a problem with that?" "The issue is grave," Lin Yuan immediately clarified. "One cannot comprehend attribute divine powers in such a reckless manner. Generally, it requires the assistance of a transcendent warrior to activate the will within the bloodline and stabilize the mind. Being as rash as you are could easily lead you to become lost within that will. However, this cannot be entirely blamed on you. Aside from children from affluent families, very few at your age embark on such comprehension. Most wait until they attend Wu University, where mentors assist with the process." After Lin Yuan spoke, he cast a glance at Lu Hanmei. He had hoped that she would support Qin Mu in his understanding, but was dismayed that it had gone awry. Lu Hanmei seemed oblivious to this. Continuing her analysis, he may have turned misfortune into fortune by employing such an erroneous method. He fortuitously grasped 4 types of attribute divine powers. Lin Yuan shook his head. "Is there really such a possibility? I have never heard of it before." Lu Hanmei shrugged. "Who knows? No one has ever attempted such an experiment. Perhaps he truly stumbled upon something remarkable." Qin Mu listened quietly as the two analyzed the situation, and upon realizing that they were focused on the methods, he could not help but feel a sense of relief within. The matter concerning the purity of the dragon bloodline was not something he could easily explain, nor could he bring himself to disclose it voluntarily. After all, with such high purity, how could one ascertain it reached a level of 10 without conducting any tests? Steadying his thoughts, Qin Mu turned to Lu Hanmei and said, "Coach Liu, I have demonstrated my capabilities. What are your thoughts on a matter of my name being listed?" Lu Hanmei nodded without hesitation, saying, "I retract my previous statement. You indeed qualify for a competition slot. I accept your terms, a 30 stake, and I will personally invest an additional 10 million star coins into your venture." At her words, Qin Mu and Lin Yuan were taken aback. They had not anticipated Lu Hanmei's generosity, as she was willing to invest such a substantial sum, essentially purchasing a 30 stake while also granting them the listing privilege at no charge. It was an incredible bargain. Without any reason to refuse, they promptly signed the contract. After departing from the 18th floor, Lin Yuan secretly returned. "Sister, what are your thoughts? Do you truly believe Qin Mu's claims?" Lu Hanmei raised an eyebrow. "Believe? How could she possibly believe him?" In a low voice, she remarked, "Think for yourself. Aside from the Xuanjia spirit turtle bloodline, what other lineage does he possess?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and suddenly fell silent. "Are you suggesting the dragon? But that level of purity, how could it be possible? Why not? Lu Hanmei's gaze sharpened, her eyes suddenly fierce. Although no one had ever seen an S-class astral beast, methods to enhance purity had not vanished. Impossible. Qin Mu could never achieve that. Lin Yuan shook his head vigorously. The so-called enhancement methods primarily involved absorbing bloodline power, and the dragon bloodline had only been discovered in humans. To elevate its purity, one would have to absorb from a person a method akin to the practices of heretics, which have been explicitly prohibited by the Empire. Do not be so anxious. Aside from heretical methods, there is also the possibility of atavism. Lu Hanmei spoke calmly, yet her thoughts leaned more toward this possibility. The reason was simple. Not long ago, she had received a dossier on the atavistic dragon bloodline. Chapter 71. Rejection. To the capital again. At this moment, Qin Mu was on his way to the Jiangcheng Hotel, entirely unaware that Lu Hanmei suspected him of being a heretic. He had always abided by the law, and the label of a heretic was one he wished to avoid at all costs. Had he known, he would not have hesitated to disclose the truth about his dragon bloodline, attributing it to atavism if necessary. Upon arriving at the Jiangcheng Hotel and stating his purpose at the front desk, he was led by a server to a luxurious private room. Inside, a man and a woman were already seated. The man appeared middle-aged, with a square face and black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of authority that suggested he was well acquainted with high office. The woman, dressed in white, possessed a graceful figure and carried herself with undeniable elegance. She was none other than Zhao Xiao, whom Qin Mu recognized. You've arrived. Upon seeing Qin Mu, Zhao Xiao immediately stood to greet him. Miss Xiao, Qin Mu responded politely. Taking a seat nearby, Zhao Xiao introduced, Qin Mu, this is my father. At her words, surprise flickered within Qin Mu. He had not anticipated that Zhao Xiao would invite her father to persuade him to join their ranks. Since returning from the private martial arts university assessment, Qin Mu had made it a point to gather information about wealthy second-generation heirs. The Zhao family in Jiangcheng was extraordinarily powerful, with businesses sprawling across the entire Jing'ao province, boasting assets exceeding 10 billion, and Jiangcheng was merely their stronghold. Zhao Jinan, Zhao Xiao's father, was not only the current head of the Zhao family, but also the chairman of the Zhao group, wielding considerable influence that could affect the economic landscape of Jiangcheng with a mere utterance. To have such an esteemed figure meet with him in person was indeed a surprise, causing Qin Mu to feel increasingly anxious. Zhao Jinan was the first to speak, smiling. My daughter Xiao has informed me that Jiangcheng has produced a young prodigy. Now that I see you in person, Qin Mu, you are indeed remarkable. At such a young age, your genetic potential exceeds 20, and you are destined for greatness. Qin Mu furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself that Zhao Jinan was indeed astute, able to discern his abilities at a glance. He promptly replied, Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I am merely an ordinary person, relying on a few tricks. I cannot compare to true geniuses. Miss Zhao is the impressive one. During the assessment, she effortlessly held her ground against the elite of the Jing capital, showcasing genuine strength. Still recovering from Qin Mu's mention of his genetic potential exceeding 20, Zhao Xiao, despite her typically icy demeanor, felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks at his compliment. Zhao Jinan laughed heartily, inviting Qin Mu to enjoy the meal. Throughout the dining experience, Zhao Jinan was affable, engaging in casual conversation, and surprisingly, he did not once mention the prospect of Qin Mu joining the Zhao group. By the time they parted ways, Qin Mu was left in a state of confusion. He had previously declined Zhao Xiao's offer of a direct admission to the martial arts university, and he had expected that this meeting would involve attempts to persuade him to join the Zhao group. Yet the subject had not been broached at all. Was it merely a simple meal? Qin Mu could not fathom it. Wealthy individuals often had intricate motives, and he was too weary to dwell further on it. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Zhao Xiao eagerly questioned her father. Dad, didn't we agree to persuade Qin Mu? Why did you change your mind at the last minute? Zhao Jinan adjusted his glasses, his expression serious as he replied, Xiao, I have always been adept at reading people. That Qin Mu is no ordinary individual with his talents. He would never settle for a subordinate position. Rather than risk a second rejection, it is wiser to cultivate a relationship. Zhao Xiao nodded in agreement. Qin Mu is indeed impressive. He easily overwhelmed Lu Tianqing even as a novice martial artist, and now that he has advanced to a 2-star martial artist, his strength must be significantly greater. It would be a great loss not to bring him into our company. Zhao Jinan smiled. There is no rush. We have plenty of time to strengthen our ties. Moreover, bringing him into our fold does not necessarily have to involve the company. We could explore other avenues, such as a marriage alliance. At this remark, Zhao Xiao immediately blushed, clearly understanding her father's implication. "Dad, what are you talking about? I merely admire Qin Mu for his abilities. I'm ignoring you." With that, she swiftly departed. At that moment, a middle-aged man standing behind Zhao Jinan quietly remarked, "It seems the young lady has taken an interest in Qin Mu. Should I send someone to warn him?" "Not necessary. Let fate take its course. However, do arrange for a thorough investigation into Qin Mu's background." "Understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately." After leaving the restaurant, Qin Mu chose not to return to the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy, but instead went back to his villa to practice. By 6 o'clock that evening, he received a message from Lin Yuan, informing him that they would be traveling to the capital for a business trip the next day. Qin Mu promptly acknowledged the message, feeling delighted at the prospect of new work opportunities, as he was in urgent need of star coins for his training. Furthermore, with the internal competition at the Martial Arts Academy about to commence, it would be advantageous to arrive in the capital early to prepare. After discussing matters with Wang Zitao, he quickly packed his belongings and returned home. After briefly explaining the situation to his parents, he retired to his room early to train. The next morning, Qin Mu arrived punctually at the company to meet up with the group. Accompanying him were 2 Black Iron level coaches from the team, as well as Lu Hanmei. Silence enveloped them during the journey, and it was only after boarding the plane that Qin Mu inquired about the itinerary for this trip. He learned that such business trips occurred annually at this time of year, and the reason was straightforward: it was all about generating profit. The management model of the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy was quite open. There were minimal restrictions between headquarters and branches, allowing for freedom to pursue opportunities wherever they might arise, as long as the company received its due share. Lin Yuan elucidated. After all, the capital city is a provincial metropolis, teeming with affluent individuals and myriad avenues for wealth generation. Especially during the back-to-school season, a multitude of candidates converges from all directions, creating a pressing demand for martial arts tutoring. If we excel, amassing fortunes by the thousands daily is not merely a dream. Qin Mu, having lived 2 lifetimes, wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. One must ponder whose money is the easiest to acquire. Naturally, it is the funds of students that are the most accessible. Among them, Martial University students are particularly unique. They are willing to spend and unafraid to part with their money, rendering them favorites among merchants. "I hope to rake in a few million star coins this time," Qin Mu declared with grand ambition, confident in his teaching prowess. Chapter 72. Is the martial god not dead? After several hours of travel, the group finally arrived at the headquarters of the Xinjiang Martial Arts Institute. Qin Mu had initially anticipated that the headquarters would be housed in a more opulent edifice. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Not just one, but an entire complex of buildings sprawled before him. A dense array of structures, varying in height and interspersed with aerial walkways, alongside suspended trains traversing the inner loop. This was no mere company. It was a veritable city within a city. As they entered through the main gate, the first sight that greeted them was a statue, the martial god, Zhu Zhengyang, as the founder and spiritual pillar of the Xinjiang Martial Arts Institute. He was naturally venerated and revered by all associated with the institute. This was Qin Mu's first encounter with the legendary martial god. Although merely a statue, it emanated an imposing aura that inspired profound respect. Qin Mu instinctively bowed slightly, inwardly praying, "May the martial god bless my journey to the capital. Granted me the fortune of 10 million star coins. No, 100 million star coins." He felt that seeking merely 10 million in the martial god's name was an affront. Hence he settled on 100 million instead. Ahead, Lu Hanmei turned to see Qin Mu lagging behind in prayer and, placing her hands on her hips, remarked with a displeased expression, "What are you praying for? You don't actually believe the martial god Zhu Zhengyang has passed away, do you? He is as vigorous as ever, perhaps even outliving you." Taken aback by her words, Qin Mu momentarily faltered. He had genuinely thought the contrary. It was hardly surprising he believed so. The Sagittarius constellation and the discovery of the 1204 star system had occurred over a millennium ago, with Zhu Zhengyang among the first pioneers. Thus his age undoubtedly exceeded 1,000 years. Though contemporary technology had advanced, human lifespan remained finite. The average person barely surpassed a century, while the fortunate might reach 200. Moreover, martial cultivation did not extend life. Rather, it often drained potential, preventing one from living to a natural old age. Furthermore, martial artists frequently engaged in perilous tasks, such as interstellar exploration, deep space mining, and battling spirit beasts, all of which could lead to their untimely demise. According to the imperial history of 901, the average lifespan of a martial artist was a dismal 60 years. An early demise compared to the theoretical 200 years of maximum longevity. Could it be that at the martial goddess level, one could achieve immortality? Qin Mu pondered, then chuckled. Coach Liu, you jest. I would never dare to curse the martial god. At this, Liu Hanmei fell silent, leaving uncertain whether she believed Qin Mu's whimsical musings. After boarding their mode of transport, the quartet swiftly arrived at the headquarters office building. Liu Hanmei briefly outlined some precautions before allowing Lin Yuan to escort Qin Mu and the others to their accommodations. After 10 minutes, they reached the staff dormitory, and upon entering, Qin Mu was astounded by the opulence within. The lavish suite, exceeding 300 square meters, was exquisitely furnished. And, to his surprise, it even included a small training room, a spiritual energy cultivation chamber, the richness of which rivaled that of the Jiangxing branch. Qin Mu swallowed, his voice brimming with excitement. Brother Lin, this room is complimentary, right? Lin Yuan chuckled, of course. Each of you has your own suite, and the spiritual energy cultivation chamber is entirely free for use. Such treatment was astonishing. Qin Mu couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast with the Jiangxing office, which lacked even staff accommodations. The other two coaches, having previously resided there, were not as taken aback, though their faces still betrayed their delight. All right, let us stow our belongings. We'll gather at the main entrance in 30 minutes. With that, Lin Yuan retreated to his suite. After unpacking, Qin Mu enthusiastically snapped photos of the room, ultimately selecting the most picturesque to share with his parents. A child's journey brings a mother's worry. After viewing the images, Qin Mu's parents felt reassured and promptly shared them on social media, drawing enthusiastic praise from family and friends. Half an hour later, at 11 in the morning, the group reconvened and set out for the university city of Shanjing. This area was the hub of the Martial University, housing half of the martial students in the Jingyao province, with 5 of the top 10 prestigious institutions located there. Among the public universities were the Royal Martial Arts University and Jinghua Martial Arts University, while the private ones included the Galaxy Martial Arts University, Starry Sky Martial Arts University, and Battle Sky Martial Arts University. Although all 5 were esteemed, the Royal Martial Arts University and Galaxy Martial Arts University indisputably held the top tier in reputation. However, in terms of strength, aside from the Royal Martial Arts University's backing from the Lone Star Empire, the other renowned institutions each had their unique strengths, making comparisons difficult. This led to constant disputes over rankings, with rivalries brewing among them. The exchange competition was less a confrontation between the Martial Arts Alliance and the Martial University Alliance than a contest for supremacy among the top 10 institutions. The Martial Arts Alliance had languished at the bottom for 9 consecutive years. One could say it was merely a participant, or unkindly, a mere runner-up. Yet, this did not imply that the Martial Arts Alliance lacked strength. Rather, the new generation of talent had largely been siphoned off by the martial universities, as these institutions were the primary venues for education. It was hardly reasonable to let the youth prematurely enter the martial arts world. Speaking of career paths, most martial university graduates ultimately found employment at martial arts institutes, including Liu Hanmei and Lin Yuan, both alumni of the Royal Martial Arts University. Upon arriving at the university city, they were greeted by a sea of people, mostly new students reporting in, accompanied by their parents, hauling large bags and scanning their surroundings with eyes full of excitement for their new environment. The remaining individuals were staff members of martial arts institutes, who had already set up workstations along the streets, energetically promoting their respective services. As the leading martial arts institute, the Xinjiang Martial Arts Institute boasted its own office building adjacent to the university city, and staff members had already erected a promotional booth at the entrance. However, Liu Hanmei chose not to utilize those booths. Instead, she led Qin Mu and the others to set up their own promotional stand a few hundred meters away. Qin Mu glanced around and noticed the grand entrance bearing the name Jinghua Martial Arts University not far off, causing him to feel a slight tremor of apprehension. He inquired, "Brother Lin, we've set our promotional stall right in front of their university. One tea that caused trouble?" Before Lin Yuan could respond, Liu Hanmei interjected. Teaching and resolving doubts transcend status. If their instructors excel, students want to seek us out. Besides, this is a public area, and we're still 100 meters from their entrance. Qin Mu nodded, falling silent. After all, he was merely an employee, and if trouble arose, the tall one would take the heat. Whatever the leader decided was what he would follow. Moreover, other martial arts institutes were already setting up their promotional booths nearby. If Jinghua Martial Arts University had objections, they would have acted long ago. As martial artists, constructing a simple promotional booth was hardly arduous. It was completed in no time at all. Liu Hanmei hung a sign filled with text in front of the booth, and Lin Yuan followed suit, displaying his own introduction panel. Qin Mu leaned closer to examine Lu Hanmei's sign. In the year 1019 of the Empire's calendar, the top scorer of the civil service examination in the Jingyao province, a distinguished protege of the Royal Martial Arts Strategy Academy, once a peak 8-star martial artist, now a glorious third-tier extraordinary warrior, a golden coach at the Jingyang Martial Arts Hall, proficient in various martial techniques, possessing both beauty and kindness. Charges 100,000 star coins per hour for one-on-one martial arts instruction, with a complimentary opportunity for gaining insight into mystical powers for every 10 hours purchased. Chapter 73, An Astonishing Introduction. Upon finishing the reading in one breath, Qin Mu could not help but swallow hard. Good heavens, such a plethora of distinguished identities. He had suspected that Lu Hanmei was extraordinary, but he never anticipated her to be so formidable. The top scorer of the civil service examination holds far more prestige than that of the martial examination. Private martial universities emphasize combat prowess, with numerous factors influencing results, timing, location, personal connections, and luck all play vital roles. For instance, in Qin Mu's cohort, Qin Rongtong secured first place not solely through his own strength. And the same applies to Sun Xinghe, who ranked fourth. In contrast, public martial universities assess overall comprehensive abilities, where scores in fundamental subjects like mathematics and chemistry count for 10%, genetic potential for 60%, and proficiency in calisthenics for 30%, with mastery of various techniques and attributes yielding additional points. This leads to the absence of luck in public martial examinations. Everything relies heavily on innate talent, and the competitors comprise all graduating candidates, vastly surpassing the numbers in private martial assessments. This year, the top scorer of the public martial university, Ji Qinghe, showcased an astonishing martial talent, pulling ahead of the second-place Lu Tianqing by over 100 points simply through additional scores, which caused Lu Tianqing to experience a mental breakdown, prompting him to consider participating in the private martial examination to prove himself, only to be confronted by the unexpected variable of Qin Mu. As for Qin Mu, his genetic potential failed to meet the minimum admission threshold of 6, rendering him ineligible to participate in the public martial examination. Shifting his gaze, Qin Mu focused on Lin Yuan's profile. In the year 1020 of the Empire's calendar, the top scorer of the Jiangcheng Civil Service examination, a protege of the Royal Martial Arts Strategy Academy, a glorious 7-star martial artist, a silver coach at the Jingyang Martial Arts Hall, and a recipient of the most popular coach award for 3 consecutive years, proficient in various martial techniques, capable of guiding martial cultivation paths, charges a discounted price of 30,000 star coins per hour for one-on-one lessons, with a complimentary C-class martial cultivation permission for every 10 hours purchased. After reading this, Qin Mu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Lin Yuan's introduction was impressive, yet it was evident that it paled in comparison to Lu Hanmei's. What astonished Qin Mu the most was Lin Yuan's hourly fee of 30,000 star coins, considering that in Jiangcheng, his lessons were priced at just a few thousand star coins per hour. How could the price escalate so dramatically simply by changing locations? Seemingly sensing Qin Mu's confusion, Lin Yuan coughed lightly, his expression slightly awkward as he explained, "The capital is different from Jiangcheng. The cost of living is not on the same level, so you understand." "I understand," Qin Mu replied, feigning a look of enlightenment. Indeed, he comprehended that this place was filled with affluent individuals. If one set their prices too low, it could inadvertently raise suspicions and cause people to think they were a fraud. Pondering for a moment, Qin Mu retrieved a panel from the promotional booth and began to write fervently. Once he finished, he reviewed it briefly, deeming it satisfactory, and promptly displayed it outside. Lin Yuan happened to glance over and was immediately captivated by the content. As he read aloud, his eyes widened in disbelief. Once ranked second in the public martial examination, having bested the illustrious Lu Tianqing and suppressed the talented Ing Xiao, transforming into a 2-star martial artist in merely a month. The fastest individual in the history of Jingyang Martial Art Hall to ascend to a black iron coach, proficient in various martial techniques, offering one-on-one martial insights at a rate of 50,000 star coins per hour, guaranteeing results. Otherwise, no fees apply. Lin Yuan shook his head repeatedly, momentarily at a loss for words. The other 2 coaches drew near to take a look, equally speechless. However, Lu Hanmei, after reading, couldn't help but smile slightly. "You certainly have the audacity to write this. Are you not afraid that Lu Tianqing and Ing Xiao might come looking for trouble?" "Surely not," Qin Mu replied, sheepishly scratching his head. Everything he wrote was true, with no embellishments whatsoever. If the 2 became upset, there was little he could do. After all, He lacked any noteworthy achievements to present. Without such promotion, as a mere 2-star martial artist, how could he attract clients? As for the inflated pricing, Qin Mu had no choice. Fortune favors the bold. If he did not set his rates higher, it would not reflect his uniqueness. The primary goal was to attract individuals first, after which he could consider the methods of guidance. Though his mastery of techniques could not compete with seasoned professionals like Lu Hanmei or Lin Yuan, he possessed a distinct advantage that neither of them had: proficiency in martial techniques. Recently, the system had provided an update. The genetic library updated by Qin Rongtong had successfully matched, granting him an opportunity for proficiency unlocking. As long as he could attract someone, regardless of the martial technique they wished to learn, he could quickly master it through the unlocking process and subsequently guide their cultivation, a win-win situation. Fearing that his introduction might not be sufficiently eye-catching, Qin Mu had a sudden inspiration and grabbed several more panels to inscribe in bold letters: "The secrets of cultivation that geniuses do not speak of, only I shall reveal. Genius is merely a threshold to meet me. I have encountered many geniuses, and they all call me a genius." Upon seeing these panels, even Lu Hanmei couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly are a genius." Not long after these eye-catching panels were hung up, they swiftly attracted the attention of passers-by. This person is merely a 2-star martial artist, yet he dares to be so ostentatious. Is he merely seeking attention? He can't even qualify for the martial university, yet he aspires to be a martial arts coach. Has he gone mad with greed? A few individuals voiced their opinions loudly, but Qin Mu, possessing a thick skin, paid them no mind, treating it as though he had not seen or heard them. Those who are willing to bite will find the bait. Making money is not shameful. However, there were those who recognized Lu Tianqing and Ying Xiaoxiao. Have you heard? Neither Lu Tianqing nor Ying Xiaoxiao secured the top position in the private martial examination. They were reportedly defeated by someone. Could it be this individual before us? Quite possible. To boldly display such a sign in public, he must possess some skill, came the responses. I agree. After living in the capital for so many years, this is the first time I've encountered someone so audacious. Perhaps he truly possesses some unknown cultivation secrets. We all invest the same resources and study under the same esteemed masters. So why should Lu Tianqing and Ying Xiaoxiao be deemed particularly exceptional? The 2 men and 2 women nearby whispered among themselves, and Qin Mu immediately took notice. His eyes brightened, sensing a business opportunity approaching. Clearing his throat, he politely inquired, 4 talented individuals, would you like to learn more about martial arts guidance? The 4 looked at him in astonishment, speaking in unison. Did you just call us what? Geniuses. Qin Mu declared deliberately, his voice raised, attracting the attention of those around them. The 4 individuals straightened their postures, feeling an inexplicable thrill at being addressed as geniuses in front of such a crowd. It was their first experience of such acknowledgement. Indeed, we shall enroll in your course. Chapter 74. The living advertisement arrives. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. They had not even begun to inquire, yet they had agreed, so casually. This unexpected stroke of fortune left him in a state of disbelief. Feeling the need to compose himself, Qin Mu looked at the 4 and suggested, would you like to understand more before making a decision? Among them, a fair and youthful girl glanced at the words on the panel and declared without hesitation, 50,000 star coins for 1 hour? What is there to contemplate? I will purchase your course. Without waiting for Qin Mu to respond, she immediately scanned her wrist terminal to make the payment. Beep. Her personal terminal signaled the receipt of 500,000 star coins. Upon hearing the notification, Qin Mu's expression turned ecstatic, his gaze fixated on the girl before him. A witty patron. She had just purchased 10 hours of guidance in one go. He couldn't tell if she was simply generous or if she truly regarded money as inconsequential. Glancing at the luxurious attire of the 4, he leaned toward the latter interpretation. The other 3 followed closely behind, and within just a minute, Qin Mu had accrued 2 million star coins, leaving him with a surreal sense of disbelief. The speed at which this fortune was amassed was astounding. Beside him, Lin Yuan and the 2 black iron coaches initially wore expressions of utter astonishment, which soon morphed into a mix of envy and jealousy, one of them thumping his chest in disbelief before hastily modifying his promotional panel. In contrast, Lu Hanmei remained composed, casting a cursory glance before returning to her personal terminal, seemingly absorbed in her own activities. The reactions from the onlookers, however, were varied. Some murmured amongst themselves, their faces betraying skepticism. To make such a bold move for 500,000 star coins, these individuals must surely be either deluded or part of a ruse. One voice, belonging to an elder parent, expressed indignation, while fresh graduates echoed similar sentiments. growing increasingly agitated as they proceeded to dial the reporting hotline. Yet, Qin Mu remained unperturbed. The Zhenyang Martial Arts Hall was a legitimate institution, and he operated within the bounds of law and reason. No one could touch him. However, someone in the crowd recognized the identities of the four and stepped forward to defend them. Open your eyes. They are the scions of the Li family and the Kong family. Their annual allowances easily surpass 10 million star coins. Spending 500,000 is merely a drop in the ocean. Why would they need to act as shills? At this revelation, the crowd exhibited expressions of shock, and the two men and two women, sensing the gazes upon them, straightened their postures, their chins lifted with pride. The fair-skinned and youthful girl, Li Qingfeng, readily acknowledged, indeed, I hail from the Li family of Shanjing, and I am no one's pawn. Furthermore, I am not naive. Should anyone dare deceive me, I shall ensure they face the consequences. Her words carried a clear warning, yet her languid, childlike tone failed to impose any pressure. Qin Mu smiled and proclaimed, I assure you, there is no deceit here. This statement sparked a flicker of indignation on Li Qingfeng's face as she pondered its implication. Was he insinuating that she resembled a child? Despite her youthful appearance, she was 18. Yet she looked as if she were still in middle school, which made her detest being referred to as a child. With her goodwill towards Qin Mu effectively nullified, the crowd remained, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Qin Mu gestured for the four to take their seats at the promotional platform, and then presented them with 4 forms to complete. Moments later, he reviewed the forms meticulously, quickly gaining insight into their backgrounds. The 2 young men were named Kong Yud and Kong Youfu, brothers, while the other young woman was Li Mingwei, a cousin to Li Qingfeng. All 4 possessed a genetic potential of 18, and their current martial arts techniques were classified as C-grade. However, their bloodline powers and attributes remained unspecified, leaving Qin Mu curious about their true capabilities. Turning to the 4, he inquired, What would you like me to teach? Martial arts planning or technique cultivation? After a brief exchange among themselves, they replied in unison, Technique cultivation. At this, Qin Mu felt a sense of relief. This was the choice he desired. Given his current knowledge and strength, he lacked the ability to provide martial arts planning, especially since these individuals came from distinguished families likely already under the guidance of esteemed elders. To intervene would be akin to gilding the lily. Li Qingfeng then spoke. My sister and I wish to cultivate the indomitable underworld king technique. Can you guide us? Her tone was laced with skepticism, her expression one of amusement. In response, Qin Mu fell into contemplation. He was familiar with the indomitable underworld king technique. It was a B-grade earth attribute technique known for its immense power, but also for its considerable difficulty in cultivation. Unless one possessed exceptional comprehension, few would dare to undertake such a challenge. While he was not deterred by the difficulty, he had to consider the number of times he could unlock the technique. Currently, he had only one unlocking opportunity available, and he preferred to use it on a fire attribute technique. As he pondered, Li Qingfeng, propping her chin upon her hand, interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Did you not claim to be a genius? If even Liu Tianqing can learn the indomitable underworld king technique, surely you can as well. Qin Mu chose to ignore her and turned to the Kong brothers. Kong, you'd stated, my brother and I wish to cultivate the burning flame red sky technique. Surprised for a moment, Qin Mu quickly affirmed, certainly, that is absolutely feasible. And what of mine? Li Qingfeng, appearing somewhat irked, pressed for an answer. Yours is also acceptable. I will take on the cultivation of your techniques, Qin Mu assured them. As the 4 stepped aside, they whispered among themselves, doubt creeping into their voices. Was he merely boasting? This was one of the most challenging B-grade techniques. Whether he could even learn it was questionable. So where did he find the audacity to teach them? Just moments ago, they had been charmed by his eloquence. But now they began to suspect that his introduction might be a fabrication. Do not fret. I secretly took a photo and shared it in the group. You can trust Liu Tianqing and Ning Xiaoxiao to soon debunk this. Debunk what? Qin Mu suddenly approached, startling the 4. Lin Qingfeng, her face flushed with guilt, stammered, nothing. Qin Mu shook his head and sighed deeply. Enough with the charade. I heard everything. The hearing of a martial artist was keen, and it was astonishing that these 4, standing merely 3 meters away without any pretense of discretion, thought they could speak freely without being overheard. Caught off guard, the 4 felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Li Qingfeng's cheeks turned as red as a monkey's backside, yet she stubbornly retorted, No, you must have misheard. Just as her words fell, the debunker arrived. Qin Mu. Liu Tianqing's shrill voice echoed before he even appeared. Qin Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The living advertisement had finally arrived. Chapter 75, The Hidden Card. Qin Mu. Lu Tianqing stood directly in front of him, fists clenched, his chest heaving with rage, his brows furrowed into a sharp triangle, exuding an aura of fury as he ground his teeth in a low growl. In that moment, he felt overwhelming hatred. After finally emerging from the shadow of his assessment failure, he found that this wretched Qin Mu had used him as a promotional tool. His once pristine reputation was now tarnished. Before long, the entire Shanjing would know he had been bested by a country bumpkin. What infuriated him even more was that Lin Xingfeng had taken a photo and shared it in their group chat. Upon inadvertently catching sight of the images, he felt as though the world was spinning around him, envisioning the mocking faces of those classmates he had previously defeated upon seeing the photos. An urge to spit blood rising within him. Li Qingfeng. Lu Tianqing glared at her, unleashing another low growl. His eyes filled with an intensity of hatred that directed at Qin Mu. Have you lost your mind? Why are you yelling at me? If it weren't for me, how would you even know someone was challenging you? Li Qingfeng shot back, taking a few cautious steps back. Despite their numbers, if a real confrontation occurred between them and Lu Tianqing, the outcome was far from certain. Lu Tianqing's reputation was well known among the youth of Shanjing, and his arrival stirred excitement among the crowd, drawing in many eager onlookers. Observing Lu Tianqing's demeanor, it seemed the promotional claims made by the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall were not entirely unfounded. It appeared that a spectacle was about to unfold. I have a cousin who participated in this year's private martial university assessments. He told me this guy not only defeated Lu Tianqing, but also openly sold points during the assessment. What? Is that even allowed? Does the chief examiner not intervene? Who knows? I also heard that to avoid elimination, Lu Tianqing had to beg for mercy in tears. Wait a minute. I thought it was Ying Xiao who cried. You are all mistaken, remarked a classmate of mine. Both of them were in tears. Rumors are the most terrifying. Each day brings forth a new version, leaving one in a perplexing haze as to which narrative bears the truth. Just then, Ying Xiao, who had hurried over, stumbled slightly upon hearing these words. Gritting her teeth in indignation, she exclaimed, "Scoundrel! I did not cry. If I find out which wretch spread these rumors, I shall flay him alive." Lu Tianqing, having overheard, felt a wave of emotion wash over him, and for a fleeting moment, tears threatened to spill. "Qin Mu," he roared once more. Qin Mu, scratching his head in bewilderment, retorted, "Why are you shouting at me? I'm not the one who spread these rumors." Lu Tianqing growled again, his voice a deep rumble. "I don't care. It's all your fault." At that moment, Qin Mu found Lu Tianqing's demeanor reminiscent of a wronged spouse, irrational, tinged with madness, yet briefly pitiable. It compelled him to refrain from publicly rebuking him. "Why don't you just leave?" Qin Mu said earnestly. Instead, Lu Tianqing erupted into wild laughter. Leave? How could I possibly do that? My father is right. A temporary setback does not signify a lifetime of defeat. Qin Mu, do you believe you can still overcome me? Today, I, Lu Tianqing, shall redeem my honor. Do you dare to fight? He flung his arms back, flames igniting from within, enveloping his form in a fiery embrace, resembling a phoenix reborn, illuminating the surroundings. It was evident that his strength had significantly increased since their last encounter. Seeing this, Qin Mu did not retreat. Instead, he felt a surge of combat spirit ignite within him. He too yearned to test his abilities. This was precisely the moment he had awaited. With eyes blazing, he beckoned with a flick of his finger. What is there to fear? Come and battle. The clash of warriors is rarely subtle, their destructive capabilities too great to be contained in one spot. Conveniently, a public arena lay just 50 meters away. The two swiftly relocated, followed by a throng of onlookers, creating a bustling scene, while those unaware of the truth assumed it was some form of protest and quickly distanced themselves. At the steps of the Jinghua Martial Arts University, two strikingly beautiful women sat. One lounged casually, her chin propped upon her hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. The other, adorned in elegant traditional attire, sat poised and dignified, embodying the essence of a refined lady and a mentor. The stark contrast between their appearances drew curious glances from passers-by, yet none dared to intrude. The elegantly clad woman spoke softly. "Han Mei, are you not going to intervene?" Lu Han Mei shifted her legs, a satisfied expression gracing her features as she replied. "What is there to intervene in? They are fighting at your school's entrance, and you, a mentor, do nothing. Why should I? Who do you wish to win?" Lu Han Mei suddenly seemed intrigued, a smile gracing her lips. "How about we place a wager to see who prevails?" The woman in traditional garb narrowed her eyes and, after a moment's thought, replied, "No wager." Lu Han Mei, feeling somewhat bored, raised her gaze to the distant scene. The arena was merely 50 meters away, and with the keen eyesight of a transcendent warrior, she could easily perceive everything unfolding. On the stage, Qin Mu and Lu Tianqing stood on opposite sides, both summoning fire attribute energy, further intensifying the sweltering midday heat. Lu Tianqing narrowed his eyes slightly, regarding Qin Mu with a cool demeanor. Do not presume that having comprehended attribute energy grants you victory over me. My progress surpasses your imagination. In response, Qin Mu, uninterested in idle banter, hurled a fireball directly at him. Lu Tianqing reacted swiftly, slicing the fireball in midair with his hand. Then, propelled by his energy, he leaped, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that rained down like meteors. Qin Mu executed the misty shadow step, evading the attack, yet the confined battleground allowed for little escape, resulting in a small tear in his shirt. Seeing this, Lu Tianqing laughed triumphantly. Let us see how many of my attribute techniques you can withstand. With his initial success fueling his fervor, he unleashed a relentless onslaught, his energy erupting without regard for consumption. Meanwhile, as Qin Mu dodged, his clothing suffered further damage, leaving him in a tattered state, though he remained uninjured. I expected him to possess some skill, but it appears he can't even withstand a single blow from Lu Tianqing. He merely relies on his footwork. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. A voice from the crowd echoed. I might have spoken too loudly. I wonder if Lu Tianqing heard me. Perhaps I should apologize later. The audience began to boo, shifting their support overwhelmingly toward Lu Tianqing. A coach of the Black Iron rank voiced his concerns. Lin, do you think Qin Mu will be all right? Lin Yuan, exuding confidence, replied. I trust Qin Mu possesses more strength than this. Let us wait and see. Just then, Ying Xiao, overhearing, murmured thoughtfully, Qin Mu has a trump card. But Lu Tianqing has one too that he has yet to reveal. Intrigued, Lin Yuan inquired, Miss Ying, what might Lu Tianqing's trump card be? Yet, he soon realized it was an ill-fated question, for Ying Xiao ignored him entirely. However, it was not long before he witnessed Lu Tianqing's true power. Chapter 76, Breath of Destruction. Above the arena, a mass of fiery clouds began to coalesce, enveloping the entire stage in its embrace. The clouds pulsated ominously as fireballs materialized, casting an oppressive aura over the scene. This was an attribute technique nearing minor perfection. Lin Yuan recognized the gravity of the situation, his astonishment palpable. To elevate an attribute technique to such a level at this age was indeed a testament to Lu Tianqing's genius. Lin Yuan, himself a prodigy, measured others by his own standards, thus highlighting Lu Tianqing's exceptional talent. Many present recognized the shift, shaking their heads in resignation, certain that Qin Mu could not evade this assault. Indeed, while Qin Mu might struggle to dodge, he had no intention of evading this time. He could sense the terrifying energy within the fiery clouds, yet instead of despair, he readied himself to confront it. Observing this, Lu Tianqing scoffed, an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly oblivious. With a swift motion, he pressed his hands down, and the multitude of fireballs plummeted toward Qin Mu, who stood beneath them. The crowd collectively braced for the inevitable sight of Qin Mu's defeat. In the distance, the woman in traditional attire, seated alongside Lu Hanmei, furrowed her brow, already prepared to intervene if necessary. Conversely, Lu Hanmei remained relaxed, her posture casual, yet her gaze remained fixed on the arena, as if eagerly anticipating an unfolding spectacle. On the stage, Qin Mu concentrated on the descending fireballs, and, at the moment of imminent collision, a fierce light ignited in his eyes, a formidable aura surging from within. Extrême art technique, he silently intoned, as 3 radiant suns rose into the sky. Boom! The collision of the fireballs and the suns erupted in a thunderous explosion, unleashing chaotic energy and scorching heat that left onlookers gasping for breath. As the smoke cleared, Qin Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Tianqing's pupils dilated in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. How is this possible? How can you withstand my attribute technique? This must be a trick. You must have resorted to some form of cheating. The crowd shared his bewilderment. Yet those with discerning eyes recognized that Qin Mu had executed the extreme intent technique. The 3 radiant suns represented a perfected form of this technique. Withstanding an attack approaching minor perfection was indeed plausible. Yet, the explanation was not entirely comprehensive, as Qin Mu's ease in absorbing the blow seemed exaggerated for a D-grade technique. Unbeknownst to them, while the extreme intent technique was indeed a stretch for him, Qin Mu's genetic potential of 266 far surpassed Lu Tianqing's, rendering the power he could unleash incomparable. Coupled with the extreme intent technique, he could easily withstand the onslaught. Lu Tianqing, recovering from his shock, stubbornly retorted, "So what if it's a perfected extreme intent technique? I refuse to believe you can continuously withstand my attacks." With that, he summoned the fiery clouds once more. However, this time, Qin Mu was devoid of any intention to test the waters. He had been evading earlier, and though he had taken a direct hit, he sought to test the limits of his own martial arts. Now, having made a resolute decision in his heart, he had no intention of employing those techniques any longer. To swiftly conclude the battle, he had no choice but to unleash the flame of destruction or his attribute divine abilities. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Mu arrived at his resolution. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the irises shimmered with an intense crimson hue, making him appear almost possessed. He uttered slowly, "Fire, breath of destruction." A barely perceptible flicker of flame floated before his chest, and in an instant, an ancient and desolate aura emanated, causing anyone who came into contact with it to feel their spiritual energy rapidly dissipate uncontrollably. In the distance, Lu Hanmei witnessed this scene and sprang to her feet, murmuring, "Is this the aura I was thinking of?" The brows of the woman in palace attire knitted deeper. She had been concerned for Qin Mu's safety, but now she began to worry for Lu Tianqing's well-being. On the first day of school, a bloodshed incident had already occurred in front of the prestigious Jinghua Martial University, and as a mentor, she would not allow such an occurrence. Regret washed over her for not having intervened in the duel between the two earlier. Unbeknownst to Qin Mu, two extraordinary martial artists were watching from afar. At that moment, his entire focus was on the flickering flame before him. The name Breath of Destruction was indeed remarkable, though he pondered whether its offensive power truly matched its title. With a thought, the flame surged toward the fiery cloud in the sky. Lu Tianqing, completely oblivious to the impending attack, was entirely focused on amplifying the fire cloud, but the next moment, he was struck dumb. As the Breath of Destruction made contact with the fire cloud, it collapsed entirely in an instant, vanishing without a trace in less than a heartbeat, while the Breath of Destruction remained undiminished, heading directly toward the source of spiritual energy. Lu Tianqing immediately sensed the Breath of Destruction and hastily retracted his spiritual energy. But it was too late. The Breath of Destruction locked onto him, causing his entire spiritual energy to stagnate, rendering him incapable of movement and engulfed in a sense of profound dread. "This is bad." The woman in palace attire and Lu Hanmei both detected the anomaly simultaneously, and one swiftly positioned herself before Lu Tianqing. The aura of an extraordinary martial artist radiated, forming an invisible shield. To their astonishment, the Breath of Destruction did not dissipate immediately. Instead, it began to shift within the invisible shield. Bang! In the next moment, a crisp sound of cracking echoed. The invisible shield constructed by the woman shattered on the spot. She raised her hand once more, freezing the flame mid-air, and after a few moments, extinguished it entirely. What kind of flame is this? So powerful, it can disregard the energy barriers of extraordinary martial artists. Her expression was one of astonishment as she turned her gaze toward Lu Hanmei. Lu Hanmei shook her head, indicating her ignorance, yet within her heart, a notion began to take shape, and her eyes gradually glowed with intensity as she looked at Qin Mu. At this moment, Qin Mu felt a pang of guilt and fear. He had underestimated the intensity of the Breath of Destruction and had nearly caused a calamity. Conversely, Lu Tianqing was sprawled on the ground, having come perilously close to death for the first time in his life, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. He steadied his emotions, rose, and began to berate the surroundings. "Who did this? Which scoundrel dares to sneak attack me? Do they not recognize my status in the Lu family of Jinghua?" he shouted as he approached Lu Hanmei and the palace-attired woman. However, Lu Hanmei and the woman were still scrutinizing Qin Mu, completely disregarding him. Lu Tianqing, still somewhat fearful, forced out a tear and, with an expression of utmost grievance, cried, "Auntie, you must stand up for me." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was taken aback. "Auntie, what is going on?" He looked at Lu Hanmei, then back at Lu Tianqing. Swallowing hard, Lu Hanmei furrowed her beautiful brows and impatiently replied, "Get aside, do not disturb me while I work." With a slight gesture of her hand, Lu Tianqing was flung away like a kite with its string cut, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. Chapter 77, The Invitation. Hearing the distant cries of anguish, Qin Mu instinctively recoiled, glancing at Lu Hanmei with a flicker of trepidation and fear in his eyes. He thought to himself, if this woman treats her own nephew so harshly, how will she react to an outsider like me bullying Lu Tianqing? Qin Mu truly had not expected Lu Tianqing to be Lu Hanmei's nephew. The Liu family in Jinghua not only possessed assets exceeding 100 billion star coins, but also held significant positions within government departments. It was inconceivable for anyone to think that a wealthy heiress like Liu Hanmei would work in a small place like Jiangcheng. Had he known this beforehand, he certainly would not have dared to write such things on the promotional board. Qin Mu cast a pleading glance toward Lin Yuan below, infused with a hint of inquiry, questioning why Lin Yuan had not informed him of this matter earlier. Lin Yuan averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. This was not his fault. He thought Qin Mu was already aware, given how often he frequented Liu Hanmei. Qin Mu felt a sense of anxiety, but Liu Hanmei appeared utterly unconcerned. She scrutinized him for a while, raising an eyebrow before inquiring, "Did you just employ and attribute divine ability?" Qin Mu nodded affirmatively. "Yes." She continued, "Do it again, just as you did before." "Let me see." Without overthinking, Qin Mu complied, summoning the breath of destruction once more. As the flames manifested, they immediately captured the attention of both women. What a peculiar fire attribute. It appears diminutive, yet harbors a hint of annihilating energy. What kind of celestial beast possesses such a capability? The woman in palace attire furrowed her brows. Despite her extensive knowledge, she could not discern the intricacies immediately. However, she surmised that Qin Mu's comprehension of bloodline power must be exceptionally high, or else he could not be so formidable. "I recall that your nephew, Liu Tianqing, comprehended the B-grade celestial beast, the 9 Nether Raven." The woman spoke while glancing at Liu Hanmei. "Currently, the only fire attributes stronger than the 9 Nether Raven are the B-grade Burial Sky Hound and the A-grade 3-legged Golden Crow. Both bloodlines are exceedingly rare and seldom appear at auction." Upon hearing this, Liu Hanmei's gaze flickered. Instantly, she dismissed the notion of these two bloodlines. Not to mention that Qin Mu could not afford them. The mere fact that he had grasped 4 attribute divine abilities indicated that these attributes were not characteristic of the two celestial beasts. As Liu Hanmei observed the flames before her, sensing the essence of destruction within, she could not help but entertain a hypothesis. This flame might not solely possess one attribute, but perhaps harbored others unknown to her. Coupled with Qin Mu's 4 attributes, her thoughts gravitated increasingly toward that direction. Could it be that he had truly returned to the ancestral bloodline, elevating the purity of the dragon bloodline to over 10? But how did he accomplish that? The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, leading her to consider that Qin Mu might be a practitioner of dark arts. Noticing Liu Hanmei's silence, the woman in palace attire turned her attention to Qin Mu. First, she offered a gentle smile, then sincerely stated, "Hello, Qin Mu. I am Zhuang Muxiue, a mentor at the Jinghua Martial University S Department of Martial Arts. I am quite curious about the bloodline you have comprehended. Would you be so kind as to share it with me?" Qin Mu's expression twisted in conflict. "If it's inconvenient, then never mind." A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhuang Muxiue's face, but she quickly replaced it with a smile, saying, "Qin Mu, with your martial arts talent, it would be a tremendous waste if you do not receive proper education. On behalf of Jinghua Martial University, I formally invite you to enroll." At this, Qin Mu no longer hesitated and replied candidly, "I'm afraid I must decline. I've already chosen independent employment, and, according to imperial law, I am no longer qualified to attend the university." Zhuang Muxiue merely smiled in response. "If you're concerned about that, there is no need. Just accept, and I will ensure that the university leadership opens a special admission pathway for you. Rest assured regarding welfare and benefits. We will provide you with the same treatment as the top 100 candidates in the public examination." Upon hearing those words, Qin Mu felt a flicker of indecision within him. Jinghua Martial University was established by the government of the Jingyao province itself. The proximity promised ample resources, both in terms of finances and personnel, and their benefits and treatment were likely not inferior to those of private martial universities. Before Qin Mu could reach a conclusion, Liu Hanmei, unable to contain herself, interjected with a defiant stance, hands on her hips. "Zhuang Muxiue, Qin Mu is one of us at the Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy. Are you really attempting to poach him right in front of me?" Zhuang Muxiue retorted with an air of indignation. "Liu Hanmei, you are overstepping your bounds. Qin Mu is merely seeking employment at your institution. He is not selling his soul. What grounds do you have to refuse him?" Liu Hanmei found herself momentarily speechless. Yes, what reason did she have to deny him? Yet, if Qin Mu were to attend the martial university, what would happen to the upcoming martial arts league exchange competition? Resolutely, she shifted the conversation, saying, "What do you mean by that, Zhuang Muxiue? Are you implying we won't be friends anymore? If that's the case, so be it. What do you intend to do? Strike me? Oh, I've endured your temper for far too long." Liu Hanmei exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves, radiating an aura of fierce determination. Zhuang Muxue, equally unyielding, unleashed her own extraordinary presence. The two then ascended into the air, engaging in a fierce battle, their clash resonating like thunder, sending ripples of extraordinary energy surging outward. The crowd below quickly retreated beyond the combat zone, murmuring amongst themselves. Zhuang Muxue was the goddess of the War Strategy Academy, known for her gentle demeanor, rarely seen in anger. Who would have thought she would engage in such a public brawl over Qin Mu? Lu Hanmei, known for her strong-willed character, seldom involved herself in academy matters and was typically reasonable. How had it come to this? Could it be that Qin Mu possessed some extraordinary qualities? As they speculated, the onlookers cast inquisitive glances at Qin Mu, seemingly trying to discern his merits, inwardly comparing themselves to him. Qin Mu, however, paid them no heed, instead focusing on the aerial conflict. He observed bursts of flames and frigid blasts in the sky. Even the clouds were dispersed by their combat, casting a shadow over the surroundings. He couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment. They truly are serious about this. All for my sake. Just then, a voice filled with disdain cut through the air. Have a little self-respect, will you? Lu Tianqing limped toward them, his expression one of deep contempt. My aunt and Zhuang Muxue have always had their differences, although they are friends. This isn't the first time they've fought like this. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's gaze shifted to Lin Yuan, who nodded in affirmation, causing Qin Mu's fleeting sense of pride to vanish, replaced by disappointment. So, I was merely an excuse for their duel. At that moment, a flash of light descended beside him. Let us go, Lu Hanmei declared, seizing Qin Mu by the shoulder and taking flight. Cousin, Lu Tianqing began to protest. But upon meeting Lu Hanmei's fierce glare, he fell silent. Zhuang Muxue was taken aback that Lu Hanmei would retreat mid-fight, especially with Qin Mu in tow. With no time to pursue, she could only vent her frustration by kicking the ground. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll take you down too. She threatened Lu Tianqing before transforming into a streak of light, racing back to Jinghua Martial University. Left standing there, Lu Tianqing felt utterly dejected, lamenting, "What have I done to deserve this?" Chapter 78. Lu Hanmei's Proposal. Lu Hanmei flew swiftly, circling the surrounding buildings a few times. Confirming that Zhuang Muxue was indeed not in pursuit, she returned, ultimately landing on the rooftop of the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy's office. As soon as they touched down, Qin Mu immediately crouched down, retching violently. The speed of an extraordinary martial artist's flight was overwhelming, and without protective measures from Lu Hanmei, he, as a martial artist, had been battered by the tumultuous winds. The fact that he didn't feign on the spot was nothing short of miraculous. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Hanmei said, "I apologize, I forgot you're still a martial artist." Typically meticulous in her actions, she couldn't quite comprehend why her mind felt clouded lately, as if her intelligence had significantly diminished. Once Qin Mu regained his composure, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath, he had no desire to speak. Yet Lu Hanmei was not inclined to let him off the hook. After scrutinizing him for a moment, she suddenly asked, "Have you experienced a bloodline regression?" At this question, Qin Mu's pupils contracted slightly, a subtle change that Lu Hanmei instantly noticed, confirming her suspicions with a smile. Meanwhile, Qin Mu pondered for a moment, deciding not to conceal the truth any longer, and slowly nodded, yes. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it struck Lu Hanmei with profound shock. Her breath quickened, her flawless figure trembling slightly, her expression frozen in astonishment for a full 10 seconds. "Dragon bloodline, it truly is a dragon bloodline," she murmured, her demeanor dazed, even failing to notice when Qin Mu stood up. "Lu instructor, why don't you want me to attend the Martial University?" Qin Mu initially asked softly, then continued, "My thoughts are quite simple. If the Martial Academy could enhance my benefits, for instance, by providing 100,000 star coins and training resources, or granting me free access to martial techniques, I would feel the need to go to the university at all." Lu Hanmei snapped back to reality, casting a glance at Qin Mu, her lips curling into a dismissive smirk. "You're dreaming. Do you have any idea how perilous that thought is?" Qin Mu shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm merely making a request. It shouldn't be that serious." Leaning against the wall, Lu Hanmei rubbed her slightly numb wrist, then adopted her usual playful demeanor, smirking as she replied, "Don't think that just because you have a bloodline regression, you're anything special. Little do you know, you may be inviting disaster upon yourself. If you dare attend Jinghua Martial University, you won't even know how you met your demise." "Pray tell." Qin Mu frowned. He could not fathom what drawbacks could arise. Wouldn't a higher talent garner the university's attention and lead to greater resources? Was bloodline regression truly a curse? Lu Hanmei elaborated. The reasoning is quite simple. Have you ever heard of the term evil cultivator? I am not an evil cultivator. I am a genuine bloodline regression. Qin Mu retorted immediately. Who knows? Who would care? Lu Hanmei scoffed. Don't underestimate human nature. How can you be certain that others 1T covet your bloodline, including me? Don't place too much trust in anyone. With a serious expression, Qin Mu lowered his head slightly, responding earnestly, I believe that Lu instructor is not that kind of person. Lu Hanmei stepped closer, playfully lifting his chin, teasing perhaps not. Then she shoved Qin Mu away, continuing, if you enroll at Jinghua Martial University, you will undoubtedly undergo a full-body examination upon admission. At that point, your bloodline regression will be impossible to conceal. Zhuang Muxiwei is indeed a good person, but you cannot guarantee that other instructors 1T harbor ulterior motives. Even if all the instructors are benevolent, there is no assurance that the news 1T leak. An S-rank taboo bloodline is something no one would turn down. And at that time, you will face relentless pursuits from evil cultivators. She paused for a moment. If you remain at the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy, I can assure you that you 1T be subjected to any bloodline power examinations, and I can provide you with corresponding bloodline power as a disguise. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu closed his eyes to weigh the pros and cons. A minute later, he opened them, asking, what are your conditions? Smart choice. Lu Hanmei gave Qin Mu a thumbs up, then said, I do have one condition, but I'm not certain yet. I'll need to wait a year before I can give you a response. As long as it's something I can do and not morally reprehensible, I will unconditionally agree to it. Rest assured, my condition will be quite simple for you. Lu Hanmei wore a cryptic expression that sent a chill down Qin Mu's spine, instinctively warning him that this was not a good sign. All right, you may leave now. Lu Hanmei waved dismissively, issuing an abrupt farewell, seemingly forgetting that they were on a rooftop. Qin Mu refrained from uttering a word, instead adjusting his somewhat tattered attire as he made his way towards the staircase. Just a few steps in, Lu Hanmei unexpectedly remarked, have you ever visited the Life Cultivation Center? In that instant, a flicker of discomfort crossed Qin Mu's face. There was no way he could admit to having been to such a place. With feigned indignation, he retorted, how could I possibly go to a place like that? Lu Hanmei merely cast a sidelong glance, slowly responding, it's best if you haven tea. Should you ever go again, exercise caution. Do not rashly engage in bloodline testing. While Qin Mu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, he internally took note. The Life Cultivation Center was an inevitability for him, whether for rewards or unlocking proficiency opportunities. He had to attend regularly, without fail. After Qin Mu departed, Lu Hanmei rubbed her abdomen and lamented, it seems it's not him. What a pity. Upon descending, Qin Mu first activated his personal terminal to relay some information to Lin Yuan, and subsequently notified Li Qinfeng and the others to gather in the training room. While awaiting their arrival, he took a leisurely stroll through the various floors and then engaged the staff at the registration desk for some inquiries. According to the regulations of our martial arts hall, internal staff are charged a monthly fee of 100,000 star coins to utilize the training rooms. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu nodded, as he had already anticipated such a scenario and felt no surprise. The Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall has explicit rules regarding one-on-one instruction during working hours for internal staff. The hall does not take a single coin for the instruction fees. Yet all facilities must be utilized within the hall. Chapter 79, the training room. One-on-one instruction sessions often cost hundreds of thousands, even millions. Yet the hall takes nothing in return, which may seem like a loss for them. However, this is a misconception. The hall's revenue primarily comes from non-martial artists, a vast demographic with significant demand. One martial artist can guide a large group, especially with a continuous influx of free labor in the form of apprentice interns each year. Moreover, there are additional expenses related to facility usage, including high-end training rooms such as the Spiritual Energy Training Room, Gravity Training Room, and others, as well as fees for martial arts techniques, energy potions, nutrient solutions, bloodline potions, and plasma essences. The costs in these areas are steep, with demand soaring among both internal and external personnel, particularly in a prosperous city like Shangjing, where consumer power is nothing short of astonishing. One-on-one instruction sessions naturally stimulate this kind of expenditure, thus the martial arts hall has no reason to refuse. Nevertheless, to prevent all internal staff from flocking to offer one-on-one instruction, the hall has imposed certain restrictions. For instance, only coaches of silver rank or higher are permitted to rent the training rooms. Currently, Qin Mu is merely a black iron rank coach. Lacking the authority to rent the hall's training facilities, he could only call upon Lin Yuan for assistance. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan arrived, negotiating with the staff before swiftly securing the training room. Qin Mu operated his personal terminal to transfer the funds to Lin Yuan, saying, "Brother Lin, I just transferred 400,000 star coins. 200,000 is for 2 months' rent, and the remaining 200,000 is for you." Lin Yuan promptly declined, stating, "Brother, you're being overly formal. It's just renting a training room, a simple task. There's no need for such compensation. Brother Lin, I foresee needing your assistance in many instances moving forward. If you refuse to accept this, I do feel embarrassed to ask for your help again," Qin Mu replied. With such words spoken, Lin Yuan no longer resisted. Having invested in a company, he was currently quite financially strained, nearly unable to afford nutrient solutions. The two continued their light conversation and later shared a meal, before Li Qingfeng and the others finally arrived. By now, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and many staff members had gathered, expressing a keen curiosity about Qin Mu's unfamiliar face. However, upon seeing him enter the training room, astonished and envious expressions emerged, mistakenly assuming him to be a silver rank coach. Some could not help but exclaim, "He is so young. Could he be a special recruit for our martial arts hall to participate in the exchange conference? It's highly probable," though we're left wondering if he hails from a pioneering team or is a recommendation from some esteemed gold rank coach. With the exchange conference approaching, such thoughts were only natural. Participants in the conference are subject to age restrictions, with a maximum age of 20 years. The Martial University limits attendance to first-year students. Ideally, the Empire enforces 9 years of compulsory education, meaning all recent graduates are typically 18 years old. However, exceptions exist, particularly for those from pioneering teams, whose parents may have been leaders or high-ranking officials in such teams. These individuals often lack the time to complete basic education due to their upbringing. In recognition of the contributions made by pioneering teams to the Empire, government departments have established special admission channels known as pioneering team recommendation quotas. Historically, the majority of representatives from a martial arts alliance at the exchange conference have been from pioneering teams, and someone like Qin Mu, possessing both skill and not enrolled in the Martial University, would be a rare occurrence. Inside training room 1204, Qin Mu turned to the Lin sisters and extended his hand, stating, "Hand it over." Li Qingfeng looked perplexed, asking, "Hand over what? What do you mean, what?" Naturally, I'm referring to the relevant materials for the immovable king technique. According to the martial arts hall's guidelines, when a designated martial art is to be practiced, the practitioner must provide the instructor with access to the technique free of charge. If I'm not proficient, how can I guide you in your training? Qin Mu glared at Li Qingfeng. This woman, seemingly innocent and naive, harbored her own schemes, and he had to be wary. The martial arts hall indeed had such regulations, which Lin Qingfeng was aware of. The cost for practicing B-rank techniques is exorbitant, as purchasing once does not grant the right to share it freely. Each individual must acquire their own training permissions. Should someone practice without the requisite permissions and be discovered, they could face fines up to 10 times the original amount and possible detention. When Qin Mu transmitted his insights on techniques to his sister and cousin, he intentionally only shared basic exercises and foundational boxing techniques that the martial arts hall does not restrict. He refrained from sharing advanced techniques like the mountain shaking fist or the Luo Yin step, which require additional purchase of training permissions. Li Qingfeng had arrived under the impression that Qin Mu had already mastered the immovable king technique, thus saving her the expense. 1 million star coins was not a trivial amount for her, yet she was reluctant to spend unnecessarily, and even now, she remained skeptical of Qin Mu's abilities. As Li Qingfeng's mind raced, an idea struck her, and she proceeded to scan Qin Mu's personal terminal. "I've sent you all the relevant materials for the immovable king technique. Check your terminal." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu immediately opened his personal terminal to review the information. Moments later, he cast a mischievous glance at Li Qingfeng. While it was indeed the immovable king technique, Li Qingfeng had only purchased half of the training permissions for it. Li Qingfeng stood tall, her expression brimming with pride. "What's wrong? Is there an issue? Half of the technique is sufficient for you to guide me to minor success. As for the remaining portion, we can discuss it once I reach that stage." Qin Mu let out a cold laugh. "Very well. Just don't regret it when the time comes." He silently resolved that when the time arrived, he would demand tenfold the guidance fee from Li Qingfeng. "Let the lesson commence," Qin Mu shouted, disregarding the reactions of the four, as he directly retrieved the forms they had filled out earlier. He tossed the forms aside, crossed his arms, and sighed dramatically, "You all truly are useless." At these words, the four immediately erupted in anger. "What do you mean we're useless? You'd better clarify yourself. Otherwise, we'll make you pay." Li Qingfeng gritted her teeth, while the Kong brothers rolled up their sleeves, ready for a fight. Even the usually demure Li Mingwei displayed an intimidating glare. However, it was all bluster. Despite the threats of a scuffle, Their feet remained firmly planted, not advancing an inch. The prowess of Qin Mu was something they had just witnessed firsthand. Unless one were to be utterly bereft of reason, they would never dare to strike first. Qin Mu held these four individuals in contempt. Before providing guidance, he sought to establish his authority and thus proceeded to offer pointed critiques. Throughout their 4 years, 1 year in junior high and 3 in high school, they had managed to master but a single C-grade martial technique. And even though it was only at a barely adequate level of proficiency, if they hailed from a humble background, one might overlook this shortcoming, but they did not. They were not financially constrained. Therefore, I must assert that you are indeed wasteful. Do you take issue with that? Answer me. Is it truly so arduous to master a martial technique in a year? Qin Mu raised his voice several decibels, sending shivers down the spines of the four. Li Qingfeng pouted in rebuttal. 1 technique per year? Can you claim to have achieved that yourself? And we have not merely learned 1 technique. Does not our calisthenics count as a martial art? Qin Mu could not help but chuckle at her retort. How dare she argue when she had yet to achieve perfection even in her calisthenics? Chapter 80 brought a modicum of astonishment to the four. Qin Mu persisted relentlessly, continuing, I am perplexed by your thought processes. To settle for learning but 1 technique is one thing, yet to choose a defensive skill is quite another. Kong Yud and Kong Yofu. How could you have grown this much and only practiced a cowardly defensive technique? And you, Li Qingfeng, with your ghostly shadow steps, whom do you intend to deceive? You had the audacity to challenge Lu Tianqing earlier, yet he showed you mercy by not rendering you unconscious right then and there. While it is true that speed is paramount in martial arts, you ought not to always contemplate retreat. At the very least, dedicate some time to learning offensive techniques. As for you, Li Mingwei, do not think that remaining silent absolves you. Ignorance is not a fault, but failing to inquire when you do not understand is the gravest error. You should spend more time learning the art of retort from your sister. As Qin Mu spoke with increasing fervor, he sincerely believed these individuals were squandering their potential, oblivious to the blessings they possessed. While ordinary folk toil their entire lives for what they could effortlessly grasp, these four seemed to squander precious time. Their lack of talent was not the issue. It was their laziness. Although Qin Mu had the assistance of a system, each elevation in his strength was the result of relentless effort. Sweat poured forth day and night, and his diligence far surpassed that of others, culminating in the mastery of numerous techniques. Li Qingfeng, were you not just questioning my capabilities? Then open your eyes and behold. With that, Qin Mu's body trembled, and as he moved, an aura of authenticity enveloped him, tracing a yin-yang 8 trigrams beneath his feet in an instant. Kong Yud gasped, is that the perfected calisthenics? Yet the display was far from over. Qin Mu launched a punch into the air. Kong Yofu exclaimed, that is the perfected, foundational fist technique. As Qin Mu's fist transformed, a colossal shadow of his fist materialized, crashing down upon a nearby force-testing device. The value skyrocketed. 3666 kg. Such an impressive display of strength. What technique is this? Li Mingyu gasped. Herr liebs bodily congeling head astonishment. That is the mountain-shaking fist. I have heard my grandfather speak of it. He said it is exceedingly difficult to master, reserved only for those who specialize in physical training. I never imagined that Qin Mu not only mastered it, but has perfected it. Noticing Kong Yud's recognition of the mountain-shaking fist, Qin Mu felt a flicker of surprise, realizing that these individuals were not entirely lacking. He continued his demonstration, this time explicitly naming his technique. Extrême haute technique. 3 blazing suns appeared, forcing the four to shield their eyes from the blinding light. When the suns vanished, they collectively exhaled in relief. Li Qingfeng's eyes were wide with astonishment as she weakly uttered, is it finally over? However, Qin Mu had no intention of halting. Now, observe what true speed looks like. In a flash, he appeared behind Li Qingfeng, tapping her on the head with a finger. Ah, Li Qingfeng yelped in surprise, instinctively retaliating. Alas, she struck only at an afterimage. Qin Mu had already returned to his original position. The other 3 looked on, both shocked and fervent. The 5 techniques demonstrated, all at perfected levels. Was he even human? Such talent. Who among their peers could rival him? It appears we are truly inadequate. Li Qingfeng's thoughts were uniquely her own, diverging from the others. She gazed entranced and mused how impressive. This speed is extraordinary. If I could master this technique, wouldn't I be able to toy with Lu Tianqing at will? From a distance, Qin Mu, overhearing her musings, shook his head inwardly, thinking, this woman is far too enamored with speed. Reaching this level, Qin Mu felt it imperative to thoroughly impress these 4. Thus, he resolved to reveal his full strength. For with his rate of cultivation, there was no need for concealment. Do you see this? Qin Mu prompted, extending his hand as energy coalesced into roaring flames. The four gazed on in confusion. They recognized elemental energy, but could not fathom Qin Mu's intent. Yet in the next moment they understood. The colors of the elemental energy shifted wildly, causing their hearts to race. Elemental attributes? No, this is divine powers of elemental attributes. Li Qingfeng's voice trembled as she cast a disbelieving glance at her companions, who exchanged similarly incredulous looks before turning their attention back to Qin Mu, who stood with hands clasped behind his back. Their eyes were filled solely with shock. While one might label them as lacking in talent and lazy, they could not be deemed foolish. They understood the significance of four elemental divine powers. Qin Mu, observing their expressions, remained silent, maintaining an air of mystery while allowing ample space for their imaginations to flourish. Initially, he aimed to establish authority, but now new thoughts began to blossom within him. Self-preservation. The phrase flashed through Qin Mu's mind. Ever since his conversation with Lu Hanmei at noon, he had discreetly searched the star network for information regarding malevolent cultivators. These nefarious individuals would stop at nothing to enhance their strength, specifically targeting those endowed with advanced bloodline powers. Their methods were ruthlessly cruel. Humans could extract bloodline power from the bodies of colossal star beasts, and conversely, those who absorbed such power could also be drained, akin to livestock having their blood drawn. The mere thought sent shivers down one's spine. Thus, Qin Mu began to ponder a pressing question. How could he ensure his own safety? As Lu Hanmei had articulated, trust was a rare commodity. One could place faith in no one, not even her. With no alternatives left, Qin Mu felt compelled to adhere to Lu Hanmei's directives. Yet he was unwilling to rely solely on others for his safety. Only through self-reliance could he find peace of mind. He contemplated two methods for self-preservation. The first was straightforward: grow stronger. If his power reached a formidable level, he would naturally fear no threats. However, strength could not be attained instantaneously. Even with the system's assistance, one could not ascend to greatness overnight. Time was essential for development. Presently, he was merely a two-star martial artist. He needed to attain the level of an extraordinary martial artist to ensure his own safety, which would require at least a year of cultivation. This time frame felt excessively long, fraught with uncertainty. Hence, Qin Mu relegated this method to second place. The second option was to seek assistance. Malevolent cultivators were universally reviled by cultivating his network of relationships. Should danger ever arise, he could rally support. Qin Mu had researched the backgrounds of the four. The Li family wielded considerable influence in governmental sectors, while the Kong family enjoyed prestige in the field of education. If he could forge strong ties with these four, he could potentially align himself with these two powerful families. As he contemplated this, a newfound brightness lit his eyes, and his inner anxieties diminished significantly. Just then, Li Qingfeng suddenly fell to her knees. "Master, I beseech you, accept my submission." This left Qin Mu momentarily stunned. Submission? Master? What on earth was Li Qingfeng attempting?